Synopsis. Xiao Han arrives in the Douluo continent and is taken in by the kind-hearted vice principal of Jinshui Academy. At just 6 years old, he awakens the combined martial spirits of his late parents, the Zhenbing Bao and Arrow, and is born with full soul power. With time, he becomes an ice archer whose frost abilities are unmatched. But when his senior sister's future is threatened by the powerful nobility, Xiao Han refuses to stay silent. What are nobles, anyway? Even the highest powers will have to answer for their actions. Bibi Dong, this kid's even bolder than Tang Hao. Tang-san, don't come near me. Dad, help. Great-grandfather, please. Qian Rinxue, you took my gold, and now you want my heart too. Azure god, impossible, how can he wield the power of dragons? This is the rise of Xiao Han, frozen arrows, fierce will, and a destiny that even the gods can't ignore. Chapter 1. Xiao Han, I don't have time to accompany you to the spirit hall to awaken your spirit. I've already made an appointment with Teacher Lu to let her take you there. No, I'll go by myself. You go do your thing and don't worry about me. Lin Jiruo's expression suddenly changed, and she said seriously, you sneaked into the academy yesterday, but I didn't give you a beating yet. Be honest today and don't cause any trouble for me. Otherwise, I'll settle yesterday's score with you, and you'll suffer. Understood. After Lin Jiruo left, Xiao Han immediately put on a blue wig. Xiao Han is a time traveler and has been in this world for 6 years. In the original world, he came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine and was a college student in medical school. He was still in his mother's womb when he traveled to this world. Not long after his mother gave birth to him, she and his father died in the far north. It was his mother's best friend Lin Jiruo who adopted him. Lin Jiruo is an unmarried woman, 38 years old, a level 72 agility attack system battle soul saint, and the vice president of Tianshui College. She is well maintained and seems gentle, but she actually has a hot temper. For the past 6 years, Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo have lived under the same roof, treating each other as mother and son. As a time traveler who retained the memories of his previous life, Xiao Han showed extraordinary medical talent since childhood. He was able to read pictures and identify various medicinal herbs and human acupuncture points at a very early age. At the age of 5, he became famous in Tianshui City for his superb acupuncture skills and was hailed as a genius little doctor. However, in this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, no matter how powerful a doctor is, it is of no use. Being a powerful soul master is the dream of every ordinary person. Of course Xiao Han also wanted to be that kind of person, but his parents' martial spirits were relatively ordinary, so his dream of becoming a top-notch warrior might be difficult to achieve. Therefore, he had thought of a way out early on. If he couldn't be a soul master, he would become the best doctor in Tianshui City. There are so many beautiful women in Tianshui City, and making a lot of money and marrying a beautiful woman is a good choice. Today is the day of the annual martial soul awakening ceremony. There are 2 places for children of appropriate age in Tianshui City to awaken their martial spirits. One is the branch of the Wuhuan Hall, and the other is Tianshui College. Tianshui College is open to the public, so any girl who is 6 years old or older can come and participate in the college's martial soul awakening ceremony. However, Tianshui College only recruits beautiful female students with water attributes, so in the end only those who meet the requirements can stay. As the vice president of Tianshui College, Lin Jiruo is always busy on this day every year. After packing up, Xiao Han also went out. Tianshui University is right at my doorstep, just a few steps away. Xiao Han was too lazy to run, since it would be the same no matter where he awakened his martial spirit. He is only 6 years old this year and wears a wig, so you can't tell that he is a boy. A lot of people have gathered at the entrance of the college. Tianshui College is a real women's college. From the dean to the cleaning lady, all the staff are women. There is a striking sign on the gate, men only, no entry allowed. The awakening ceremony was held on the training ground. Xiao Han mixed in with the hundreds of girls waiting to awaken their martial spirits, and lined up in a long queue with them. The martial soul awakening ceremony is divided into 2 parts, awakening the martial soul and testing soul power. Everyone on Douluo continent has his or her own martial soul, but most people's martial souls are not suitable for cultivation, so they can only be ordinary people. After awakening their martial souls, only a small number of people possess soul power and are suitable for cultivation. The martial soul awakening ceremony is exciting, but most people will return disappointed. While Xiao Han was waiting in line, many distraught girls passed by him. Seaweed spirit, no attack power, no defense, another useless spirit. Next one. It will be my turn soon. The girl standing in front of Xiao Han suddenly said excitedly. The girl has short dark green hair that reaches her shoulders, and looks playful and cute. Hey, if you can't be a soul master, don't cry. No, I'm not that kind of person. Faced with Xiao Han's teasing, the girl didn't take it seriously and seemed very optimistic. Next person. Finally it's my turn. The girl walked forward confidently. Xiao Han lowered his head silently, not daring to look at Lin Jiruo who was sitting in the spectator's seat. A tall, gentle-looking woman stood at the front of the team. I am your guide. I will help you awaken your martial spirit first, don't be afraid. Well, I'm not afraid at all. The girl stepped into the circle of 6 blue ice crystals without hesitation. Then, the guide released his ice goose martial soul and injected his soul power into the 6 blue ice crystals on the ground. Layers of light were suddenly released from the 6 blue ice crystals, forming an ice blue light shield that enveloped the girl. Blue spots of light floated out from the ice crystals on the ground and fell on the girl. Stretch out your right hand. The girl subconsciously stretched out her right hand, and all the light points rushed out. In the blink of an eye, a little dolphin as crystal as jade appeared in her hand. Seeing this scene, the guide's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. It's the Inu dolphin, which has both speed and attack power. After so many girls, they finally awakened a useful martial soul. Use your mind to take back your martial soul and come over here to test your soul power. It is good. The girl nodded happily and tried to retract her martial spirit. Then he walked out of the circle, came to the table nearby, and placed his tender little hand on the blue crystal ball used to test soul power. I have soul power, level 7. What's your name? Xiao Yu. Well, that's great. You can become a quick attack spirit master in the future. You can stay in our academy. Go and register there. Okay, thanks. When she was about to leave, Xiao Yu looked back at Xiao Han and made a playful gesture to him. I'm going to be a soul master. It's your turn next. Good luck. Xiao Han didn't expect that the girl was Shui Binger's half-sister Xiao Yu. Just as he looked up at Xiao Yu, he accidentally met Lin Jiruo's eyes. Lin Jiruo immediately realized that something was wrong, and quickly stood up and shouted, Xiao Han. What are you doing here? Lin Jiruo came to Xiao Han in an instant and grabbed his ear. Do you think I can't recognize you like this? I told you to go to the spirit hall to awaken your spirit, why are you here to join in the fun? Chapter 2. Lin Jiruo's sudden action startled everyone. Xiao Yu hadn't finished registering her name yet. She stood there in confusion, looking at Xiao Han who was being beaten. Mom, please let me go. There are so many people watching me. I don't want to lose face. Who is your mother? I don't have a son like you. Oh, I'm just trying to make things easier. It's the same as awakening your martial spirit here anyway. You still dare to be stubborn, you just know how to make trouble. I've been waiting here for an hour, it hurts. Xiao Han felt his ears becoming more and more painful. Lin Jiruo was really angry this time. Mom, you're going to tear my ears off. Xiao Han's wig suddenly fell off, revealing his long silver-gray hair, and everyone burst into laughter. Jiruo, forget it. Xiao Han has been a naughty kid since he was young, so let him go this time. It's his turn now, so let him awaken his martial spirit here. The person who spoke was the dean of Jinshui College. He was in his 70s, an 81st level Contra, and the only Contra in Jinshui College. Only then did Lin Jiruo let Xiao Han go. For the sake of Dean Zhao, I will spare you this time. If you can awaken a useful martial spirit, I will send you to another academy to prevent you from causing trouble for me. Thank you, Dean Zhao, for pleading for me. Xiao Han said this with a grin, rubbed his red ear, and consciously entered the circle. Beautiful sister, please help me awaken my martial spirit. You're quite sweet talking, but you should try to stay out of trouble in the future. Okay, got it. Following the guide's control, an ice blue light enveloped Xiao Han. Xiao Han suddenly felt a cool and indescribable comfort, and even the pain in his ears disappeared instantly. The cool breath penetrated into Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han felt an invisible force in his body, which seemed to break through the restraints and gushed out madly, flowing into his palms. The guide's eyes suddenly lit up. In the ice blue light shield, the number of blue spots that appeared this time was even more than the total number of the dozen or so children tested before. She vaguely felt that a powerful martial spirit was about to appear. Xiao Han subconsciously raised his right hand, and a rich ice blue color appeared in the palm of his right hand. When they saw the martial spirit clearly, the 2 deans and 3 chief instructors in the jury seat all widened their eyes. Is that an ice bow and arrow? The bow and arrow appeared at the same time. Dean Zhao was extremely excited. He immediately sat up and came to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, stretch out your left hand and try to remove the arrow. Xiao Han stretched out his left hand and easily separated the bow and arrow, holding the arrow in his right hand and the bow in his left hand. The ice bow and ice arrows actually appeared on the same person at the same time. How could there be such a strange martial spirit? This is the first time I have seen such a situation in all these years. Yeah. It's like a twin spirit, but it's not. There are many ice attribute soul masters on Douluo continent, and Xiao Han's parents were both. His father's martial spirit is the ice bow, and his mother's martial spirit is the ice arrow. Ice bow's soul masters need to condense their soul power into arrows in order to exert maximum attack power. Similarly, an ice arrow's soul master needs to use soul power as a bow to maximize its power. Although they have decent cold attribute attacks, they need soul power to make arrows or bows, which consumes a lot of their own soul power and makes it difficult for them to fight continuously. Seeing Xiao Han's martial spirit, Lin Jiruo's eyes flashed with disbelief. Xiao Han's martial spirit is actually the fusion skill of his parents' martial spirits, the true ice bow and arrow. Dean Lin, is this the Zhenbing bow and arrow? Ah. Zhenbing is the supreme quality of ice. It does not melt when encountering fire and its freezing power is second only to the ultimate ice. Although Xiao Han's parents are both soul kings in their 50s, their martial soul fusion skill, the Bing bow and arrow, not only possesses powerful attack power, but also has powerful deceleration and control effects. This martial soul fusion technique greatly increased their overall strength, and they were not at all inferior even if they encountered an opponent whose soul power was 20 levels higher. Who would have thought that Xiao Han would awaken this miraculous martial spirit? Xiao Han, come here, I will test your soul power. Dean Zhao was a little excited. He placed one hand on the crystal ball, intending to test Xiao Han's soul power himself. Lin Jiruo also became inexplicably nervous and looked at Xiao Han with anticipation. Xiao Han, go quickly. Xiao Han waved his right hand lightly and easily put away his martial spirit. Then he came to the crystal ball, and under the gaze of everyone, he gently placed his tender right hand on it. The moment Xiao Han's right hand touched the crystal ball, his body trembled uncontrollably as if sucked by an invisible force. The blue crystal ball suddenly lit up, overflowing with blue light, like a dazzling gem. Once the tester touches the soul power tester, even if only a trace of light overflows, it proves that the person being tested has soul power. The brighter the light, the higher the innate soul power. When Shui Yuer was just tested, she had a 7th level soul power, which was considered relatively outstanding among the children who had just awakened their martial souls. When Xiao Han was testing, the light emitted from the crystal ball was beyond Shui Yuer's reach. Oh my god, it's actually innate full soul power. Dean Zhao was very excited. Is it really the innate full soul power? Absolutely. This is the first time that a person with full innate soul power has appeared since the martial soul awakening ceremony was held at Tianshui College. Several chief mentors were very excited. Yes. Last year, when Shui Binger awakened her martial spirit, she was tested at the 9th level of the innate realm, which was the highest record in the history of our Tianshui Academy. I didn't expect that only a year later, this record would be broken by Xiao Han. Shui Binger's martial spirit is the top beast martial spirit, the Ice Phoenix. Following Feng Xiaotian from the Divine Wind Academy, our water element department finally has a talented soul master with innate full soul power. Everyone was discussing Xiao Han's unique martial soul and innate full soul power, and seemed to have forgotten that there were many children waiting to awaken their martial souls. Lin Jiruo's eyes were already filled with tears. She was so excited that she couldn't speak. She silently said in her heart, Brother Xiao Yi, did you see that? Your son Xiao Han is really outstanding. Xiao Han stood on tiptoe and tried to wipe the tears from Lin Jiruo's face with his sleeve. Mom, I'm sorry. I will never make you angry again. Lin Jiruo touched Xiao Han's head lovingly, then hugged him in her arms. Silly child, I don't blame you. I didn't expect you to be so outstanding. I'm proud of you. It was a rare opportunity to meet a child with innate full soul power of ice attribute, and Dean Zhao was very happy. Xiao Han, go play in the academy first, I'll find you later. Okay. Dean Zhao, can I stay at Tianshui College to study? Chapter 3. After hearing what Xiao Han said, Dean Zhao and the teachers were stunned. Since its establishment, Tianshui College has never accepted male students. Although Xiao Han is a genius born with full soul power, rarely seen in a century, and has unlimited potential, he does not meet the requirements for Tianshui College to recruit students. Xiao Han, what are you talking about? Go play first. Lin Jiruo's words broke the awkward atmosphere. I was just joking, hee. Xiao Han took Shui Yuer's hand. Yuer, come on, I'll take you to find your sister. You know my sister. Of course. Your sister is Shui Binger. After Xiao Han left, the scene returned to calm and the martial soul awakening ceremony continued. The other side. Shui Binger was practicing in the ice hall when suddenly her heartbeat accelerated, as if she had broken through some kind of restraint within her body. Successful, I finally broke through to level 10. I can go hunt soul beasts and get my first soul ring. Most people need a period of adaptation after awakening their martial spirits, and then gradually explore and find a practice method that suits them. So, usually there won't be much improvement in the first year. Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix spirit was too powerful. She was unable to control the power of the spirit in the early stages of her awakening, so it took her more than half a year to adapt. She had a good understanding and increased her soul power by 1 level after only 3 or 4 months of practice. Elder sister. Yu, how did you find this place? Xiao Han brought me here. Shui Binger and Xiao Han had only met once, just yesterday. Why did you come to the academy again? Aren't you afraid that your mother will beat you up? Why didn't you go to the spirit hall to awaken your spirit? Sister, Xiao Han has already awakened his martial soul. His martial soul is the true ice bow and arrow, and it has full innate soul power. What? Innate soul power? Shui Binger looked at Xiao Han with an expression full of disbelief. Their conversation also attracted the attention of others. Yu Heru and Gu Qingba came over. Xiao Han, do you really have full innate soul power? Yes. Dean Zhao tested it for me personally. Then you awakened your martial spirit in our academy? Yeah. Look, I haven't changed out of my women's clothes yet, and my mom caught me again. I got a beating. Deserved it. Several people laughed. Gu Qingba suddenly said, I didn't expect Xiao Han to have innate full soul power. It's a pity that Xiao Han is not a girl and can't stay in our academy. Yes, if Dean Lin sends Xiao Han away, we will never see Xiao Han again. What's even scarier is that if we encounter a powerful opponent of the same attribute as Xiao Han in the Soul Master competition, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything about it. Xiao Han smiled complacently. Don't worry, sisters. If I become your opponent, I will let you win. TSK, you took it seriously. Gu Qingba looked at Shui Binger and asked, Binger, who is this? My dear sister, Shui Yu. By the way, Yu, what martial spirit have you awakened? What's the level of your spirit power? The Jade Dolphin martial spirit has a soul power level of 7. I will be able to study with you guys in the future. Yes, welcome new students. Shui Yu was very happy. Sister, what is your current soul power level? Have you broken through level 10? Yeah, I just broke through today. Binger, congratulations. Yu Heru said. Yu Heru is a strong attack spirit master, 9 years old this year. Since she awakened the Coral Barracuda, she has studied in Tianshui College for 3 years and is only at level 14 now. Binger and Xiao Han are both level 10. You can obtain your first spirit rings. Ah. Xiao Han and Shui Binger smiled at each other. They would soon obtain their first spirit ring. After the martial soul awakening ceremony, Dean Zhao called several leaders of the college to the conference room. I believe you all know that Xiao Han awakened a strange martial soul in today's martial soul awakening ceremony, and it is innate full soul power. Everyone here has watched Xiao Han grow up. He wants to stay in our academy. What do you think about this? Everyone started talking about it. I agree. An ice-attributed soul master with innate full soul power is rare in a century. Maybe he will become a good story in our academy in the future. The problem is that our academy only accepts female students. We have no precedent of accepting male students. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Can't we make an exception just once? Looking at the entire Douluo continent, is there any academy whose resources are more conducive to the growth of ice-type spirit masters than our Tianshui Academy? I'm afraid it's only the Spirit Hall Academy. The news that Xiao Han has full innate soul power should have spread. I'm sure people from the Spirit Hall branch will come to poach her soon. Under Bibi Dong's management, the Spirit Hall is no longer the same as before. I don't want Xiao Han to be taken away by them. Alas, what a pity, Xiao Han is a man. During the heated discussion, Lin Zhiruo remained silent. Dean Zhao suddenly asked Zhiruo, what do you think? Lin Zhiruo was very conflicted. What she said to Xiao Han before were all angry words. Of course she wanted to keep Xiao Han by her side, but she didn't want to break the rules of Tianshui College because of Xiao Han. If Xiao Han was not her adopted son, she would agree to keep him. President Zhao, I'll listen to you. Dean Zhao thought for a moment and suggested. Why don't we let Xiao Han be a nominal student and stay in our Tianshui College to study? What do you think? Then can he join the Academy's team and participate in future Soul Master competitions? Okay, as a substitute. Dean Zhao's suggestion is very good. I agree with it. Yeah, I agree too. Everyone nodded in agreement. Dean Zhao was very happy. Then it's decided. As an old college, Jinshui College has demonstrated impressive strength in previous Soul Master competitions, but has never entered the final three. This year's Soul Master competition just ended, and the Spirit Hall Academy won the championship without any surprise. The two elemental academies, Thunder and Kamikaze, once again ranked ahead of Jinshui College. With the new generation of talented people like Xiao Han and Shui Binger, they might be able to make a difference in the Soul Master competition 10 years later. The leaders of Jinshui College seemed to see hope of surpassing both Thunder and Kamikaze colleges. As soon as the meeting ended, the bishop of the Jinshui City Wuhuan Hall branch came to the door in person. Children who are born with full soul power are definitely the key recruitment targets of the Spirit Hall Academy. President Xiao, I heard that at today's Spirit Awakening ceremony, a boy awakened a true Ice Bow spirit, and it was also a congenital full spirit power. If that child is placed in our Spirit Hall Academy for training, he will definitely become a great talent. What about the others? Sorry, we left the child alone. What? Doesn't your Jinshui College only accept female students? For his sake, we decided to make an exception and accept him as a nominal student, so that you, the Spirit Hall, won't have to worry about it. Chapter 4. Seeing Dean Zhao's firm attitude, the bishop had no choice but to leave. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that Jinshui Academy, which advocated extreme flow, could indeed provide better training resources for ice and water spirit masters. The other side. While Shui Binger and the others were resting, Xiao Han chatted with them. I may be leaving Jinshui City soon, and it will be even more difficult to see you in the future. What a pity. If you were a girl, you could stay in the academy with us. Xiao Han looked down and said with a sly smile. How about cutting it off? Oh, what are you talking about? That's disgusting. Several girls blushed instantly. Yu Haru and Gu Qingba poked Xiao Han's head with their fingers from the left and right. What the hell is going on in your little head? Lin Jiruo did not allow Xiao Han to enter Jinshui College at will, but Xiao Han would sneak in whenever he had the chance. Yu Haru was 9 years old and Gu Qingba was 8 years old. They had known Xiao Han for a long time. Although they had not met many times, they had a good relationship. As they were arguing, Lin Jiruo came over. Hello, Dean Lin. Yu Haru and Gu Qingba immediately restrained themselves and stood obediently beside Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Lin Jiruo looked at Shui Yuer and said with a smile. From now on, you will also be a member of our Jinshui College. You must practice well. Yes, Dean Lin, I will try my best. Lin Jiruo nodded and turned her gaze to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, follow me. Xiao Han glanced at the 4 girls in front of him with some reluctance. Goodbye, sisters. Goodbye, Xiao Han. Yu Haru and Gu Qingba were also a little reluctant. Looking at Xiao Han's receding back, Shui Yuer said, Sister, although this is the first time I've met Xiao Han today, he seems quite interesting. Well, it's just a little bit unorthodox. Lin Jiruo walked in front, and Xiao Han followed closely behind. Mom, where are we going? Home. Go to the dean's office. Doing what? You will know when you go. The two of them soon arrived at Dean Zhao's office. Hello, President Zhao. Xiao Han is here. Dean Zhao put aside her usual dignity and looked like a kind old grandmother. Xiao Han, do you really want to stay in our academy to study? Of course. Is that okay? Dean Zhao nodded. We discussed taking you in, and ultimately decided to make an exception and keep you here. Really? Xiao Han was a little excited. He looked back at Lin Jiruo, who nodded at him. It's true, little brat, you got what you wanted. Yeah. That's great. Mom, I can't bear to leave you. Dean Zhao chuckled. Xiao Han, you are on the list of our college. If you can join the college team in the future, you can be a substitute. No problem at all. Xiao Han knew that the college did this to minimize the impact of recruiting him, after all, he was a boy. Xiao Han, I have to tell you in advance that you must practice hard after coming to the academy and can't be as naughty as before. Otherwise, I will send you away again, and no one can protect you. Got it, Mom. By the way, my soul power has reached level 10. Can I go hunt soul beasts? What's the hurry? I'll take you there. Shui Binger's soul power has also broken through to level 10. Is it? Well, she just broke through today. Dean Zhao and Lin Jiruo smiled at each other, feeling deeply relieved. Binger is not only gifted, but also smart and studious, and has a calm personality. Her future achievements will not be inferior to yours or mine. Yeah, I'm optimistic about her, too. Jiruo, after the school enrollment is arranged, you can take the two of them to the frozen forest to hunt soul beasts. Okay, that's what I meant. Xiao Han is looking forward to the upcoming first soul ring. After dinner, Lin Jiruo came to Xiao Han's room. Starting tomorrow, Xiao Han will live in the college. Xiao Han, have you packed everything? Yeah, everything is packed. Here are 2 things your parents left behind. Now that you have become a soul master, they will come in handy. As Lin Jiruo spoke, she handed the box in her hand to Xiao Han. Xiao Han couldn't wait to take it and open it. There are 2 things in that box. It also looks like a belt and exudes a faint chill. The other was a short sword, about 30 centimeters long, which also exuded a chill. Mom, is this a soul guide for storage? Yes. It's called Snow Soul Satin. It has a large storage space and can store even living things. You can try it. It is good. Xiao Han tied the Snow Soul Satin around his waist and instantly felt a cool feeling. Then I took a few things and put them in and took them out to try them out. It's quite useful. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he picked up the dagger and pulled it out of the scabbard. The sword blade was as thin as ice crystal, and the dazzling cold light immediately pierced his eyes and made him unable to open them. This short sword is made of ice marrow and cold iron. It is so sharp that it can cut through metal and stone. It is indeed a precious sword. Lin Jiruo nodded, her eyes slightly red. Xiao Han joked, Mom, I'm going to live in school tomorrow. Are you reluctant to let me go? It's better that you leave. I don't know how quiet it is for me to be alone. Then why are you crying? Lin Jiruo sighed. These 2 things were originally prepared by your parents as a birthday gift for you, but unfortunately they. Xiao Han had no memory of his parents in this life, and all he heard about them was from Lin Jiruo. Mom, I'm grown up now, and I may become a powerful spirit master in the future. Can you tell me how my parents died? Lin Jiruo nodded. It's time to tell you. Your parents and their group of 10 people encountered an extremely ferocious soul beast in the frozen forest except for one agile attack soul master with the ability to fly who escaped. The other 9 people all died in the mouth of the soul beast. What kind of soul beast is that? According to the survivor, it was a giant tiger that was pure black and over 8 meters long. Although the soul beast was huge, it was extremely fast. The man didn't have time to see its full appearance and quickly fled the scene. Chapter 5. A tiger with a pure black body. Xiao Han seemed to be thinking about something. As a time traveler, based on his understanding of the Douluo world, the black tiger was most likely the dark demon evil god tiger. The dark demon evil god tiger is almost extinct. It challenged the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python for dominance in the core circle of the Star Do Great Forest, but was driven out of the Star Do Great Forest after its failure. Xiao Han guessed that after being driven out of the Star Forest, it might have gone to the frozen forest in the far north. Lin Jiruo said earnestly. Xiao Han, being a soul master is actually very dangerous. The threats you face come not only from soul beasts, but also from human soul masters. You will experience this yourself in the future. Soul master training is a long process. Full innate soul power only means that your starting point is higher than others, but what kind of achievements you can achieve in the future depends on your acquired efforts. In order to protect yourself and the people you love, you must continue to become stronger. Well, I see. Okay, you should get some rest early. We'll go to the academy together tomorrow morning. Xiao Han was a little excited to join Tianshui College as he wished. He lay on the bed, unable to fall asleep. My parents in this life were killed by the dark demon evil god tiger. That creature was very powerful, comparable to a 100,000 level soul beast. Even a titled Douluo level expert would have difficulty killing it. But the hatred for my parents is irreconcilable, and one day I will kill it with my own hands. Early the next morning, Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo arrived at the dormitory building of Tianshui College. There are 700 or 800 girls in the college, and most of them live in this huge dormitory building. The youngest of them is only 6 years old and the oldest is no more than 25 years old. There are only beauties entering and leaving the dormitory building, which is dazzling. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. Mom, do I have to live in this dormitory building too? What the hell are you dreaming about? You're not a girl. Then why did you bring me here? Well, that's the room you live in. Following Lin Jiruo's gaze, a separate small house appeared in front of me. The small house was only about 10 meters away from the girls' dormitory building. It looked inconspicuous in front of the huge and beautiful dormitory building, like a security booth. Xiao Han followed Lin Zhihua to his single dormitory. Although this house is not luxurious enough, it is clean and tidy and comfortable for one person to live in. Lin Zhihua helped Xiao Han clean up the house and prepared to leave. Xiao Han, you should live here peacefully from now on. Don't sneak into the girls' dormitory. If I catch you once, you're done for. I know, I'm sensible. I'm leaving now. Please report to the classroom immediately. It is good. The class time is approaching, and more beautiful girls are walking out of the dormitory building. Xiao Han also walked out of his room and headed towards the teaching building. His appearance immediately caused a lot of discussion among the girls. Isn't this the child that Dean Lin adopted? Yeah. I heard that he awakened a strange martial spirit yesterday, and it's full innate spirit power. Full innate soul power is amazing. Maybe that's why he can stay in our academy. Yes. Xiao Han didn't care about people's opinions. Xiao Han. Xiao Han was walking when a voice suddenly came from behind him. He turned around and found that the people coming were the sisters Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Shui Binger asked, Xiao Han, are you also living in the academy? Yeah, I just moved here. You already knew that? Yes, Dean Zhao told me everything. Then you should also know that my mother is going to take us to the frozen forest to hunt soul beasts soon. Ah. Shui Binger smiled and nodded, looking forward to the upcoming journey. Yuer, I have to go to the training ground. You and Xiao Han should go to the classroom together. After Shui Binger finished speaking, she and Xiao Han parted ways. Today is the first day of class. Shui Yuer looks around and seems very excited. By the way, what month were you born? June, what about you? I'm Wu Yu, 1 month older than you. So I'll call you Xiao Han from now on. Sure. But since we are only 1 month apart, I will call you Yuer. It's up to you. As long as you're happy. Shui Yuer is a straightforward girl and very naive. The two of them arrived at the classroom quickly. The classroom was full of girls. Xiao Han's arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wow, it's him, the one wearing women's clothes yesterday. Don't laugh, I have full innate soul power. I can get my first spirit ring right after awakening my martial spirit. How enviable. As everyone was talking, a slim and beautiful woman who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old walked in. Hello everyone, I am Su Weiwei, your teacher for this year's freshman. Hello teacher. Today we will first get familiar with each other and the school environment. The next step is the self-introduction session. The girls introduced their names, martial spirits and innate spirit powers one by one. The last one was Xiao Han's turn. Xiao Han stood up and said calmly. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Han, my martial soul is the Zhenbing Bao and Arrow, and my innate soul power is level 10. Please give me your guidance. Everyone looked at Xiao Han with envy. Su Weiwei looked at Xiao Han, her eyes full of admiration. Students, Xiao Han is the first student with full innate soul power since the founding of Qianshui College. He was admitted by our college as an exception. As a soul master, the starting point is important, but the acquired practice is more important. Even if your innate soul power is not high, as long as you find the right method and work hard enough, you can still achieve your goals. Clear. According to our school rules, as long as your soul power reaches level 40 or above, you can graduate from the academy. The upper age limit for further study in the academy is 25 years old. You can no longer stay in the academy when you reach that age. Su nodded slightly and continued. Many of you should have heard of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, which is held every 5 years. This year's Soul Master competition has just ended. Our Qianshui Academy has achieved the top 5 results, but is still behind the Divine Wind and Thunder Academy. Whether we can surpass those 2 elemental academies in the future depends on you. After each Soul Master competition, the academy will form a new team to prepare for the next Soul Master competition. In other words, 5 years later, a new team will be formed to prepare for the next Soul Master competition. By then, all of you will be eligible to compete for a place on the academy team. So, from now on, you must practice hard. Chapter 6. Therefore, Soul Master Academy attaches great importance to the Soul Master competition. Although Qianshui College is a purely women's college, as an old college, its overall strength is quite good. However, they never made it to the final 3. This is also one of the goals they are striving to achieve. Xiao Han knew that according to the original timeline, Qianshui College would still not be among the top 3 in the Soul Master competition 10 years later. But, things are different now. As a time traveler who is familiar with the plot, he has every opportunity to change everything that has not happened yet. 10 years is enough. 2 days later, Lin Jiruo took Xiao Han and Shui Bing'er to the frozen forest in the far north. The three of them took a carriage and headed north, and finally arrived at their destination after more than half a month. After getting off the carriage, the three of them walked into the forest. This world of ice and snow seems like an ancient secret place lost in nature, eternally sealed by endless ice and snow. As you step into this area, a sharp and fresh chill hits you in the face, penetrating into your bones, making you shudder involuntarily. All around are endless snow-capped mountains, towering tall and majestic, with their peaks covered with white snow all year round. The sun occasionally penetrates the clouds and shines on them, flashing a dazzling and mysterious light. At the foot of the mountain is a strange forest made up of huge ice crystal trees. The branches of these trees are crystal clear, as if they were carved from the purest ice, and the leaves are tiny icicles that make crisp and pleasant sounds as the wind blows. The ground was covered with thick snow, which was soft to step on and left deep footprints with every step. This was the first time Xiao Han and Shui Bing'er came to the forest to hunt soul beasts, and they were both very excited. The three of them walked and talked. "It's so beautiful here," Shui Bing'er exclaimed in admiration. Lin Jiruo smiled and shook her head. "Bing'er, I felt the same way when I first came here. We are all cold attribute soul masters, so we don't feel much about the extremely low temperature here. But for those soul masters who are not cold attribute soul masters, this is a land of death. Because they have to constantly consume soul power to resist the cold, the colder it gets towards the center of the forest, the more difficult it is for them to bear. Therefore, many soul masters die in this forest every year. Dean Lin, I don't understand why those non-cold attribute soul masters would risk coming here to hunt soul beasts. Because there are soul beasts here that are not found in the Star Do Great Forest, such as the Mirror Shadow Beast and the Ice Demon Snake. Moreover, soul beasts that survive in such an extreme environment are even more powerful." Shui Bing'er nodded, not quite understanding. She had learned a little about those cold attribute soul beasts from the books in the Academy Library. Some cold attribute soul beasts did have special abilities. Lin Jiruo continued. "I could have taken you to the Shindo Great Forest to find a suitable water-attributed soul beast, but the soul beasts with cold attributes in the frozen forest are definitely more suitable for you." "Mom, I know this. If the attributes are perfectly matched, the increase in strength will definitely be greater after absorbing the spirit ring or spirit bone." "Yes. This is your first spirit ring, so you must not be careless." Xiao Han laughed and said, "In that case, Mom, please help Bing'er and I find a soul beast that is about 400 years old. After absorbing its soul ring, it may help us increase our soul power by 2 levels. You are only 6 years old, and your first spirit ring is already 400 years old. Are you kidding me? With Bing'er's physique and mental strength, she might be able to barely absorb a 400-year spirit ring, but I'm afraid you can't." "I'm not kidding. Mom, I'm serious." Xiao Han knew that according to the theory that Yu Xiaogang had secretly learned from the Spirit Hall, under normal circumstances, the maximum number of years a spirit master could absorb his first spirit ring was 423 years. However, the quality of martial souls, physical fitness and mental strength of different soul masters are different, and this is only a theoretical age. Lin Jiruo suddenly thought of something and scolded, "Xiao Han, don't be disrespectful. Bing'er is your senior sister." "Dean Lin, it's okay. I'm only 1 year older than Xiao Han." As she spoke, Lin Jiruo suddenly stopped moving forward. "There are already soul beasts nearby." "Where?" Lin Jiruo pointed down. "There are many ice silkworms that have cultivated for decades in this snowy area, but they don't have much attack power. If we go further, we might encounter a 100-year-old soul beast. Let's go and take a look ahead." The three continued walking deeper into the forest. The closer you get to the core of the forest, the more ferocious the soul beasts become. However, the purpose of their trip was to hunt soul beasts that had cultivated for 100 years, which they could encounter on the outskirts of the forest, so there was no need to go to the center of the forest. Lin Jiruo obtained all 7 soul rings in the frozen forest and was familiar with the terrain of the forest. But she still remained vigilant at all times, because even if she didn't reach the center of the forest, ferocious soul beasts might appear. "You two must be tired after walking for so long. It's getting dark. Let's find a cave to rest." "Ah." Lin Jiruo brought the two of them to the foot of a big mountain, where there was a cave. This cave is very small, only about 10 square meters. Xiao Han looked carefully and found that there seemed to be traces left by human soul masters here. "Mom, is this the place you often stay?" "Yes. It's not easy to find a decent cave in the frozen forest. Staying in it can temporarily avoid the wind and snow, but it is also very dangerous. There may be soul beasts waiting in the dark. With Mom here, it's unclear who the rabbit is. We can use ourselves as bait to attract them over, and maybe we can hunt down a suitable soul beast. Lin Jiruo smiled, and seemed to have the same idea. It's getting late. You and Binger should go to bed first, I'll keep watch. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Mom. After Xiao Han set up the tent, he slept on the same mat with Shui Binger, but they were not in the same quilt, they slept separately. Looking at Shui Binger's bright eyes, Xiao Han asked. Binger, are you afraid? With Dean Lin here, of course I'm not afraid. I have a feeling that in 5 years, you will join the Tianshui College team and become the new captain. Shui Binger smiled softly. The academy team consists of only 11 players, including the main players and substitutes, selected from hundreds of people. You say I can be the captain? I don't believe it. You have to have confidence in yourself. My hunch is very accurate. How about you? With my talent, I'm sure I can join the team. When the time comes, I'll be your strongest support. Late at night. Xiao Han and Shui Binger had already fallen asleep. Lin Jiruo was guarding the cave entrance. Suddenly, a low and shrill howl broke the silence of the night. Chapter 7. The sudden sound made Xiao Han open his eyes suddenly, and Shui Binger beside him was also awakened. Both of them looked at Lin Jiruo almost at the same time. Lin Jiruo had quietly stood in front of the two men. Her eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and her whole body emanated a faint fluctuation of soul power. It was obvious that she was ready for battle. The soul beast is coming. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Outside the cave, low roars and the sounds of claws scraping snow were getting closer and closer. It was obvious that it was not a single soul beast, but a group of them. Xiao Han's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. After traveling to this world for 6 years, he had never seen a real soul beast. Lin Jiruo said, they are snow-covered beasts. There are quite a few of them. They usually don't act alone. The wind outside the cave was howling, mixed with the howling of the frozen beasts, making it seem even more eerie and terrifying. The snowy frozen beast, as one of the social predators in the frozen forest, is fast and powerful, and has the skills of slowing down and freezing. It is a being that many soul masters are unwilling to provoke. Xiao Han, Binger, you two just stay here and don't move. As Lin Jiruo spoke, she released her ice bird martial spirit. Although the ice bird is small in size, its icy power is extremely overbearing and its flying speed is so fast that it is comparable to teleportation. As the third soul ring quietly lit up, circles of ice blue light condensed around Lin Jiruo, as if to freeze the surrounding air. In the blink of an eye, the group of snow-covered ice beasts arrived in front of the cave. There were more than a dozen of them in total, and one of them was the largest. He stood out among the group and was obviously their leader. The eyes of the leader beast flashed a fierce red light in the night. Its body is covered with muscles, and every inch of it reveals strength and majesty that cannot be underestimated. Its fur fluttered gently in the cold wind, silver-white with a hint of ice blue, looking both beautiful and dangerous. The leading beast stood at the front of the herd. It did not launch an attack immediately. Instead, it looked at Lin Jiruo and the other two from a superior attitude, as if it was assessing the strength of its opponent. Lin Jiruo deliberately restrained her soul power and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. She felt that the leading beast had cultivated for about 3,000 years, while the other snow-covered beasts had only cultivated for a few hundred years. There is no pressure in facing such a group of beasts. Seeing Xiao Han and Shui Binger, those snow-covered icy beasts bared their fangs, as if it were a silent provocation and a contempt for the weak. As their soul power was released, the temperature around them dropped, the air suddenly condensed into frost, and the snow on the ground instantly turned into ice. Lin Jiruo smiled slightly. Xiao Han, Binger, you two have found your first spirit rings. Mom, I'm the same as Binger. It'll take 400 years. Understood. Roar following the low and long howl of the leading beast, the surrounding beasts seemed to have received some kind of instruction, growling in response, and then pounced on the three people. Unbelievable. As the fifth soul ring suddenly flashed, Lin Jiruo directly released the fifth soul skill, Ice Cone Thrust. This is a 10,000-year soul skill. In an instant, the space around Lin Jiruo seemed to be frozen by ice. Then, countless sharp ice cones appeared out of thin air, like a dense rain of arrows, cutting through the night sky and pointing directly at the snow-covered frozen beasts that were swooping down. Wherever the ice cone passed, the air seemed to be cut into cold cracks. Boo! Ha! Ha! The ice cones pierced through the beast's defenses at an astonishing speed. Even the leading beast was scratched by several ice cones as it was unable to dodge, and let out a painful howl. The beasts were immediately thrown into disarray. Some were pierced through the body and fell to the ground twitching. Others were forced to change direction due to the sudden attack and lost their original offensive momentum. The leading beast then realized that the human soul master in front of him was no ordinary person. With a low growl, he ordered his companions to evacuate. Freeze! A huge icy force surged out from Lin Jiruo's body, instantly freezing the entire space within 100 meters around her. Those snow-covered beasts that had not yet completely escaped were trapped by the sudden icy force, unable to move, and could only let out desperate howls. Xiao Han and Shui Binger stood in a cave and witnessed all this, and were shocked. This was the first time they witnessed Lin Jiruo's strength. "Mom, you're awesome!" Xiao Han couldn't help but shout, his eyes flashing with excitement and admiration. Lin Jiruo looked at the frozen beasts in the snow and asked, "Xiao Han, Binger, are you two ready?" "Ready." Xiao Han and Shui Binger nodded at the same time, their eyes determined. Ending the life of a soul beast with one's own hands is a necessary step in their growth path. "Xiao Han, go kill the one on the left. Binger, go kill the one on the right." "It is good." The two snow-covered beasts were hit by ice cones and frozen in the ice with only their heads exposed, and they were dying. Xiao Han took out the sharp dagger from his soul guide, and he and Shui Binger walked towards the two snow-covered beasts, one on the left and one on the right. It was the first time that Xiao Han had such a close contact with a soul beast. His heart beat faster, but he drew out his dagger without hesitation and stabbed the snow-covered beast in the throat. The snow-covered frozen beast struggled a few times in its death throes, and then became motionless. On the other side, Shui Binger also ended the life of the snow-frozen beast. "Today, I'll let you go." Lin Jiruo waved her hand lightly to break the ice. The trapped snow-covered frozen beasts ran away like wild horses and disappeared from their sight in an instant. "Xiao Han, Binger, remember this. Although it is a natural law for soul masters to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings, they cannot kill innocent people indiscriminately. We only need to get what we want." "Oh, I see." A ball of yellow mist slowly rose from the corpse of the snowy frozen beast and gradually condensed into a soul ring that emitted a faint yellow light. "Binger, go absorb the spirit ring first, adjust your state, and use your mind to draw the energy of the spirit ring into your body." Shui Binger walked to the yellow soul ring, sat cross-legged, adjusted her state, and began to absorb it. Xiao Han was a little impatient. "Mom, I'm going to absorb the spirit ring too. These two snow region frozen beasts have a cultivation base of about 400 years. I am a little worried whether you can withstand it in your current condition." "Don't worry, I'm sure I can do it." Xiao Han has enough confidence in himself. "Okay, go ahead. Take your time, don't rush." "Ah." Xiao Han also walked over, adjusted his state, and began to absorb the soul ring. He closed his eyes and concentrated on guiding the energy of the soul ring. This energy raged through his body like a violent storm, as if countless ice blades were passing through his meridians, bringing waves of pain and chills. Xiao Han clenched his teeth and tried hard to maintain his body balance. According to the method taught by Lin Jiruo, he used his soul power as a guide to slowly lead this external energy into his body. Chapter 8. The two were enduring the impact of the spirit ring's energy, and beads of sweat continued to appear on their foreheads. This was the first soul ring they had ever absorbed, but it was 400 years old, which was somewhat risky. However, Lin Jiruo still chose to believe these two children. She believed that Shui Binger, who possessed the top beast spirit Ice Phoenix, could do it, and believed that the powerful force left by Xiao Han's parents would protect him in secret. As time went by, Xiao Han felt that the originally violent energy in his body began to become docile and slowly merged into every cell and every meridian of his body. This process was both painful and wonderful, as if his body was undergoing some kind of transformation at this moment, becoming tougher and stronger. Suddenly, Xiao Han felt a warm force rising from his dantian. That was his own soul power. In the process of fusing with external energy, it was not suppressed but stimulated to produce stronger vitality. The two forces intertwined and eventually formed a new balance in his body, a unique power that belonged only to him. "It's done." When the last bit of energy was completely absorbed, Xiao Han suddenly opened his eyes. As the sky brightened, everything in front of me became clearer. Xiao Han felt that his soul power had improved significantly, as if he had crossed a realm overnight. On the other side, Shui Binger also successfully absorbed the soul ring. Lin Jiruo stood aside, watching the two children complete the absorption of their respective spirit rings, her heart filled with relief. "You two have finally absorbed all the spirit rings. Mom, you didn't sleep all night last night. You worked hard. President Lin, you have worked hard." Lin Jiruo was very happy and smiled. I'm fine. How do you two feel? How much has your soul power increased? Xiao Han and Shui Binger smiled at each other, then said. After I got my first spirit ring, I felt like a true spirit master. My spirit power has increased by 2 levels. Binger, how about you? I also moved up 2 levels. Great, you two are both level 12 now. Mom, I told you, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. If you absorb a spirit ring that's 100 or 200 years old, maybe it can only increase your spirit power by 1 level. Lin Jiruo poked Xiao Han's head lovingly. You little brat, you only know how to show off. What soul skill did you obtain? Xiao Han chuckled and released his martial soul and soul ring. Mom, my first soul skill has the effect of slowing down and increasing my own attack. I call it, Frost Shot. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he pulled the bow to its full length and shot an arrow straight ahead. The true ice arrow was wrapped in a layer of ice blue, leaving a layer of misty frost wherever it passed. Xiao Han explained, when I use this soul skill, the opponent within my attack range will be slowed down by 20 to 50, depending on the opponent's soul power. In addition, my attack will cause an additional 120 damage to the opponent with the slowing effect, with a freezing effect. Amazing! Shui Binger clapped her hands and praised. Lin Jiruo smiled. Stinky boy, this soul skill is pretty good. Binger, what soul skill did you obtain? Dean Lin, my first soul skill is similar to the ice soul skill you used before. It is a group restriction skill. I also call it ice. After Shui Binger finished speaking, she released her Ice Phoenix martial spirit and spirit ring and demonstrated them in front of the two of them. The moment the ice soul skill was activated, the entire 50-meter range centered on her was frozen by a layer of hard ice. This was a soul skill with strong control ability, which could instantly restrict the opponent's actions and create a favorable combat environment for herself and her teammates. Once the opponent is mentally locked, it will be difficult to escape and a large amount of soul power will be consumed to resist the invasion of cold air. Binger's soul skill is pretty good. It's very beneficial for teamwork. Lin Jiruo looked around. It's almost dawn, and we should go back. Eat something, pack up, and go. Dean Lin, you haven't slept all night, don't you want to rest for a while? No, I'm fine. The 3 of them replenished some nutrition, packed up their things and set off. On the way back, all 3 of them felt relaxed. Xiao Han collected some medicinal herbs that only appear in extremely cold areas. The 3 of them walked out of the frozen forest. Binger, Xiao Han, this trip to the far north went smoothly. You both obtained your first spirit ring and your strength has been further improved. You must practice well after you return and strive to obtain your second spirit ring as soon as possible. Well, we'll work hard. Xiao Han suddenly said. Mom, before we go back to Qianshui City, can we go to Sunset Forest? After hearing this, Lin Jiruo frowned, somewhat puzzled. Sunset Forest? Why are we going there? I want to collect some herbs. Those herbs only grow in warm environments. Lin Jiruo was skeptical about Xiao Han's words. Xiao Han, you are a soul master now. You should spend more time practicing and don't spend too much energy on medical research. Mom, I'm a soul master, but it would be useful to prepare some herbs appropriately. Xiao Han was not sure whether Douluo Bo had discovered the existence of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire during this period of time. If Douluo Bo is already there, he will definitely set up a green-scaled snake poison formation. You must retreat immediately after seeing the poison formation. If Douluo Bo had not discovered it yet, he could have taken the initiative and picked all the magical herbs there, and maybe even obtained the ice and fire dragon king bone at the bottom of the spring. Immortal herbs are of great help to the soul master's cultivation. The power boost that the god-level ice and fire dragon king bone brings to soul masters is immeasurable. The plants in this world are very different from those in the original world. Xiao Han started studying the Atlas of Medicinal Herbs very early, but had never seen the Atlas of Fairy Herbs. There are not many people in this world who know about magical herbs. Even Douluo Bo, who has studied medicinal herbs for many years, doesn't know many magical herbs. Xiao Han was able to identify top-grade immortal herbs such as 8 aniseed mysterious ice grass, fiery apricot grass, and acacia heartbroken red through the descriptions in the original novel. As for those ordinary magical herbs, he didn't understand them either. If you want to truly understand them, you also need a copy of Illustrated Collection of Immortal Herbs, which seems to be only available in the Spirit Hall. According to the original timeline, there are still 9 years before Tang San enters the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Xiao Han thought that before that, he must first take away the top-grade immortal herbs there to prevent Tang San from gaining the ability to be immune to ice and fire. Lin Zhihua thought for a moment and finally agreed with Xiao Han's idea. Xiao Han, let's go and come back quickly. We can't delay too long. Oh, I see. Lin Zhihua glared at Xiao Han. She always felt that the child was growing up and his ideas were becoming more and more strange. Chapter 9. Under the leadership of Lin Zhihua, Xiao Han and Shui Binger entered the Sunset Forest. This place is about 200 miles east of Qindo City. It is spring-like all year round and the climate is suitable. The sunlight shines through the dense treetops, casting mottled shadows, covering the vast forest with a golden coat. The air is filled with the faint scent of flowers and soil, occasionally mixed with the roar of unknown beasts, adding a bit of mystery and wildness. Xiao Han, hurry up and find whatever herbs you're looking for. We'll leave when we find them. Okay, there's nothing on the outskirts. Let's look in the center of the forest. I really can't do anything with you. I won't bring you here next time. Although there are many soul beasts in the Sunset Forest, there are not many whose cultivation is over 10,000 years old. Lin Zhihua has the strength of a soul saint and an extremely fast flying speed. She is not worried even if she takes 2 children to the center of the forest. The 3 of them traveled through the forest and encountered many soul beasts along the way. Lin Zhihua's powerful aura made those 1,000-year-old soul beasts dare not approach easily. Several soul beasts that tried to approach her were driven away by her. Xiao Han, have you finished collecting the herbs? Mom, don't rush me. I don't know when I'll come here next time. Let me pick a few more plants. Xiao Han picked a few herbs and carefully placed them into the soul guide. Those herbs do have some effects, but compared to the magic grass, they are nothing. The 3 of them were getting closer and closer to the center of the forest and could feel the change in temperature. Xiao Han, it seems to be getting hotter and hotter. Let's stop here and go back. Mom, can you please go a little further? There may be a surprise ahead. Xiao Han had a strong premonition that this place was not far from the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. Seeing that Lin Zhihua was a little angry, Shui Binger said. Dean Lin, we are already here, so let's walk a little further with Xiao Han. Okay, it's up to you. Xiao Han and Shui Binger smiled at each other and gave her a grateful look. The 3 continued walking towards the center of the forest. As I was walking, suddenly a pungent smell came from the front. Xiao Han, don't move forward. Lin Zhihua grabbed Xiao Han with one hand and Shui Binger with the other, and retreated 100 meters away in an instant. That strange smell just now seemed to be a toxin. Xiao Han also smelled the strange smell, and immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that Dugubo had set up the green scale snake poison formation? Had he discovered the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire? Lin Zhihua frowned, as if she realized something, and suddenly became nervous. Xiao Han, Binger, it's dangerous here, let's go. Just as they were about to leave, an invisible force instantly enveloped the 3 of them. Even if Lin Zhihua wanted to resist, she couldn't move at all. A dark green figure slowly walked out from the depths of the dense forest like a ghost. Every step he took seemed to be in accordance with an invisible beat. The air around him was slightly distorted by the soul power surging in his body. There was a cold light flashing in those deep eyes. Who are you? How dare you trespass into my territory? The man's voice was low and hoarse, with unquestionable majesty. Although Xiao Han couldn't see the face clearly, he knew that he was Dugubo. Unexpectedly, he discovered the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire so early. Lin Zhihua's face was solemn as she recognized the person as the poisoned Douluo Dugubo. She knew that Dugubo's strength was unfathomable, and his jade-scaled Snake King poison was the best in the world. If she was not careful, she would be doomed. Lin Zhihua tried to remain calm and defuse the potential crisis with words. Senior Dugu, I am Lin Zhihua, the vice president of Qianshui College. We have no intention of offending you. We just strayed into this place by mistake. I hope you can forgive us. Qianshui College. Dugubo glanced at Lin Zhihua coldly, feeling the cold breath on her body, and knew that she was not lying. Many years ago, Dugubo met Dean Zhao of Qianshui College, but they were not familiar with each other. What are you doing here? Let's go find the soul beast. Before Lin Zhihua could answer, Xiao Han answered first. He knew that Dugubo was very suspicious. If he let Dugubo know that they were here to look for medicinal herbs, the consequences would be disastrous. Yes, we are here to find soul beasts. Lin Zhihua knew that Xiao Han was always smart and that he must have his reasons for saying that, so she agreed with him. Dugubo glanced at Xiao Han, thinking that he would not dare to lie. Little did he know that the 6-year-old boy was coveting his medicine garden. I have set up a poison formation ahead. Even a soul beast with 10,000 years of cultivation dare not approach it easily. Once these two children step into the poison formation, they will surely die. This is not the place for you to come. Go quickly. Thank you for the reminder, we will leave now. As soon as Lin Jiruo finished speaking, Douluo disappeared. His speed was too fast. Xiaohan, Binger, let's go. Lin Jiruo took Xiaohan and Shui Binger and flew directly out of the sunset forest. After the three people landed, they were still in shock. Shui Binger asked Dean Lin, who was that old man just now? He is Poison Douluo Dalu. So he is a title Douluo, no wonder he is so powerful. Dalu is a solitary person who likes to be alone. He is the best poisoner in the world. I heard that his methods are cruel and he has made many enemies because of this. Thinking of what just happened, Xiaohan was still frightened and felt a little guilty. Mom, I'm sorry. I brought you into danger. Xiaohan, you don't have to blame yourself. This was just an accident. We have no grudges against Douluo. Dean Zhao took me to meet him before. Even if he doesn't remember me, he won't make things difficult for us if he knows we are from Qianshui College. Ah. Xiaohan felt better now. However, this experience further aroused his desire to pick the magic herb. By the way, Xiaohan, why did you just say that we are here to look for soul beasts? Mom, don't you find it strange? Douluo set up a poison array in the center of the forest, as if he was deliberately guarding something. Neither humans nor soul beasts can get close to the poison array. I guess there may be something extremely precious in it, maybe exotic flowers and herbs. If he knew that we were here to collect herbs, he might want to kill us. After listening to Xiaohan's explanation, Lin Jiruo was terrified. Xiaohan, you are so young, yet you are able to think so carefully. Use your intelligence in cultivation, and don't take any more risks. Well, I see. A few days later, the three returned to Qianshui College. Lin Jiruo told Dean Zhao about their experiences in the frozen forest and the sunset forest. After hearing this, President Zhao felt fortunate. I didn't expect you to run into Douluo. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Xiaohan and Binger are the future hope of our Qianshui Academy. They will surely stand out and shine at the Soul Master competition in 10 years. Chapter 10. Among this class of freshmen, his strength is far ahead of others. But as a time traveler, this is not enough. Xiaohan knew that in addition to the magic grass, he could also use other things to improve his overall strength. For example, using whale glue to improve physical fitness, so as to achieve the goal of absorbing soul rings with higher ages. It may be difficult to buy whale glue in the inland, as most of it is in the hands of nobles, but it may be available in Hanhai City, the westernmost city of the Tiando Empire. Because it is close to the sea area of Poseidon Island, there are many whale-like soul beasts in the sea. That day, Xiaohan came to find Lin Jiruo. Mom, my soul power has increased by 1 level. It is now level 13. Really? It seems that you have been practicing hard during this period. Of course. Lin Jiruo smiled slightly. You little brat, you didn't come to me just to tell me this, did you? Tell me, what do you want to do? Mom, you know me best. I want to buy something, but it's expensive and hard to find. Can you help me? I'll definitely pay you back when I make money in the future. After hearing this, Lin Jiruo glanced at Xiaohan disapprovingly. You silly boy, isn't my money yours? What do you want to buy? Whales. Gel. What is that? It is a special substance produced in the brains of whale-like soul beasts, and it has high medicinal value. It is not common in the inland, and it may not be available for purchase. It may be available in large stores and auction houses in Hanhai City. After hearing this, Lin Jiruo looked at Xiaohan seriously. As Xiaohan's adoptive mother, she has always loved Xiaohan very much. From childhood to adulthood, she has tried her best to satisfy Xiaohan's wishes. In the past 3 or 4 months, Xiaohan has indeed been practicing hard and has performed very well in the academy. Hanhai City is too far. I don't have time to go there, let alone take you there. However, I can ask someone to go there. Thanks, Mom. By the way, you said it's expensive, how much does it cost? Xiaohan smiled and held out 5 fingers. That's about it. 500 gold soul coins. Xiaohan shook his head. 5,000. Xiaohan still shook his head. Lin Jiruo's eyes suddenly widened. Could it be 50,000? Yeah, about the same. I'm not sure exactly how much it will cost. Lin Jiruo's face changed. You bastard, 50,000 gold soul coins is too much, right? What medicinal value does it have that costs so much? Mom, that's a tonic herb that can strengthen the body and increase the endurance of muscles, bones and meridians. It's very useful to me. So, you want to buy it and eat it yourself? Ah. Xiao Han nodded seriously. 50,000 gold coins is not a small amount, but Lin Jiruo is still willing to spend this money on Xiao Han. Xiao Han is still young and in the period of growth. If there is a way to strengthen his physique, Lin Jiruo is willing to do it. After all, having a strong physique is also very important for a soul master. Xiao Han, your thoughts are getting weirder and weirder. I'll ask someone to go to Hanhai City and take a look. If there really is the whale glue you mentioned, I'll ask her to bring some back. Thank you, Mom. However, this matter must be kept secret. Apart from you and me, no one else can know about it, otherwise it will be a mess. You are so weird, I don't know what's in your head. Mom, you have to promise me first. Okay, I get it. At this stage, no one may know that taking whale glue can improve physical fitness. Therefore, Xiao Han wants to keep it secret. 4 months passed in a flash. After 4 months of training, Xiao Han's soul power increased by 1 level and reached level 14. That day, Lin Jiruo called Xiao Han to the office. Mom, you're looking for me. Xiao Han vaguely felt that something good was going to happen. Lin Jiruo took out a black box from the drawer and handed it to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, open it and take a look. Mom, this isn't whale glue, is it? Lin Jiruo smiled and did not answer. Xiao Han couldn't wait to open the box, and a golden light instantly came into his eyes. The box contained an object that was golden in color, transparent, and looked like golden crystal, and was the size of a palm. This is a piece of high-quality 1,000-year-old whale glue. Xiao Han, is this what you want? Well, this is 1,000-year-old whale glue. Mom, how much did it cost? It's not as expensive as you think, but it still cost 20,000 gold soul coins. Mom, I'm sorry to have cost you so much. I will prove to you that it is worth it. Lin Jiruo smiled calmly. This whale jelly looks as hard as gemstone. How can you eat it? I have my own way. I can use a high-temperature flame to soften it, and then cut it into pieces and eat it in portions. You know so much. Xiao Han has shown extraordinary talent since he was a child and is a little genius praised by everyone. Lin Jiruo has long been accustomed to his strange behavior. After leaving Lin Jiruo's office, Xiao Han came to the cafeteria and used the high-temperature flame to soften the 1,000-year-old whale glue. Sperm glue is a very masculine substance. In addition to strengthening the body, it also has certain aphrodisiac and yang effects. Xiao Han is still young, and he is worried that his body will not be able to bear eating such a large piece of whale jelly at once, so he cut the softened whale jelly into 6 pieces, intending to take 1 piece at regular intervals until it is all eaten. He ate a piece right there and then. It wasn't long before the whale glue began to be absorbed by him and began to work in his body. Walking on the road, Xiao Han felt hot all over, his heart beat faster, and his breathing became rapid, as if an invisible force was running rampant in his body. Xiao Han, what's wrong with you? Your face and neck are red. Are you sick? Shui Yuer, who was walking towards him, was startled when she saw Xiao Han's appearance. It seems so. I feel a little uncomfortable. Please ask Teacher Su for leave for me. I need to go back and rest for a while. Okay, go back and rest. Xiao Han returned to the dormitory, sat cross-legged, practiced qigong and regulated his breathing, trying hard to suppress the masculine energy in his body. It took 2 hours before his breathing and heartbeat gradually stabilized. When I opened my eyes again, everything seemed clearer. Xiao Han felt that his body became stronger. This stuff has a really strong after effect. Luckily I only ate a small piece of it. I guess I need to be more careful. Time flies like an arrow, time flies like a shuttle. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In 2 months, Xiao Han will be 9 years old. He had eaten all of the high-quality 1,000-year-old whale glue and absorbed it completely. Among his peers, Xiao Han's physique is undoubtedly the best. On this day, Xiao Han, who was practicing, suddenly opened his eyes. I have finally broken through the barrier of level 20. I can now go hunt soul beasts and obtain my second soul ring. Chapter 11. Xiao Han told Lin Jiruo the news that he had broken through to level 20, and then came to find Shui Binger. Shui Binger has always regarded Xiao Han as her biggest competitor, but every time she increases her soul power by 1 level, she is a little later than Xiao Han. At this time, Shui Binger was stuck at level 20, just 1 step away from a breakthrough. Shui Binger was very happy to see Xiao Han. Xiao Han, why are you here? Are you here to tell me that you have broken through level 20? Yeah, that's what I wanted to tell you. Hate it. You got there first again. Shui Binger pouted, somewhat unconvinced. Xiao Han smiled and said, how's it going? Are you about to break through? Well, I will definitely catch up with you within a month. That's great. We can go to the frozen forest together to hunt soul beasts again. You can also practice on the way. When you get there, you might be able to break through. Okay, let's go together. The next day, the three of them took a carriage to the far north. Along the way, except for eating and sleeping, Shui Binger has been practicing. Half a month later, the three arrived at the frozen forest. After nearly 3 years, Xiao Han and Shui Binger had different feelings when they came here again. They had become stronger and more mature. As they were walking, Xiao Han suddenly said, Mom, my second soul ring needs to be of the 1,000-year level. Lin Jiruo frowned, thinking she had heard wrongly. Millennium Spirit Ring? You are messing around again. Mom, I'm serious. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he turned to look at Shui Binger and said with a smile. Binger, do you think I can absorb the Millennium Spirit Ring? Maybe. Now, no matter what you do, I don't find it strange. Shui Binger also felt that Xiao Han was a little weird, but she still chose to believe him. You little brat, you've already absorbed thousands of years of energy in your second soul ring. Aren't you afraid that your body will burst from the energy of your soul ring? Xiao Han said calmly, Mom, don't forget that I've eaten whale glue for thousands of years. Does whale glue have such magical effects? Of course. Look at my current physique, how strong it is. Do I look like an 8 or 9-year-old child? TSK. Just show off. Lin Jiruo gave Xiao Han a look of contempt. Listening to their conversation, Shui Binger was confused. Dean Lin, Xiao Han, what is the whale glue you are talking about? It is an extremely precious medicinal material. It is used to strengthen the body, but it is a little. Xiao Han, if you're not comfortable talking about it, forget it. Well, I'll get you some more whale brain when I get a chance. Xiao Han knew that there were many 100,000-year level sea soul beasts in the sea area of Sea God Island. Maybe he would go there to obtain soul rings in the future. After all, it was too difficult to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast in the frozen forest. Soul beasts that have cultivated for thousands of years are rare in the outskirts of the forest, so the three continued to move towards the center of the forest. After searching for several days in a row, although I encountered many soul beasts, there was no suitable one. Some soul beasts are too young, less than 1,000 years old. Some even exceed this limit, reaching over 2,000 years. Lin Jiruo would not risk Xiao Han's life. At most, she could only allow him to absorb a spirit ring that had just reached 1,000 years old. As the sky darkened, the light in the forest became thinner and the chill almost penetrated the bone marrow. Xiao Han, Lin Jiruo and Shui Binger were walking when they were all attracted by a soul beast. The soul beast lay quietly under a tree covered with frost, as if it had merged into this cold world. It is about 2 meters long, with a round and agile body, and is covered with a layer of crystal clear ice armor that sparkles with a faint blue light. The layer of ice armor looked very hard, and was covered with dense ice spikes that looked like snowflake crystals. Those sharp ice spikes reflected dazzling light under the sunlight. Mom, is this an ice-armored thorn beast? Ah. The information in the Jianshui College Library contains introductions to various cold attribute and water attribute soul beasts, and Xiao Han also learned some of them. The ice armor thorn beast is a type of hedgehog soul beast that has both offensive and defensive capabilities. Its hard ice armor can be used for defense, and its ice spikes can be used for attack. To hunt the ice armor thorn beast, you must first break its defense. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Jiruo's eyes. A cultivation level of over 1,000 years just meets the criteria. They are looking for a second soul ring for Xiao Han. Xiao Han, we have been searching for a few days and finally found a suitable soul beast. The cultivation level of this soul beast has just reached 1,000 years. That's great. Xiao Han looked at the ice-armored thorn beast and chuckled. Little hedgehog, it's you. The ice-armored thorn beast sensed the breath of the human soul master and immediately went into a defensive state. It curled up its body and the ice thorns all over its body suddenly stood up like a thorn ball. Lin Jiruo quickly released her martial soul and soul ring, ready for battle. This time, Xiao Han and Shui Binger did not stand idly by, but released their respective martial spirits and first soul rings. Although they only have one soul skill, their means of attack are not limited to soul ring skills. Attacking soul beasts that are stronger than themselves is also a form of training for them. The three of them quickly launched an offensive. Lin Jiruo's figure moved lightly through the woods, constantly releasing the power of the ice element, forming ice walls and ice cones to restrain the movements of the ice-armored beast. Although her attack did not directly target the ice armor thorn beast's vital points, it effectively restricted its range of movement, creating an opportunity for Xiao Han and Shui Binger to attack. Xiao Han and Shui Binger cooperated tacitly and approached the ice armor thorn beast from both sides. Blue arrows shot out from Xiao Han's Shinbing Bao. Xiao Han's first soul skill, frost shooting, although not powerful enough to penetrate the ice armor thorn beast's defense, but every shot landed accurately on the ice armor, trying to find the weak point of its defense. Shui Binger also continuously released ice blade attacks. However, as a 1,000-year-old soul beast, is the ice armor thorn beast so easy to deal with? It suddenly became furious, and the ice spikes on its ice armor poured out like a rainstorm, attacking the two with biting cold and sharp edges. Seeing this, Lin Jiruo immediately increased the output of ice elements, instantly forming a thick ice shield to protect the two of them. After launching an ice spike attack, the ice armor beast tries to escape while the opponent is defending. But Lin Jiruo would not give it a chance to escape. "I won't play with you anymore." Frozen. As Lin Jiruo activated her freezing skill, the entire space seemed to be frozen, and even the air solidified. The ice armor thorn beast's movement suddenly became slow, and its originally indestructible ice armor actually began to show tiny cracks under the force of extreme cold. Ice slash. An even more powerful icy force surged out from Lin Jiruo's palm, transforming into a huge ice blade that directly hit the back of the ice armor thorn beast. With a crisp cracking sound, the ice armor thorn beast's defense was completely broken. Seeing this, Xiao Han immediately took action, pulled the bow to its full length, and an ice blue arrow condensed and shot accurately at the back of the ice armor thorn beast. Accompanied by a dull roar, the huge body of the ice armor thorn beast fell to the ground with a loud bang. Chapter 12. Looking at the 1,000-year soul ring, Xiao Han was a little excited. But Lin Jiruo was still a little worried. This will be the second soul ring that Xiao Han has absorbed. Its age has exceeded the limit that an ordinary soul master can bear. "Xiao Han, have you decided to absorb this spirit ring?" "Of course. Don't worry, Mom. I can handle it." Xiao Han is full of confidence. It took him half a year to finish eating all the high-quality 1,000-year-old whale glue, and his body gradually became tough. This is enough to prove that eating whale glue is useful. Xiao Han knew that the limit that an ordinary soul master's second soul ring could withstand was more than 700 years. The 1,000-year soul ring in front of you is only 200 years old. He had the confidence to absorb it. Seeing that Xiao Han had made up his mind, Lin Jiruo didn't say anything more. She just stood by quietly to protect Xiao Han. Xiao Han sat under the purple soul ring, preparing to adjust his condition to the best before absorbing it. Shui Binger sat cross-legged on the snow to practice, taking the opportunity to recover. In the battle just now, she also consumed a lot of soul power. But it also stimulated her potential and helped her break through the level 20 barrier, which meant that she could also obtain her second soul ring. After adjusting his state, Xiao Han began to absorb the 1,000-year soul ring. The surging energy in the soul ring slowly flowed into Xiao Han's body. This energy was much more domineering than the first time he absorbed a spirit ring. It was like a rushing river with powerful momentum, attempting to break down his body's defenses. Fine beads of sweat oozed out of Xiao Han's forehead, but he closed his eyes tightly and clenched his teeth. Every cell in his body seemed to be activated, engaging in a fierce confrontation and fusion with the external energy. As time went by, the extremely cold force began to become docile. Guided by Xiao Han, it slowly flowed along the meridians in his body and merged with his original soul power. Xiao Han's breathing gradually became even and his expression calmed down. During this period, Shui Binger has recovered to her best condition. "Dean Lin, Xiao Han is amazing. He has conquered that energy. Yeah. This brat is so willful. Fortunately, he survived." Only then did Lin Jiruo feel relieved. "Dean Lin, I have also broken through to level 20. Really? That's great. Once Xiao Han absorbs this spirit ring, we will find a suitable spirit beast for you to help you obtain the second spirit ring." Ah. The two smiled at each other, waiting for Xiao Han to wake up from absorbing the soul ring. Time passed by minute by minute. When the last bit of energy was completely absorbed, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes. It took longer than the last time to absorb this 1,000-year soul ring, a full 4 hours. By this time, it was already dark. Even though the light was dim, Xiao Han felt that he could see farther and more clearly than before. Obviously, after absorbing this 1,000-year soul ring, his mental power has also improved a lot and his perception ability has become stronger. "Xiao Han, you have finally absorbed all the spirit rings." "Yeah. Mom, I did it." Xiao Han stood up, feeling the surging power in his body, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked at Lin Jiruo who had been standing by his side, his eyes full of gratitude. Without the support and trust of his adoptive mother, he would never have been able to absorb this 1,000-year soul ring. Lin Jiruo nodded with satisfaction, her eyes slightly moist. Yes, my money was not wasted. Shui Bing'er felt the powerful aura emanating from Xiao Han, and a hint of surprise and envy flashed in her eyes. She knew that she had to work harder to catch up with this partner who was always ahead. Xiao Han, congratulations, you have a 1,000-year spirit ring. Hehe, don't envy me, you will soon have your own second spirit ring. You're right. Bing'er has already broken through to level 20. Great. After daybreak, we can find a suitable soul beast for Bing'er. Shui Bing'er smiled and nodded, then asked Xiao Han, how much has your soul power increased? More than 2 levels, close to 3 levels. Shui Bing'er was stunned for a moment and joked, I'm afraid it will be even harder for me to catch up with you in the future. It's still early. Maybe you'll catch up after you absorb the spirit ring. So what is your second soul skill? Similar to the ice spike attack of the ice armor beast, I call it 10,000 arrows. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he released his martial soul and spirit ring. Along with the sudden flash of the second purple ring, the second soul skill, 1,000 arrows, was activated. In an instant, countless ice blue arrows shot out from the Jinbing Bao, piercing the target like a meteor shower. Xiao Han explained, this soul skill of mine can be used as a group attack skill, and can also be controlled as I wish, with thousands of arrows converged into one, to carry out a concentrated attack on the target. Amazing! Shui Bing'er praised from the bottom of her heart. Lin Jiruo also nodded with satisfaction. This soul skill is not bad. Well, it's getting late, you two should rest, I will keep watch. Mom, you and Bing'er go and have some rest, I'll keep watch. Lin Jiruo knew that Xiao Han loved her. Although she felt relieved, she was still a little worried. This is no longer the outskirts. It's a bit dangerous. Let me do it. No. You go and rest, let me do it. After all, I am now a great soul master with a strength close to level 23, so I can still keep watch. If there is any movement, I will wake you up immediately. You little brat have become more capable. Well, I'll let you try. Don't worry, I can do it. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he helped to set up the tent and leaned it against the big tree. Afterwards, Lin Jiruo and Shui Bing'er were allowed to go in and rest. Having just absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring, Xiao Han was in a very good mental state. He sat by the tent and waited until dawn. Fortunately, no soul beast came to disturb us the whole night. Lin Jiruo quietly walked out of the tent and gently patted Xiao Han on the shoulder. Xiao Han, you did a great job on your first night watch. It's almost dawn, go in and get some sleep. Mom, I'm not tired. We still have to look for soul beasts today, so we need to get enough rest. Go and rest for a while, I'll call you in an hour. Okay then. Xiao Han walked into the tent quietly. At this time, Shui Bing'er was sleeping soundly. Looking at that rosy little face, Xiao Han was afraid of waking her up, so he lay down beside her carefully and fell asleep with his eyes closed. The sky gradually became brighter. Shui Bing'er opened her eyes dazedly and was surprised to find that the person next to her was Xiao Han. Looking at the sleeping Xiao Han, a gentle smile appeared on Shui Bing'er's face. Before I knew it, I had known Xiao Han for 3 years. This little boy, who originally looked very immature, gradually became responsible and became a partner who could be trusted and relied upon. Chapter 13. Xiao Han suddenly woke up from his sleep and found that Shui Bing'er was no longer around, so he got up and walked out of the tent. Bing'er, you're awake. Mom, why didn't you call me? Lin Jiruo and Shui Bing'er were eating nearby. I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't call you. Come and have something to eat, and then we'll go help Bing'er find a suitable soul beast. It is good. Shui Bing'er smiled and asked. You had your first vigil last night. How was it? That's good. From now on, when you go out to hunt soul beasts, leave the night watch to me. That won't work. After I obtain my second spirit ring, I will also help you share the burden. No need. I'm a man, so I should take more responsibility. Lin Jiruo on the side smiled and joked, the brat has grown up and become sensible. In another 10 or 8 years, I will be able to enjoy a peaceful and happy life. After eating and packing up, the 3 of them set off. 2 days later, the 3 entered a valley. It is extremely cold here and the surroundings are covered with ice. Just as the 3 of them were carefully moving between the ice walls, a low and powerful sound of ice cracking broke the silence around them. Following the sound, I saw a huge figure slowly emerging from behind a huge ice rock not far away. Sensing the presence of the soul beast, Lin Zhiruo was pleasantly surprised. It's an ice crystal pangolin with 600 or 700 years of cultivation. It's just right to be Binger's second soul ring. After Lin Zhiruo finished speaking, she rushed over quickly. Xiao Han and Shui Binger followed closely behind. This ice pangolin is 3 meters long and is covered with crystal clear blue ice armor. Each piece of armor is not only extremely hard, but also faintly chilling. Its eyes appeared particularly bright against the backdrop of the ice armor, flashing a fierce light. The ice surface crackled with every step taken by those strong and powerful limbs. The most eye-catching feature is its drill-like tail, which is made of ice crystals and is extremely sharp. It is not only a tool for digging caves, but also a weapon for attacking enemies. The approach of the 3 people made the ice crystal pangolin feel threatened. It let out a low roar, and complex patterns gradually appeared on its ice armor. Obviously, it is ready for battle. Xiao Han, Shui Binger and Lin Zhiruo looked at each other. Mom, let Binger and I deal with it. Okay, be careful. Although it has only been in cultivation for 600 or 700 years, its attack and defense are no less powerful than that 1,000-year-old ice armor thorn beast. Oh, I see. For Xiao Han and Shui Binger, this was another good training opportunity. The two released their martial spirits and spirit rings at the same time. With the sudden flash of the first soul ring, Shui Binger took the lead in launching the freezing skill, and a layer of hard ice instantly froze the ice crystal pangolin. But the ice crystal pangolin had violent power and broke free from Shui Binger's ice in the blink of an eye. But Xiao Han's frost shooting followed, and an ice blue arrow hit the ice crystal pangolin's neck hard. Xiao Han observed it carefully and found that the back, head and tail of the ice crystal pangolin were extremely hard, and its abdomen was its weakest point. However, it has a huge body and will definitely protect its abdomen. It is quite difficult to use this as a breakthrough point. In addition, its neck is relatively weak. Xiao Han's frost shot was aimed at this point. The arrow just now directly shot off several pieces of ice armor. The ice pangolin was angry, and it opened its huge mouth and pounced toward Shui Binger, who was weaker. Although it is huge in size, its speed is not weak at all. Shui Binger only has 1 soul ring, but she has superb combat skills. Facing the sudden attack of the ice crystal pangolin, she quickly escaped with a light leap. At the same time, an ice blade swung out rapidly from her hand. The ice blade cut through the air, bringing up a biting cold wind, and accurately embedded itself between the hard neck scales of the ice crystal pangolin. Although it failed to directly penetrate its defense, it still caused it great pain, as that part had already suffered from Xiao Han's attack. The roar of the ice crystal pangolin became even more violent. This sudden counterattack caused the ice crystal pangolin to lose its balance briefly, buying Xiao Han and Shui Binger precious time to counterattack. Xiao Han's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He flashed and used the terrain to his advantage, going around the flank of the ice crystal pangolin, which was the blind spot of its vision and defense. The soul power in Xiao Han's body surged, and his second soul skill, 1,000 arrows, was activated instantly. Those ice arrows seemed to be endowed with life, turning into an icy rain all over the sky, densely shooting towards the ice crystal pangolin's body. Although the ice crystal pangolin had amazing defense, it still had to do its best to resist such intensive ice arrow attacks. Its tail spun wildly, trying to smash the ice arrows with its sharp ice crystal drill. But each ice arrow contained extremely penetrating cold air, which continuously weakened the defense of the ice crystal pangolin. While the ice crystal pangolin was defending, Xiao Han once again activated his second soul skill. This time is different from the last time. With the control of his thoughts, countless ice blue arrows gathered together in the air and all pierced the neck of the ice crystal pangolin. At the same time, Shui Binger was not idle either. She once again activated the freezing skill, and the hard ice froze the entire back half of Bingjing Chuanshan's body, leaving only the head and neck, allowing Xiao Han's ice arrow to successfully hit the target. With the tacit cooperation of the two, the ice crystal pangolin gradually seemed overwhelmed. Its roars became more and more rapid, and the ice armor on its neck was completely shattered. Binger, it's up to you. Clear. Shui Binger jumped high and concentrated the remaining soul power in her body into her right hand. An extremely sharp ice blade was instantly slashed out and landed accurately on the neck of the ice crystal pangolin. Boom! There was a muffled sound. The huge body of the ice crystal pangolin fell to the ground with a loud bang, and after struggling for a few times, it became motionless. Seeing this, Lin Zhiruo quickly stepped forward to check, and after confirming that the ice crystal pangolin had completely lost its life breath, she smiled with satisfaction. She walked over to Xiao Han and Shui Binger and patted their shoulders. Well done. The two of you are really getting better and better at working together. Of course, we have been together for 3 years after all. Stop talking nonsense. Binger, adjust your state and prepare to absorb the spirit ring. A ball of yellow mist slowly rose from the body of the ice crystal pangolin and gradually condensed into a soul ring. After adjusting her state, Shui Binger pulled the soul ring to her side and began to absorb it. Lin Zhirua waited quietly by the side. Xiao Han sat down to practice, taking the opportunity to recover the soul power consumed in the battle. 3 hours later, Shui Binger completely absorbed the soul ring. Chapter 14. Xiao Han could clearly feel that the aura emanating from Shui Binger was stronger than before. It's different with the second spirit ring. Binger, how much has your spirit power increased? 2 levels. It's caught up with me. Don't comfort me. I'm still almost 1 level lower than you in soul power. Lin Zhirua smiled and said. Binger, come on, try to leave this guy behind. Dean Lin, it's already good enough that I don't widen the gap between us. Don't underestimate yourself, you can do it. By the way, what is your second soul skill? Shui Binger paused for a moment and then continued. My second soul skill is a defensive skill. When this soul skill is activated, an ice ring will appear, which can be attached to myself or my teammates. Crystal blue armor will appear on the covered person, which can block the physical attacks of opponents of the same level within 5 seconds. But when facing some particularly powerful attacks, it will also be broken. Lin Zhirua nodded with satisfaction. Binger's first 2 soul skills are a group restriction skill and a group defense skill. They are perfect team battle soul skills and can play a vital role in team battles. Shui Binger's first 2 soul skills were the same as what Xiao Han knew, with no changes. All this happened very naturally. Even though Xiao Han was a time traveler who knew the plot in advance, he did not change anything. Fortunately, it doesn't matter. It is also good that Shui Binger possesses these 2 soul skills. Afterwards, the 3 of them left the frozen forest. On the way back to Tianshui College, Xiao Han practiced in a carriage and successfully broke through the 23rd level. After returning to the academy, Lin Zhirua told Dean Zhao what happened in the frozen forest. Dean Zhao was shocked after hearing this. I never thought that Xiao Han could absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring as his second spirit ring. I have never seen anyone whose second spirit ring has reached the 1,000-year level. This kid has created another miracle. Yes. Although he is a little willful, he always brings us surprises. Yes. Xiao Han's spirit is somewhat similar to the light-wing divine bow of the light-wing Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Perhaps one day, he will be able to reach or even surpass the achievements of the light-wing Douluo. The 5th worshipper of the Spirit Hall, Guangling Douluo, has the dual attributes of light and ice. His soul power has reached level 96 and he is respected by all cold attribute soul masters. However, he is not a pure cold attribute soul master. President Zhao, do you think highly of Xiao Han? Of course. He has already created 2 miracles at such a young age. His future is immeasurable. I hope so. Dean Zhao nodded with satisfaction. Binger is also very good. It's great that these 2 children can grow up together. Yeah. To be honest, I'm looking forward to the Soul Master competition in 7 years. Who isn't? The 2 smiled at each other, full of confidence in the future of Xiao Han and Shui Binger. Among the teams from Tianshui College that have participated in the Soul Master competition in the past, there has never been young Soul Masters as talented as Xiao Han and Shui Binger. They will definitely join the college team at the same time, and perhaps they can create a miracle for Tianshui College and lead the team into the top 3 in the finals. Time flies, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 years, Xiao Han and Shui Binger's soul power has increased by 6 levels. Now, Xiao Han is 11 years old, and his soul power is 29, just 1 step away from breaking through to the 30th level. Shui Binger's soul power is level 28. They are all qualified to become a member of the next Soul Master competition team. In the Soul Master competition that just ended, Tianshui College not only failed to advance further, but also lost 1 person. The schools that ranked before Tianshui College in order are, Wuhuan Hall College, Leiting College, Shenfeng College and Xinglua Empire Royal College. Tianshui University ranked 5th. Director's Office. Dean Zhao had a serious look on his face, and was obviously dissatisfied with the result of this Soul Master competition. Zhirua, our academy is about to form a brand new team. Although we have talented young people like Xiao Han and Binger, the strength of other academies is also improving. In addition to the Spirit Hall Academy, which is full of talented people, the Thunder Academy, headed by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Spirit, has always been relatively strong. Feng Xiaotian from the Xinfeng Academy will also lead the team to participate in the competition for the first time. In addition, the strength of the two children of Hua Tianming, the president of the Qihua Academy, should not be underestimated. Xingluo Royal Academy has always been known for its strength, and it has risen in this Soul Master competition. We now have a strong opponent. But no matter what, our goal is still to advance to the top 3, what do you think? Lin Zhihua thought for a moment. She knew it was time to step up. President Xiao, why don't you let me lead the team myself? After forming a new team, I will personally train them for the next 5 years. Okay, that's exactly what I meant. I believe that under your leadership, our Qianshui College team will be able to achieve the best results ever. Well, I'll try my best. Both of them are very confident in the new team. A few days later, the academy announced the new team roster. The 7 main players are Yu Heru, Gu Qingba, Xiao Yu, Liu Yu, Zhou Ruoshui, Shui Binger, and Shui Yuer. In the past, the Qianshui College team that participated in the Soul Master competition usually had 11 places, 7 main players and 4 substitutes. The main players are on the field most of the time, and the substitutes are used as backup options to prevent accidents. Therefore, the 7 main players were selected very early, and the 4 substitutes were not officially confirmed until 1 year before the Soul Master competition. But this time, things were different because of Xiao Han's presence. In addition to the 7 main players, there is also a substitute named Xiao Han on the public list. Everyone in the academy knew about Xiao Han's strength, and he had secured a substitute spot 4 years in advance without any dispute. If it weren't for the purpose of avoiding suspicion, he would definitely become a member of the main force. On the second day after the new team list was announced, Lin Zhihua called 8 people to the training ground. From today on, the new team of Qianshui College is officially established. For the next 5 years, I will be your team leader, responsible for training you, supervising your practice, and taking you to participate in competitions until the end of the Soul Master competition. After hearing this, everyone was surprised. They didn't expect that the new team leader would be Dean Lin. It was only at this time that Xiao Han learned of this important news. Lin Zhihua continued. As you all know, in the just concluded Soul Master competition, our Qianshui College only achieved 5th place. You are all very young and have great potential, so Dean Zhao and I have high expectations for your team this year and hope to lead you into the top 3. Xiao Han responded, President Lin, with you leading the team personally, we will definitely achieve good results. Chapter 15. Xiao Han adapted quickly, and Lin Zhihua was very satisfied. She continued. As you can see, our team members this year are different from the past. We have confirmed a substitute in advance, and that is Xiao Han. Shui Binger smiled and said. With Xiao Han's ability, it's really unfair for him to be a substitute. Yes. Shui Yuer should also agree. Lin Zhihua interrupted them, glanced at Xiao Han, and said jokingly, you don't have to feel sorry for him. It's good enough that he can stay in our women's college. Xiao Han chuckled. I don't feel wronged at all. I'm already very happy to be teammates with you sisters. I don't care about whether I'm a starter or a substitute. As a substitute, I will be your strongest support. After hearing what Xiao Han said, everyone laughed. Lin Zhihua continued. Some of you have already trained together and have developed some tacit understanding with each other. But there are a few who are from different classes and are not familiar with each other yet. So, please introduce yourselves first. It is good. As the oldest member of the team, Yu Heru was the first to step forward and introduce herself. Hello everyone, I'm Yu Heru, my martial soul is Coral Barracuda, and I'm a level 26 strong attack system combat soul master. Gu Qingba was the second to come on stage. Hello everyone, I'm Gu Qingba, my martial soul is Azure Swordfish, and I'm a level 24 agility attack spirit master. Next up is Snow Dance. Hello everyone, I'm Shui Wu, my martial soul is Xinwu Xueduan, and I'm a level 27 auxiliary combat soul master. Shui Wu has long black hair and snow-white skin, and looks quiet and calm. She is 1 year older than Shui Binger. Although he had been in the academy for 5 years, Xiao Han seldom saw her. It is more difficult for auxiliary soul masters to practice than ordinary soul masters. Xiao Han guessed that Shui Wu must have practiced very hard, otherwise she wouldn't have become the best among her peers. He also knew that Shui Wu not only had the ability to change the weather, but could also work together with Shui Binger to perform a powerful martial arts fusion technique, ice and snow drifting. Another quiet girl came on stage. Hello everyone, I am Liu Yu, my martial soul is Enamel Crocodile, and I am a level 23 strong attack type combat soul master. Liu Yu has short aqua blue hair with bangs, and looks very well behaved. The next girl to come on stage was tall, with long ice blue hair sticking up high. A few thin bangs casually hung on both sides of her cheeks, making her look very neat. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Yu, my martial soul is Green Lotus Smoked Base, and I am a level 23 strong attack type combat soul master. Shui Binger then walked forward. Hello everyone, I'm Shui Binger, my martial soul is Ice Phoenix, and I'm a level 28 control type combat soul master. Shui Yu followed closely behind. Hello everyone, I'm Shui Yu, my martial soul is Yu Dolphin, and I'm a level 22 agility attack spirit master. After all the girls were introduced, Xiao Han naturally became the last one. Everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Han at the same time. As the only male student at Tianshui University and a little security guard in front of the female dormitory building of Tianshui University, Xiao Han has long been accustomed to girls' direct stares. He walked forward calmly and introduced, "Hello, sisters. My name is Xiao Han. My martial soul is the Ice Bow and Arrow. I am a level 29 strong attack spirit master." Only Shui Binger and Shui Yu in the team knew that Xiao Han's soul power had reached level 29. The other girls were all surprised. They only knew that Xiao Han was born with full soul power and his second soul ring had reached the 1000-year level. But I didn't expect that Xiao Han, the youngest, had the highest level. Lin Jiruo's eyes swept across several people and finally fell on Shui Binger. Our Tianshui College team has always spoken with strength. Although Binger is young, she has a calm personality and can consider the overall situation. She is also the strongest among your 7 main players, making her the perfect choice for captain. Binger, you will be the captain from now on. Everyone's eyes turned to Shui Binger. Shui Binger glanced at Xiao Han. His prediction 2 years ago had come true. President Lin, I will shoulder the responsibility of captain and work hard with everyone to achieve better results. Very good. Shuewu, you will be the vice captain and assist Binger. Lin Jiruo nodded with satisfaction. Next, I will conduct systematic training for you to develop your tacit understanding. Later, I will take you to participate in actual combat to accumulate combat experience. From this moment on, you are a whole. You must help each other and grow together. Clear. Afterwards, Lin Jiruo led everyone to start training. In a flash, another 3 or 4 months passed. During these few months, we have been training together every day, our mutual understanding has become better and better, and our strength has also improved significantly. That day, after Xiao Han finished his training, his eyes suddenly lit up. I finally broke through level 30. However, I may not be able to take Binger with me to the frozen forest this time. Just a few days ago, Shui Binger successfully broke through level 29. According to Shui Binger's training progress, it might take 4 months for her to break through level 30. Now, Lin Jiruo is the team leader and does not have so much time and energy to spend in the frozen forest. Before leaving, Xiao Han came to find Shui Binger. Binger, I'm going to the frozen forest. You accompanied me the last 2 times I hunted soul beasts, but I'm not used to not having you this time. I want to go with you, but I just broke through level 29 and I can't waste Dean Lin's time. Then let's go next time. I'll go with you then. After saying goodbye to Shui Binger, Xiao Han went to the far north with Lin Jiruo. The two rode at full speed all the way and arrived at the frozen forest in less than half a month. Xiao Han, this time we will try to find a suitable soul beast in the shortest possible time. After helping you obtain the soul ring, we will go back early. Okay. Mom, my 3rd spirit ring needs to be at least 2000 years old. Understood. Although Xiao Han had eaten whale glue, Lin Jiruo would not let him take risks. She believed that for the 3rd soul ring that Xiao Han was about to absorb, 3000 years was the limit. The two searched in the frozen forest for more than 10 days but did not encounter any suitable soul beasts. They are either too young or too old, exceeding 3000 years. Lin Jiruo's goal was very clear, she only wanted soul beasts with a cultivation base between 2000 and 3000 years. That day, the two were walking when Lin Jiruo suddenly stopped. Xiao Han, there is a soul beast. Where is it? On that big tree. Xiao Han followed Lin Jiruo's gaze. I saw a few ice blue birds standing on the towering tree 100 meters ahead. Mom, are those ice swifts? Yes. There are 2 with a cultivation level of about 3000 years. We will take one of them as your 3rd spirit ring. They are extremely fast and their attack power should not be underestimated. We need to make a quick decision. You protect yourself. As soon as Lin Jiruo finished speaking, she rushed out like a flash of blue lightning. Friends, during the trial period, please come back to follow the update tomorrow, thank you. Chapter 16. Lin Jiruo's eyes were extremely determined. She aimed at one of them and chased after it. She knew that a soul beast like the Ice Swift, which had the advantage of speed, could bring Xiao Han a speed boost, which was crucial to Xiao Han's future growth. Lin Jirua was extremely fast in a blink of an eye. She caught up with the Ice Swift that had cultivated for 3,000 years and locked it with her freezing skills. However, at this critical moment, something unexpected happened. An unnoticed Ice Swift, relying on its amazing speed and agility, quietly approached Xiao Han from the flank. Its sharp beak flashed with cold light, and it was obviously preparing to give the young soul master a fatal blow. Faced with this sudden threat, Xiao Han was not at all flustered. The soul power in his body surged out like a raging river, and the Zhenbing Bao and arrow martial spirit instantly condensed in his hand. An icy air emanated from his body, and even the air around him seemed to solidify a little. Xiao Han stretched out his body and soared into the air like an arrow. The Zhenbing Bao and arrow in his hand drew a perfect arc in the air, pointing directly at the rushing Ice Swift. The second soul skill, thousands of arrows, is launched instantly. I saw countless ice blue arrows shooting out from the bowstrings, like stars in the sky, covering the entire space in a dense rain of arrows. Those ice arrows were condensed from true ice, interweaving into a web of death in the air. Each one contained enough sharpness and coldness to penetrate steel. This sudden rain of arrows blocked the Ice Swift's vision. The sneak attack failed, and it flashed away in another direction, disappearing from Xiao Han's sight in an instant. So fast. Xiao Han couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, Lin Jirua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Han's calmness and courage were beyond her imagination. Lin Jirua has seen Xiao Han's progress in the past few years. In addition to the two soul skills, Xiao Han also mastered a lot of superb combat skills. He can use the Zhenbing Bao and arrow flexibly, using the Bao for defense and the arrow for attack. The only drawback is that he is still too young and will find it difficult to withstand a strong opponent. However, this is a process that every young soul master must go through. Compared with his peers, Xiao Han is already outstanding enough. The Ice Swift, which had cultivated for 3,000 years, was firmly suppressed by Lin Jirua's ice and was now being pressed on the snow. Xiao Han, come and give it the final blow. It is good. Xiao Han jumped up with the Zhenbing arrow in his hand and stabbed the arrowhead fiercely into the head of the Ice Swift. The Ice Swift struggled violently for a moment, then lay motionless. Xiao Han quickly sat down to adjust his state and prepare to absorb the soul ring. Not long after, a ball of purple mist slowly rose from the body of the Ice Swift and gradually condensed into a 1,000-year soul ring emitting purple light. Under Lin Jirua's protection, Xiao Han began to absorb the soul ring. Like the previous 2 times, Xiao Han resisted the impact of the soul ring energy and finally absorbed it completely. When he opened his eyes again, he suddenly felt a bright light in front of his eyes, and his vision seemed to have improved again. What surprised Xiao Han even more was that the soul skill he had newly acquired gave him a special ability. Seeing Xiao Han wake up, Lin Jirua couldn't wait to ask. Xiao Han, how are you? Mom, my soul power has increased by 2 levels. This is an amplification soul skill, and I also gained the ability to fly. Really? How exactly? Look. As Xiao Han spoke, he released his martial soul and soul ring. As the 3rd soul ring suddenly flashed, a pair of ice blue wings appeared on Xiao Han's back. The wings were the same shape as the wings of the Ice Swift, condensed from ice, and each wing was 2 meters long when spread out. Mom, let me try. Xiao Han leaped up like lightning and soared into the sky. He flapped his wings a few times in the air and soon got used to the pair of wings. This is what freedom feels like, it feels so good. The pair of wings seemed to be integrated with Xiao Han's body, allowing Xiao Han to experience a feeling he had never experienced before. Lin Jirua had taken him flying before, but having the ability to fly autonomously and control his own direction was a completely different feeling. Looking at Xiao Han flying freely in the air, Lin Jirua also felt happy. She knew that the Ice Swift could increase Xiao Han's speed, but she didn't expect it to directly grant him the ability to fly. For a young soul master, having the ability to fly is extremely important. Any soul skill has an attack range. If you cannot hit the target, no matter how powerful the soul skill is, it will be in vain. In the battle with the opponent, the soul master with the ability to fly has more advantages and can use his flying ability to avoid the opponent's attack range. If you encounter an opponent stronger than you, you can also escape by relying on your flying ability. Xiao Han landed next to Lin Jirua. Mom, it feels so great to fly freely. Of course. Congratulations, you now have an escape skill. Mom, I'm using this for fighting. Lin Jirua chuckled. I was just joking. By the way, what kind of increase does this spirit skill bring to you? When I use this soul skill, my speed, attack, and defense can all be increased by 100. It can also be linked with my first two skills to increase attack power. However, using the linked skills consumes a lot of my soul power. But if I just use it for flying, the consumption is still quite small. Very good. This is a very good skill. You must use it well. As your soul power increases in the future, it will play a more important role. Well, I see. Lin Jiruo looked around. Let's leave now before it gets dark. Okay, let's fly out. Ah. The two then spread their wings, flapped their wings, and flew away, soon flying out of the frozen forest. Having the ability to fly is different. It saves a lot of time. Yes. Mom, can you accompany me to Qindo City? After hearing this, Lin Jiruo frowned. Why are you going to Qindo City? You don't want to go to Sunset Forest again? No, I'm only going to Qindo City. I want to borrow something from Prince Xueqinghe. Lin Jiruo became even more confused and felt that Xiao Han was being unreasonable. Although she and Dean Zhao had both met Xueqinghe, they were not familiar with each other at all. If Dean Zhao met Xueqinghe in person and asked him to do something, Xueqinghe might give him some face. But would Xueqinghe meet Xiao Han, an 11-year-old child? Xiao Han, if you want to borrow something from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I'm afraid you won't even be able to see him. How will you know if you don't try? Then tell me first, what do you want to borrow? I'm afraid he's the only one who can help me get what I want to borrow, which is the Spirit Hall's Illustrated Guide to Immortal Herbs. Chapter 17. Xiao Han knew that there were only a handful of people in this world who understood magical herbs. Yu Guan, the chrysanthemum elder of the Spirit Hall, is a true flower lover. He has been studying flowers and plants all his life and is familiar with all kinds of exotic flowers and plants. Tang San comes from another world. With the help of the Tang sect's secret book, Xiantian Baolu, he can accurately identify various magical herbs, so he can also be considered one. There is also the Pei clan's patriarch Yang Wudi and his younger brother Yang Wushuang. However, it is still unknown how much these two brothers know about the immortal grass. Although Dugu Bo was quite knowledgeable about various medicinal herbs, he didn't even recognize the magical herbs in his own medicine garden, which made him no different from a layman. Xiao Han knew that these people could not help him. Go ask Xianren Xue, who is pretending to be the Crown Prince Xueqinghe, for help. Maybe there is still a chance. The Spirit Hall has the most abundant resources, and treasure books such as Illustrated Guide to Immortal Herbs should be included among them. Only then did Lin Jiruo understand Xiao Han's purpose. Stinky boy, after all, it's all about the herbs. Mom, that's not just any herb, it's magic herb. Lin Jiruo gave Xiao Han a look of contempt. Your idea is very naive. Why would His Royal Highness help you? He might think you are fooling around like I do. That's why I asked you to go with me. As the vice president of Qinshui College, you should give me some face, right? You don't have to worry about anything else, as long as I meet him. Xiao Han's eyes were determined, and he seemed to be confident about his plan. Lin Jiruo smiled helplessly. Okay, I'll take you to see him. But he is the crown prince of the empire after all. If you cause any trouble, I won't forgive you. Don't worry, Mom. I can't hurt anyone but you, hee. The next day, the two set out and headed straight for Qindo City. We reached our destination in a few days. Qindo City, as the heartland of the Qindo Empire, is breathtakingly prosperous. The towering city walls rise into the clouds like a giant dragon, guarding the endless glory and tranquility of this imperial city. The city's wide and straight streets are lined with shops and crowded with people. Various colorful signs complement each other, making the city very lively. Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo shuttled through the bustling streets and soon arrived outside the palace. The huge palace shines with golden light in the sun, demonstrating the majesty and dignity of the royal family. Lin Jiruo found a guard and told him her purpose. The water token she carried with her was awarded by Emperor Shui himself, and it could prove her status as the dean of Qinshui College. The other side. Crown Prince Xueqinghe was reading in the study when a guard suddenly came to report. Your Highness, Dean Lin of Qinshui College wishes to see you. After hearing this, Xueqinghe immediately put down the book in his hand, looking confused. Dean Lin. Is she alone? She also brought a teenager with her. Xueqinghe stood up, thinking, a teenager. Could it be the child she adopted? I heard that he was born with full soul power, so he was admitted to Qinshui College as an exception. Got it. Take them to the side hall. I'll be there soon. Yes. Not long after, the guard returned. President Lin, sorry for the long wait. Please follow me. Xiao Han and Lin Zhiruo smiled at each other, followed the guard, walked through several corridors, and came to a hall. Xue Qinghe hasn't arrived yet, so the two of them are waiting here. Mom, I told you that the Crown Prince should give some respect to the Vice President of Tianshui College. Stop talking nonsense, little brat. When you meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince later, don't be so careless. Be serious. I know. But, Mom, I want to talk to him alone, okay? Why? Do you think I'm an eyesore? But he has to agree to that. As the two were talking, they suddenly heard footsteps outside the hall. Stop talking, the Crown Prince is here. Ah. Xue Qinghe walked into the hall and saw that the visitor was indeed Dean Lin. He had met Lin Zhiruo and Dean Zhao at the Soul Master competition that ended just a few months ago. Seeing that the person coming was Xue Qinghe, Lin Zhiruo and Xiao Han bowed. Meet His Highness the Crown Prince. Xue Qinghe smiled slightly. No need to be so polite, sorry for the long wait. Your Highness, you are too polite. We just arrived. Xiao Han raised his head and could see Xue Qinghe's face clearly. Xue Qinghe looked to be in his 20s. He was quite handsome, with a gentle and scholarly air between his brows and a faint yet friendly smile on his lips, which made people involuntarily like him. He was dressed in an exquisite golden robe embroidered with intricate and delicate patterns, highlighting his noble status and extraordinary temperament. Those deep eyes seemed to be able to see into people's hearts, yet they inadvertently revealed the majesty and depth that a prince should have, making people dare not look directly at them for too long. Xue Qinghe walked slowly towards the two of them, his every move and gesture showing the demeanor of a royal child. Dean Lin, this young man is very handsome and has an imposing manner. I guess he must be Xiao Han, right? There was some admiration in Xue Qinghe's words, and his gaze stayed on Xiao Han for a moment, seeming to be quite interested in this young man. Lin Zhiruo nodded and responded. Your Highness, thank you for the compliment. He is Xiao Han. Dean Lin personally brought him to see me, which shows how seriously he takes this matter. I wonder what important matters you two are here to discuss this time. As Xue Qinghe spoke, his eyes revealed wisdom and calmness, as if he was ready to deal with any situation. This calm and unhurried attitude adds to his majesty and charm as a crown prince. Lin Zhiruo replied respectfully, Your Highness is wise. We have a favor to ask of you. Oh. Dean Lin, why don't you just tell me? I will definitely help you as long as I can do it. Thank you, Your Highness. Regarding this matter, my son Xiao Han wants to talk to you alone. When Xue Qinghe heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and his gaze fell on Xiao Han again. From the moment he saw Xiao Han, Xue Qinghe felt that this young man was not simple. Lin Zhiruo's words made Xue Qinghe even more interested in Xiao Han. He couldn't wait to know why this young man came. Xue Qinghe waved gently to the guards behind him. You guys go down first and wait outside the temple. The guards retreated. Your Highness, this is my first time in the palace. If I accidentally said something wrong, I hope Your Highness will forgive me. Xiao Han is obviously a smart man. Dean Lin is overthinking. Xue Qinghe always had a smile on his face, and feeling his kindness, Lin Zhiruo also stepped out. Xiao Han and Xue Qinghe were the only ones left in the hall. The two looked at each other, and Xiao Han was not at all timid. He knew that hidden under Xue Qinghe's skin was Qian Renxue, the young master of the Spirit Hall. All in all, Qian Renxue has been lurking in the Tiando Palace under the identity of Xue Qinghe for 10 years. Chapter 18. At this time, her real age might be less than 20 years old. Xue Qinghe suddenly asked, Xiao Han, why did you come to see me? Your Highness. I'm looking for something, and I'm afraid you're the only one in the world who can help me. Oh. What is it? Tell me about it. It's a book called Illustrated Guide to Immortal Herbs. The Illustrated Guide to Immortal Herbs. Xue Qinghe was a little surprised to learn that it was a book. He didn't expect that Xiao Han came here just for it. Although he felt it was a bit outrageous, Xue Qinghe still smiled casually. Xiao Han, this is the first time I've heard of the Illustrated Guide to Immortal Herbs. As far as I know, there doesn't seem to be any such book in the Empire's library. Your Highness, this book seems to be in the Spirit Hall, so I came to you for help. Martial Soul Hall. Xue Qinghe frowned, as if thinking about something. The Spirit Hall does have many various precious and rare books, but Qian Renxue has not been in the Spirit Hall for a long time and does not know much about it. She guessed that the book Xiao Han mentioned might indeed be in the Spirit Hall. I just don't know why this teenage boy in front of me wants to get it. Xiao Han, could it be that you know something about magical herbs? Are you interested in this? Xiao Han said seriously. Your Highness, to be honest, although I am not very old, I know a little bit about medicine. I have been studying various herbs since I was a child. If I could not be a soul master, I would be a doctor who saves the dying and heals the wounded. Now, I have become a soul master, but studying herbs is still my interest. After listening to Xiao Han's explanation, Xue Qinghe nodded slightly, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. You have become a soul master with full innate soul power, with unlimited potential, but you still remember your original intention, which is rare. However, the book you mentioned is in the spirit hall, I am afraid. Xue Qinghe paused for a moment, seeming to be in some difficulty. Your Highness, what's wrong? You are still young, so there are some things I cannot tell you directly. The spirit hall is no longer the same as before. Given the relationship between the Empire and them, even if I am the Crown Prince, they may not be willing to give me the book. Do you understand? Xiao Han certainly understood that if the real Xue Qinghe went to take it, the spirit hall would definitely ignore him, but his real identity was the young master of the spirit hall. As long as the spirit hall had the illustrated book of immortal herbs, he would definitely be able to get it. It seems that I have to show him my sincerity. Your Highness, I believe that as long as you make a move, you will be able to get it, so I came to you. If you are willing to help me this time, I will repay your kindness. Although I am not strong enough now, I may be able to help you in 5 or 10 years. Hearing this, Xue Qinghe grinned. The young man in front of him behaved in a very mature and somewhat arrogant manner. This is somewhat similar to her personality, being persistent in getting what she wants. Xue Qinghe was not angry because of Xiao Han's persistence. Instead, he admired his courage even more. This young man is too confident. He has just entered the palace and he dares to speak nonsense in front of the prince. Most people's self-confidence comes from their own strong strength. If they don't have any real ability, then they are just conceited. Since Qian Renxue had been lurking in the Tiando Palace, she had been secretly building her own power. She would certainly not miss any young person with potential. Just like Xiao Han said, he may not be needed now, but who can say what will happen in 5 or 10 years? What's more, Tianxue College is standing behind him. Qian Renxue knew that Xiao Han was gifted, which was why he was admitted to Tianxue College as an exception. However, she still didn't know whether the boy had fulfilled his talent after several years of training. I didn't expect you to be so persistent in the illustrated guide of immortal herbs. It seems that you are very confident about your future. Of course. Your Highness, I just got the 3rd spirit ring in the frozen forest and came to see you. Xue Qinghe was stunned for a moment and realized that Xiao Han wanted to show his strength in front of him to prove that what he said was true. Have you reached the soul master level? Yes, Your Highness. I am 11 years old, and my soul power is 32 levels. 11 years old, level 32. Xue Qinghe suddenly thought of the Spirit Hall Academy team. She heard that all the members of the Spirit Hall Academy's team this year were extremely talented and had unlimited potential, especially Xiao Yu, Hulaina, and Yan, who were highly expected by Pope Bibi Dong. But even among the 3 of them, no one had broken through to level 32 of soul power at the age of 11. The young man in front of him was obviously a more outstanding person. Xue Qinghe looked at Xiao Han with some disbelief, but still smiled. Xiao Han, I have never seen anyone reach the soul master level at the age of 11. You are the first. Do you mind showing off your strength? Of course I don't mind. Your Highness, I dare not speak carelessly in front of you. As Xiao Han spoke, he stretched out his hands and slowly released his martial soul and soul ring. The Zhenbing bow and arrow released a chilling cold air, and the air in the hall seemed to be frozen, with the temperature dropping sharply. 3 soul rings of yellow, purple and violet surrounded Xiao Han's body, reflecting the confident look on his face. Seeing this scene, Xue Qinghe's pupils suddenly shrank, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The 2nd soul ring has reached the 1,000-year level. Even I, who has an innate full soul power of level 20, have never done that. How did he do it? He has really fulfilled his talent and has a bright future. If he can really be used by me in the future. Xiao Han put away his martial spirit and spirit ring, and said with a smile. Your Highness, I'm afraid you'll be cold, so I'll put it away first. Xue Qinghe recovered and said with a smile, you are indeed gifted. No wonder Tianxue College made an exception to admit you. At such a young age, your 2nd spirit ring has reached 1,000 years old. It is incredible. Xue Qinghe's generous praise did not make Xiao Han feel complacent. Xiao Han said modestly, Your Highness, I'm just lucky. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly. I will do my best to help you get the illustrated guide to immortal herbs that you mentioned. Thank you, Your Highness. You're welcome. If I get it, I'll send someone to let you know. It is good. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Xueqing has suddenly asked. By the way, has your Qianshui College's team for the next Soul Master competition been formed? Well, the new team has been formed. If I'm not mistaken, you should also be a member of the team. Yes, Your Highness. However, I am only a substitute. It seems that you are a special existence. I hope to see your wonderful performance in the next Soul Master competition. Your Highness, I will work hard. Afterwards, Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo left the palace. Chapter 19. The first meeting with Qian Renxue, who was disguised as Crown Prince Xueqinghe, went relatively smoothly. Xiao Han demonstrated his strength and potential in front of Qian Renxue, proving that he is a young man worth looking forward to. He believed that Qian Renxue would help him get the illustrated guide to immortal herbs, not only because of him, but also because she wanted to win over the power of Qianshui College. Of course, what Xiao Han wanted was not just to get the illustrated book of immortal herbs. He wanted to get to know Qian Renxue better and then find out more information about Douluo Bo from her. As long as Douluo Bo is still in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, Xiao Han cannot enter. Only when he is not around will you have the chance to pick the magical herbs there. This task must be completed within the next 3 years, and Xiao Han doesn't have much time left. After leaving the palace, Xiao Han told Lin Jiruo about his conversation with Xueqinghe, and Lin Jiruo breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Han, I never thought that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would be willing to help you. However, the book you mentioned is in the Spirit Hall. Can he really help you get it? I believe he can do it. It is not convenient for Xiao Han to tell Lin Jiruo Xueqinghe's true identity now. Lin Jiruo reminded. Xiao Han, if he really helps you get that book, you should not be obsessed with researching or even looking for those magical herbs. Now there are only more than 4 years left before the Soul Master competition, and cultivation is your top priority. Mom, I know my limits. How can immortal herbs be so easy to find? They are very nutritious, much more powerful than whale glue. For young soul masters like us, if we can take the right immortal herbs, our cultivation speed will be multiplied. Is it as magical as you said? Of course. Lin Jiruo seemed to realize something and said seriously. You little brat, I'm warning you, don't keep thinking about the things in Douluo Bo's poison array. Even if there are some rare treasures and exotic herbs in it, you can't covet them. That's Douluo Bo's territory. We were lucky enough to escape last time. You can't take the risk again. Mom, you worry too much. How could I joke about my own life? I don't know you yet. Anyway, don't think about it. Okay. I'll listen to you. Xiao Han didn't want to make Lin Jiruo worry, but he had to go to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and get the magic grass. However, this plan can only be implemented under absolutely safe conditions. A few days later, Xiao Han returned to Qianshui College and told Shui Binger how he hunted ice swifts in the frozen forest and gained the ability to fly. Shui Binger was surprised and happy. Xiao Han, you actually gained the ability to fly, that's great. Yes, in the future I will be able to fly freely in the air like you. By the way, do you feel that you are about to break through level 30? Not yet. However, even if I break through level 30, I probably won't go to the frozen forest to hunt soul beasts right away. Xiao Han was a little confused. Why? I want to wait for Xuewu. I have an appointment with her. After we both break through level 30, we will go to the frozen forest together. During the time you were away, she has already broken through level 29. I see. That's good. It seems like you two get along well. Ah. Xiao Han thought of Shui Binger and Xuewu's soul fusion technique. The martial soul fusion technique requires a common understanding of the martial soul and the mind. The two of them did not enter Qianshui College together, but after forming a new team, the two quickly established a good friendship. Xuewu now has 2 soul skills. The first soul skill is Dark Cloud, which can control the weather and bring a dark cloud. The second soul skill is Rainfall, which requires dark clouds in the sky to activate. This soul skill brings bean-sized raindrops, which turn into a large curtain of water and pour down to drench the opponent. Xuewu's first 2 soul skills have little attack power, but can provide water element assistance to teammates. Xiao Han knew that what could truly bring improvement to Xuewu and the entire team was her upcoming third soul skill, Ice and Snow. When Xuewu activates that soul skill, a large amount of ice and snow will appear in the sky, and the temperature in the range covered by the soul skill will drop significantly, which can weaken the opponent's combat power and continuously consume the opponent's soul power. Only with this soul skill as a foundation, Xuewu was able to team up with Shui Binger to launch the soul fusion skill, Ice and Snow Drifting. Binger, you have such a good relationship with Xuewu, have you ever thought about teaming up with her to perform a martial soul fusion technique? Martial spirit fusion skill. Yes. Xiao Yu is a support-type soul master, and you have the top beast martial soul, the Ice Phoenix. As long as the two of you are in harmony with each other, you will definitely be able to unleash a fusion power beyond imagination. Shui Binger smiled gently and was quite interested in Xiao Han's proposal. Your idea is very good. After she and I both break through level 30, we will study it carefully. Well, I believe that you two can succeed. Then I will accompany you to the frozen forest to hunt soul beasts. It is good. As the two were talking, several other girls from the team came over. Yu Haru said, Xiao Han, we heard from Dean Lin that your third soul skill gives you the ability to fly, which is really great. Gu Qingbo responded. Yes, Xiao Han is getting stronger and stronger. At first we were worried that Xiao Han would become a rival. Now that Xiao Han and Binger both have the ability to fly in our team, we won't be too passive when facing Thunder and the Kamikaze Academy. The power behind Thunder Academy is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and its team is led by a captain who possesses the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit. As a top-level beast spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is known for its brutal attack power, and it also comes with powerful lightning attacks. Lightning has a natural inhibitory effect on ice and water elements. Therefore, in previous Soul Master competitions, Tianshui College was repeatedly defeated in battles with Thunder College. Thunder Academy seemed to have become an indelible nightmare in their hearts. In addition to Thunder College, Kamikaze College also firmly suppresses Tianshui College. The Kamikaze Academy is composed entirely of wind-type Soul Masters who are known for their amazing speed, and most of the team members have the ability to fly, making them extremely difficult to deal with. The Tianshui College team this time has 2 Soul Masters with flying abilities, which may help them change their previous disadvantages. Therefore, everyone has high hopes for Shui Binger and Xiao Han. Shui Binger said, I heard from Dean Zhao that Feng Xiaotian, the captain of the Kamikaze Academy team, is also a Soul Master with full innate soul power. He should be 19 years old this year and has good strength. The strange thing is that he did not participate in the last Soul Master competition. I don't know why. Feng Xiaotian. Xiao Han grinned. That guy is a bootlicker. He deliberately suppressed his level for the girl he likes, and he is still researching some self-created soul skills. Self-created spirit skills. Those who can research self-created spirit skills are definitely not ordinary people. Well, I heard that he has already figured it out. It's called Wind Wolf Slash. That move is really powerful, and ordinary people can't stand it. If we want to defeat him, we have to find a way to crack it. Chapter 20. Xiao Han knew that Feng Xiaotian's self-created soul skill, the Swift Wind Wolf Slash, had a stacking effect, and each slash was more powerful than the previous one. However, this soul skill also has weaknesses, and it requires accumulation of power in the early stages to be completed. Feng Xiaotian has the ability to fly, and his speed is extremely fast. Soul Masters without the ability to fly cannot stop him from accumulating power. Xiao Han felt fortunate that he and Shui Binger both had the ability to fly, so they could interfere with Feng Xiaotian's use of his own soul skills in advance. Tianshui College has a good relationship with the 2 elemental academies of Shenfeng and Qihua. Before the start of the previous Soul Master competition, they would communicate and exchange ideas together. Xiao Han guessed that he might be able to see those 2 teams soon. Time flies, and 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Shui Binger has already broken through level 30, but Xiao Yu is still stuck at level 30. After the training that day, Lin Zhihua kept Shui Binger and Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, are you about to break through level 30? Well, I feel like it's still a little short. Lin Zhihua nodded with satisfaction and continued. I've thought about it. To save time, we should go to the frozen forest early. You can also practice on the way to the frozen forest and while searching for soul beasts. After Binger obtains the 3rd soul ring, you may also have a breakthrough, and then I can get you a soul ring. Okay. Dean Lin, I'll follow your instructions. Xiao Yu and Shui Binger smiled at each other, both looking forward to the upcoming 3rd soul ring. Shui Binger asked Dean Lin, will Xiao Han go with us? Well, take him with you. I'm not at the academy, and I'm afraid he might get into trouble. After meeting Prince Xue Qinghe in Tiando City last time, Lin Zhihua felt very conflicted. She hoped that Xiao Han could get the illustrated book of immortal herbs that he had always dreamed of, but she was also worried that he was always thinking about the rare and precious herbs in Dugubo's poison array. 3 months have passed, and Xiao Han still has not received any news from the palace. Lin Zhihua thought that Xue Qinghe might not take this matter to heart. It might be a good thing if I can't get the illustrated guide to immortal herbs. You two should go back and get ready. We will set off tomorrow. It is good. When the three were about to leave, Xiao Han ran over panting. "Mom, good news." "What good news?" "The prince wrote me back and asked me to go to the palace. I guess he should be able to get the book for me." As Xiao Han spoke, he handed the letter in his hand to Lin Jiruo. "Mom, take a look for yourself." Lin Jiruo took it, opened it and took a look. There was not much content in the letter, nor was there any mention of the illustrated guide to immortal herbs. Xue Qinghe only told Xiao Han to go to the palace to meet him. "Xiao Han, I thought the prince didn't take this matter to heart. But he didn't mention the book you wanted in his letter. I think he got it, otherwise he wouldn't have replied to me so late. Mom, please accompany me to Tiando City, or I can go alone." "No, I'll go with you." Lin Jiruo was worried about letting Xiao Han go to Tiando City alone. Listening to the conversation between mother and son, Shui Binger and Xuewu were confused. Shui Binger asked Dean Lin, "Xiao Han, what are you talking about?" "After returning from the frozen forest last time, my mother and I went to the Tiando Palace to meet the Crown Prince. I wanted to ask him to help me get something from the Spirit Hall. 3 months later, he finally wrote me a reply." "I see. The book you want must be very important, otherwise you wouldn't have gone to the palace to find him." "Well, very important. Xiao Han hasn't mentioned this matter to Shui Binger yet." Lin Jiruo said to Xiao Han. "I just told Binger and Xuewu that I would take them to the frozen forest to hunt soul beasts tomorrow. It seems that our plan needs to be changed. We will go to Tiando City first, and then to the frozen forest." "Mom, shall the 4 of us go to Tiando City together?" "Yes." "Great. Binger, Xuewu, have you two ever been to Tiando City before?" The 2 girls shook their heads. Tianshui City is located in the northwest of the empire, thousands of miles away from Tiando City. Shui Binger's family background is relatively good, but she has been practicing in Tianshui Academy since she was 6 years old and has never been to Tiando City. Lin Jiruo smiled and said. "Then we'll set off tomorrow, and you all go back and get ready." The next day, Xiao Han and his group of 4 took a carriage to Tiando City. 10 days later, we arrived at our destination. After getting off the carriage, Shui Binger and Xuewu were shocked by the prosperity of Tiando City. The capital of the empire is indeed different. Yes, this is the center of power and desire, the world of the rich. Xiao Han had been here once and didn't feel much. Even if the city was prosperous and lively, it had nothing to do with him. The 4 of them soon arrived outside the palace. Xiao Han said. "Mom, the palace is full of etiquette and rules. It's too troublesome. You just wait for me here. I'll be back soon." "Okay, I don't want to enter the palace anyway. Be smart and don't speak without restraint in front of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." "Okay, I know." Afterwards, Xiao Han entered the palace alone and was taken by a guard to the hall where he had met Xue Qinghe last time. Soon, footsteps were heard from outside the hall. Seeing that the person coming was Xue Qinghe, Xiao Han bowed and saluted. "I have met His Highness the Crown Prince. No need to be polite." There was a faint smile on Xue Qinghe's face. Behind him stood a guard holding a black wooden box in his hand. The wooden box looked very delicate and was made of precious wood. "Xiao Han, I got what you wanted for you." As soon as Xue Qinghe finished speaking, the guard handed the wooden box to Xiao Han and then slowly left the hall. Xiao Han and Xue Qinghe were the only 2 people left in the hall. "Open it and see if it is the book you mentioned." Xiao Han was a little excited and quickly opened the wooden box. What comes into view is a piece of golden brocade. Xiao Han opened it carefully, as if he had discovered a treasure. There was indeed a book inside. The book was very thick, but there was not a single word on the exquisite cover. Xiao Han didn't think much about it and gently opened the wordless cover. The contents of the book made his eyes light up. The book contains illustrations of magical herbs of various shapes and colors. Each magical herb is lifelike, as if it can jump out from the pages. Next to those magical herbs, there are detailed text descriptions, including the growing environment, picking time, precautions, etc. There are detailed descriptions of the magical herbs such as star aniseed ice grass, fiery apricot, acacia heartbroken red, and wonderful Rong Tong Tian chrysanthemum. Xiao Han could sense a faint scent of ink emanating from the book, and the pattern seemed to have been drawn not long ago. Obviously, it is not the original, but it is made based on the original. Chapter 21. Even though this illustrated guide to immortal herbs was not the original, Xiao Han was very happy because there was no difference between the copy and the original. With it, you can accurately identify various kinds of magical herbs. Xiao Han carefully put the book into the box. "Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Han will remember this kindness in his heart." Xue Qinghe smiled slightly. Xiao Han, didn't you notice anything wrong? Your Highness, are you referring to this book? It doesn't seem to be the original. Yes, it is indeed not the original, but it was made according to the original. The Spirit Hall regards it as one of the rare books and does not want more people to see it, so they want to keep it for themselves. I had a lot of trouble to get this copy for you. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Han bowed to Xue Qinghe again to express his gratitude. You're welcome. Since I promised you, I will definitely do it. Xiao Han wanted to take this opportunity to find out about Douluo, so he bravely asked. Your Highness, I have another question for you, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate. What's the problem? Just tell me. Seeing Xue Qinghe acting so straightforward, Xiao Han's worries were dispelled a lot. Your Highness, do you know the whereabouts of poison Douluo? Hearing this, Xue Qinghe frowned. Douluo is a guest official of Prince Xuexing, and the two have a close relationship. Prince Xuexing has always supported the fourth Prince Xuebang and has been secretly competing with Xue Qinghe. Therefore, Douluo, like Prince Xuexing and Xuebang, are all enemies that Qianren Xue wants to get rid of. Xiao Han, why do you want to know Douluo's whereabouts? Your Highness, to be honest, last time, when my mother and I were looking for herbs in the Sunset Forest, we ran into poison Douluo. At that time, we didn't know that it was his territory. He had set up a poison array there, and that poison array happened to contain the herbs I was looking for. What? Have you ever met Douluo? Well, that was 2 or 3 years ago. My mother offered her the title of vice president of Tianshui College, and we were able to leave there smoothly. After listening to Xiao Han's explanation, a barely perceptible contempt emerged on Xue Qinghe's face, and he was somewhat dissatisfied with Douluo's behavior of taking part of the land in Sunset Forest for himself. From what I know, Douluo is a bit cold and arrogant. You were lucky to escape unscathed after provoking him. Yeah, I didn't expect to trespass into his territory. When did Sunset Forest become Douluo's territory? From what you said, you still want to go there to collect herbs. Are you really not afraid of death? Xiao Han smiled disapprovingly. Your Highness, I asked you about poison Douluo's whereabouts because I wanted to go there while he is away. Douluo has a strange personality and his whereabouts are erratic. However, in recent years, he would stay in the prince's mansion on the 6th day of October every year, because that day is the day when my uncle holds a birthday banquet. October 6th, Prince Xuexing's birthday. He's here all day. Yeah, it was like this for the past few years. Xiao Han was pleasantly surprised. Given the relationship between Douluo and Prince Xuexing, he would definitely be present at Prince Xuexing's birthday party. You can take advantage of the day when Douluo is not around to go to the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire to pick the magic grass. Xiao Han knew in his heart that Qianren Xue's willingness to tell him these things showed that she trusted him. He moved closer to Xue Qinghe and said softly. Your Highness, I want to ask you about poison Douluo. Will you keep it a secret for me? If it gets out, my life will be in danger. Oh. Little brother Xiao Han, it turns out you are afraid of death too. There was a hint of ridicule in Xue Qinghe's tone, which made Xiao Han even more unscrupulous. Of course I'm scared. He's the ruthless killer Douluo. As Xiao Han spoke, he moved closer and even dared to sniff. Your Highness, you smell so good, what spices do you use? Xue Qinghe took 2 steps back embarrassedly. It's made by someone in the palace, so I don't know what the ingredients are. If you like it, I'll bring you a bottle next time. Okay, thank you, Your Highness. You are welcome. Although Xue Qinghe's real identity was a girl, she did not take the intimate behavior of the 11 or 12-year-old boy in front of her seriously, thinking that he was unintentional. By the way, do you really plan to go to Douluo's poison array on the day of my uncle's birthday banquet? From what I know, his jade phosphorus snake king poison is extremely toxic, so you'd better be careful. Your Highness, don't worry. I have some knowledge of medicinal herbs. The green phosphorus snake king poison can't defeat me. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Han. It seems that you are very confident in yourself. However, for safety reasons, it is best to come to me before you go there. It will not be too late for you to go after you are sure that Douluo is not there. It is good. Tiando City is only 200 miles away from Sunset Forest for Xiao Han, who has the ability to fly. This distance is nothing. Only after confirming that Douluo is not in the Sunset Forest will his situation be safe. It is now the end of November, and there is almost a year left until the 6th day of October next year. You can use this time to learn more about the Illustrated Guide to Immortal Herbs and acquire more knowledge about immortal herbs. Xiao Han put the wooden box into the soul guide. Your Highness, thank you for your help. I will definitely find a chance to repay you in the future. My mother and senior sister are still waiting outside the palace, so I'll leave first. Well, go ahead, see you next time. This was Qian Renshue's second time meeting Xiao Han, and she became more and more interested in the young man in front of her. She felt that Xiao Han was extremely courageous and would become a remarkable person when he grew up. Afterwards, Xiao Han said goodbye to Xue Qinghe and left the hall. Qian Renshue helped him a lot. Not only did she get the illustrated guide of immortal herbs for him, she also provided him with important information about Douluo. He thought to himself that if he could successfully pick the magic herb, he would give a suitable one to Qian Renshue to repay her kindness. Seeing Xiao Han return with a smile on his face, Lin Jirua said. Xiao Han, it looks like His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has already helped you get the book. Ah. He actually took this matter to heart. I don't know what kind of sweet words you used, you little brat. Xiao Han chuckled. Mom, I impressed him with my sincerity. Stop showing off, let's go. Well, let's go to the frozen forest. The four of them happily took a carriage to the frozen forest. The journey from Tiando City to the frozen forest was long and it took them 20 days to arrive. Along the way, Xue Wu and Xue Binger were practicing seriously. Xiao Han spent more time on the illustrated book of immortal herbs, and got to know quite a few immortal herbs. A group of four entered the frozen forest. Xue Binger is about to receive her first 1,000-year soul ring. Friends, the previous poison point has been changed. Xue Binger is set to be level 9 innately. After awakening her martial spirit, she fell ill. She spent more than half a year to improve her physique. After only 3 or 4 months of training, her soul power increased by 1 level, and she reached level 10 at the same time as the protagonist Xue Yu is level 7 innately. Chapter 22. Xiao Han and his group of 4 carefully moved through the frozen forest. The surroundings are filled with cold air, and the ground is covered in silver, creating a crystal-clear scene. Their goal is to find a soul beast with a cultivation base of no more than 2,000 years for Xue Binger to help her obtain the 3rd soul ring. I searched for several days but didn't find the right one. With her rich experience, Lin Jirua guided the team deeper into the more dangerous areas but also the areas where the target soul beast was more likely to be found. Finally, in a valley covered with thick ice and snow, an unusual chill emanated from the depths, which lifted Lin Jirua's spirits. Everyone be careful, there is a 1,000-year-old soul beast ahead, don't disturb it. Lin Jirua whispered to everyone to remain vigilant. Several people slowly approached the source of the cold air. As the distance got closer, a huge soul beast covered with blue ice crystal scales came into view. Its eyes were like deep cold pools, and a circular light blue halo floated on its back, emitting bursts of biting chill that froze the surrounding air. It's the Frost Moon Ice Ring beast whose cultivation is close to 2,000 years. Lin Jirua seemed a little excited. Finally I found a suitable soul beast Binger, this is it. It is good. Xue Binger, Xiao Han and Xue Wu looked at each other, and the 3 of them were ready for battle. This soul beast, whose cultivation level is nearly 2,000 years old, will be hunted down by the 3 of them. When the Frost Moon Ice Ring beast sensed the arrival of the human soul master, the light blue halo on its back began to fluctuate violently, and an ice blue halo spread out in all directions like ripples, carrying an extremely strong resistance force. Seeing this, Lin Jirua reminded, note the halo on its back. That's its main means of attack. Understand. Xiao Han, Xue Binger and Xue Wu all released their martial spirits and spirit rings. The first soul ring on Xue Binger's body suddenly flashed, and she was the first to activate the freezing skill. A layer of hard ice instantly wrapped up the Frost Moon Ice Ring beast, which was more than 3 meters long. Xue Binger tried to use it to freeze its movements and test its strength. Suddenly, the Frost Moon Ice Ring beast broke free from the icy restraints, and the blue halo on its back burst into a brighter light, releasing an even stronger chill. A violent force suddenly attacked the 3 people. Facing the sudden attack of the Frost Moon Ice Ring beast, Xue Binger leaped into the air with Xue Wu, quickly avoiding the attack range of the halo power. The 3rd soul ring on Xiao Han's body suddenly flashed, and the icy wings on his back instantly spread out, and he soared into the air with the help of the rebound force of the halo. At the same time, he pulled the Jinbing Bao and arrow in the air. The first soul skill, Frost Shooting, is activated. An ice blue arrow hit the blue halo like lightning. Boom! The moment the 2 forces collided, a loud bang erupted. With the enhancement of the 3rd soul skill, the attack power of Frost Shooting increased by 100. But even so, it was blocked by the blue halo. Xue Binger and Xiao Han's successive tentative attacks enabled them to see clearly the strength of the Frost Moon Ice Ring beast. The blue halo is like a natural barrier that prevents people from approaching it easily. But the three did not back down. Shui Binger and Xiao Yu smiled at each other, and as if they had telepathy, they moved at the same time. As the snow danced gracefully, a dark cloud suddenly covered the sky, and the sky above the frost moon ice ring beast became dark in an instant. Then, a heavy downpour came and poured down. Shui Binger and Xiao Yu were not covered with any raindrops, but the frost moon ice ring beast was soaked like a drowned chicken, and was constantly washed by the heavy rain, with everything in front of its eyes blurred. At this moment, Shui Binger activated her soul power. The continuously pouring rain instantly condensed into sharp ice cones, which fiercely stabbed towards the frost moon ice ring beast. With Xiao Yu's assistance, Shui Binger can save a lot of soul power. Those ice cones were not only sharp, but also had a freezing effect, stabbing at the frost moon ice ring beast from all directions. The frost moon ice ring beast has ice crystal scales on its body for protection, but it is still vulnerable to the attack. Roar! The frost moon ice ring beast opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar. At the same time, the blue halo on its body bloomed again, and the force of resistance burst out. Seeing this, Xiao Han launched an attack again. He found the weakness of the frost moon ice ring beast. Although the halo's rebound force is very strong, most of the force is concentrated in the horizontal range, and the vertical range above the head is its weakest point. Xiao Han swooped down from the air. Along with the sudden flash of the second soul ring, the second soul skill, 1,000 arrows, was activated. Countless crystal-clear ice arrows condensed and formed in the air, each of which contained biting coldness and sharp cutting power, like a fierce storm in winter, sweeping towards the frost moon ice ring beast from the sky. These ice arrows intertwined into a dense net in the air, blocking all possible escape paths of the frost moon ice ring beast. When the frost moon ice ring beast saw this, a trace of fear flashed in its eyes. But it did not sit there and wait for death. Instead, it roared, and the light blue halo on its back fluctuated violently again, turning into a huge ice shield, trying to withstand the overwhelming rain of arrows. Xiao Han's 1,000-year soul skill, with the enhancement of the third soul skill, has its attack power increased by 100. Seeing that the frost moon ice ring beast had launched a defense, Xiao Han moved his mind and controlled the ice arrows. When hundreds of ice arrows were about to hit the thick ice shield, they suddenly merged into one, turning into a thick ice crystal arrow, which hit the ice shield hard. The moment the two collided, the entire earth seemed to be shaking, and snowflakes were stirred up on the ground. The seemingly indestructible ice shield exploded with this blow. Shui Binger's figure suddenly flashed out, and at the moment when the frost moon ice ring beast lost its defense, she swung out a huge ice blade condensed by soul power, hitting its head accurately. The huge monster struggled for a few times on the snow, then fell down with a loud bang, motionless. Lin Jirua slowly walked over, confirmed that the frost moon ice ring beast was dead, and praised with a smile, "You three performed very well and cooperated very well." In the battle just now, Lin Jirua did not take any action at all, leaving it entirely to the three of them to solve it on their own. Fortunately, they succeeded. Shui Binger said modestly. "Thanks to Xiao Han, if he wasn't here, I wouldn't have been able to kill this soul beast." Xiao Han smiled and said, "Binger, you only have 200-year soul skills now. When you have a 1,000-year soul skill, it will be completely different." "Really? Then I'm really looking forward to it." The eyes of several people fell on the corpse of the frost moon ice ring beast at the same time. A ball of purple mist slowly rose from the corpse and gradually condensed into a 1,000-year soul ring that emitted a faint purple light. "Binger, adjust your state and absorb it." Chapter 23. Looking at the 1,000-year soul ring, Xiao Han couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Before Shui Binger started to absorb it, Xiao Han already knew what kind of soul skills it would give Shui Binger. Shui Binger's first 3 soul skills seemed to be arranged in advance, and even he, a time traveler, could not interfere with the result in advance. Fortunately, this 1,000-year soul ring can bring her considerable attack power. After adjusting her state, Shui Binger began to absorb the soul ring. Lin Jirua, Xiao Han and Xiao Yu were waiting quietly on the side. Xiao Han suddenly said, "Mom, in the battle just now, I broke through to level 33. After hearing this, Lin Jirua was somewhat delighted. "Really? In the past month, you have put a lot of energy into studying that crappy book and rarely practiced. I was just about to give you a lesson. Mom, that book is priceless and precious. One day, I will prove its value to you." Alright, your first priority is to practice well. Don't get complacent, Binger and Xiao Yu will soon catch up with you after they absorb their third spirit rings. Xiao Yu took over the conversation. "Dean Lin, I also made a breakthrough just now." "You have broken through level 30. Ah." Lin Jirua nodded happily. Great, once Binger has absorbed the spirit ring, we will find a suitable spirit beast for you. Mom, have you noticed that Xiao Yu and Binger are getting more and more in sync with each other? In the battle just now, I seem to see the prototype of their martial soul fusion skills. Martial spirit fusion skill. Well, I mentioned it to Binger before. Xiao Han knew that Shui Binger and Xiao Yu's martial soul fusion technique would come sooner or later. However, with his early intervention, the sooner it comes, the better. Lin Jirua thought about it, nodded slightly, and looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Han has some truth in what he said. You and Binger are indeed getting more and more in sync with each other. Maybe you can really work together to complete a martial arts soul fusion technique. Yes, Binger also mentioned it to me. She said it was Xiao Han's suggestion. We plan to study it carefully after we obtain the third spirit ring. Okay, we'll study it together then. Time passed minute by minute, and Shui Binger finally absorbed the 1000-year soul ring completely. When she opened her eyes again, she could clearly feel that her strength seemed to have reached a new level. Xiao Han asked. Binger, you finally absorbed all the spirit rings. How is it? How much has your spirit power increased? Shui Binger stood up and said with a smile, as you said, the Millennium Spirit Ring seems to have raised my strength to a higher level. My spirit power has increased by more than 1 level, almost 2 levels. Well, it's about the same as the last time I absorbed a spirit ring. You might be able to break through to level 32 before returning to the academy. I hope so. Xiao Yu said. Binger, congratulations, you have officially become a battle soul master. By the way, what is your third soul skill? It's an attack skill, similar to the aura attack of the Frost Moon Ice Ring Beast. When I activate this soul skill, a burst of ice blue light will form an ice ring outward with me as the center. While inflicting damage to the opponent, it can also rebound the opponent's soul skills and have a freezing effect. Lin Jirua nodded and said. Binger, this soul skill is pretty good. Compared to the previous 2 group restriction and defense skills, this soul skill greatly improves your attack power. Well, thank you for finding this suitable soul beast for me. Why are you being so polite to me? Isn't this what I should do? I have good news for you. Xiao Yu has also broken through to level 30. Really? Shui Binger looked at Xiao Yu with surprise. Xiao Yu, you will soon have your own third spirit ring. Yes. Xiao Han looked around and it was still light outside. Let's go find the soul beast before it gets dark. It is good. The group of 4 continued to move forward, looking for a suitable 1000-year soul beast for Xiao Yu. After 2 days of relentless searching, the 4 came to a snowy forest. Suddenly, a clear and long cry came from not far away, like a note in the cold wind, attracting attention. It's Bingyu Shuyuan. Lin Jirua's keen perception allowed her to immediately detect the unusual aura. Come with me quickly. Lin Jirua flashed out, followed closely by Xiao Han, Shui Binger, and Xiao Yu. As the distance got closer, the pure white figure gradually became clearer. An ice-language snow kite was soaring in the forest, flapping its snow-white wings, as if looking for prey. Lin Jirua felt that the Bingyu Shuyuan's cultivation was more than 1,000 years old, but less than 2,000 years old. That was the soul beast they were targeting. Bingyu Shuyuan can control the wind and snow. The one in the sky has been cultivated for more than 1,000 years, which is perfect for Xiao Yu. Mom, let's deal with this soul beast ourselves. It's hovering high in the sky. By the time you get close, it might have already run away. Do you have any good ideas? Lin Jirua also didn't want to miss this suitable soul beast, but she would rather give the children the opportunity to exercise. Letting them hunt soul beasts on their own can test their courage and strength, and also cultivate tacit understanding between them. Xiao Han thought for a moment and said. Mom, we can outwit them and use one of us as bait. Xiao Yu stood up. Xiao Han's idea is good. Let me be the bait. Xiao Han and Shui Binger looked at each other and nodded. Xiao Yu, who has the weakest attack power, is indeed more suitable as bait. Xiao Yu, be careful then. Yeah, it'll be okay, I trust you. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, she walked out alone. Xiao Han, Shui Binger and Lin Jirua carefully moved through the woods, keeping a proper distance from Xiao Yu. The ice-language snow kite soon discovered the human girl walking alone on the open snow. Suddenly, it swooped down. Under the flapping of the huge wings, a snowstorm rushed towards Xiao Yu at an astonishing speed. At the moment when Bingyu Shuyuan swooped down, Xiao Han released his Jinbing Bao and arrow martial spirit. Thousands of arrows fired. Following Xiao Han's low shout, ice blue arrows shot towards Bingyu Shuiyuan like a torrential rain. Bingyu Shuyuan had a natural fear of bows and arrows. Faced with the sudden rain of arrows, it screamed in surprise and flapped its wings to fly. At this moment, Shui Binger descended from the sky and used her third soul skill. An ice-blue halo quickly spread out from her and hit Yu Xiaogang hard. The powerful impact knocked it to the ground, splashing a cloud of snow. The Yu Xiaogang that landed on the ground was obviously seriously injured, with messy feathers and a look of unwillingness and despair in her eyes. Yu showed up without any hesitation. The sharp blade in her hand gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and she mercilessly delivered the decisive blow. The sharp blade pierced through Yu Xiaoyang's chest, ending its life. Chapter 24. 3 hours later, Xiao Yu woke up from absorbing the soul ring. A faint ice-blue mist surrounded her, which was the energy fluctuation brought by her newly acquired Millennium Spirit Ring. Xiao Yu, how do you feel? Shui Binger asked with concern at the first sight, her face filled with a smile of joy for her friend. Xiao Yu smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with joy. It feels great. I'm about the same as you. My soul power has increased by nearly 2 levels. It's like my strength has reached a whole new level. Lin Jiroa was delighted when she heard this. Very good, it seems that this choice is very suitable. What kind of soul skills did you obtain? This soul skill is what I have always dreamed of. It can control the weather and bring ice and snow. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, the soul power around her began to condense. As she danced gracefully, the originally calm sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, followed by pieces of ice crystals and snowflakes falling from the sky. The snowflakes kept falling, and each one contained a biting chill. The temperature around suddenly dropped, and even the air seemed to solidify. This is my third soul skill, ice and snow. Xiao Yu explained, once this spirit skill is activated, it cannot be terminated. It will continue to consume the opponent's spirit power, forcing the opponent to continue to use spirit power to cover the body surface to resist the cold. A hint of approval flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. Xiao Yu's soul skill was just as he had imagined. This soul skill that can continuously consume the opponent's soul power is undoubtedly a powerful presence in team battles. With the ability to control ice and snow, Xiao Yu can work together with Shui Binger to complete the martial arts fusion technique. Afterwards, the group of 4 left the frozen forest. On the way back to Tianshui City, Shui Binger successfully broke through the 32nd level barrier. Not long after returning to the academy, Xiao Yu also broke through to level 32. After getting the Illustrated Book of Immortal Herbs, Xiao Han spent a lot of energy studying it, which had some impact on his cultivation. After learning all the knowledge about the immortal herbs, Xiao Han also devoted himself to cultivation. 3 months later, his soul power increased by another level, reaching level 34. At this time, another member of the team, Yu Haru, also broke through level 30. Yu Haru is the oldest member of the team, 3 years older than Xiao Han. Her martial soul is the Coral Barracuda, and there are many soul beasts suitable for her in the Star Do Great Forest, so there is no need to go to the frozen forest. On this day, Lin Jiroa gathered the 8 members of the team. Kids, our team has been formed for almost a year. Although you have trained together many times, you have not experienced a real team battle. Xiao Han, Binger and Xiao Yu have teamed up to hunt soul beasts in the frozen forest, and their cooperation was quite tacit. But we are a whole and need to cooperate with everyone in the team. Next, I will take you to participate in more actual battles to improve your tacit understanding and practical experience. Everyone was very excited when they heard the news. That's great. We can finally participate in actual combat together. Lin Jiroa continued. There are many ways to take you to participate in actual combat, such as, going to the fighting arena as a team to challenge other teams, exchanging ideas with teams from other academies, hunting soul beasts together, etc. The opportunity to test you has come. We are about to go to the Shindo Great Forest to find a suitable 1000-year soul beast for Hai Ro to be her third soul ring. This time, from finding to hunting soul beasts, everything will be done by yourselves, do you understand? Clear. Okay, you all go back and get ready. We'll set off tomorrow. It is good. We are all looking forward to heading to the Star Forest. After the few people left, Lin Jiroa left Xiao Han alone. Xiao Han, when we go to the Shindo Great Forest, you should stay out of the spotlight. Xiao Han joked, Mom, what do you mean? Are you treating me differently just because I'm a substitute? What nonsense are you talking about, brat? With your current strength, you can hunt down a 1000-year-old soul beast by yourself. Leave the opportunity to them. Okay, I get it. But I can use my advantages to help find soul beasts, right? Can. Xiao Han chuckled. Mom, after we finish hunting the soul beasts, should we go back to the academy or go to the soul fighting arena? Let's go to the fighting arena and show you. Great. Maybe I can make a fortune in the fighting arena. Lin Jiruo frowned. What do you mean by making a fortune? What are you thinking about? Mom, I heard that you can place bets in the fighting arena. I spent a lot of money on whale glue, so I want to make some money to pay you back. What nonsense are you talking about? I brought you there to gain practical combat experience. Don't think about those messy things. Go back and pack your things. Mom, I'm old enough now. I can make my own decisions on some things. You little brat, are you itching? Lin Jiruo kicked over, and Xiao Han dodged sideways, disappearing in a puff of smoke. The next day, Xiao Han and his group of 10 set out for the Xingdou Great Forest. There are many soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest. For the safety of the children, Lin Jiruo brought a teacher with her. The teacher's name was Lu Yan, and her soul power had reached level 62. Half a month later, a group of 10 people arrived at the Star Forest. Lin Jiruo said, "Children, from now on, you will have to find and hunt soul beasts on your own." As the captain of the team, Shui Binger stepped forward and responded, "President Lin, don't worry, we will definitely complete the task." "Well, I believe you, let's go." The group moved deeper into the forest. This is Xiao Han's first time coming to the Star Do Great Forest. Not only him, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer had never been here before. Shui Yuer's martial soul is the Jade Dolphin. Soul beasts with ice and water attributes are suitable for her. Soul beasts with cold attributes can increase her attack power, so she obtained her first 2 soul rings in the frozen forest. The Star Forest is completely different from the quiet and cold frozen forest. It displays a primitive and majestic vitality. The sunlight shines through the dense tree canopy, casting a mottled shadow on the ground. The air was filled with the fresh scent of soil, flowers and plants, occasionally mixed with the growls of unknown animals in the distance. The trees here grow unusually tall, their trunks covered with moss and vines, showing the signs of age. The forest paths are winding and covered with fallen leaves and dead branches. In this harmony, various crises are also hidden. As the team went deeper, the sounds around them gradually became richer. From time to time, huge soul beasts flew through the bushes, their eyes flashing with wildness and vigilance, and they remained highly alert to these uninvited guests. Xiao Han looked around and felt the fluctuations of soul power in the air. The other members of the team were also alert and ready to deal with possible dangers at any time. Lin Jiruo and Lu Yan walked on both sides of the team, providing necessary security for these young students. As everyone was walking, Xiao Han suddenly said to his teammates, "This forest is too big. It's no use searching like this. I'll fly up there and see if there's a river or a lake." "Well, then be careful. Don't worry, nothing will happen." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he released his icy wings, soared into the sky, and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 25. He soared above the Star Forest with a sharp gaze. Not long after flying out, we saw a deep and tranquil lake. Xiao Han noticed that there were many fish soul beasts swimming leisurely in the lake. There might be a 1,000-year-old soul beast suitable for high row in that lake. Xiao Han quickly turned back, landed in front of the team, and excitedly shared his discovery. "I found it. There is a lake not far away, where a large number of fish soul beasts gather." Everyone was a little surprised when they heard this. Shui Binger said, "There's no time to lose, let's go now." "Okay, I'll lead the way, and you guys follow." Under the leadership of Xiao Han, the group quickly moved towards the lake. Before long, they arrived at the lake. The full picture of the lake was displayed before everyone. The lake was not very big, only a few hundred meters wide, but judging by the color of the lake, it seemed very deep. It can be clearly seen that there are fish soul beasts swimming in the lake. Yu Heru, Gu Qingba, Shenliu Yu and Qiu Ruoshui all have fish beast spirits and can easily travel through the lake. Shui Yuer can also bring out the advantages of her martial spirit in the water. Xiao Han, Shui Binger and Shui Wu have the same ice attribute as water. Their advantage in water is not as obvious as the other 5 people, but they can convert water elements into ice elements for attack and defense. Everyone approached the lake cautiously. Lin Jiruo and Lu Yan stayed on the shore. Shui Binger reminded. "There are many unknown soul beasts in this lake. Everyone, be careful and don't be too scattered." "Clear." Suddenly, a 3-meter-long fish caught Xiao Han's attention. Its body was covered with blue stripes, and its serrated dorsal fin gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Xiao Han recognized it as a bluefin sawfish. "Look, that bluefin sawfish. Its cultivation should be more than 1,000 years and no more than 2,000 years. It is exactly what High Row needs." Several people followed Xiao Han's gaze and saw the bluefin sawfish. It was floating on the lake, chewing something in its mouth, as if it had just caught some prey. The 2 rows of saw teeth flashed with a cold light and looked extremely sharp. That's it. Get ready for a fight. There should be other similar creatures like it. Be careful. After Shui Binger finished speaking, she immediately released the Ice Phoenix martial spirit and prepared to launch an attack. As her first soul ring suddenly flashed, the freezing skill was instantly activated. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and a layer of hard ice crystals began to form on the surface of the lake. The layer of ice spread rapidly, targeting the bluefin sawfish. Almost at the same time, several other people also released their martial spirits and spirit rings. Xiao Han flashed and arrived above the lake. The bluefin sawfish felt threatened and made a sharp buzzing sound the moment it was frozen, attracting the attention of the group. A school of bluefin sawfish rushed over from all directions. The surface of the lake began to shake violently. All of a sudden, countless sharp water blades shot out from under the lake, like a dense rain of arrows, attacking the few people. Faced with this sudden attack, the girls did not panic at all. They quickly gathered on the ice, formed a circular matrix, and launched a counterattack against the school of fish. At this time, the bluefin sawfish that had been cultivating for 1,000 years had been completely controlled by Shui Binger, in the ice under her feet. As long as you repel the school of fish, you can kill it. While several people were fighting fiercely with the school of fish, a larger bluefin sawfish suddenly rushed over from a distance. The powerful impact caused the lake surface to shake more violently. Seeing this, Xiao Han flew into the air and locked his eyes on the bluefin sawfish that was over 6 meters long. The soul power fluctuations emanating from that guy were even stronger than the 3,000-year-old soul beast he had encountered in the frozen forest before. Obviously, it has been practicing for at least 3,000 years and may be the leader of this group of bluefin sawfish. Everyone be careful, the leader of this group of fish is coming. As Xiao Han spoke, he pulled the bowstring to its full length. The first soul skill, frost shooting, is activated. The ice blue arrow shot out instantly and hit the huge monster directly. With the enhancement of the third soul skill, the attack power of frost shooting increased by 100. To Xiao Han's surprise, the attack did not seem to cause any damage to the bluefin sawfish, nor did it stop it from moving forward. Seeing this scene, Lu Yan on the shore couldn't help but frown. President Lin, that is a 5,000-year-old soul beast. They are also being besieged by a school of fish. Why don't we take action? Don't worry, let's take another look. Lin Jirua stood on the shore with a calm expression. She knew that being in dangerous situations would further stimulate the potential of these young soul masters. The tentative attack failed to stop the powerful bluefin sawfish, but Xiao Han was not discouraged. His eyes became even sharper. Without time to think, he pulled the bowstring again, spread his icy wings, and swooped down towards the monster at an extremely fast speed. This time, he will use his second soul skill and shoot thousands of arrows at once. Although this is a ranged attack skill, a closer distance can maximize its power. Seeing that the young human spirit master dared to look down on it, the bluefin sawfish became extremely angry. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out a huge water blade, which shot towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han flapped his wings and passed by the water blade. The bluefin sawfish opened its huge mouth again, and sharp water blades sprayed out one after another. Xiao Han shuttled through the water blades at high speed. Although he was very fast, he was still scratched by the dense water blades and felt a pain. But Xiao Han ignored the pain in his body and his eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, the bluefin sawfish's huge mouth opened, ready to launch an attack. Xiao Han smiled evilly and said angrily, "Just in time. Come in your mouth." Countless ice blue arrows suddenly shot towards the giant mouth and collided fiercely with the water blades it emitted. Boom! The moment the two forces collided, a deafening sound erupted. The huge bluefin sawfish was shocked and rolled over and stopped moving forward. Xiao Han took advantage of the shock wave and retreated to the rear. Meanwhile on the other side, as the snow danced gracefully, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky above the lake, and goosefeather-sized snowflakes fell from the sky. Shui Binger released the power of the Ice Phoenix martial soul's origin. Under Shui Binger's control, the snowflakes actually condensed into a huge blue phoenix with a body length of 7 meters. The temperature in the space where the phoenix was located suddenly dropped to freezing point. Under the powerful cold force, hundreds of meters of the lake's surface were instantly frozen. Even the water blade attacks from the bluefin sawfish were frozen in midair. The bluefin sawfish that was stopped by Xiao Han was now completely frozen and unable to move. Everyone was stunned seeing this scene. Lu Yan widened her eyes in disbelief. Dean Lin, could this be? That's right. It's Binger and Xuewu's martial soul fusion technique. They finally succeeded. Chapter 26. Friends of Qitian, this book is first published on QQ Reading, with 50,000 words. Please understand and thank you for your support. Sure enough, being in dangerous situations can better stimulate one's potential. After returning from the frozen forest last time, Shui Binger and Xuewu began to study the martial soul fusion technique, but did not make any breakthrough. Faced with the siege of a school of bluefin sawfish, the teammates' spiritual power and physical strength gradually became exhausted. At this critical moment, Shui Binger broke out and completed the martial soul fusion technique with Xuewu. Xiao Han knew that their martial soul fusion skills would exist in another form, which would turn the ice and snow into a whirlpool of ice and snow, giving the opponent continuous cutting attacks. The lake was frozen, and even the teammates felt the biting cold. Such a powerful martial soul fusion technique consumes a lot of Shui Binger's soul power. Moreover, this is her first time to successfully perform it, and she has not yet fully adapted to it. Hero, go kill it. It is good. Yu Hero finally came to her senses. Under Shui Binger's control, only the head of the bluefin sawfish that was frozen in the ice was exposed. Yu Hero used her soul power to condense a sharp water blade, which hit its head accurately and killed it. A wisp of purple mist slowly rose from the body of the bluefin sawfish. After confirming that it was dead, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But their crisis was not over. Having consumed a large amount of soul power, Shui Binger's face turned pale. Having just been besieged by a school of fish, the weaker members of the team, Liu Yu, Qiu Ruoshui and Shui Yuer, all suffered minor injuries to varying degrees. It is too dangerous to absorb the soul ring on the lake. Xiao Han said. Binger's soul power has been depleted too much, and she can't hold on for long. The target's soul beast has been killed. Let's go to the shore. Sister Hai Ro will pull the soul ring to the shore and absorb it. It is good. You go first, I'll cover you. Xiao Han, be careful then. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Shui Binger broke free from the ice and flew towards the shore with Xuewu. Yu Heru, Liu Yu, Qiu Ruoshui and Shui Yue released their respective martial spirits and swam towards the shore at high speed. The moment Shui Binger unfrozen the ice, the largest bluefin sawfish seemed to come back to life. It opened its huge mouth and roared angrily, feeling unwilling to accept the failure of its tribe. Its huge mouth suffered a heavy blow from Xiao Han, many of its teeth were broken and its mouth was full of blood. But he still sent out a water blade and attacked Xiao Han. Xiao Han calmly shot an arrow, hitting the water blade. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the bluefin sawfish stopped attacking. Xiao Han looked down at it from the air and said coldly, "You are such a fool. I will spare you today. I will come back to take your life in the future and make your spirit ring into my senior sisters." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he spread his wings and flew away, returning to the shore. Lin Jirua smiled and said. Faced with the siege of the school of fish, you did a great job and remained calm. Not only did you successfully hunt down the target soul beast, but Binger and Xuewu also completed the martial soul fusion technique in the process. The girls were all very happy. The two captains' martial soul fusion skills have finally been completed. This will definitely be a great help to our team. Yeah, it's incredibly powerful. Lin Jirua looked at Shui Binger, her eyes full of relief. Binger, you have consumed too much soul power. Sit down and adjust your state. Ah. Hai Ro, pull the soul ring over here and adjust your state to prepare to absorb it. Okay. The 1,000-year-old purple soul ring has condensed into shape, and under the guidance of Hai Ro, it slowly came to the shore. Gu Qingba suddenly said, "Xiao Han, are you hurt?" In the battle with the bluefin sawfish leader, Xiao Han's arm was scratched by dense water blades and blood oozed out. Xiao Han said calmly. It's just a minor injury. It's okay. You're all injured too. You all have delicate skin and tender flesh. Don't leave any scars. I'll take care of it for you first. As Xiao Han spoke, he took out a homemade plaster from the storage container. Shen Liuyu and Qiu Ruoshui also had scratches on their arms, and Xiao Han treated their wounds. Gu Qingba and Shui Yue were of the agile attack type, and were faster, so they only suffered some scratches. After Xiao Han treated Gu Qingba's wound, Shui Yue stretched out her white and tender little hand. Xiao Han grabbed Shui Yue's hand and said with a smile. Junior sister, this is just a minor injury. I can just blow on it and it will heal. Oh, disgusting. Okay, stop making trouble. I'll apply some medicine on you to avoid scars. After treating everyone's wounds, Xiao Han finally treated the wound on his own arm. Lu Yen said. Fortunately, Xiao Han knows medical skills and can alleviate everyone's pain. Xiao Han sighed. Unfortunately, I'm not a healer, and my healing abilities are limited. If someone is seriously injured, I can't do anything. It would be great if we had a healer like Yi Lingling in our team. Speaking of healing ability, Xiao Han blurted out. Yi Lingling? Who is she? Everyone is a little curious. Xiao Han suddenly had an idea and explained, last time in the palace, I heard His Royal Highness the Crown Prince mention that in this year's Royal Academy team, there is a spirit master with super healing abilities. Her name is Yi Lingling, and her spirit is the nine-hearted begonia. So he is a nine-hearted begonia spirit master, no wonder. Lin Jiruo continued. The nine-hearted begonia martial soul can be said to be the least numerous martial soul in the entire Douluo continent. They are a single-line inheritance, and there are only 2 nine-hearted begonia soul masters alive at the same time. Nine-hearted begonia soul masters are also special. No matter how many soul rings they only have 1 healing soul skill. Therefore, their healing ability is very strong. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed. As long as there is a breath left, they will not die. After hearing Lin Jiruo's explanation, the girls were shocked. It's really powerful to take a single healing ability to its extreme. Yes. Although the nine-hearted begonia soul master's healing ability is strong, it has the problem of insufficient attack power, so it is protected by the Jiando royal family and used by the royal family. It is not surprising that Yi Lingling appears in the Royal Academy team. Xiao Han suddenly said. I heard that Yi Lingling also has water attribute. Well, even if she is of water attribute, so what? We can't possibly compete with the Royal Academy, forget it. There is no healer in our team, so you have to be more careful in actual combat in the future to avoid getting hurt. Clear. Okay, while Hi-Ro is absorbing the spirit ring, you should sit down and practice to recover. Afterwards, several people sat down to practice. 3 hours later, Yu completely absorbed the 1,000-year soul ring, increased her soul power by 1 level, and obtained the 3rd soul skill, serrated water blade. Lin Jiruo gathered everyone together. We have 1 more soul master in our team. Now we have 4 soul masters. Qingba, Liu Yu, Ruoshui, Yu the 4 of you should strive to break through as soon as possible. Well, we'll work hard. Next, I will take you to the fighting arena for training to help you improve your practical combat experience. Chapter 27. Xiao Han looked at the map and found that they were currently in the northwest of the Star Do Great Forest. If you pass through the fascist province from the northwest, you will reach the kingdom of Barak. The famous Soto Great Fighting Arena is located in the kingdom of Barak. To the northeast of the Barak kingdom is the Silves province, which is closer to Qianshui city. There is also a large fighting arena in the main urban area there. In the past, the Qianshui college teams all conducted actual combat training at the Sylvester fighting arena. Xiao Han wants to go to Soto city. Because it is richer and more lively there, and you can have the opportunity to make a lot of money while gaining experience. Xiao Han walked to Lin Jiruo and asked softly. Mom, which fighting arena are we going to? The Sylvester Soul Fighting Arena. All previous teams from Qianshui College have trained there. We have been training in the same place all the time. The Soul Masters there may have already known the attack methods of our Water Attribute Soul Master team. Why don't we change places? Lin Jiruo glared at Xiao Han. What do you want to do again? Nothing. I saw on the map that there is a large fighting arena in the territory of the Kingdom of Barak not far from here. I know about the Soto Great Fighting Spirit Arena. That Great Fighting Spirit Arena is located in the center of the Lima Plain, the richest area in the Barak Kingdom. It is quite famous and very popular. Mom, the more popular fighting arena is, the more experts there are, and it will be more challenging for us. How about we go there? Lin Jiruo thought about it and said with a smile, your reason is quite good and it has successfully convinced me. Let's go there. Good. Mom, you are so wise. I know what you're thinking. If you win a game in the Soul Fighting Arena, you can indeed get some bonuses. If you want to achieve this goal, you have to win more games. However, your soul power is only level 34. You will face many soul fighting lords above level 35, or even close to level 40. It's not easy to maintain a high winning rate. In addition, it costs money to register for the competition. Xiao Han smiled disapprovingly. Mom, I know all this. Anyway, I won't let you down. Xiao Han knows the rules of the Fighting Spirit Arena. Even if you win the game, you only make a small amount of money. If you want to earn more, you have to bet. No matter how powerful a soul master is, without any soul skills of his own, he can only have 3 soul skills. Xiao Han's second soul skill has reached the 1000-year level. His third soul skill not only gives him the ability to fly, but also provides amplification for the first two soul skills. Therefore, he was confident that he could defeat his opponent even if he encountered a higher-level war soul master. 10 days later, the group arrived at Soto City. Soto City, this shining pearl embedded in the heart of the Lima Plain, welcomes every traveler who sets foot on this land with its unique prosperity and vitality. There are shops lining both sides of the street, with all kinds of colorful signs competing with each other, demonstrating the richness and diversity of this city. The most eye-catching thing is the towering Soto Fighting Spirit Arena. It stands in the core area of the city like a huge silver castle, and its majestic appearance reveals its majesty. Xiao Yu praised. Soto City is much more prosperous than our Qinshui City. Of course. This is a fertile plain area, and it is also the core area of the kingdom. There are many wealthy people here. As Xiao Han spoke, he noticed the strange looks from the people around him. Two women with excellent temperament, walking on the street with 7 beautiful girls and a boy, are so attractive. Mom, I feel so stressed walking with all these beautiful ladies. Even passers-by are jealous of me. I should change into women's clothes. Don't disgust me, little bastard. Alas, you are too beautiful, too conspicuous. How about letting all the senior sisters dress up as men? Lu Yen smiled and said. Dean Lin, I think Xiaohan's suggestion is not bad. Shui Binger agreed. Well, I think it's good too. A woman dressed as a man. That sounds interesting. Yes. Several other girls also agreed with Xiaohan's idea. This place is far away from Qinshui City, and I don't want you to be too conspicuous, so let's do as Xiaohan wants. After Lin Zhirua finished speaking, she looked at Xiaohan, who was looking very proud, and said with a sly smile. Xiaohan, after you find a hotel, you will purchase men's clothing for everyone. The funding from the academy does not include buying clothes. You came up with this idea, so you have to pay for it yourself. If you don't have enough money, I will pay for it first, and you can pay me back later. Lin Zhirua wanted to empty Xiaohan's wallet and didn't want him to place bets in the fighting arena, so she said this on purpose. Shui Binger said, President Lin, let's pay for the clothes ourselves. Yeah, we can just go out on our own. Xiaohan shook his head. No need, just think of it as something I bought for my senior sisters. Men should be more generous. The money for buying clothes can be earned from the fighting arena. Xiaohan, you have to win more games then. Necessary. The few of them talked and laughed along the way and found a hotel to stay. After settling everything, Lin Zhirua took Xiaohan out to buy more than a dozen sets of men's clothing. They planned to go to the fighting arena tonight. After dinner, Shui Binger and the others changed into their newly bought men's clothes. When Xiaohan saw the girls dressed as men, he joked. My senior sisters have great foundations. After putting on men's clothes, they are all handsome young men in the surrounding area, even more handsome than me. It's because you chose the right clothes, Lin Zhirua came up to the few people, saw their appearance, and nodded slightly. Well, this is not bad, it's much more low-key. We will go to the fighting arena now, and if there is a suitable opportunity, we will participate in a team battle tonight. So, each of you should be prepared. Understand? Everyone is looking forward to the upcoming fighting spirit competition. Okay, let's go. Afterwards, the group left the hotel and headed to the fighting arena. As night falls, Soto City presents another charming scene. The lights are bright, making the whole city look like daytime. On the way, Lin Zhirua briefly explained the rules of the fighting spirit arena to everyone. Do you all understand? Clear. Okay. Shuewu won't play tonight. The 7 of you will play. I hope you can win your first game. Don't worry, Dean Lin, we won't let you down. Everyone on the team is full of confidence. The group soon arrived outside the fighting arena. Before the game started, quite a lot of people had gathered around the fighting arena, and the bustling audience and soul masters entered one after another. Xiaohan reminded, we are about to enter the fighting arena, and we need to give the team a name. After a few people thought about it, Shui Binger said, we are all from Qinshui College, but exposing the name of the college is not very appropriate. How about calling it Tianbing Team? Yeah, that sounds pretty smooth. That's a good name. Everyone agreed. Okay, then use this. Afterwards, Xiaohan and his group entered the Great Soul Fighting Arena. Chapter 28. He took his team members to the front desk to register and sign up, ready to participate in tonight's team battle. Team battles are based on the highest level in the team, so their opponents are only at the highest level of battle Soul Master. The Soto Grand Fighting Arena has only one central fighting area, but it has 24 branch fighting arenas that can accommodate 60,000 spectators at the same time. Tonight is the first time that the Tianbing team comes here to compete. They don't have enough points, so they can only compete in the sub-fighting arena. Compared to the main fighting spirit arena, the opponents in the branch fighting spirit arena are not as strong and the popularity is not as high. But it doesn't matter, as long as you can make money from betting. The Tianbing team was assigned to the 12th fighting spirit arena. After confirming the match time, Xiao Yu followed the two teachers to the audience seats of the 12th fighting spirit arena. Xiao Han and his group of 7 came to the Soul Master rest area. This area is quite spacious and there are already quite a few Soul Masters sitting here, all waiting to participate in the soul fighting competition. Some of them were meditating and practicing, some were closing their eyes to relax, and some were observing other Soul Masters. The arrival of Xiao Han and his group did not attract much attention because the girls were all dressed as men. In the eyes of those older spirit masters, they were just a group of young people who had not experienced much of the world. There is a huge floor-to-ceiling window in the rest area, from which you can see what is happening in the fighting arena. The entire fighting spirit arena is like a huge bowl, with the arena at the bottom and audience seats around it. Tonight's game is about to begin. Xiao Han is not very interested in other people's competitions. He wanted to win his first game with the team and also wanted to make money. They were new to the group and were a rookie team with no previous record to look at, a complete blank. The fighting arena generally offers higher odds for such rookie combinations. Xiao Han gathered several people together. Have you thought about the battle strategy for tonight? Shui Binger said, I will use my freezing skill to freeze both of their feet. You guys take this opportunity to launch an attack and knock them out of the ring in the shortest possible time. How about that? Okay, I think so too. Then it's settled, we must win tonight. Team Tianbing will win. Xiao Han smiled. Since everyone is so confident, should we place some bets? Shen Liu asked curiously. Xiao Han, what bet are you talking about? The Fighting Spirit Arena will offer bets for our Tianbing team, and we just need to bet on ourselves to win. We are a rookie team, so the odds are higher. This is a good opportunity to make money. I see. I've used up all my money on clothes. Do you have any money? Lend me some first, and we can share the money when we make it. Several girls understood what Xiao Han meant. Jinshui College provides free food and accommodation for students, and they only need to spend money when they go out. So, I don't carry much money with me. I have 500 gold soul coins here. I'll give them all to you. Shui Binger said as she took out a purse from her soul guide and handed it to Xiao Han. I have 400 here, I'll give it to you as well. I have 500 here, give it to you. I'll give you all my 500. The girls all trusted Xiao Han and handed the money to him. There are a total of 2,800 gold soul coins. 2008, I want to make it. Not bad, it's a good sign. Xiao Han put away the gold soul coins. You trust me so much, I definitely won't let you lose. Wait here, I'll go place the bets and be back soon. Xiao Han came to the front desk happily. Before the game, no one knew who their opponent would be. Therefore, the big screen above the front desk only displayed the odds of each team in the fighting arena. The higher the winning rate of a team, the lower the odds, and vice versa. Several people were placing bets at the front desk. Look, the team with the highest odds tonight is the Tianbing team, which is as high as 3-1. It has been a long time since we have seen such high odds. What Tianbing team? I've never seen it before. It must be a very weak rookie team to offer such high odds. Yeah, only a fool would buy them. As they were talking, Xiao Han put all 2,800 gold soul coins on it. 2,800, all for the Sky Ice team. The waiter looked at Xiao Han in surprise, feeling that he looked familiar, but couldn't remember where. Are you sure? Sure, just place your bet on me. All right. Here's the receipt. Take it. Xiao Han put away the receipt and left the front desk amid the surprised gazes of several people. The waiter shook his head. The Tianbing team is a brand new team, and there is not even a Soul Master above level 35 in the team, and there are 4 Soul Masters below level 30, so they offer such high odds. I'm afraid that 2,800 gold soul coins will be wasted. That person looks familiar. Is he a member of the Tianbing team? Xiao Han returned to the Soul Master rest area. Xiao Han, have you bought it? Yeah. As expected, they offered us a relatively high odds, 3-1. This is also the highest odds in the 12-minute fighting arena tonight. Humph. The highest odds, who are you looking down on? Xiao Yu pouted and looked a little angry. Xiao Han smiled and said, if we win the game tonight, we can get 8,400 gold soul coins, and make a net profit of 5,600. This is a good thing. Then let's prove to them with our actions that we are a new group, but we are not rookies. Well, Team Tianbing will win. Several people were in the rest area, waiting to go on stage. An hour later, the host's voice came from the loudspeaker. The next match will be a team battle between the 7 Stars and the Sky Ice. The 7 Stars have won 3 consecutive victories in the previous Fighting Spirit competitions, while the Sky Ice is a brand new team that is appearing in the Soto Grand Fighting Spirit Arena for the first time. Who will win this match? Let's wait and see. Please invite the 2 teams to come on stage. Xiao Han and the girls looked at each other and smiled. It's finally our turn to play. Let's teach them a lesson. It is good. Xiao Han and his companions passed through the Soul Master Passage and slowly walked onto the stage under the gaze of thousands of spectators. The members of the 7 Stars team also walked onto the stage one by one and stood on the opposite side of them. The 7 men were all men, all over 20 years old. There were 3 strong men, 3 thin and tall men, and 1 short man who was less than 6 meters tall. One of the strong men said to the short man, "Boss, our opponents tonight are a bit weak. They are just a bunch of young boys, all of them are white and clean, just like women." The dwarf looked at Shui Binger and Xiao Han standing at the front of the team and grinned, looking very proud. "It seems that you 2 are the leaders. It's not appropriate for a pretty boy to come to a place like this. Take the initiative to admit defeat, so that you can avoid physical pain." Xiao Han sneered and retorted. "Shorty, you should be the one to admit defeat. Asshole. Who are you calling a shorty? What? You're short and you won't admit it? I'm not even 12 years old, and I'm already as tall as you." The short guy was so angry that he became furious. "You little brat, you are so arrogant despite your young age. Wait till I show you how I will deal with you." "Little guy, it's still unclear who will take care of whom. The match has not yet begun, but there is already a strong smell of gunpowder on the ring." Seeing this, the host quickly said, "Both teams please release their martial spirits. The match will officially begin in 1 minute." Chapter 29. As soon as the host finished speaking, the 14 people on the stage dispersed and formed their battle formations. On the Tianbing team side, Shui Binger stood alone at the front, while Xiao Han and the others stood in a row behind Shui Binger. The 7 Stars team formed a 1-2-3-1 formation, with the short captain standing at the front. Xiao Han guessed that the person standing alone at the back should be an assistant teacher. Afterwards, 14 people released their martial spirits one after another. Seeing the martial spirit of the Tianbing team, the people of the 7 Stars team were stunned. With the appearance of Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix martial spirit, the arena seemed to be instantly shrouded in the cold winter wind. Ice blue light was overflowing, and even the water vapor in the air began to condense into tiny ice crystals. Shui Binger's eyes flashed with determination and coldness, as if they could freeze all opponents. A crystal-clear longbow emitting a faint cold light appeared in Xiao Han's left hand. The ice blue arrow seemed to be integrated with his right arm, revealing a heart-pounding sharpness and coldness. The temperature in the ring suddenly dropped, and the audience also felt a biting chill. Xiao Han stared coldly at the short captain opposite him, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. Although the martial spirits of Yu Heru, Shui Yuer and others are not as domineering as those of the Ice Phoenix and the Xinbing Bao and Arrow, they are all attack-type soul masters, and they all have the same attribute, water attribute. When the members of the 7-Star team saw this, their expressions changed slightly. They obviously did not expect that these seemingly immature teenagers actually possessed outstanding martial spirits, especially the captain who possessed the top beast martial spirit, the Ice Phoenix. Seeing the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, the audience was also stunned. It's actually the top beast spirit, the Ice Phoenix. That kid's martial spirit is the Ice Bao, and his team also has the Ice Phoenix. No wonder he dared to confront the captain of the 7 Stars team. No. Look carefully, his martial spirit is not just the Ice Bao, but also ice arrows. No way. The Ice Bao and ice arrows appear on the same person at the same time. Isn't this martial spirit too weird? Xiao Han looked at the martial spirits of the 7 people opposite him and smiled disdainfully. The martial spirit of the dwarf captain is the long-armed spirit ape, and he is obviously an agile attack spirit master. The 2 burly men standing behind him had the same martial spirit, both were gorillas, and were power-type spirit masters. The 3 people standing behind the 2 sturdy men possessed the spirits of Giant Rat, Iron Hammer and Spear respectively. The person standing at the back was, as Xiao Han had expected, an assistant, and his martial soul was a light red scepter. Xiao Han guessed that the man might be a healer who could restore health to his teammates. But it didn't matter because he had no chance to make a move. Under the gaze of the audience, the 14 people on the stage released their spirit rings and prepared to enter the battle. The entire arena was suddenly filled with white, yellow and purple, dazzling and brilliant. The 7-star team is composed entirely of combat soul masters above level 30. Some of their spirit ring configurations were white, yellow and purple, some were white, yellow, and only the short captain had the best spirit ring configuration of yellow, yellow and purple. The short captain is the strongest in the team, his soul power has reached level 39, and he is only one step away from becoming a fighting soul master. On the Tianbing team side, although there are 4 great soul masters whose soul power is less than level 30, all 7 of them, without exception, started with 100-year soul rings, and all have the best soul ring configuration. What shocked everyone was that Xiao Han's soul rings were arranged in yellow, purple, and the second soul ring had reached the 1000-year level. This kind of talent is extremely rare even in the entire Soul Master world. At this moment, Xiao Han was the most handsome guy on the field, even more popular than Shui Binger who possessed the top beast spirit, the Ice Phoenix. The audience was in an uproar again, and everyone started talking about it. Look, that kid's second spirit ring has reached the 1000-year level. Yes, this has never happened before in the Soto fighting arena. Don't even mention the Soto Great Fighting Soul Arena. I've lived for 30 years and I've never heard of a soul master whose second soul ring reached 1,000 years old. No wonder that kid is so arrogant. This group of immature teenagers may be able to stop the 7 Stars team's winning streak. Those spectators who have been pessimistic about the Tianbing team from the beginning changed their attitudes after seeing their martial spirits and spirit rings. The game officially begins. With the host's loud announcement, the battle between the two sides began. Without any hesitation, the first soul ring on Shui Binger's body suddenly flashed, and the first soul skill, freezing, was activated. This is an instant skill with a group-limiting effect. The arena instantly turned into an icy battlefield. Almost at the same time, Xiao Han and his companions also moved. Leave that shorty captain to me. The feet of the 7 Stars team members were firmly locked by solid ice, unable to move. They could only watch as the Sky Ice team members approached rapidly. This scene made all the audience present marvel at the power of the Ice Phoenix martial spirit. The short captain, as the core of the 7-star team, demonstrated his strength as the boss. He used the surging soul power in his body to forcibly shatter the ice under his feet, intending to fight back. However, no matter how fast his movements were, they were not faster than Xiao Han's frost shot that had been ready to fire. The ice blue arrow cut through the air, bringing with it a bone-chilling chill, and hit the short captain accurately. The moment the arrow touched the long-armed ape's martial soul, it seemed as if time had stopped. The huge impact force caused him to retreat repeatedly. The captain was surprised to find that the opponent's attack actually had a slowing effect. As a spirit master of the agility attack type, the greatest advantage is speed. If the speed is restricted, it will undoubtedly be fatal. The short captain, with his small and nimble figure, quickly stabilized himself while being pushed back. His third soul ring also lit up, and he was ready to launch a counterattack. But Xiao Han would not give him any chance to breathe. Xiao Han stretched out his body and the icy wings behind him suddenly spread open. With the help of the amplification of the third soul skill, he not only improved his speed and agility, but also doubled the attack power and deceleration effect of the frost shot. He drew the bow again and shot another arrow. This arrow contained even more terrifying power and chill. The short captain's movements seemed a little clumsy under the stronger deceleration effect. The frost shot hit him again accurately. The powerful impact plus the superimposed deceleration effect caused him to completely lose his balance. He flew out of the ring like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily on the open space outside the ring. At the same time, other members of the Tianbing team were not idle either. Yu Heru, Shui Yuer and others each displayed their most powerful soul skills. Attacks such as serrated water blades, 0-degree impact, and giant crocodile power poured down like raindrops. The 2 gorilla spirit masters broke free from the ice with their powerful strength, but Shui Binger's 1000-year spirit skills followed. An ice blue halo hit them hard, and with the attack of their teammates, those people were quickly knocked out of the ring. The entire battle, from start to finish, took less than a minute, but it was enough for everyone present to remember it. Chapter 30. Too fast. The Tianbing team defeated the 7 Stars team, which had won 3 consecutive victories, with absolute advantage and won this seemingly unequal duel. Team Skybing is so awesome. The Tianbing team, which consists of 3 War Soul Masters and 4 Great Soul Masters, defeated the 7 Stars team, which consists of 7 War Soul Masters, in less than a minute. I've seen many David and Goliaths defeat the strong, but I've never seen anything like this. In the audience, cheers and exclamations rang out one after another, and people applauded the Tianbing team for their outstanding performance. No one expected that this group of seemingly immature teenagers actually possessed such amazing strength. Xiao Yu stood between Lin Zhihua and Lu Yan, feeling a little envious as she watched her teammates win their first victory so easily. Xiao Han and Binger are so amazing. I really want to share this joy with them. Lin Zhihua said calmly. We won this battle by surprise. Our opponents didn't know us and underestimated us. Starting tomorrow, Binger and the others won't win so easily. Lu Yan said. Dean Lin, I believe that with Xiao Han and Binger's tactical qualities, even if the opponent knows them well, they will not be able to win easily. Who knows? Let's wait and see. After Lin Zhihua finished speaking, she turned around and gently patted Xiao Yu's shoulder. Xiao Yu, the martial soul fusion technique of you and Binger is enough to defeat opponents at the Soul King level. It is the strongest killer of our team and cannot be easily displayed on the stage. Yes. Dean Lin, I understand. Although you are an auxiliary division, you also need to improve your combat skills. Starting tomorrow, you can form a duo with Binger and participate in 2-on-2 matches. You can also participate in team battles, but you cannot use ice and snow drifting. Okay, I get it. Xiao Yu is looking forward to fighting on stage tomorrow night. The strong team lost to the weak one, and the whole battle was over within a minute. For the 7-star team, this was a huge shame and they lost all face. They all looked ashen and left in embarrassment. In the arena, Xiao Han high-fived the girls one by one to celebrate their first victory. We were able to win so easily, all thanks to Binger's preemptive strike. Yeah, the captain's group restrictions caught them off guard. The host then announced. In this fighting spirit competition, the Tianbing team won, with a record of 1 win and no losses. Please go to the service desk to claim your points and the corresponding gold soul coins as rewards. Xiao Han smiled proudly and took out the bill. Let's go to the front desk to get the money. A group of 8 people happily came to the front desk. Xiao Han handed the ticket to the waiter. The waiter looked at them in surprise. He never expected that they would defeat the 7-star team composed entirely of war soul lords. After the waiter registered the points for the Tianbing team, he also settled the 8,400 gold soul coins that Xiao Han won from his bet. Seeing Lin Zhihua, Lu Yan and Xiao Yu coming over, Xiao Han quickly put the money away. Lin Zhihua said, You guys performed well tonight, especially Binger. President Lin, our victory is the result of the joint cooperation and hard work of the entire team. Binger, you are too modest. Lin Zhihua looked around and found that they attracted a lot of attention. Those people seemed to be talking about them. This is not the place to talk, let's go back and talk. Yeah. Then, the group left the fighting arena and returned to the hotel. Lin Zhihua gathered everyone together. As you all know, the fighting arena has badge levels and points rules, but we don't need those empty names. The main purpose is to improve your actual combat experience. We will train here for a month, and I have made a special training plan for you. Starting from tomorrow night, each of you will participate in 2 games every day. Team battles, 2-on-2 or 1-on-1 are all fine. Any questions? No problem at all. Everyone is very excited. Lin Zhihua continued. Although you have won a victory, don't be careless. Your opponent lost because he underestimated you and didn't know you well. Starting tomorrow night, you won't win so easily. Got it. Dean Lin, there are 8 people in our team, but only 7 can play. Doesn't that mean one person can't participate in the team battle every night? Yes, the player who has a bye can participate in the 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches. In order to make the game more challenging, I have divided you into 2 teams. Afterwards, Lin Zhihua made detailed arrangements. There are 4 Soul Masters and 4 Great Soul Masters in the team. Lin Zhihua wants a Soul Master to lead a Great Soul Master to participate in a 2-on-2 Soul Master level competition, which will be more challenging for both of them. But as an auxiliary master, Xiao Yu has weak attack power. When she teams up with a Great Soul Master and encounters 2 Soul Masters, she has little chance of winning. Therefore, Xiao Han, Shui Binger and Yu Heru will participate in more competitions. The 3 of them will form teams with Gu Qingba, Shen Liuyu, Qiu Ruoshui and Shui Yue respectively. This means that Xiao Han and Shui Binger may need to participate in 3 games in one night. Does everyone understand my arrangement? Clear. Too many games will be very exhausting for you. I will try to stagger your schedule so that you can only play 2 games a night. Xiao Han's physique is better than yours, so he can play 3 games a night without any problem. Xiao Han chuckled. Of course. The more competitions I participate in and the more competitions I win, the more money I can make. Don't be so proud. Be more serious during the competition. Know it. Okay, it's getting late, you should go to bed early. After Lin Jiruo left, Xiao Han stayed in the girl's room. He took out the 8,400 gold soul coins. My dear sisters, I will return your principal first. I will use the profit to place bets, and we can split the money together later. How do you think? Of course, no problem. I earned it anyway. Xiao Han, you are really amazing. You earned 5,600 gold soul coins in one go. Xiao Yu said. Xiao Han, since I didn't help you tonight, I'll give you 400 gold soul coins, which will make up to 6,000. Okay. I know that if you play with us tonight, you will definitely lend me money. We are a whole, so of course we have to share the money we make. However, starting from tomorrow night, making money will not be so easy. After seeing our strength, the odds they offer us will definitely get lower and lower. Who cares? As long as we can win. Yes, Jinshui will win. Several people talked and laughed, named different 7-man and 2-man teams, and looked forward to more competitions. 1 month passed quickly. Xiao Han and his group of 8 became the stars of the Soto fighting arena due to their outstanding performance. Especially Xiao Han and Shui Binger. During this month, they never lost any competition they participated in. Xiao Han even created the feat of participating in 3 games every night for a month and winning all the games. Chapter 31. They improved their fighting skills, gained more practical experience, and became more in tune with each other. During this month, Xiao Han participated in the most battles and won the most matches, winning all the 100 matches in the Great Fighting Spirit Arena. This devilish training also allowed his soul power to achieve another breakthrough, reaching level 35. Apart from Xiao Han, Shui Binger participated in the battles the most times and she broke through to level 34. Snow Dance level 33. Yu Haru is level 31. Gu Qingba is level 28. Shen Liuyu and Qiu Ruoshui are both level 27. Shuyuir is level 26. With Xiao Han's reminder, Shui Binger and Shuewu realized another form of martial soul fusion technique, turning the snowflakes in the sky into snowflake blades, forming an ice and snow vortex to carry out continuous cutting attacks on the opponent. This martial soul fusion technique has great destructive power and is also regarded by Lin Jiruo as the team's trump card. It is forbidden to use it on the arena of the fighting soul field. What they gained was not only an increase in strength, but also money. Although the odds offered by the fighting soul arena were getting lower and lower, Xiao Han still relied on his extraordinary courage and sufficient confidence to earn 30,000 gold soul coins by betting and winning the game. When they left, the director of the fighting arena breathed a sigh of relief. Although Xiao Han has an impressive record of winning all battles, the number of matches he participates in, whether it is a team battle or a duo battle, is not fixed, and he has never entered the main fighting spirit arena. Therefore, several major families did not place a heavy bet on Xiao Han, otherwise the fighting spirit arena would have suffered heavy losses. Although Xiao Han did not enter the main fighting spirit arena to compete, he is fully capable of doing so. The Soto fighting spirit arena is destined to leave behind legends about him. This night was Xiao Han and his friends' last night staying in the hotel. Tomorrow, they will set off back to Qianshui City. Xiao Han came to the girls' room and divided the money with them. Senior sisters, in this month, I have earned more than 20,000 gold soul coins with the principal you initially lent me. Adding the prize money I won from winning the competition with you, the total is 30,000. 30,000? That much? Several girls widened their eyes in shock. They threw themselves into the competition, leaving the betting and prize money collection to Xiao Han. I didn't expect there would be so much money. If the fighting spirit arena hadn't deliberately lowered our odds, we would have made even more money. Xiao Han, don't be so greedy, these are already a lot. Yeah. I never thought that we could make so much money by coming here to gain experience. For the girls, this was a complete surprise. Xiao Han smiled and suggested, let's divide these 30,000 gold soul coins equally among the 8 of us. Shui Binger shook her head. No. You've been worrying about this all along. It's not fair for you to split it equally. You should get more than us. The captain is right. If it weren't for Xiao Han, we wouldn't have won so much money. Yeah. Xiao Han spent a lot of money buying clothes for us. The girls politely declined. Shui Binger suggested. How about we each take 2,000 and give the rest to Xiao Han? Okay, I agree. Xiao Han shook his head. No. This startup capital is all yours. We agreed to split it equally. I took too much and I feel bad about it. How about this, I'll give each of you 3,000 and the remaining 9,000 will be mine. The girls no longer refused. Okay, so be it. Before you go back tomorrow, you can use this money to buy things you like. It's all earned, so why not spend it? Great, After Xiao Han divided the money with the girls, they came to Lin Jiruo's room. Mom, I'll give you 8,000 gold soul coins. Lin Jiruo was a little surprised when she saw those large denomination bills. Where did you get so much money? I won. Didn't I tell you before that the fighting spirit arena is a good place to make money? In fact, I made 30,000 yuan, and I split some of it with Binger and the others. What? 30,000? Lin Jiruo found it unbelievable. In order to prevent Xiao Han from placing bets in the fighting arena, Lin Jiruo had already emptied his wallet, but she didn't expect that he actually made so much money. Afterwards, Xiao Han told Lin Jiruo what had happened. Lin Jiruo said lovingly. You've grown up, you've become more independent, and you've become more disobedient. Since you've worked so hard this month, I won't bother with you. Mom, you are still the best. Okay, we'll go back tomorrow morning after we finish shopping. Oh, I see. The next day, Xiao Han and his group went shopping happily, and left Soto City after lunch. Time passed quickly, and it was already late September. During these 3 or 4 months, Xiao Han's soul power increased by another level, reaching level 36. In recent days, Xiao Han has been planning how to go to the Yinyang Eye of Ice and Fire to pick the magic grass. October 6th is the day when Prince Xuexing holds his birthday banquet. As a guest official of Prince Xuexing, Dugubo would probably also appear at the birthday banquet. That day was the perfect time to go to the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire to pick the magical herbs. Relying on his superb medical skills, Xiao Han has developed an antidote that can resist the venom of the green-scaled snake. But he knew that it would be difficult for him to enter and exit the Yinyang Eye of Ice and Fire and successfully pick the magic herbs there within a day by himself. If you are not careful, you may lose your life there. Therefore, Lin Jiruo needs to go together. After several years of training, Lin Jiruo's soul power has also increased by several levels and has now reached level 78. She is an agile attack spirit master, and with her around, this operation will be more secure. However, Xiao Han didn't know how to ask her. After hesitating for several days, Xiao Han decided to confess his thoughts to her. After training that day, Lin Jiruo said to everyone. I have seen your efforts during this period. Qingba has broken through to level 29, Liu Yu and Ruoshui have broken through to level 28, and Yu has also broken through to level 27, and is not far from level 30. You should strive to break through as soon as possible, and then we will go to the Xingdou Great Forest to find a suitable soul beast to help you obtain the 3rd soul ring. It is good. Several people were very excited. Looking at the team members in front of her, Lin Jiruo's eyes were full of anticipation. The overall strength of the 8 players of Qianshui team is better than any previous team. Lin Jiruo believed that they would be able to create even more brilliant achievements for Qianshui College. After the training camp ended, Xiao Han stayed. Mom, I want to go to Qingdou City to meet the Crown Prince Xueqinghe. Can you go with me? Why go see him? Did he ask you to go? Yeah. I made an appointment with him last time. We will meet in early October this year. Chapter 32. Lin Jiruo was half believing and half doubting what Xiao Han said. She guessed that Xiao Han was trying to cause trouble again. Xiao Han said seriously. Mom, I have indeed made an appointment with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to meet, and I am about to do something that can change the fate of our Qianshui team members. I want to help Qianshui College win the Soul Master competition. This time, Xiao Han didn't want to hide anything and planned to tell Lin Jiruo the truth. Only in this way would Lin Jiruo be willing to go to the Yinyang Eyes of Ice and Fire with him. After hearing what Xiao Han said, Lin Jiruo was shocked. Qianshui College's goal is to surpass the 2 academies, Thunder and Kamikaze, which have always been a pressure on it. With the powerful Spirit Hall Academy around, winning the Spirit Master competition is something that is out of reach for them. However, Xiao Han's goal is to lead the team to win the championship. Such a loud tone made Lin Jiruo look confused. Xiao Han, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Mom, I know you will definitely object to this. But I still want to do it. I want to avenge my dead parents and lead the academy to win the Soul Master competition. Although I have good innate aptitude, it is far from enough. I must become stronger. A few years ago, when I went to Sunset Forest with you and Binger to collect herbs, I smelled the scent of fairy grass, which was in Dugubo's poison array. Lin Jiruo instantly understood what Xiao Han meant and became furious. You little brat, it's been several years, and you're still thinking about the rare and precious herbs there. You've seen Douluo's strength, is he someone we can mess with? Mom, don't be angry, just listen to what I have to say. Seeing that Lin Zhihua didn't speak, Xiao Han continued. In fact, I have been planning this for several years. Last time I went to see the Crown Prince Xueqinghe, I not only got the illustrated guide to immortal herbs, but also got a very important piece of information. What's the message? Prince Xueqing holds a birthday banquet on the 6th day of October every year. Douluo has a close relationship with Prince Xueqing. He will definitely attend that day and will be in the palace all day. So, you plan to go to Sunset Forest on October 6th and enter Douluo's poison formation? Xiao Han nodded. The Sunset Forest is only 200 miles away from Tiando City. A whole day is enough for us. Besides, I have already developed an antidote for the venom of the green phosphorus snake. Lin Zhihua thought for a moment. She knew that even she couldn't stop Xiao Han from doing what he was determined to do. But, this is really too dangerous. If they are not careful, both she and Xiao Han will die in the Sunset Forest. Xiao Han, according to what you said, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince already knows your plan. That's right. The Crown Prince is not on the same side as Prince Xueqing and Douluo. They are even on opposite sides. That's why he helped me. I went to Tiando City to find him just to confirm whether Douluo would stay in the palace of Xueqing that day. Lin Zhihua fell silent again. After a long while, she sighed. Xiao Han, I know that you will definitely do what you decide to do. I can't just watch you fall into danger, so I'll go with you. Thank you, Mom, you are so kind to me. That's enough. I really don't know how long you're going to be so willful. Although Lin Zhihua was very angry, she was worried about Xiao Han and decided to accompany him to Sunset Forest. 10 days later, the two arrived at Tiando City. This day is the 5th day of October. Xiao Han came to the palace alone to find Xueqinghe. Xueqinghe was very happy to see Xiao Han again after nearly a year. This year, Xiao Han has grown a lot taller and doesn't look as childish as before. There is a bit more firmness on his face, like a handsome boy chasing the wind. Xiao Han, you are here after all. Why? Your Highness doesn't want me to come. Xueqinghe smiled. I really don't want you to take the risk, but I think you will do it anyway. Of course. I have studied the book Illustrated Guide to Immortal Herbs thoroughly, and it can finally come in handy. You are indeed someone worthy of my help. I admire your courage. Let me tell you good news. I have confirmed that Douluo has been invited and will appear in the palace tomorrow. That's great. I have been waiting for this day for several years. Xiao Han's heart was full of anticipation. Xueqinghe continued. Since I have helped you, I will be a good person to the end. I can assure you that no matter what, Douluo will not appear in Sunset Forest tomorrow. One day should be enough for you, right? Thank you, Your Highness. One day is enough. With Xueqinghe's words, Xiao Han felt more at ease. He knew that Qianrenxue had many experts around her who were secretly protecting her, and there were even titled Douluo level masters like Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise. Even if Douluo left the meeting halfway, Qianrenxue could send someone to stop him from going to Sunset Forest. Xueqinghe took out a sachet from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Han. I'll give this to you. Xiao Han smiled embarrassedly. Your Highness, I just said it casually last time, but you really took it to heart. Of course. I said I would give you one, and I will do it. Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness is thoughtful. Xiao Han quickly took it. Xueqinghe smiled slightly. You will stay in Tiando City tonight. I will go to the prince's mansion early tomorrow morning. After I see Douluo, I will have someone release a sky-high arrow as a signal to notify you. Then, you can go to Sunset Forest. Okay. Your Highness is more thoughtful. I hope you can collect the herbs you want, or even the magic herbs. Well, thank you. Afterwards, Xiao Han said goodbye to Xueqinghe and left the palace. After meeting Lin Zhihua, Xiao Han told her the content of his meeting with Xueqinghe. Lin Zhihua was somewhat confused. Xiao Han, why would His Royal Highness help you so much? You two haven't known each other for long, and this is only the 3rd time you've met. Mom, it feels like we've known each other for a long time. She and I have a connection and we can talk to each other, so she's willing to help me. Maybe it's because he sees your potential. Never mind, let's not talk about that for now. Let's find a place to stay and wait for his news. Ah. Afterwards, the two found a hotel in the city center to stay in. Early the next morning, the whistling sound of arrows was indeed heard. Mom, that was the signal given by the prince. Douluo is already in the palace. We will set off to Sunset Forest immediately. It is good. The two flew to the Sunset Forest at an extremely fast speed and arrived in less than an hour. Xiaohan, are you tired from flying so fast? Not tired. Mom, take this detoxification pill and let's quickly enter the poison formation. Well, we have to get out of here before dark. It is good. After taking the detoxification pill, the two flew directly into the green-scaled snake poison formation set up by Douluo. Xiaohan knew that it was not difficult to find the location of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. It was right in the center of the Sunset Forest. There is an inverted cone-shaped valley there, from which thick hot air rises, with a hint of sulfur in it. Xiaohan, what are you looking for? Didn't you say that the herbs you want are in this poison array? There doesn't seem to be anything here. Mom, I found it. Look, it's right there in the valley. Xiaohan didn't explain much and flew quickly towards the valley. He knew that the yin-yang eye of ice and fire was at the bottom of the valley. Chapter 33. Xiaohan landed on the top of the mountain, followed closely by Lin Jiruo. In front of us is an inverted cone-shaped valley. Thick hot air is rising from the valley, and the hot air has a unique smell of sulfur. Lin Jiruo was a little surprised. Xiaohan, there seems to be a hot spring here. How do you know this place? Mom, there's no time to explain. Let's go down. Go down from here. Looking at the dark mountainside, Lin Jiruo felt even more incredible. This seems to be a steep cliff, accompanied by thick water mist, bottomless, mysterious and dangerous. Lin Jiruo didn't know what was underneath, but looking at Xiaohan's expression, he seemed fearless. Mom, I'm exploring the way ahead, you follow me. After Xiaohan finished speaking, he stretched out his body and jumped directly from the bottom of the mountain in front of him. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared in the mist. Seeing this, Lin Jiruo jumped down without any hesitation. The two soon reached the bottom. Seeing the situation in the valley, both of them were shocked. There is a hot spring here, which is not very large but is divided into two parts. In the oval-shaped pool, the spring water actually has two colors, one is milky white and the other is vermilion, which are clearly separated and do not interfere with each other. The heat in the valley is generated by the rising water vapor from this spring. Around this pool of water, there are all kinds of plants, with various shapes and sizes, and each one is unique. Lin Jiruo was stunned and couldn't help but sigh. What a strange hot spring. Xiaohan, are these the herbs you're looking for? Mom, these are yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. One eye can bring two beings together, and the two yin-yangs counteract each other. This is a treasure land blessed by nature. These are not ordinary herbs, but magical herbs. Ice and fire eyes. Yes. The plants here are nourished by the spring water and can grow 10 times or even 100 times faster. They also absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Listening to Xiaohan's explanation, Lin Jiruo couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, but was immediately stopped by Xiaohan. Mom, be careful. Don't get close to it. The seemingly peaceful spring water actually contains the extremely cold and hot auras between heaven and earth. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire not only nourishes creatures, but also has a special effect on the human body. The human body cannot withstand the impact of the two extreme attributes of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lin Jiruo was startled and quickly stepped back. Xiaohan, you have to be careful too. Yes, I know. Mom, some of the magical herbs here are highly poisonous, and the picking method is very particular. I will pick them by myself. You wait for me for a while. It is good. Looking at the dazzling fairy grass, Xiaohan was extremely excited. Some of the plants here are not native, but transplanted by Douluo. The characteristics of the transplanted herbs were very obvious. The luster of the flowers, branches and leaves was much paler, and they looked very ordinary, far from reaching the level of fairy herbs. Compared with the magic grass, they are not worth mentioning at all, and even picking them is a waste of time. Xiaohan thought that all the immortal herbs that had grown into shape, whether they were top-grade or ordinary auxiliary ones, should be taken away, and not a single one should be left for the little punk. Xiaohan began to pick the magical herbs. Having read the Illustrated Guide to Immortal Herbs carefully, he knows all kinds of immortal herbs like the back of his hand. After several hours of picking, Xiaohan collected all the fairy herbs including the fragrant Qilua fairy product that could kill all poisons, the Qilua tulip, the king of fairy herbs, the acacia heartbreaking red, as well as the strange chrysanthemum, the Wangchuan autumn water dew, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, the 8-petal fairy orchid, the narcissus jade bones, the snow-colored swan kiss, the earth dragon golden melon, and the black jade magic bamboo. The sky gradually darkened and Lin Jiruo became a little worried. Xiao Han, it's getting dark. You've already picked so many magical herbs. Should we go now? Mom, there are only 2 left. As Xiao Han spoke, he pointed to the star aniseed mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot in the center of the extremely cold and hot springs in the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. The star aniseed ice grass is a rare and cold poisonous fairy product that can make people feel cold and numb. The fiery apricot is a top-level poisonous fairy product with a strong fire power. These 2 kinds of magical herbs are the most special. Once they leave the spring water, their medicinal effects will dissipate in a very short time, so they must be taken immediately after picking. Moreover, they need to be taken at the same time to achieve the miraculous effect of mutual restraint and harmony of yin and yang. Taking any one of them alone will cause sudden death because the body cannot withstand the toxicity. Looking at the 2 magical herbs, Lin Jiruo felt a little worried. Xiao Han, didn't you say that the spring water was amazing? Do we have to pick those 2 magical herbs? Mom, of all the magical herbs, those 2 are the most important. They can completely change my physique, making me immune to fire and poison. Don't worry, I have a way to pick them. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he released his martial soul and ice wings. He swung the dagger in his right hand, cutting off the octagonal black ice grass, and at the same time, his body dodged to the left. As his soul power gathered, Xiao Han's hands were already wrapped in a layer of extremely cold ice. He used the jade shovel that he had prepared in advance to quickly dig up the fiery apricot tree with its roots. Under Xiao Han's control, the 2 magical herbs were thrown out at the same time. Within half a minute of picking the 2 magical herbs, Xiao Han's body had already reacted. Cold and heat burst out alternately in his body, his blood surged, and his face turned blue and red. If he had not eaten whale glue and developed an extremely masculine and strong body, he would not have been able to withstand the impact of those 2 extreme auras. Seeing Xiao Han's appearance, Lin Jiruo was frightened. Xiao Han, how are you? Don't scare me, get out of there. Mom, I've eaten whale glue, and I can hold on. Don't worry. After the 2 magical herbs came together, both the cold and hot auras disappeared at the same time. At this time, a layer of faint red light enveloped the star aniseed mysterious ice grass, while a layer of faint white mist covered the fiery apricot tree. Xiao Han picked up the 2 magical herbs without any hesitation, stuffed them into his mouth, and started eating them. Seeing this, Lin Jiruo became even more nervous. But she knew that Xiao Han had his reasons for doing so. After taking the 2 highly poisonous herbs, Xiao Han felt no discomfort. He just felt that they tasted good and made him feel refreshed. But he knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Once the drug takes effect, his body will suffer a huge energy shock. Sure enough, Xiao Han's body soon began to tremble violently. Then, circles of ice blue and fiery red halos appeared alternately on his body. Under the influence of extreme cold and heat, his body seemed to be torn apart and his consciousness gradually became blurred. Although he was mentally prepared, he never thought it would be so painful. Xiao Han, don't scare me. Lin Jiruo rushed over regardless of everything. Mom, let's get out of here. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he fainted. Xiao Han. Lin Jiruo didn't hesitate at all, picked up Xiao Han, and flew high. Chapter 34. Xiao Han knew that after absorbing the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and a fiery apricot, jumping into the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye spring would relieve the pain in his body, and the spring water would help him absorb the medicinal effects of the 2 magical herbs. However, the limited time he had did not allow him to do so. Even if he jumped into the spring, he would still fall into a coma. And Lin Jiruo was unable to fish him out of the spring. If Douluo returns here tomorrow and finds them, they will surely die. Therefore, Xiao Han would rather endure the pain and let Lin Jiruo take him away from the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Without the help of spring water, he could still absorb the medicinal effects of the 2 highly poisonous herbs, but it would take a longer process. Originally, the medicinal effects of the 2 magical herbs could not be fully absorbed in a short period of time. Xiao Han is still young and is not in a hurry for success. Saving his life is the most important thing. Fortunately, he had eaten whale glue, and his physique was different from that of ordinary people, so he could barely withstand the impact of the effective effects of the 2 magical herbs. Once you fall into a coma and lose consciousness, you can no longer feel pain. Xiao Han knew that the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire was formed because this was the place where the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings fell, and the corpses of the 2 Dragon Kings were buried at the bottom of the spring. If you can obtain the dragon bones and absorb them, you might be able to gain the power of a true dragon, which is a god-level soul beast after all. But this cannot be accomplished today. The water in this pool is bottomless. In such a short time, Douluo might have returned before finding the dragon bones. Even if we can find dragon bones, storage and absorption will be big problems. Xiao Han has longer-term plans. He wanted to absorb a few magical herbs first to make his body, mental strength and overall strength stronger, and then find an opportunity to get the dragon bone at the bottom of the spring. Anyway, in this world, he is the only one who knows the secret that there is a dragon bone at the bottom of the Yin-Yang spring of ice and fire. With the dragon bones, those unformed plant seedlings will continue to grow, but they will not be able to reach the fairy level in a short period of time. Therefore, even if Tang San came here by accident, he would not get any magical herbs. Lin Jiruo brought Xiao Han out of the sunset forest and came to a small town. Xiao Han was still in a coma, but fortunately his breathing had become steady. The alternation of hot and cold in his body was still going on, but it was not as obvious as before. In a daze, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Han, you finally woke up. Seeing Xiao Han waking up, Lin Jiruo was very excited. After leaving the Yin-Yang eyes of ice and fire, Lin Jiruo had been very worried about Xiao Han and had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Xiao Han slowly sat up and looked at Lin Jiruo's haggard face, feeling distressed. It was as if during the time he slept, Lin Jiruo had aged a lot, with a few more strands of white hair on her temples and bloodshot eyes. Mom, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I made you worry. Silly boy, just wake up. Lin Jiruo hugged Xiao Han into her arms, tears welling up in her eyes. Xiao Han's eyes also became moist. In this world, Lin Jiruo is his only relative and the one who loves him the most. Although he lost his parents when he was young, he never lacked maternal love. After a long time, Lin Jiruo gradually recovered. Xiao Han, how is your body? How do you feel now? Xiao Han stood up. Although both of those magical herbs are extremely poisonous, they can counteract each other. Their medicinal effects have not yet been fully absorbed by me, but I can already feel that my physical condition has become better and I have become more powerful. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he took out 2 magical herbs from the snow soul satin. A crystal clear plant with a faint blue light. It has no flowers, but only a few ice crystal grass leaves similar to swallowtails, which emit a faint chill. The other one is Ganoderma lucidum, which has a cap-like top and is purple all over. Below is an emerald stem with 9 leaves. Mom, this ice swallowtail grass is a perfect match for your ice bird martial spirit. It can increase your speed and cold power. It is tailor-made for you. Xiao Han, didn't you say that the younger you are, the better the effect of absorbing the fairy grass? At my age, is it still useful? Of course it works. I have a way. In order to promote the absorption of the drug, this strain is also prepared for you. As Xiao Han spoke, he handed the 9th grade purple Ganoderma to Lin Jiruo. Although this 9th grade purple Ganoderma is not an immortal product, it is also one of the best Ganoderma. It has the effects of strengthening the body, replenishing energy and increasing power, which is better than an immortal product. You should take this 9th grade purple Ganoderma first, and after the medicinal effect is absorbed, take the ice swallowtail grass. Maybe these 2 immortal herbs can help you break through to level 80. Xiao Han originally wanted to take out the best magical herb, the king of flowers, Acacia Heartbreak Red, and let Lin Jiruo pick it to try. However, the man Lin Jiruo loved most was no longer alive, and this might bring her pain, so she gave up the idea. Looking at the 2 strange flowers and plants, Lin Jiruo was a little at a loss. Xiao Han, I absorbed 2 immortal herbs by myself, what about Binger and the others? Mom, don't worry about this. I picked a lot of immortal herbs and saved them for them. You haven't slept for a few days to take care of me. Now absorb this 9th grade purple Ganoderma to replenish your chi and blood. I will protect you. But you just woke up. Don't worry, I'm in top shape. As Xiao Han spoke, he took the Ganoderma lucidum off the stem and handed it to Lin Jiruo. Lin Jiruo no longer refused, took it, put it into her mouth, chewed it and swallowed it. Mom, please sit down and practice for a while to dissolve the effects of the medicine. It is good. Lin Jiruo sat cross-legged, collected her thoughts, and practiced quietly. Xiao Han was waiting on the side. Time passed by minute by minute. When Lin Jiruo opened her eyes again, she suddenly felt her eyes brighten. Mom, how do you feel? Lin Jiruo smiled slightly, sat up, and all the fatigue in her body disappeared. That Ganoderma lucidum is indeed magical. I feel much better and it seems that I will break through the bottleneck of level 79. Mom, you look much better. You look several years younger. After we return to Qianshui City, absorb the ice swallowtail grass. Okay. We've been away from the academy for half a month. It's time to go back. Well. Let's hire a carriage and you can rest in it for a while. Afterwards, the two took a carriage back to Qianshui City. The other side. The day after Prince Xuexing's birthday banquet, Douluo returned to the Sunset Forest. But he just returned to the place where he usually practiced and did not go to the medicine garden. When he came to the medicine garden again, he was shocked by the scene before him. It was obvious that someone had been here. All the medicinal herbs that he regarded as treasures had disappeared. The poisonous herbs that he couldn't name also disappeared. Only the part of the herbs he transplanted was not destroyed. Who is it? Who stole my herbs? Douluo was so angry that a mouthful of evil blood spurted out of his mouth. Could it be that they don't? Impossible. Douluo thought of the situation a few years ago when he met Lin Jirua and her three companions at the edge of his green-scaled snake poison formation. I've never heard of anyone in Qianshui College who knows about flowers and plants, not to mention that woman brought 2 children with her and introduced herself. Even if she had 10,000 guts, she wouldn't dare to trespass into my herb garden. The 2 herbs in the center of the spring are extremely poisonous. Even I dare not approach them easily, but they were both picked by that flower thief. It seems that he is definitely not an ordinary person. Besides me, the people who know flowers and plants best in this world are Yang Wudi from the Xing Luo Empire and Zhu Huaguan, the Yin-Yang master from the Spirit Hall. Is it really Zhuaguan? Damn it. Zhuaguan, I'm going to settle the score with you. Thinking that the herbs that he had carefully taken care of might have been stolen by his old enemy Yuguan, Douluo was furious and vomited blood again. Chapter 35. After returning to Qianshui City, Xiao Han did not rush back to the academy, but returned home with Lin Jirua first. Xiao Han took out the ice swallowtail grass. Mom, it's quiet at home now. You can take this magical herb now. I will protect you. Aren't you going to go find Binger and the others? After you have absorbed the immortal grass, I will call Binger and the others over. Okay. Lin Jirua nodded with relief. She found that after this incident, Xiao Han seemed to have become a lot more sensible. Afterwards, under Xiao Han's protection, Lin Jirua completely absorbed the magical herb. Mom, how do you feel? Lin Jirua stared at Xiao Han, feeling unbelievable. After absorbing the 9th grade purple Ganoderma, Lin Jirua felt that her soul power was about to break through the bottleneck of level 79. After absorbing the ice swallowtail grass, her soul power directly broke through level 80. Xiao Han, this is amazing, I actually broke through to level 80. Xiao Han smiled complacently. Congratulations, Mom. You will be promoted to Contra soon. I also want to congratulate myself, my backing is even stronger, Lin Jirua also laughed. Ever since I broke through level 70, each level up has become more difficult. I never thought that I could become a Contra before I was 50. Xiao Han, I want to thank you, too. Mom, I want to absorb the magic grass too. Yes. You absorb it, and I will protect you. It is good. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he took out a magical herb. It is emerald green all over, with 3 snow-white leaves in the center. There are a few drops of water in the center of the leaves, shaped like morning dew. This is what it means to wait for something. Although Wangchuan Quishwalu is only an auxiliary magic herb, it can increase mental strength and improve eyesight, which is very suitable for shooters like Xiao Han. Moreover, its medicinal properties are mild, without any side effects, and you can continue to absorb other magical herbs after taking it. Xiao Han poured the drops of dew into his mouth, then sat down and began to practice. Lin Jirua was waiting by the side. Time passed by minute, and the sky gradually darkened. 2 hours later, Xiao Han opened his eyes again. At this time, it was pitch black outside. But what surprised Xiao Han was that he could see everything in front of him clearly. Obviously, his mental strength and vision have been elevated to a higher level. Lin Jirua asked with some anticipation. Xiao Han, you have already absorbed 3 immortal herbs. Your soul power should have increased a lot, right? Xiao Han shook his head. Mom, the star aniseed ice grass and the fiery apricot represent extreme cold and extreme heat respectively. The 2 auras restrain each other in my body, just like the distinct spring water, achieving an amazing balance. They didn't help me improve my soul power, but they helped me develop a stronger physique, immune to fire and all poisons. In addition, my soul power has a colder force, and I can also fuse flames through my control to form cold fire. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and concentrated his soul power on his palm. A strange fluctuation gradually appeared in the air that was originally empty. A ball of deep blue light condensed and took shape, looking like a dancing flame, except that it was not as red as flames, but ice blue. The cold fire danced gently in Xiao Han's palm, seeming to be extremely hot, but also with a chilling chill. It burned quietly, and the air around it seemed to be affected by this power, twisting gently, forming tiny ripples. Is this cold fire? Lin Jiruo exclaimed at the side, her eyes full of disbelief. Two completely opposite forces actually blended together to form this wonder. Xiao Han smiled slightly, waved his right hand gently, and put away the cold fire. Mom, this cold fire does not belong to my martial soul, but the power in my body. However, when I inject soul power into the true ice bow and arrow, it will also have an impact on it. Great. With this power, you can restrain soul beasts or soul masters of the same attributes. Ah. Lin Jiruo then asked. What about the magical herb you just took? Didn't it help you improve your soul power? Yes. It is just a mild auxiliary fairy grass. It can improve my mental strength and vision, and help me better absorb the effects of other fairy grasses. I will take another fairy grass tomorrow, which can help me improve my soul power. Note, in the previous book, many people said that after eating these 3 magical herbs, their soul power did not increase. In the original book, the beggar ate these 3 herbs but his soul power did not increase. The first 2 are for body training, and the last one is for improving mental strength and assisting in absorbing other magical herbs. In fact, the improvement they bring is very large. Lin Jiruo was a little worried. Xiao Han, can your body handle eating so many magical herbs at once? Mom, don't worry. Eating whale glue has given me a strong physique. The magic herb I'm going to eat can make my physique even stronger, even to the level of diamond indestructibility. Moreover, it does not conflict with the 3 magic herbs I took before. That's good. I don't know much about this either, so you can figure it out on your own. Remember, your strength can be improved slowly, but safety should be your top priority. Well, I see. Well, it's getting late, you should go to bed early. What Xiao Han was going to absorb next was the Qirong Tongtianju. The Qirong Tongtianju is a neutral fairy herb. Eating it can circulate qi to the limbs, circulate blood through the 8 meridians, and help you develop an indestructible body. Xiao Han had eaten whale glue, and had practiced ice and fire to refine his body, plus the medicinal effects of the strange mushroom. Maybe he could directly reach the realm of Vitra indestructibility. Of course, Xiao Han had another purpose for eating this magical herb. The martial soul of Yu Guan, the elder chrysanthemum in the Wuhuan Hall, is the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. Yu Guan's love for exotic flowers and plants has reached the level of obsession. If he knew that he had eaten the magical herb Qirong Tongtianju, he might want to take him in as his disciple. Even if I don't become master and disciple with Yu Guan, it's good to have more friends. At that time, I can also use Yu Guan to completely get rid of Douluo. After Douluo died, it would be much easier to go to the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire to get the dragon bones. Early the next morning, Xiao Han went to the academy and called Shui Bing'er and others to his home. Dean Lin, congratulations, you will be promoted to Soul Douluo soon. The girls congratulated Lin Jiruo as soon as they entered the room. On the way here, they learned from Xiao Han that Lin Jiruo had broken through to level 80. Kids, I want to congratulate you too. You will soon make a breakthrough. Xiao Han has prepared a surprise for you. What surprise? The girls all looked at Xiao Han expectantly. Xiao Han smiled calmly. My dear senior sisters, I will give each of you a magical herb. It can help you improve your soul power and also help you increase your cultivation speed. When the girls heard that it was magic grass, they were surprised and happy. Shui Bing'er asked, Xiao Han, is this the magic herb in the book you read? You finally found it. Yes, I found it. Chapter 36. Shui Bing'er is a thoughtful girl. When she saw Lin Jiruo standing beside her, she found that her expression was a little unnatural. Thinking back to when she went to Sunset Forest with Lin Jiruo and Xiao Han, where she met Douluo, she realized that the two of them seemed to have experienced something dangerous during their trip. Xiao Han, those magical herbs are hard to find, right? Are you injured? No. Look, I'm fine. Okay, don't worry, I'll tell you what happened later. Xiao Han knew what Shui Bing'er was thinking. After years of getting along, the two of them had already formed a good understanding. Before going to the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, he knew Shui Bing'er would be worried, so he didn't tell her the truth. Xiao Han said, My dear sisters, the immortal herbs I am going to give you are all rare treasures that are hard to come by. This is also a secret between us, and you cannot tell anyone else. Xiao Han, don't worry, we know. Yes. Absorbing the immortal grass needs to be done in a quiet environment. After you get it, absorb it here. My mother will protect you. It is good. Xiao Han had prepared for his teammates to take the magical herbs long ago, and the specific soul power levels of each member of the Tianshui team had not been disclosed to the public 3 years ago. In the entire Tianshui college, apart from themselves, only Dean Zhao and teacher Lu Yan knew their specific levels. Therefore, even if they took the magic herb and their soul power increased by several levels, no one would know about it. Senior sisters, I will distribute the immortal herbs to you now. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he took out a jade box from the snowy silk and handed it to Xuewu. Sister Xuewu, this is for you. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the exquisite jade box, which was purchased by Xiao Han when he left Soto City. Xuewu took it with a smile. Thank you. This box is very beautiful. The magic grass inside must be worth a lot of money. Open it and take a look. Ah. Under the gaze of everyone, Xuewu opened the jade box. The moment the jade box was opened, the whole room was suddenly filled with a rich orchid fragrance, which was refreshing. Smell good. In the jade box was an orchid with 8 petals, snow white and translucent. Sister Xuewu, this is the 8-petal fairy orchid. It can strengthen the body and remove impurities. The medicinal properties are very gentle and mellow, and it is easy to absorb, but it takes a long time. It can help you auxiliary soul masters reach a higher level, and it is very suitable for you. The method of eating is very simple, just chew and swallow, and then concentrate your soul power to practice and slowly absorb the medicinal effects. Xuewu picked up the magic grass and went to a corner. Afterwards, Xiao Han took out another magical herb. It is white and crystal clear, and looks like green lotus and white lotus root. Xiao Han handed it to Shui Yuer and said with a smile, "Where, this flower is called Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone. It can nourish the tendons and bones, and circulate qi through the 7 meridians and 8 vessels. It is very suitable for your Inu dolphin martial spirit. Here it is for you." Shui Yuer took the magic grass with a smile and said mischievously, "Thank you. Xiao Han, it has a nice name. Does it have the effect of beautifying the skin?" You guessed it right. Go and take it. When taking it, only eat the petals, and then inhale the pistil. Use soul power to activate it. Remember to keep calm when absorbing it. Okay, got it. Shuyuir took the magic grass and ran happily to another corner. Xiao Han took out another magical herb and handed it to Yu Heru. It grows beside extremely cold springs, looks like coral, and is covered with fine golden lines. Sister Hai Ro, this coral holy spirit grass is very suitable for you. It can strengthen your martial spirit and increase your attack power. Just like Sister Shui Wu, chew and swallow it, and then use your soul power to absorb it. Okay, thank you. Yu Heru also went there with the magic herb. Xiao Han then took out another magical herb and handed it to Gu Qingbo. Sister Qingbo, this water blue swift grass is very suitable for your blue swordfish martial spirit. After taking it, it can increase your speed even further. The method of taking it is the same as theirs. Okay, thank you. Xiao Han, you are not our opponent, but our teammate. That's great. After Gu Qingbo finished speaking, he took the magic herb and left. Now only Shui Binger, Shen Liuyu and Qiu Ruoshui have not obtained the magic grass. Xiao Han took out another magical herb. This is a white flower that looks like a peony, without any leaves or grass, and a black stone is connected to its roots. Above the white flowers, there are a few amazing red spots, as bright as blood, giving people a thrilling feeling. It looks very special and different from all the previous herbal remedies. Xiao Han looked at the 3 girls in front of him and said, "This flower is called Acacia Heartbroken Red, and it is a divine treasure among the immortal herbs. It is very easy to absorb and transform, and its efficacy is better than the previous ones. But this flower recognizes its master, and if you want to eat it, you must pay a certain price." That's amazing. The 3 of them looked at the Acacia Heartbreak Red curiously and were deeply attracted by its mystery. Xiao Han continued. When you pick this flower, you must think of your beloved and spit out a mouthful of blood to sprinkle on the petals. After it recognizes its master, it will never wither as long as it is by its side. But to gain its recognition, you must be sincere. If you are indecisive, you will never be able to pick it even if you spit out blood and die. As soon as Xiao Han finished speaking, Shen Liuyu and Qiu Ruoshui looked at Shui Binger at the same time. Shen Liuyu, who was usually taciturn, suddenly said, "This is indeed a rare and wonderful flower. Among the 7 of us, I'm afraid Binger is the only one who can gain its recognition." "Yes. Binger, you try it." Qiu Ruoshui responded. Shui Binger's face turned slightly red. She knew what her senior sisters meant. Among the 7 girls of the Tianshui team, Shui Binger and Xiao Han have the best relationship. The two have known each other for 7 years. They have been together every time they obtained a spirit ring and witnessed each other's growth together. On weekdays, Xiao Han only addressed Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, who was of the same age, by their first names, and addressed everyone else as senior sister. A few years ago, Xiao Han kept vigil for Lin Jiruo and Shui Binger for the first time. That morning, Shui Binger opened her eyes and saw that the person lying next to her was Xiao Han, and ripples began to form in her heart. It was also from that day that she gradually fell in love with this junior fellow student who was 1 year younger than her. At this moment, the girl's blushing face speaks louder than any love words. Binger, why don't you give it a try? Shui Binger nodded gently, looking at the acacia heartbroken Hong in front of her, her eyes full of tenderness. As her soul power circulated, her qi and blood were stimulated, and a mouthful of blood spurted onto the petals. When Shui Binger's eyes met Xiao Han's, her face became even redder. The heartbreaking red lovesickness quietly fell off the Wu Ju stone and slowly floated in front of Shui Binger. Shui Binger stretched out her slender hand, and the bloody flower naturally fell into her palm. Binger, that's great, it recognizes you as its master. Chapter 37. Although Shui Binger possesses the top-level beast spirit, the Ice Phoenix, she cannot fully control the power of the spirit when she first awakens it. Therefore, after recovering from the illness, he spent more than half a year to improve his physical fitness, so much so that in the first year, he only practiced for 3 or 4 months before his soul power increased by 1 level. Even now, when Shui Binger and Shui Wu used the martial soul fusion skill Ice and Snow Piaoling to release the power of the Ice Phoenix martial soul's origin, she was unable to fully control it. But things are different now. Shui Binger gained the recognition of Acacia Heartbroken Red. After taking it, both her body and martial soul will be transformed. Xiao Han smiled and said, Binger, you have already gained its recognition, so eat it quickly. Shui Binger stared at the lovesick red on the palm of her hand, feeling a little bit reluctant. Xiao Han, didn't you say that it will never wither after recognizing its master? I'm a little reluctant to eat it. It can not only improve your soul power, but also help you better control the power of the Ice Phoenix. After eating it, it can merge with you, which is equivalent to changing the way it stays by your side. Okay. Shui Binger took the Acacia Heartbreak Red and walked to another corner of the room. Afterwards, Xiao Han took out 2 more magical herbs and handed them to Shen Liu Yu and Qiu Ruoshui. Sister Liu Yu, this black tortoise armor grass is very suitable for you. It can enhance your physical strength and endurance, and it can also improve the defense of your martial soul, the enamel crocodile. Take it and consume it. Well, thank you. Sister Ruoshui, this Bai Bo Ling Yun orchid can strengthen your body and invigorate your meridians. It is very suitable for you. The method of taking it is the same as theirs. Take it. Okay, thank you, junior brother. The 7 girls almost filled every corner of the room, absorbing their own magical herbs. Lin Jiruo walked towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han, the immortal herbs have been distributed. Is it your turn now? Ah. Xiao Han took out the strange chrysanthemum from the snow soul satin. Mom, I'm going to take it now. Okay, I'll protect you. Xiao Han sat down, ate the stamens and petals of the Tongtian flower one after another, and then began to practice on the spot to dissolve the power of the medicine. Time passed by minute by minute. Xiao Han was the first to wake up. After absorbing the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot, it was as if Xiao Han had a small yin-yang eye of ice and fire in his body, making it much easier for him to absorb other magical herbs. Lin Jiruo looked at Xiao Han expectantly and asked urgently. Xiao Han, how is it? How much has your soul power increased? Mom, my physique has been further strengthened, and I seem to have a diamond body. I don't know exactly how much my soul power has increased, but anyway, it has broken through level 40. That means it has been upgraded by at least 4 levels. Great, you can come with me to the frozen forest to hunt soul beasts. Lin Jiruo was overjoyed. Xiao Han has not yet obtained the 4th soul ring, so even if he has extra soul power, he cannot sense the specific level. He was already very satisfied to be able to jump directly from level 36 to above level 40. After Shuyuir woke up, she looked at herself in disbelief. My soul power has increased so much. Yuer, you're awake. How do you feel? It feels like a dream. My soul power has risen 3 levels in a row and has broken through level 30. This is amazing. Xiao Han smiled calmly. Yuer, you have improved more than 3 levels. You don't have the 3rd spirit ring yet, so the extra spirit power cannot be displayed. I estimate that after you obtain the 3rd spirit ring, your spirit power should be able to reach around level 35. Can it be improved so much? Of course. Shuyuir became even more excited. Yu Heru, Gu Qingba, Shen Liu, Zhou Ruoshui and others woke up one after another. How are you guys? How is your soul power improving? Yu Heru exclaimed, Xiao Han, your magic grass is really magical. My soul power has increased by 5 levels and directly reached level 37. Level 5, not bad. Xiao Han looked at Gu Qingba, Shen Liu and Zhou Ruoshui and said with a smile. The 3 senior sisters should have broken through to level 30 just like Yu, but without the 3rd spirit ring, we cannot sense their specific levels. The 3 girls smiled at each other. Xiao Han, you are right. We have all broken through level 30. Yes. After you absorb the 3rd soul ring, your soul power should reach about level 34 or 35. Level 34 or 35? The girls' eyes were full of disbelief, but they were all looking forward to Xiao Han's prediction. Shui Yu asked, Xiao Han, what about you? Did you absorb the magic grass just now? Xiao Han nodded slightly. Well, I have already broken through level 40. Level 40. The one walking in the front is indeed our most powerful junior brother. That's not necessarily true. Once Binger has absorbed that acacia heartbroken red, she will be able to surpass me. Really? What kind of magical herb did sister absorb? Is it so powerful? Zhou Ruoshui smiled and explained for Xiao Han where that magical herb is extremely special. Among us, only Binger has the chance to absorb it. I see. That makes me even more excited. Everyone's eyes turned to Shui Binger and Shui Wu who were absorbing the magic grass in the corner. Shui Wu was the first to absorb the immortal grass, but it has not been completed until now. Shui Binger is already showing signs of waking up. After a moment, Shui Binger opened her eyes. Feeling the surging power in her body, she was a little bit unbelievable. It seemed that her strength had made a qualitative leap. Several people came over. Xiao Han said. Binger, you finally woke up. Shui Binger stood up with a smile. Xiao Han, it's just as you said. My strength has been greatly improved. My soul power has increased by 5 levels at once, and has directly broken through to level 40. Maybe it's more than level 5, maybe even level 10. Level 10. Isn't that too exaggerated? Shui Binger couldn't imagine it. It's not an exaggeration. After all, it is the king of flowers and a divine treasure. You will know after you obtain the 4th soul ring. Several girls looked at Shui Binger and were happy for her. The girls shared their joy together and waited for Shui Wu to wake up. Another hour passed. Shui Wu finally absorbed all of the 8-petal fairy orchid. Like the other girls when they woke up, Shui Wu was also shocked. Shui Binger came over. Shui Wu, how do you feel? How much has your soul power increased? I increased my level by 5 levels all at once, and directly broke through to level 39. This is incredible. We are all the same. Our soul power has increased by several levels. Lin Jiruo smiled and said. Congratulations, kids. Your strength has been greatly improved. Except for Heru and Shuewu, you can all obtain the next spirit ring. In order to save time, we will go separately this time. Heru, Qingba, Liu, Ruoshui, the 4 of you will go to the Xingdou Great Forest with Teacher Liu, and Xiao Han, Binger, Shuewu and Yue will follow me to the Frozen Forest. Chapter 38. Half a month later, Xiao Han and his group of 5 arrived at the Frozen Forest. A few people first found a suitable soul beast for Shui Yuer and helped her hunt it. After absorbing the soul ring, Shui Yuer's soul power directly reached level 35, and she gained a soul skill that could cause high damage, Ice Spear. This time, in addition to Xiao Han, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, Lin Jiruo also has to hunt soul beasts to obtain her 8th soul ring. In addition, Shuewu also has the opportunity to obtain her 4th soul ring. She is currently at the bottleneck of level 40. After absorbing the magical grass, her cultivation speed will be improved, and she may be able to make a breakthrough soon. Several people continue to search for suitable soul beasts for Xiao Han and Shui Binger in the forest. After several days of searching, an ice blue phoenix was finally found in a valley. Lin Jiruo was a little excited. It's a blue ice phoenix bird that has been cultivating for nearly 10,000 years. Mom, this is perfect for Binger's 4th soul ring. Shui Binger absorbed the acacia heartbreak red and was able to bear it. The ice blue phoenix bird was quietly perched in a deep valley, surrounded by a layer of faint cold that seemed to be able to freeze the air. It has a slender and elegant body, and its feathers are a deep blue that shimmers with a cold and charming luster. Its beak is sharp and slender, flashing with cold light like a sharp ice blade. Those deep eyes contained a heart-pounding coldness and majesty that made people dare not look directly at them. The arrival of Xiao Han and his companions attracted its attention. It suddenly spread its wings, took off into the air, and attacked several people. Everyone, be careful. As Xiao Han spoke, he released his martial soul and spirit ring and was the first to meet them. Every feather of the ice-blue phoenix seemed to contain endless power and coldness. When it flapped gently, countless ice cones pierced towards the few people. Xiao Han pulled the bowstring to its full length and activated his second soul skill, shooting 10,000 arrows. Under Xiao Han's control, countless arrows instantly condensed into a dense ice-blue rain of arrows, which collided violently with the ice cones released by the ice-blue phoenix in the air, making a crisp and sharp shattering sound. Cold fire was integrated into Xiao Han's arrows, making their attack power even greater. A light mist suddenly filled the air. With large flakes of snow falling from the sky, Shui Binger and Xue Wu's martial soul fusion technique was quietly completed. A huge ice phoenix rose into the sky and flew towards the ice-blue phoenix at a high speed. After Shui Binger absorbed the Acacia Heartbreak Red, she was able to fully control the power of her martial soul, the Ice Phoenix. The fusion technique of her martial soul with Xue Wu allowed her strength to briefly soar to the Soul Emperor level. Under the suppression of her extreme cold power, the speed of the ice-blue phoenix bird dropped drastically, and it was successfully intercepted after flying only a few dozen meters. Shui Binger didn't hesitate and slashed it in mid-air, taking its life. The battle ended quickly. Lin Jirua and Shui Yuer watched the whole process and did not take any action. "Sister, you guys are so awesome." Shui Binger smiled slightly and said modestly, "Thanks to Xiao Han for using 10,000 arrows to block its attack, Xue Wu and I had the opportunity to perform our martial soul fusion technique." Lin Jirua nodded with relief. "You two are getting better and better at understanding each other, and the power of your martial soul fusion skills is becoming stronger. Come to think of it, this is all because of absorbing the magical grass Xiao Han gave me. Binger, you are too modest. Alright, go absorb that spirit ring quickly, and we will protect you." "It is good." After Shui Binger adjusted her state, she began to absorb the soul ring. Xiao Han and others were waiting on the side. 3 hours later, Shui Binger completely absorbed the soul ring. Shui Binger felt incredible as she felt the surging soul power in her body. Xiao Han was the first to come over. "Binger, how is it? Has your soul power increased a lot?" "Yes. Just as you said, the soul power that was previously stored has been revealed because of the acquisition of the new soul ring." Shui Yuer couldn't wait to ask. "Sister, what level of soul power have you reached now?" "Level 45. Level 45. Shui Yuer and Xue Wu both found it unbelievable. "That magical herb is worthy of being the king of flowers. It has brought such a great improvement to my sister." "Yes. More importantly, it can help me better control the power of the Ice Phoenix." Xiao Han joked, "That's great. Binger's soul power has surpassed mine. You haven't obtained the 4th spirit ring yet. I know that even if I get the 4th spirit ring, I won't be able to reach level 45 unless it is a 100,000-year spirit ring. But obviously, this is impossible, Xiao Han is really happy for Shui Binger. After taking the magic herb, Shui Binger's fate will be completely changed. Xue Wu asked. "Binger, what is your 4th soul skill?" "It's an attack-enhancing skill, similar to the one the Frost Blue Phoenix just used. When I use this skill, I can fire an ice cone attack from my wings, with a freezing effect. At the same time, my speed, attack, and defense are all increased by 100. I call it Phoenix Ice Thorn. Xiao Han took over the conversation. "This soul skill is great. Binger's attack power has increased a lot at once." Lin Jirua nodded and said. "Binger's 4th soul skill is really good. It can be said to be quite perfect when used in conjunction with the previous soul skills. Next, it's time to find a suitable soul beast for Xiao Han. Okay, let's set off." Several people slowly moved forward into the depths of the frozen forest. The air around us was getting colder, the snow in the woods was thick, and every step made a heavy sound. Just as everyone was vigilantly searching the surroundings for a soul beast suitable for Xiao Han, a subtle but heart-wrenching rustling sound came from under the snow. Xiao Han immediately stopped and looked around with sharp eyes. "Everyone, be careful, there's something going on." Before he finished his words, the snow suddenly cracked open, and a huge soul beast covered with crystal-clear blue-black scales suddenly jumped out and headed straight for Xiao Han. Its eyes flashed with a faint green light, and the slender and sharp stinger on its tail reflected a deadly cold light in the sunlight, obviously containing powerful power. "It's the Ice Scorpion." Lin Jiruo recognized the identity of the soul beast and released her own martial soul at the same time, ready to fight. The scorpion is the leader of the 5 poisonous creatures, and the threat level of its venom exceeds that of poisonous soul beasts such as centipedes, spiders, venomous snakes, geckos, and toads. However, in order to pursue the path of extreme ice, the Ice Scorpion clan gave up the practice of poison and focused on the ability of Ice Element. Facing this Ice Jade Scorpion that has cultivated for 10,000 years, Lin Jiruo did not dare to be careless. This Ice Jade Scorpion has cultivated for 10,000 years. You guys retreat. Mom, this guy came just in time, let him be my fourth spirit ring. Not only was Xiao Han not afraid, but he was extremely excited. You're crazy, brat. This is a 10,000-year-old soul beast. What we want is a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Xiao Han is full of confidence. He believed that with his current condition, it would be no problem for him to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring. Chapter 39. Binger, protect Xiao Yu and Yu Erlong. This magical herb is the nemesis of all poisons. With it, the scorpion venom cannot hurt you. However, its fragrance may attract other soul beasts, so you must be careful. Well, be careful too. Don't worry, I have an indestructible body and am immune to all poisons. It can't hurt me. The ice scorpion was extremely fast and approached Xiao Han in almost the blink of an eye. But Xiao Han did not panic. He quickly pulled the bowstring, and cold fire jumped on the arrow. The arrow cut through the air, carrying with it a strange power formed by the interweaving of blazing flames and icy cold air, and shot accurately towards the head of the ice scorpion. The ice scorpion reacted quickly, turning its body to the side and narrowly avoiding the attack. But Xiao Han's arrows shot at it one after another, leaving scratches on its hard body. It roared angrily, and quickly raised the spike on its tail, aiming it at Xiao Han, ready to launch a fatal blow. At this moment, Lin Jiruo took action. A huge ice blade directly cut off the ice scorpion's tail stinger. Seeing this, Xiao Han immediately seized the opportunity, pulled the bowstring again, and aimed at the head of the ice scorpion. The cold fire burned fiercely on the arrow, which accurately hit the head of the ice scorpion. With a crisp, crack sound, the ice scorpion's head was pierced through. After a shrill scream, the huge body fell to the ground, unable to move anymore. Xiao Han quickly put away the fragrant fairy product, so as to prevent its fragrance from attracting other soul beasts. A ball of black mist slowly rose from the body of the ice jade scorpion and gradually condensed into a 10,000-year soul ring that emitted a faint black light. Looking at the 10,000-year soul ring, Shui Binger, Xiao Yu and Shui Yu Erlong all felt a little nervous. This was the first time they witnessed the process of a 10,000-year soul ring condensing. Even though Xiao Han was confident, Lin Jiruo was still a little worried. Xiao Han, do you really want to absorb this 10,000-year spirit ring and make it your fourth spirit ring? Of course. Mom, don't worry. Shui Binger said, Dean Lin, we have witnessed Xiao Han absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring as his second spirit ring. I believe that this time he will be able to break through his limit and absorb this 10,000-year spirit ring. Lin Jiruo nodded. Xiao Han, before absorbing this spirit ring, adjust your condition to the best. It is good. Xiao Han then sat down and adjusted his condition. After recovering to his best, he began to absorb the soul ring. He closed his eyes and concentrated, and the aura around him began to change subtly. The 10,000-year soul ring released a powerful and overbearing energy, instantly enveloping him. A strong pressure came over him, as if a heavy burden was placed on Xiao Han's shoulders. The 10,000 years of soul power contained in the soul ring hit his body like a violent storm, as if it was going to devour him. Xiao Han had no intention of backing down. Only by enduring this pain can you make the power of the 10,000-year ice jade scorpion your own. As time passed, Xiao Han's breathing became more and more steady. The originally violent energy gradually became docile, as if tamed by his will. From day to night, and then to sunset. The time it took Xiao Han to absorb this spirit ring was longer than the previous 3 times combined. Under the protection of several people, after a long time, he finally completely absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring. Opening his eyes again and feeling the strong soul power in his body, Xiao Han felt pleasantly surprised. Is this the power of the 10,000-year spirit ring? Lin Jiruo, Shui Binger and others quickly gathered around. Xiao Han, you finally absorbed all the spirit rings. Xiao Han, congratulations, you have your first 10,000-year spirit ring so quickly. Junior brother, you are so awesome. Lin Jiruo didn't say anything, but just nodded with satisfaction. Shui Binger asked, Xiao Han, what is your soul power level now? Level 43. I've already told you that you've surpassed me. But I'll catch up with you soon. Shui Yu exclaimed. Junior brother is only 13 years old, and he has become a 43-level fighting spirit master. This is really amazing. Lin Jiruo asked Xiao Han, what is your fourth soul skill? Xiao Han smiled slightly, with confidence flashing in his eyes, and said slowly. My fourth soul skill is called Ice Explosion Arrow, which has both attack and freezing effects. When I shoot this ice arrow, I can detonate it with my mind according to the needs of the battle. It can be used as a single attack or a group attack. Once the arrow hits or explodes, the ice will spread rapidly, causing continuous damage to the enemy. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he planned to demonstrate it in front of everyone. He drew his bow and shot an arrow. The ice blue arrow drew an elegant arc in the air and finally hit a boulder not far away accurately. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the huge rock instantly exploded and turned into countless small stones that flew everywhere. This scene shocked everyone present. Shui Binger exclaimed. It's worthy of being called a 10,000-year soul skill. This skill is too powerful. It can be used for long-range sniping and range control to weaken the enemy. Shui Wu also nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of envy. Yes, Junior Brother's fourth soul skill is a killer move. Shui Yu said with a smile, Junior Brother, you are getting better and better. You have amazed me once again. Lin Jiruo looked at Xiao Han and said meaningfully. Xiao Han, your growth rate has far exceeded my expectations. Remember, with great power comes greater responsibility. You must learn how to use this power correctly to protect yourself and those around you. Okay, I know. Lin Jiruo turned her gaze to Shui Wu who was standing beside her and said, Shui Wu, there is still some time. You should try to break through level 40 as soon as possible. Then we can find a suitable soul beast for you and help you obtain the fourth soul ring. Okay, I will practice hard. Next, they continued to search for soul beasts with Lin Jiruo. After dozens of days of searching, they found an ice shadow snow falcon with a cultivation history of 60,000 years, and successfully killed it, obtaining the ice shadow clone skill. Lin Jiruo's soul power increased by 1 level and she became a real soul fighter. Within a few days, Shui Wu also broke through level 40. Xiao Han and Shui Binger helped her hunt down a soul beast with a cultivation history of 5,000 years, and helped her obtain the fourth soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring, Shui Wu's soul power increased by 1 level, and she gained the fourth soul skill, Ice Tornado. The other side. Lu Yan and 4 other girls also gained something in the Star Forest. After obtaining the third soul ring, Gu Qingbao's soul power reached level 35, and Shen Liuyu and Qiu Ruoxue both reached level 34. Chapter 40. Without Qian Renshue's help, Xiao Han would not have been able to successfully enter the Yinyan Eye of Ice and Fire and obtain so many immortal herbs. Another year has passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, Xiao Han's soul power increased by 4 levels, reaching level 47. Shui Binger is level 48. Snow Dance level 44. Yu Hero also broke through level 40, and after obtaining the fourth soul ring, her soul power reached level 41. Shui Yuer and Gu Qingba are both level 38. Shen Liuyu and Qiu Ruoxue are both level 37. At this time, there are only 2 years left until the Soul Master competition. The 3 elemental academies of Tianshui, Qihua and Shenfeng organized an exchange and discussion meeting, which was held at Tianshui College. On this day, Lin Jiruo gathered 8 team members together. The exchange meeting between our 3 elemental academies is aimed at testing the strength of the other team, but each team will have some reservations. Your overall strength has exceeded my imagination, and you have a chance to win the Soul Master competition. This time, we must also hide our strength. Xiao Han will not play, Binger and Shui Wu's martial soul fusion skills will not be used, and you must not reveal your specific level to the other party. Do you understand? Clear. 3 days later, the Kamikaze and Blazing Academy teams arrived as scheduled. Walking into Tianshui College, the boys were attracted by the pretty girls passing by. There are so many beautiful girls in Tianshui College. Yeah, I really envy the guy who is enrolled in this academy. He lives among beautiful girls every day. He is just like Brother Tian, but he is born with full soul power. You can't envy him. Huo Wu said. Do all of you only have eyes for beautiful women? Huo Wu, I didn't look at them. The person who spoke was Feng Xiaotian. He only had eyes for Huo Wu and had no interest in the beautiful women passing by. Although he had been secretly in love with Huo Wu for several years and even deliberately lowered his status in order to pursue Huo Wu did not take him seriously. In the past few years, Feng Xiaotian has been researching his own soul skill, the Wind Demon Wolf Consecutive Slash, and has now reached the level of 27 Wind Demon Wolf Consecutive Slashes. However, he would not easily use this killer move unless it was absolutely necessary. In the afternoon, the three teams gathered at the training ground and exchanged friendly greetings with each other. Huo Wu looked at Shui Binger and asked. I heard that your Qianshui team has a boy with full innate soul power. Isn't he going to play today? Shui Binger smiled and said. Our junior brother is a substitute for the team and will not play today. Really? You let someone with full innate soul power be the substitute. It seems that you are also intentionally hiding your strength. After Huo Wu finished speaking, she shifted her gaze to the back of the Qianshui team and spotted Xiao Han standing next to Ding Zhao and Lin Jiruo. Is it him? Yes, that's our junior brother. Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wushuang and others also looked at Xiao Han in unison. Xiao Han looked calm, not afraid to meet everyone's gazes. Feng Xiaotian said, the person who was admitted by your college as an exception is indeed extraordinary. Shui Binger just smiled politely. She didn't want to say anything more about Xiao Han. In the last Soul Master competition, our Qianshui Academy lost to your Shenfeng Academy. But, we will not lose to you again this time. Really? It seems that you are very confident. However, in the end, you still have to speak with strength. Huo Wu took over the conversation. Shui Binger, in the last Soul Master competition, our Blazing Fire Academy lost to your Qianshui Academy. This time, we will not lose. I know that both of you captains are very strong, so let's see you on the field. The two smiled at each other, both looking forward to the competition with each other. The first match today is between Qianshui College and Qihua College. After the Kamikaze Academy left the field, the Qianshui team and the Qihua team both deployed their respective formations. Both teams adopted a 2-4-1 formation. Shui Binger and Yu Heru stood at the front of the team, and Shui Wu stood at the back. On the other side, Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu stood at the front, and the team's auxiliary division also stood at the back. Please both teams release their martial spirits. The match will officially begin in 1 minute. Following the referee's announcement, all 14 people on the field released their martial spirits and spirit rings. Seeing the spirit rings of the Qianshui team members, the siblings Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang looked at each other in shock. Top Beast Spirit, Ice Phoenix. 3 Battle Soul Sect members, 4 Battle Soul Lords, and all of them have the best spirit ring configuration. With such a lineup, they can achieve decent results even if they participate in the Soul Master competition now, not to mention that the competition is still 2 years away. The 7 members of the Blazing team are all at the Soul Master level, and their soul rings are the best configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. However, they are still far inferior to the Qianshui Beauty Group. Before the game started, the members of the Blazing team felt a biting chill and the pressure doubled. The teacher leading the Blazing Academy was also shocked. Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang's talents are already good enough, but they are still far behind Shui Binger. Feng Xiaotian frowned, feeling somewhat worried about Huo Wu. He knew that Huo Wu was always strong-willed and unwilling to admit defeat. Water and fire restrain each other, but there is a big gap between the two sides, and Blazing Academy has almost no chance of winning the game. Not to mention Blazing Academy, even Kamikaze Academy might not be able to win this game. Feng Xiaotian, the strongest member of the Kamikaze Academy team, has not yet reached level 40. The contest between the two sides officially begins. Just as everyone expected, the Qianshui team was clearly stronger and the game was almost one-sided. As the captain of the Qianshui team, Shui Binger took the lead. Her Ice Phoenix martial spirit soared in the air, releasing bursts of biting cold air, shrouding the members of the Blazing team in coldness. Every movement seemed so calm and unhurried, as if the entire battlefield was under her control. Yu Heru and other team members cooperated well, and both attack and defense were seamless. Although Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu of the Blazing team also showed impressive strength, their attacks seemed a little powerless under the strong suppression of the Qianshui team. Huo Wushuang's one-horned fire Tyrannosaurus was domineering and fiery, but in front of the Ice Phoenix's cold air, it seemed to be weakened a lot and could hardly pose a substantial threat to the Qianshui team. After a fierce confrontation, the morale of the Blazing team collapsed instantly, and they were no longer able to resist the offensive of the Qianshui team. With the referee's whistle, the game ended. The Qianshui team easily defeated the Qihua team with an overwhelming advantage and won the first victory of this exchange and competition meeting. The members of the Blazing team all looked frustrated, especially Huo Wu. But she also knew that there was a big gap in strength between them and the Qianshui team. Chapter 41. Feng Xiaotian stood aside and looked at Huo Wu with some heartache. He felt sorry for Huo Wu's failure, but was also shocked by the strength of the Qianshui team. This year's Qianshui team has such terrifying overall strength that it can even compete with the Spirit Hall Academy team, and is a strong contender for the Soul Master Competition Championship. The members of the Blazing team walked off the field. Huo Wushuang said to Feng Xiaotian, I didn't expect them to be so strong, especially their captain Shui Binger. Brother Tian, it's up to you guys from the Kamikaze Academy to take over. Feng Xiaotian shook his head. I saw your fight just now. We all underestimated their strength. I can't defeat them alone. So, we admit defeat. What? You admit defeat? Huo Wushuang felt incredible. Huo Wu was a little angry. You're giving up before the game even starts. Are you such a coward? Feng Xiaotian quickly explained. Huo Wu, this is a joint decision between the teacher and the team. We won't spar, but we can still communicate. Humph. Although they have the advantage in soul power and can suppress our fire element, they cannot restrain your wind element. It is hard to understand why your Divine Wind Academy made such a decision. Huo Wushuang stepped out to smooth things over. Okay, Huo Wu, that's their own business. I think Brother Tian doesn't want to expose his trump card. Feng Xiaotian nodded. This is just one of the reasons. More importantly, the overall strength of the Qianshui College team is truly unfathomable. Even if we try our best, we may not be able to defeat them. Moreover, the strongest player in their team has not even played yet. Huo Wu frowned. You mean the substitute? That's right. My intuition tells me that he is the strongest person in the Qianshui team. Everyone looked at Xiao Han, who was celebrating with his teammates. According to the original plan, 2 hours later, the Qianshui team will have another battle with the Kamikaze team. But unexpectedly, the Kamikaze team directly gave up and admitted defeat. Xiao Han joked, the sisters performed well. They defeated the Blazing team and even frightened the Kamikaze team into giving up. Shui Binger smiled and said. The Kamikaze team probably wants to hide their strength and not go all out. It's possible. Besides, the Blazing team didn't perform at their full strength. Xiao Han, how did you figure that out? Feel it. But even if they use their best, they can't defeat you because you are the best. Xiao Han knew that Huo Wu possessed a special talent, ring fusion. She was able to fuse all of her spirit ring energies together and focus them on one spirit skill. This talent is quite amazing, and it can make her strength soar to a higher level temporarily. However, this skill also has a huge flaw. After using it, it will deplete one's own soul power, and it will take several days to recover. So, generally speaking, Huo Wu will not use this skill. As they were chatting, Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wushuang, Huo Wu and a group of people came over. Feng Xiaotian smiled and said. Congratulations on your 2 consecutive victories. Shui Binger responded. You are being modest, you must not want us to see your true strength. No. It is indeed difficult for us to defeat you. You are really strong and have a chance to win the next Soul Master competition and bring honor to our Elemental Academy. Feng Xiaotian finished speaking and looked at Xiao Han. If I'm not mistaken, this little brother's soul power should be above level 40, right? Xiao Han smiled and responded, yeah, just past level 40. Feng Xiaotian shook his head and sighed. I am the same as you, both of us have innate full soul power. You are so young, but you have already broken through to level 40, but I haven't broken through yet. That's because you've been putting your energy into the wrong places. I heard that you've been researching your own soul skills, and have made some progress. Feng Xiaotian frowned. So you already knew it? Yes, I am indeed researching my own soul skills and regard them as my trump card. I have no intention of showing them today, so I voluntarily gave up this contest. Xiao Han smiled. You are able to research your own soul skills, which is enough to prove that you are gifted. But if for some reason you deliberately lower your level, it is really irrational. You should know what I am talking about. Xiao Han said this deliberately for Huo Wu to hear. Feng Xiaotian scratched his head embarrassedly. Little brother Xiao Han, this is the first time we meet, how do you know so much? I'm well informed. Brother, don't waste your talent anymore. Seeing how powerful your Qianshui team is, how dare we neglect them? We will practice even harder after we return, so that we will have a chance to compete with you. Then let's have a good fight at the Soul Master competition in 2 years. Okay, it's a deal. Feng Xiaotian and Xiao Han hit it off immediately and had a very pleasant conversation. After leaving Qianshui College, Huo Wu called Feng Xiaotian aside. Feng Xiaotian, I don't need you to pity me. That kid is right. With your talent, if you concentrate on practicing, you would have reached the Soul Sect level long ago. Why is it like this? Huo Wu, I'm not just because of you. Don't say any more. I know everything. If you really want to gain my approval, you need to raise your soul power to above level 45 before the Soul Master competition. Can you do it? Of course can. Feng Xiaotian was a little excited. The goddess who had been licking his ass for several years finally gave in. Xiao Han's words awakened Feng Xiaotian. The performance of the Jianshui team put pressure on him, and Huo Wu's behavior was also a spur to him. After returning, he will practice hard and strive to achieve higher achievements. A few months passed in a blink of an eye. Meanwhile on the other side, the Shrek 7 Devils achieved a streak of 28 victories in the Soto fighting arena. However, even though Tang San tried very hard, he was unable to break Xiao Han's record of winning 100 games in a row. In recent days, several wealthy people have placed heavy bets on the same team, causing heavy losses to the Soto fighting arena. Manager AO had no choice but to find Tang San, who had an amazing performance in the fighting spirit arena. The two reached a consensus that Tang San would lead the team to challenge the royal fighting team. Tang San took the opportunity to ask. Manager AO, I heard that there is a teenager whose second spirit ring has reached the 1000-year level. In just 1 month, he won 100 victories in your great fighting spirit arena. Do you know that person? Manager AO shook his head and smiled. I don't know much about them. However, I doubt their true identities. The 8 people together all have ice and water attributes. If I'm not mistaken, except for the young man, the other 7 are women disguised as men. All girls? That's right. One of the girls is the most special. She possesses the top beast spirit, the Ice Phoenix. They all have fair skin and are obviously not from a coastal city. I guess they are all from the inland water city, Jianshui City. Chapter 42. After Tang San returned, he told Yu Xiaogang everything he had talked about with Supervisor AO. Yu Xiaogang frowned, as if he had thought of something. Teacher, what's wrong? Those people are most likely from Jianshui College. Jianshui College? Yes. Jianshui College is located in Jianshui City. It is an old college that follows the pure water route. Ice and water have the same origin, so they only recruit female students with ice and water attributes. Tang San thought about it and had a bad feeling in his heart. It is very likely that they are the ones. Based on the martial spirits, it is not difficult to find their information. Yu Xiaogang sighed. If it's really them, then we have another strong opponent on the road to winning the championship. But why would they accept male students? The second soul ring has reached the 1000-year level, which exceeds the limit of what the body can bear. I really don't know how that boy did it. Is there something wrong with my theory? Teacher, don't think too much. We have only one goal, to be the champion of the Soul Master competition. It doesn't matter who our opponent is. Tang San had a smile on his face and looked very confident, but he was actually very panicked inside. He thinks he's pretty awesome. But there are mountains outside the mountains, and there are people outside the people. The strength of that mysterious young man is definitely above his. If he is really from Jianshui College, he has to take him seriously. Next, the Shrek 7 Devils defeated the royal fighting team, and Tang San felt that he was good enough again. After leaving Soto City and returning to Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaogang made some inquiries and confirmed that the people who had achieved impressive results in the Soto fighting spirit arena were from Jianshui Academy. Yu Xiaogang found Tang San and told him about the situation. With full innate soul power, the ice bow and ice arrows have combined to form a true ice bow and arrow martial soul. It's incredible. No wonder Jianshui Academy made an exception for him. Tang San frowned. Teacher, do you know how strong they are now? Yu Xiaogang shook his head. I'm not sure, I just know that the young man's name is Xiao Han. One has full innate soul power, and one has the top beast spirit Ice Phoenix. This already has the capital to become a strong team. What's more, they are not only taking the extreme flow route, but also integrating control, strong attack, agile attack, and support into one team. In fact, it is a fusion flow plus extreme flow. Such a team must be a headache. After listening to Yu Xiaogang's analysis, Tang San became more and more uneasy. At this point, there is only a little over a year left until the Soul Master competition, so they have to become stronger. In order to improve the overall strength of the team and deal with stronger opponents, Tang San, based on the Xian Tiangong internal energy method, comprehended a set of exercises that can help unblock the tendons and meridians, and pass them on to his teammates to help them improve their training speed. The Soul Master competition has clear rules that prohibit the use of hidden weapons. However, this does not mean that concealed weapons cannot be used. In order to win the game, Tang San will try every possible means. By chance, Tang San met Douluo, and was brought to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire by Douluo. Looking at the scene in front of him, Tang San was stunned. This is actually the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Yin eyes of ice and fire? What are you talking about, boy? This clearly divided spring is the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. This place should have been formed not long ago, right? Otherwise, the herbs here wouldn't have grown so small. Boy, you are wrong. I have discovered this place 10 years ago. Tang San's face was full of doubts. That's not right. With the nourishment of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, the plants here should grow 10 times, or even 100 times faster. But why are the herbs here? Humph. Thinking of the herbs that were picked, Douluo was extremely angry, with fierce gleams in his eyes. It's all that flower thief's fault for stealing my herbs. If I catch him, I'll tear him into pieces. Senior, do you mean someone has been here? That's right. The most precious and special herbs here have all been stolen by that thief. In the past few years, I wanted to wait and see, but that person never showed up again. Maybe there are no herbs here worth stealing. Senior, do you still remember what the herbs he stole looked like? Of course I remember. Afterwards, Douluo described the appearance of those herbs to Tang San. After hearing this, Tang San's heart was broken. He realized that this place had once seen rare immortal herbs such as acacia heartbroken red, star anise mysterious ice grass, fiery apricot delicate shoe, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, and fragrant chihuahua immortal products. Unfortunately, those magical herbs were taken by others first, and he had no chance to get them. Tang San sighed, Senior, I didn't expect that there were so many immortal herbs here. I wish I had met you earlier. He was able to pick the extremely poisonous star anise mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot, which shows that he is a person who particularly understands flowers and plants. Boy, I wish I had met you earlier. But it's a pity. Tang San suddenly thought of something. Senior, is there no suspicious person in your mind? Of course. When the herbs were stolen, I thought the most suspicious person was Zhu Huaguan from the Spirit Hall. He is my mortal enemy and is quite knowledgeable about flowers and herbs. However, given his personality, if he really did it, he would definitely use it to provoke me. But he didn't do that, so it might not be him. Is there anyone else? There is also Yang Wudi, the patriarch of the Pai clan of the Xing Luo Empire. He is also a person who is quite knowledgeable about flowers and plants. Later, I secretly investigated him and ruled out this possibility. Anything else? Douluo suddenly frowned. There is one more person, but he is also unlikely. Who? A few years ago, I met the vice president of Jinshui College at the edge of the poison formation. She brought 2 children in their teens and said she was looking for soul beasts. I had met Dean Zhao of Jinshui College a few times before, but I didn't take them seriously at the time and let them go. After the herbs were stolen, I also secretly investigated her and found that the woman knew nothing about herbs. She couldn't even enter my green phosphorus snake poison formation, let alone find her here. What a coincidence. It's Jinshui College again. Douluo was a little surprised. Boy, what do you mean? Nothing, maybe a coincidence. Afterwards, Tang San told Douluo the information he had learned. So that's how it is. When I met him, he was only in his teens. According to what you said, his martial spirit is indeed somewhat special. His second spirit ring has reached the 1,000-year level, which is also unheard of. At night, Tang San couldn't sleep and kept thinking about it. Could it be that those top-grade immortal herbs were really stolen by Xiao Han and his group? That's unlikely. How could he recognize so many immortal herbs at such a young age? The remaining herbs in the yin-yang eye of fire and ice, nourished by the spring water, may grow into immortal herbs in a few hundred years. It's a pity that I didn't come here earlier. After swallowing Douluo's snake pill and practicing for half a year, Tang San's strength has been greatly improved. As a result, he got the upper hand of Douluo, the title DOLOU, and successfully invited Douluo to be a guest official at Shrek Academy. Another half a year passed in the blink of an eye. With the help of the skills, the other members of Shrek improved their training speed. The Soul Master competition is approaching, and Tang San and Dai Mubai have both broken through level 40. The other 5 were all in their 30s, with Xiao Yu being the closest to 40. The other side. After 2 years of training, all 7 members of the Tianshui team have reached level 40 or above. Yu Haru is level 47. Gu Qingba and Shui Yuer are both level 45. Shen Liuyu and Qiu Ruoshui are both level 44. Snow Dance level 51. Xiao Han, like Shui Binger, reached level 55. Shui Binger and Shui Wu both obtained their first 10,000-year spirit ring. Shui Binger's 5th soul skill is the Ice Crystal Greatsword, a powerful attack soul skill. Shui Wu's 5th soul skill is the Ice Extreme, which has an even stronger cooling effect. Xiao Han's fifth soul ring came from a 30,000-year-old soul beast with both wind and ice attributes, and obtained the soul skill, Blizzard Arrow. This soul skill can change the environment of the battlefield and comprehensively suppress the enemy. The Soul Master competition preliminaries are about to officially begin. Under the leadership of Lin Jiruo, Xiao Han and his party came to the capital of the empire, Tiando City. Chapter 43. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is divided into different competition areas. Tiando City, as the most important competition area in the empire, held a grand opening ceremony. In preparation for this major event held every 5 years, the Tiando Grand Fighting Arena was renovated, combining the main fighting arena and the branch fighting arena together. The renovated fighting arena can accommodate 80,000 spectators at the same time. On the first day of the opening ceremony, the Great Soul Fighting Arena welcomed a huge audience, all of whom wanted to see the participating young soul masters up close. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Han and his group also entered the venue. They were wearing the same ice blue team uniform and attracted everyone's attention as soon as they entered the venue. These beauties are all very beautiful. You can tell at a glance that they are from the women's college in Tianshui City. That's right. The color of Tianshui College's uniforms has never changed. It has always been ice blue. Hey, how did a male member sneak into the Tianshui team? Isn't this a girls' school? Yes. This year's Tianshui team is not following the usual path, which may be another highlight. You know what, that boy is quite handsome. Tianshui College really has requirements for appearance, and male students are no exception. Xiao Han was 16 years old and had already grown to 1.8 meters tall. He had delicate features, a well-proportioned body, and blue-silver hair draped over his shoulders, looking a bit rebellious. He was a head taller than the girls and was particularly eye-catching walking in the team. However, he was already accustomed to strange looks and could handle it with ease. Wow! There are so many people. It seems like everyone in Tiando City is here. Xiao Yu looked around and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Shui Binger gently nudged Xiao Han beside her and asked, Xiao Han, what are you thinking about? I'm calculating how much prize money we'll get if we win first place in the Tiando division. Shui Binger smiled slightly. With your strength, you will definitely shine in the Soul Master competition. Perhaps you will be able to obtain the status of a noble very early and be highly valued by the empire. Then you won't care so much about money. Xiao Han shook his head. I don't care about nobility or titles. What I want is freedom. Even that old man Shui can't control me. Haha, you are ambitious, worthy of being our independent junior brother. Have you figured it out? How much money can you get? Each win in the qualifying round will earn you 500 gold soul coins, and entering the promotion round will earn you an additional 3,000 gold soul coins. The top 5 teams in the promotion round will each receive 10,000 gold soul coins, and if they win the championship, they'll get even more. All in all, it should be tens of thousands gold soul coins. This amount of money is nothing to Xiao Han and Shui Binger, but there are girls from ordinary families in the team, so money is still very important. As the two were talking, a group of people dressed strangely passed by them. They were wearing shit green school uniforms, each with a monster pattern on the chest that almost took up the entire chest, and 6 bright large characters embroidered in red silk thread on the back, wanting advertising sponsorship. As soon as these people appeared, they immediately attracted more attention and even stole the limelight from the Tianshui beauty group. The ridicule continued. What kind of academy is this? Did you just come out of the toilet? Why are you wearing a shit green uniform? And what's that pattern on the chest? Are they really soul masters? This is the most luxurious Tiando city in the empire, how could there be such a rubbish team? Look at that fat guy. Not only is he ugly, he's also wretched. It turns out they also know how to be ashamed. They all put on masks, Shui Binger whispered. That team just now was dressed so strangely. It's really a bit weird. Ugly people are more likely to do weird things. Xiao Han knew that they were the Shrek 7 devils. From the color of their hair and clothes, it was not difficult to identify their identities. Yellow-haired Dai Mubai, red-haired Ma Hongjun, silver-haired Oscar, short and ugly short-haired Xiao Bi-san, black-haired Zhu Zhuqing, brown-haired Ning Rongrong, and the other one is Xiao Wu. Xiao Han and his group came to the rest area in the main stadium that was specially provided for the participating colleges. There are thousands of seats in a spacious rest area, divided into different areas for the soul masters from various academies to rest and wait. The arrival of the Tianshui beauty group quickly attracted the attention of other soul masters. Brother Xiao Han, come here. Feng Xiaotian saw them, waved and called out. The members of the Kamikaze Academy were wearing cyan uniforms and standing together with a team of people in red uniforms. Obviously, the team wearing red uniforms is the Blazing Team. Binger, let's go over there. It is good. Feng Xiaotian was very happy to see Xiao Han again after 2 years. Brother Xiao Han, you are finally here. What is your current soul power level? Over 50, how about you? Feng Xiaotian was surprised and found it unbelievable. Okay, you lied to me before, I knew you were the strongest in the Qianshui team. Alas, it's been 2 years, and I still haven't caught up with you. Xiao Han grinned. From the tone of your voice, you've made a lot of progress in the past 2 years. Not as good as you, only level 46. Very good, I finally woke you up. It's a pity that you waste your energy on women with your talent. Feng Xiaotian chuckled. Brother, I have to thank you again. After I left your academy last time, Wu asked me to raise my soul power to level 45 or above within 2 years, otherwise she would ignore me. I finally did it, and I even exceeded 1 level. That's right. Women all admire strong men, especially strong women like Wu. Are you still working on your Wind Wolf/combo? Of course, that is my trump card. Now it has reached 36 consecutive kills. I will let you see its power when the time comes, hehe. Okay, I'll wait. Xiao Han sighed in his heart, if Feng Xiaotian had realized this earlier, his level now would definitely be higher than his. Feng Xiaotian leaned close to Xiao Han's ear and whispered, there are several brothers in my team who are single and in good condition. Since they went to your college last time, they have all been distracted since they came back. You know so many girls, can you introduce some to my brothers? You are a good boss. I treat you as a brother, but you are thinking about the girls in my college. Never mind, there are plenty of beautiful girls in our college anyway. Then let me thank you on behalf of my brothers. After the matter is accomplished, you will definitely get some benefits. Xiao Han smiled disdainfully. Superficial. What benefit do I want? I am seeking happiness for my fellow alumni. Your teammates should be extraordinary people. It is better to marry them than those fat and rich men. You still have the vision. What you said is that my teammates all have great potential and their character is also guaranteed. Huo Wushuang's head popped out from nowhere. Good brother, can you introduce one to me too? Feng Xiaotian patted Huo Wushuang on the shoulder and said with a smile, Wushuang has even more potential. He is the successor to the Dean of Blazing Academy. If I introduce this girl to him, he can become the Dean's wife in the future, hehe. You guys. Fine. 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 To show your sincerity, when you meet us Qianshui in the preliminaries, just admit defeat. On the other side, the Shrek team also entered. Chapter 44. The Shrek team's school uniform was too weird. As soon as it appeared, it attracted everyone's contemptuous gazes, so they had to hide in an inconspicuous corner. Tang San's gaze swept around and finally fell on the Qianshui girl group. Xiao Wu asked. Brother, what are you looking at? Ma Hongjun smiled evilly and said jokingly, what else can I look at? Of course I look at beautiful women. Third brother is also a man, it's hard for him not to like this, right? Tang San looked focused, as if he didn't hear Ma Hongjun's teasing. Dai Mubai asked, Mistress, what's wrong? It's him. The mysterious boy who won 100 consecutive games in the Soto Great Fighting Spirit Arena has finally appeared. Everyone followed Tang San's gaze and saw Xiao Han, who was particularly conspicuous in the Qianshui girl group. Xiao Han had a very pleasant conversation with Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wushuang and others. Tang San said. The ones wearing green uniforms should be from the Divine Wind Academy, and the ones wearing red uniforms are from the Blazing Fire Academy. I heard from the teacher that the 3 elemental academies are all established academies with impressive strength. In the 3 previous Soul Master competitions, they all entered the finals as the top 5 in the Heavenly Do division. Ma Hongjun disagreed and said. No matter what elemental academy it is, no one can interfere with our determination to win the championship. Shrek will win. Yes, Shrek will win. Oscar echoed. Tang San frowned, not daring to be careless. Xiao Han's second spirit ring has reached the millennium level, and he also has a teammate with a top beast spirit, the Ice Phoenix. There are control, strong attack, agile attack, and auxiliary spirit masters in the team. They are not that easy to deal with. We must not underestimate the enemy. Dai Mubai nodded. Xiao San is right. We will know their true strength after the competition officially starts. Lin Jiruo came to the team. I have already signed you up. The opening ceremony is about to begin, so get ready to enter. Xiaohan, Binger, you two just need to lead everyone in. It is good. Xiaohan, in the previous 3 Soul Master competitions, our Qianshui College has never had a male player. Your appearance later will definitely become the focus of everyone's attention. Be mentally prepared in advance. Mom, I'm very strong and ruthless, so don't worry about me. Yes, Dean Lin. Our little junior brother is so handsome that he is not afraid of any strange looks at all. Dean Lin smiled and nodded, then left. Soon, the competition staff began to organize the teams from various colleges to enter. As he walked in the entrance passage, Xiaohan could already hear thunderous cheers. A huge and open square came into view, surrounded by cheering spectators. The diameter of the site is over 150 meters. Directly in front of the central venue is a rostrum with a golden background. Behind the rostrum is the VIP area, where sit the most prestigious people in the Tiando Empire. When each college enters, there will be a special MC on the podium to introduce it. The academies that entered first have already lined up in the center of the venue. Following closely behind the Kamikaze and Seraphim teams, the Qianshui team also entered the arena. Shui Binger and Shui Wu walked at the front of the team, while Xiaohan walked alone at the end. The appearance of the Qianshui team immediately attracted everyone's attention, and even louder noises came from the audience. The MC introduced, the next team to enter is the Qianshui College team. Different from the previous 3 teams, this time there is a male player in the Qianshui College team. This male player must have outstanding strength to be admitted by Qianshui College as an exception. Let us look forward to their performance. Xiaohan looked up at the VIP seats and saw Qianren Xue, who was pretending to be the Crown Prince Xueqinghe. She was sitting in the second row. At this time, Qianren Xue was also looking at Xiaohan. The two looked at each other, Xiaohan smiled at her and nodded gently. There were only 3 people sitting in the first row in front of Xueqinghe. It is not difficult to identify their identities from their clothes. The one in the middle is Emperor Shuiyi, the one on the left is the Platinum Bishop Salus of the Spirit Hall, and the one on the right is Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. The least popular Shrek team made their final appearance. As soon as they appeared, they caused laughter from the audience. The most bizarre team in this Soul Master competition is this one. They actually used shit green as the color of their uniforms. The dean's head must have been caught in a door. What a bunch of toads. How dare you come to participate in the Soul Master competition like this? Tang San and his companions entered the venue despite the ridicule of the audience. The MC introduced, the last team to enter is the Shrek Academy team. They are dressed in bright and unique costumes and are full of confidence. Their registration slogan is, Unrivaled Champions. They have great ideas, so let's wish them to go further in the competition. As soon as the host finished speaking, there was another burst of laughter from the audience. Afterwards, Emperor Shuiyi issued a declaration to open the competition. Immediately afterwards, Ning Fengji also delivered a speech. The MC asked. Master Ning, there are a total of 28 teams participating in the Tiando City Division qualifiers. Which one do you think is the best? Ning Fengji smiled slightly. In addition to the Tiando Royal Academy Team 1 that entered the finals as a seeded team, I am also optimistic about another team. I think that not only will they be able to enter the finals, they may even win the championship of this Soul Master competition. Oh. Which team is so favored by sect leader Ning? I'm sorry, I can't reveal it for now. I believe that the final champion of this competition will definitely belong to the Tiando Empire. Ning Fengji's words caused heated discussions among the audience, and even the students on the field became agitated. Everyone was guessing which team he was talking about. Only Xiaohan knew that he was referring to Shrek. Xiaohan grinned and thought to himself, Ning Fengji, you are wrong. Next, Sarath conducted the draw for the first round of qualifiers. According to the rules of the qualifiers, each team will play against the other 27 teams, and the top 5 teams with the best results will enter the qualifying round and the finals. Qianshui team's opponent in the first round is the weak Tsangnan College, and the match will be held tomorrow. After today's opening ceremony, there was only one exhibition match between the second team of Tiando Royal Academy and its first opponent, who happened to be drawn to be Shrek Academy. All participating colleges withdrew. Xiaohan and his group came to the viewing area specially prepared for the contestants. Shui Binger asked, Xiaohan, I don't know which team sect leader Ning was talking about just now, but it's definitely not us. The team he favors must be quite powerful. Xiaohan smiled disdainfully. The team he mentioned will be on the field soon. Really? Could it be the Royal Academy's second team? They don't seem to have that much strength. No. It's more likely to be the Shrek team. Shui Binger was a little surprised. No way. Those people from Shrek look very weird, they don't look like soul masters at all. They do look like a bunch of clowns. However, those few have some strength, but not much. Chapter 45. Under the gaze of 80,000 spectators, a total of 14 people from Tiando Royal Academy Team 2 and Shrek Team stepped onto the stage. The Shrek Team sent out Tang San, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu and 4 substitutes. Tang San and his group had been humiliated at the Tiando Royal Academy. For them, this was a good opportunity for revenge. With the referee's announcement, the first qualifying round of the Soul Master competition officially began. On the Shrek Team side, Tang San took the lead in launching an attack. After several members of Tiando Royal Academy's second team were trapped by Tang San in a blue-silver cage, Dai Mubai and others launched a fierce attack on them. Those 7 were all 3-ring battle Soul Masters, and they had no resistance to the violent attacks of the Shrek Team. There were screams on the ring, some people had broken bones, some were bleeding. Since the Soul Master competition was held, there has never been such a tragic scene on the stage. To the surprise of all the audience, the Shrek Team resolved the battle within 1 minute. Their brutality and heavy damage to their opponents shocked all the spectators present. The audience who originally laughed at the Shrek Team finally realized that they were not as bad as they had imagined. After witnessing this tragic scene with her own eyes, Shui Binger became more convinced of Xiao Han's guess. Xiao Han, no wonder you said that Sect Master Ning favored the Shrek Team. They do have some strength, especially the blue-silver grass spirit master who controls the game. However, this is only the preliminaries, and their methods are too cruel. Xiao Han snorted, that's the usual style of the little scoundrels. If they were us, we would beat the shit out of them. Xiao Han knew that they would run into Shrek Academy sooner or later. However, given Yu Xiaogang style, after learning about their powerful strength, he might choose to avoid their attack and give up the game. After all, as long as you maintain a top 5 record, you can enter the finals. But those beggars are mysteriously confident, so it is not impossible to have a chance to defeat them. No matter what, we will definitely see each other on the field. After dinner, Lin Jiruo gathered the team members together. Your opponent in tomorrow's game is Zhangnan College. From what I know, their strength is not very strong, and can even be described as weak. Even if Xiao Han and Binger don't play, you can still win the game easily. Xue Wu asked. Dean Lin, do you mean that the captain and Xiao Han will not play tomorrow? Before Lin Jiruo could answer, Xiao Han said. Mom, I don't think we need to hide our strength. After some weaker teams understand our strength, they will voluntarily give up the game when they meet us. If we can win without fighting, we can have more time to rest. Shui Binger nodded. Dean Lin, I agree with Xiao Han's point of view. Lin Jiruo thought about it. It seems that we at Tianshui Academy can no longer keep a low profile. How about this, Xiao Han and Xue Wu will not play tomorrow, and Binger will lead the team. It is good. The main forces of the Tianshui team have all reached the level of Soul Sect or above. Even without Xiao Han and Xue Wu, the 2 Soul Kings, they can still shock the entire audience. The next day, Xiao Han and his group arrived at the stadium. 5 arenas have been set up in the center of the venue, 1 central arena and 4 sub-arenas. 5 games will be played simultaneously, with 3 rounds per day. The team that can compete in the center stage must be the one that attracts more attention. The Tianshui team was unsurprisingly placed on the center stage because of the 2 hot topics, the beauty group and the only male student since the school was founded. They will play in the first round. The Shrek team participated in an exhibition match yesterday, so they don't have any matches today. But Tang San and his companions still came to the viewing area of the participating academy teams. Tang San wanted to know what kind of strength Xiao Han and the people from the Tianshui team had. Looking around, Tang San spotted Xiao Han on the other side and couldn't help but frown. Is he not playing today? Is it because the opponent is weaker? Just as Tang San was wondering, the host's voice spread throughout the arena through the loudspeaker. Today's competition will begin soon. Please ask the participating teams to step onto the stage. As soon as the host finished speaking, a thunderous cheer came from the audience. Yesterday's exhibition match was just an appetizer. It was over in just 1 minute and was not satisfying at all. And starting today, 5 games will be played simultaneously on the field. This means that hundreds of soul rings will bloom at the same time. Such a shocking scene only appears once every 5 years. Under everyone's gaze, the Tianshui beauty group slowly stepped onto the center stage. There were screams from the audience. Tianshui College is indeed a base for beauties. They are all so beautiful. Yes, she is not only beautiful but also powerful. Hey, why didn't the male player play yesterday? He was standing at the back of the team when he came on the field. He must have been a substitute with not much ability. Who cares? As long as there are beautiful women to look at. Come on, beauties from Qinshui. Xiao Yu enthusiastically waved to the audience who cheered for them to express her gratitude. The audience cheered even louder. Looking at the group of girls, Ma Hongjuan's eyes lit up and his mouth watered. Oscar couldn't help but teased, "Fatty, have you never seen a girl? Look at what you have accomplished. You know shit. You have Rong Rong, Boss Dai has little Wildcat, third brother has Xiao Wu, and I'm the only single guy. What's wrong with taking a few more glances? Alas, you are completely hopeless." Tang San stared straight at the center of the venue, as if afraid of missing something. The host announced. "All participating players, please release your martial spirits and spirit rings. The competition will officially begin in 1 minute." Following the host's announcement, 70 soul masters on the 5 stages released their martial souls and soul rings almost at the same time. The colorful lights intertwined together, illuminating the sky like daytime. In the entire venue, Shui Binger from Qinshui College is undoubtedly the most dazzling presence. She stood at the front of the team, her posture upright, cold and noble. A huge ice phoenix floated up from behind her, and the temperature around her suddenly dropped, and even the audience in the audience seats shivered involuntarily. What is even more shocking is the spirit ring surrounding Shui Binger. The 5 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple and black are arranged in order. The 10,000-year soul ring that glowed with black light demonstrated Shui Binger's status as a soul king. Since the Soul Master competition was held, a 10,000-year soul ring has never appeared in the Tiando competition area. Everyone present was deeply shocked by this scene. Even those experienced soul masters in the audience had never seen such a young soul king. Shui Binger's existence seems to be the most perfect interpretation of the word genius. She has both strength and beauty, and instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Look! That's the Ice Phoenix, the legendary top beast spirit. Oh my god, she is already a soul king, how is this possible? I'm afraid Sangnan College is going to be in trouble now. Facing such an opponent, they have no chance of winning at all. The audience's discussions were full of amazement and awe. After witnessing Shui Binger's martial soul and spirit ring, the members of Sangnan College couldn't help but reveal despair on their faces. They knew that the outcome of this match was determined from the moment Shui Binger released her martial spirit. Shui Binger's appearance was so shocking that everyone ignored the existence of her teammates. When people reacted, they were even more shocked. In addition to Shui Binger, 5 of the other 6 members of the Qinshui team have reached the 4-ring Battle Soul Sec level, and only one is a 3-ring Battle Soul Master. Moreover, all 7 of them have the best spirit ring configuration. Seeing this scene, Emperor Shuai was surprised and delighted. He looked at Ning Fengji beside him and said with a smile. "Master Ning, this is the team you are most optimistic about, right?" Chapter 46. Facing Emperor Shuai's question, Ning Fengji smiled calmly to hide his inner embarrassment. He was originally most optimistic about the Shrek team, thinking that with the talented young man Tang San, the Shrek team could go further. Reaching the Soul Master level at the age of 14 is indeed rare and has unlimited potential. However, when Ning Fengji saw the martial spirits and spirit rings of Shui Binger and her teammates, his heart felt as if it had been hit by something, shocking and a bit painful at the same time. Fortunately, I didn't tell Emperor Shui yesterday that he was most optimistic about the Shrek team, otherwise I would have been slapped in the face now. Your Majesty, I have said that the final champion of this Soul Master competition belongs to the Empire. Emperor Shui was even happier. Master Ning, it turns out that you already knew the strength of the Qinshui Academy team. This year is the 4th Soul Master competition, and our Tiando Empire has never had a Soul King level participant. Moreover, the overall strength of the Qinshui team is not bad, and almost all of them are Soul Masters above the Soul Sect level. Great! That's great! Congratulations, Your Majesty! Let's enjoy the game. Well, there are still 2 rounds of competition to come. Maybe a more outstanding young spirit master will appear. Ning Fengji nodded and smiled, without making any further response. The Platinum Bishop Salas, who was sitting on the other side of Emperor Shui, had an ugly look on his face. He simply couldn't believe that the Qinshui College team had such strength. 1 Battle Soul King, 5 Battle Soul Sect members and 1 Battle Soul Lord, and all of them have the same elemental attribute. With such a lineup, it is enough to get the top 3 places in the finals. However, this lineup is not enough to threaten the luxurious lineup of the Spirit Hall Academy team, which consists of 3 War Soul Kings and 4 War Soul Sect members above level 45. Humph. The champion must belong to the Spirit Hall Academy. The other side. Tang San and the people from Shrek were all stunned when they saw Shui Binger and the Qianshui team's martial spirits and spirit rings. Oscar opened his mouth in shock. What is going on? She has actually reached the Soul King level. Yes. And there are 5 members of the Fighting Soul sect in the team. Ma Hongjun wiped his eyes and checked carefully. What's going on with this Qianshui beauty group? Isn't it a bit outrageous? Dai Mubai looked at Tang San, who was silent beside him, and said softly. Xiao San, it seems that your intuition is correct. The strength of the Qianshui college team is indeed not to be underestimated. Tang San nodded slightly and looked at Xiao Han, who was watching the battle. What's even scarier is that the strongest person on the team hasn't even played yet. So, there are at least 2 War Soul Kings in their team. That's right. In addition, the assistant did not participate in the battle. With her assistance, the overall strength of the Qianshui team will be even more terrifying. Ma Hongjun sighed. I didn't expect that this year's Qianshui team is so strong. It seems that there is another stumbling block on our road to winning the championship. Tang San's eyes suddenly became sharp. Facing stronger opponents, we must lose everything but not confidence. No team can stop us from winning the championship. The Spirit Hall has 3 War Soul Kings and 4 War Soul Masters above level 45. We are not afraid of the challenge, let alone their single-element Qianshui team. Dai Mubai responded. Xiao San is right. Before we met, we didn't have the opportunity to learn about the Spirit Hall Academy team, but we were able to learn about the Qianshui Academy team by watching the game. So what if they are at a higher level? Using the weak to defeat the strong is our Shrek 7 Devils forte. As long as we can find their weaknesses and flaws, we can still defeat them. Boss Dai said it well. The Shrek 7 Devils were full of confidence and felt that they could do it again. In an inconspicuous corner of the spectator seats, Yu Xiaogang frowned and sighed in his heart. Is the Qianshui college team this year so strong? That person hasn't played yet. If we meet them, I'm afraid. 1 minute had passed, and the Qianshui team did not initiate an attack on the center stage. None of their opponents, the Cangnan College team, were above level 40, and all of them were shivering with cold. More likely he was scared. Suddenly, the teacher leading the Cangnan College team raised a white flag and shouted, "Referee, we at Cangnan College admit defeat." The audience was in an uproar. They originally wanted to see a wonderful crushing performance, but they didn't expect the opponent to admit defeat before the battle even started. However, it was indeed a wise decision. Facing such a powerful Qianshui team, it would be strange if Cangnan College was not beaten badly. Compared to the crushing of the Tiando Royal Academy Team 2 by the Shrek team yesterday, it was even more impressive that the Qianshui team surrendered without a fight. Xiao Han stood beside Lin Jirua and said with a smile, "Mom, am I right? In this way, when weaker teams see us, they will admit defeat like Cangnan College did. I'm afraid there won't be many teams that dare to fight us head-on. Don't be so proud. Do you know why I didn't send you into battle? I guess he's afraid that I'll be too dazzling and attract Dugubo's attention." Well, that's good if you know. Xiao Han smiled disapprovingly. Mom, truth will come out sooner or later. Even if I don't make a move in the qualifiers, I will show up in the qualifying rounds and the finals. He will know my strength sooner or later. But how can he know that this is related to absorbing the magic grass? He doesn't understand magic grass at all. What you said seems to make sense, but it's better to be cautious. Mom, since you're so worried, I'd better find a helper. What helper? Do you mean His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Yeah. He's my only connection in Qindo City. Xiao Han knew that although Dugubo did not recognize those magical herbs, Tang San did. However, those magical herbs were absorbed into their bodies, and Tang San did not have the mental strength of Yu Guan, so he could not feel them. The Qianshui team has such strong overall strength that it will definitely arouse Tang San's suspicion. Tang San is a mean man who will do anything to achieve his goals. He might tell Dugubo about his suspicions. Dugubo is vicious and cruel. He will kill people even without solid evidence. To be on the safe side, they have to find Qian Renxue and ask her to send someone to protect them secretly. After the game, Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wushuang found Xiao Han. Feng Xiaotian sighed. Your Qianshui team is too strong. There are still 2 Battle Soul Kings who haven't played today. It seems that we in Blazing Academy have no choice but to admit defeat. Xiao Han smiled and said, "Thank you, brothers." Huo Wushuang said, "Since you are so strong, go and win the championship and let them see the strength of our Elemental Academy." Okay. With the support of our sister schools, we will definitely win in the end. Shenfeng and Qihua voluntarily withdrew from the competition. Among the remaining strong teams, the only ones who dared to challenge Jinshui College were Lei Ting and Shrek College. Chapter 47. Xian Renshue's camouflage skills are very powerful. After not seeing each other for 2 years, the appearance of Xue Qinghe, disguised as Qian Renxue, has changed as she has grown older. She looks more mature, about 27 or 28 years old. Qian Renxue was very happy to see Xiao Han again. From the first time we met until now, Xiao Han's appearance has been changing. He has gradually shed his childish look and is becoming more and more like a man. I have met His Highness the Crown Prince. No need to be so polite. Xiao Han, you and I have known each other for many years. There is no need to be so reserved in the future. Just call me Brother Xue. Okay, Brother Xue. Xue Qinghe smiled and nodded. You came at the right time. I wanted to look for you too. Brother Xue is looking for me, what's the matter? Today, the performance of your Jinshui College team on the center stage astounded everyone present. Of course, I was also shocked. I know that they are able to have their current strength thanks to you. If I am not mistaken, they all took your magic herb. Xiao Han did not deny it and nodded. Brother Xue, did the Xuanxian White Angel that I gave you last time help you improve your soul power after taking it? Of course it helps. Otherwise, how would I know that they have taken your magic herb? By the way, I also want to thank you. That magic herb helped me break through the bottleneck, and the speed of my cultivation has also increased a lot. That's good. Xian Renxue did not say the specific level. Xiao Han guessed that she was referring to the bottleneck of level 60. Having been lurking in the Qiando Palace for many years, Xian Renxue has been unable to concentrate on her cultivation. Not only does she have to spend a lot of energy on disguise, but she also has to study and delve into the ways of the Emperor and plan for the future. Otherwise, with her innate talent of full soul power at level 20, she wouldn't have only broken through to level 60 now. Brother Xiao Han, why do you want to see me? Brother Xue, I have an unwelcome request. There are no outsiders here, just speak frankly. Our Jinshui team's performance is too dazzling, which may arouse Dugubo's suspicion, so. Xian Renxue smiled slightly, knowing what Xiao Han wanted to say. We were thinking the same thing. I was just about to tell you about it. Is it? Well, don't worry. This is Qiando City. Even if Dugubo has doubts, he can't do anything to you. Besides, I have sent people to protect you secretly. After hearing this, Xiao Han felt relieved. Brother Xue, thank you for your concern. That's nothing. You are the strongest team in the Qiando Empire, and you even have a chance to win the Soul Master competition and bring glory to the Empire. The Empire will of course do its best to ensure your safety. Whether in the name of the Empire or in Qian Renshue's personal name, she could not allow Jinshui College, a huge potential stock, to suffer any losses. Brother Xue, I feel relieved with your words. Well, just focus on the game. I know that the more shocking scene is still to come, that is when you appear. By the way, what level are you now? Level 55. Xian Renxue nodded, her eyes full of approval. You have reached level 55 at the age of only 16. You are the fastest soul master I know to have achieved this feat. Your future achievements are limitless. Keep working hard, the future belongs to you. Well, I will. Xiao Han and Xian Renxue chatted for a while and then left the palace. In the following days, all the teams that encountered the Jinshui College team had already raised the white flag and conceded defeat before the game even started. Therefore, not only Xiao Han, but also Shui Bing'er and the other girls did not have the opportunity to show their strength. On this day, they finally met a stubborn opponent, Xiangjia Academy. Lin Jiruo said, the Elephant Armor Academy team is the strongest team we have encountered so far. They have already lost to Shrek, Thunder, and Kamikaze. If they lose a few more games, they may not be able to enter the top 5, so they have to face us. Shui Yuer said excitedly. Isn't that great? We finally have a chance to show off our talents. Lin Jiruo nodded and reminded, the strength of the Elephant Armor Academy is not weak. The Elephant Armor Sected is backed by rank 6th among the 7 major sections. The 7 main forces are all direct descendants of the Elephant Armor Sect, and their martial spirits are all diamond mammoths with the strongest defense. 3 of them have reached level 40 or above, and the other 4 are also close to level 40. They can be said to be the new generation of elites of the Elephant Armor Sect. Shui Bing'er said with a firm look. Dean Lin, no matter what kind of opponent we face, I believe we can win. They are known to have the strongest defense, and here is our chance to test our strength. Well, of course I believe in you. Xue Wu will also play today, and you will all play as the main force. It is good. The girls looked at Xiao Han together. Yu Hera joked. It's not yet Junior Brother's turn to take action against an opponent of the level of the Elephant Armor sect. Xiao Han, don't be anxious. I want to go on stage with you, but I'd better follow Dean Lin's arrangements. Lin Jiruo looked at Xiao Han and said. Xiao Han, Thunder Academy has always been our nemesis. When we meet them, I will let you play. Ah. Alright. Everyone, get ready. We're about to go on stage. Binger, don't use your spirit fusion skills unless it's absolutely necessary. Okay, I get it. Soon, the game begins. As the most watched team, the Qianshui College team was arranged on the center stage without exception. As soon as the girls stepped onto the ring, they were greeted with thunderous cheers, all in support of them. The Qianshui College team has finally met a decent opponent. I look forward to their performance. The Xiangjia Academy team has already lost 3 games. This time they will face the stronger Qianshui team, so I'm afraid they will have to give in. Look, the Qianshui team seems to have changed. The girl with long black hair hasn't appeared before. She might be a stronger player. On the center stage, the Qianshui team formed a 151 formation, with Shui Binger standing at the front of the team and Xiaowu standing at the back. The Elephant Armor Academy team formed a simple straight line formation, with all of them standing in the same row. The 7 men were all very strong. The shortest one was just over 2 meters tall, and the tallest one was even over 2.5 meters tall. Their weights were equally astonishing, with the lightest one weighing over 300 kilograms, and the heaviest even over 500 kilograms. In the previous matches, the strategy of the Elephant Armor Academy team was to rely on extremely strong defense to consume the opponent's soul power, and then rely on the powerful power of the martial soul to force the opponent out of the ring. Even though they knew that the Qianshui College team was very strong, they did not choose to admit defeat. Because the diameter of the competition arena is only 30 meters, this is an advantage for them. The reason they lost to Shrek, Kamikaze and Thunder before was because the opponent's attacks were too fierce and they were unable to resist. In the previous matches, the opponents of the Qianshui College team had voluntarily given up the game. The girls had only displayed their martial spirits and spirit rings, but had not yet demonstrated their attack power. Therefore, they believed that the team had the strength to compete with the group of girls from Qianshui. Chapter 48. Tang San and his companions were also staring closely at the center stage of the competition venue, wanting to see what kind of strength the Qianshui team had. Brother, it seems that the Qianshui team has changed someone. Well, that's the auxiliary division of their team. It seems that they will show their strength today. But the person you mentioned still hasn't come on stage. Yes. This is enough to show how confident they are. Even when facing the powerful Xiangjia Academy team, they still have some reservations. As the two were talking, the host's voice suddenly came from the loudspeaker. Please release your martial spirits and spirit rings. The game will officially begin in 1 minute. As the host finished speaking, the 10 teams on the 5 stages, a total of 70 soul masters all released their martial spirits and soul rings. The center of the venue was gorgeous. The dazzling light made the audience excited. As the Elephant Armor Academy team released their Diamond Mammoth martial spirit, Shui Binger and the others felt an invisible force approaching. The burly, muscular team members began to emit a faint khaki light, and huge animal shadows suddenly took shape behind them. They were covered in heavy armor and their fangs were a full foot long. 7 people stomped their feet on the ground at the same time, causing the ring to tremble. This power is really too violent. Facing these 7 diamond mammoths that were as big as mountains, Shui Binger was not afraid at all. The audience suddenly became restless. What shocked everyone was that a 5-ringed War Soul King appeared in the Qianshui College team. Although she was standing at the end of the team, Xuewu's dazzling radiance could not be concealed. The 5 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple and black were arranged around her in sequence, echoing Shui Binger who was standing at the front of the team. When the audience saw Xuewu's martial soul and spirit ring, they exploded again. Compared to the last time, Qianshui team's appearance this time was more explosive. All 7 team members are above level 40, 2 are Battle Soul Kings and 5 are Battle Soul Sect members. Oh my god, another Battle Soul King appeared in the Qianshui team, and he's an auxiliary division. All the team members are above level 40. These beauties are so amazing. I don't know what attack skills they have. I look forward to their performance. The game officially begins. 7 huge diamond mammoths were lined up in a row, occupying almost half of the entire arena. They took heavy steps and approached Shui Binger and the others step by step. Shui Binger moved. As her first soul ring suddenly flashed, her first soul skill, Ice, was activated. A biting chill instantly filled the entire arena. A layer of crystal clear and hard ice spread from under her feet at an astonishing speed, instantly enveloping all 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy team like a tide. Their huge bodies were instantly frozen and unable to move. Seeing this scene, the audience exclaimed and admired. It's actually an instant control skill, and it's a group control skill. Tang San frowned slightly and stared at the arena closely. He knew that the Elephant Academy team would never give up easily and the next counterattack would be even more fierce. Sure enough, the frozen Elephant Armor team members began to try to break out of the ice with their own martial arts power. The khaki light flickered inside the ice, and the roar of the diamond mammoth could be faintly heard through the ice. Roar! With a deafening roar, Hu Yanli, the strongest captain of the Elephant Armor team, was the first to break through the ice, followed by the other team members. However, Shui Binger did not give them a chance to fight back. I saw an ice-blue halo spreading from her body and crashing straight into the 7 people opposite. The huge impact force caused a person who had not yet gained his footing to fall heavily onto the stage. Sisters, make quick work of this. Understand. The girls from Tianshui attacked together. Attacks such as Phoenix Ice Spikes, Extreme Cold Tornadoes, Sawtooth Water Blades, and Giant Crocodile Charges followed one after another. As the snow danced gracefully, large flakes of snow fell from the sky, and the entire arena suddenly turned into an icy world, providing assistance to teammates while weakening the opponent's defense. The temperature in the area above the center ring dropped sharply, even affecting the ring next door. All the Soul Masters who were fighting fiercely next door felt this biting chill. The 7 members of the Elephant Armor team not only had to endure the violent attacks, but also had to constantly consume their soul power to resist the cold, and they could hardly bear it anymore. Their movements, which were already slow to begin with, became even more clumsy, and they soon froze on the field. It's so cold. I can't stand it. Girls, stop fighting. Can't we just admit defeat? Seeing that the other party voluntarily admitted defeat, Shui Binger and the others restrained their spirit power. The game ended and the Tianshui College team won. At the VIP table. Seeing the wonderful performance of the Tianshui team, Emperor Shuai was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Master Ning, the strength of the Tianshui College team has exceeded all of our imaginations and has once again brought us surprises. Ning Fengji smiled awkwardly and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Empire is getting closer and closer to winning the Soul Master competition." Hearing the conversation between Emperor Shuai and Ning Fengji, the Platinum Bishop Salus's face darkened, and his half-closed eyes revealed an imperceptible ferocity. The outstanding performance of the Tianshui team once again aroused his vigilance. In addition to Shui Binger, there was another Battle Soul King who appeared, and he was an auxiliary Soul Master who could change the battlefield environment. This is a big threat to the Spirit Hall Academy team. Under the control of Pope Bibi Dong, the Spirit Hall will never allow the existence of powerful people who are not under its control. If a talented Soul Master cannot be used by the Spirit Hall, he will be ruthlessly wiped out. The Tianshui College team, which performed brilliantly, has now fully entered Sarath's surveillance range. After the preliminaries are over, he will report the situation to Pope Bibi Dong, who is far away in Wuhuan City. The Shrek team won another game today, but Tang San couldn't be happy. On the way back, he was silent, as if he was thinking about something. Xiao Wu asked. "Brother, are you thinking about the Tianshui team?" Tang San nodded and said in a deep voice. "Yeah. I didn't expect that the assistant has also reached the Soul King level and has the ability to control the weather. Including Xiao Han, who has not yet played, there are 3 Battle Soul Kings in their team. The Tianshui team is really strong. The Captain Shui Binger not only has control but also strong attack capabilities. If we meet them, it will definitely be a fierce battle." "Yeah. But I believe we still have a chance of winning. Of course, our goal is to win the championship, and we must overcome every obstacle in our way." "Well said." Tang San nodded, and an evil idea came to his mind. Chapter 49. The teams participating in the qualifiers have already opened up a gap between them. So far, the Tianshui, Kamikaze, Thunder, Chihua and Shrek teams have maintained an undefeated record, winning all 10 games. The 5 academies have not faced each other in previous competitions. However, after the 11th round of competition today, the top 3 places will be determined among the 5 colleges. Because, the Kamikaze Academy and the Thunder Academy will compete for the winner, and the Blazing Academy's opponent is the Shrek Academy. There will definitely be 2 losers in these 2 sets of confrontations. Tianshui College defeated Xiangjia College easily last time, showing their excellent offensive power. Their opponent today voluntarily withdrew from the game after learning the results of the draw. Game start. In the first round, Kamikaze Academy faced off against Thunder Academy on the center stage. This strong confrontation has attracted much attention. Thunder Academy is led by Yu Tianxin, who possesses the top beast spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. He is a level 43 strong attack-type fighting spirit master. The team also has a 43rd level control-type Battle Soul sect member whose martial soul is Thunder Spider, and 2 other 41st level Battle Soul sect members. The remaining 3 are Battle Soul Lords. However, in terms of overall strength, Kamikaze Academy is stronger. Feng Xiaotian possesses the mutant beast spirit, the Gale Two-Headed Wolf. His spirit power has reached level 46, close to level 47. Not only does he have extremely powerful attack power, he also has the ability to fly, and his speed is also top-notch. Moreover, in addition to Feng Xiaotian, there are 3 other Battle Soul sect members and 3 Battle Soul Lords in the team, all of whom are attack-type Soul Masters. In the previous 10 games, Feng Xiaotian had never appeared on the court, but his teammates were still able to easily defeat their opponents and won 10 consecutive victories. Facing Thunder Academy, Feng Xiaotian did not dare to be careless and took the stage in person. After a fierce battle, the Kamikaze team finally defeated the Thunder team and won the 11th victory. Soon it will be Blazing Academy's turn to take the stage. After Feng Xiaotian came down from the ring, he immediately found Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang. Xiao Han and the members of the Jinshui team were also there. They didn't have to play, so they came to support the Brother Academy. Feng Xiaotian said, "The Shrek team has some strength, but I believe you will be able to win." Huo Wushuang grinned and said confidently, "Need I say more? I've seen it in the previous 10 games. The strongest members of their team are the 2 Fighting Soul sect members. The guy who controls the game has a blue-silver grass spirit. Isn't he just asking for trouble when he meets our Fire Spirit Master? The evil-eyed White Tiger Spirit Master has a good attack power, but he can't take advantage of my one-horned fire Tyrannosaurus." Xiao Han reminded, "You have a point. However, Shrek's team leader is the theoretical master Yu Xiaogang. Tang San is restrained by you, so it is possible that they will give up the game." Huo Wu said proudly, "Give up the game? I finally met a team that is a bit challenging. I don't want them to give up the game." Xiao Han ignored Huo Wu. He knew that the Blazing team would most likely win this match. Because, given Yu Xiaojiang's personality, he might not let all the main players of the Shrek team play. Tang San did not take the magic grass, so his blue-silver grass naturally lost its fire immunity ability. Neither the blue-silver entanglement nor the blue-silver prison could pose a threat to fire-type soul masters. The 8 spider lance is poisonous, but Tang San will not use it lightly, and fire-type soul masters have a natural resistance to toxins. On the other side, the Shrek team. Upon learning that today's opponent was Chihua Academy, Yu Xiaojiang gathered everyone together. "Your opponent today is Blazing Academy. They are quite strong. They have never lost in the preliminaries. I suggest you give up the game." "Give up the game? Master, we finally met a decent opponent, how can we give up? We haven't lost." Ma Hongjun was the first one to be dissatisfied. In the previous 10 games, in order to hide their strength, Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong never appeared on the court, and Oscar only appeared in the match against Xiangjia Academy. Most of those games were played by Tang San, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing with 3 substitutes. Facing a team of pure fire-type soul masters, Ma Hongjun finally had a chance to show off, and naturally he didn't want to miss it. "Master, why should we give up the game?" Yu Xiaojiang sighed and explained, "We don't have much time, so I'll make it short. As you can see, the Elephant Armor Academy, which is also an elemental academy, has lost to you, the Divine Wind, Thunder, Sky Water, and Blazing Fire Academy one after another. They follow the standard extreme flow, and have maximized a single defensive ability, but this alone is not enough to defeat a strong team. Although the Kamikaze, Thunder, Tianshui and Blazing Academy are also single element, they are not just extreme flow, but they perform the extreme flow in a balanced flow manner, so they can go further. Your opponent, the Blazing Fire team, has fire power attack, fire control, fire agility attack, and fire support. In the previous matches, because the opponent was not strong enough, they hid their strength to some extent. When they meet you today, I think they will not hide anything anymore. Like the Thunder Academy, the Blazing Academy is famous for its attacking abilities. Although Mu Bai, Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing all have good attacking abilities, they are all afraid of flames, not to mention Xiao San's blue-silver grass martial spirit. Ma Hongjun is also a fire spirit master, but he alone is not enough. After all, this is a team battle. The competition has only been going on for 10 rounds, but Xiangjia Academy has already lost 5 games. Even though we lost to Qianshui, Shenfeng, Lei Ting and Qihua later, we were still able to enter the promotion round and the finals with 5th place. So, I advise you to give up this game. Sometimes, giving up is also a good strategy. Tang San and a few others looked at each other. They all knew very well that Yu Xiaogang's analysis made sense. However, everyone was unwilling to give up the game when they met the first strong team. Teacher, let us fight. Aren't strong teams used to test our strength? Tang San's tone was firm. Ma Hongjun said excitedly. Master, it's my turn now, right? Yu Xiaogang nodded, he knew Tang San would not give up easily. Xiao San, Mu Bai, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, the 7 of you go on stage. Remember, act according to the situation and don't force it. Clear. In previous competitions, Yu Xiaogang deliberately concealed the strength of his team. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's soul fusion skill Nether White Tiger, Ma Hongjuan's evil fire and Ning Rongrong's assistants have never appeared. This time, in order to fight against Qihua Academy, Ma Hongjun had to be sent out. Soon, 2 teams of 14 people arrived at the center stage. In the Blazing Academy team, Wu Wu has the highest level, in the control department, and her soul power has reached level 43. Huo Wushuang is level 42 and takes the explosive route. He is recognized as the strongest soul master who has already appeared on the stage in this qualifying round. In addition, there is a level 38 strong attack type Fire Leopard Martial Soul Master, 2 level 39 agile attack type Fire Crane Martial Soul Masters, and 2 auxiliary but with certain attack capabilities Mars Martial Soul Masters. Shrek team here. Tang San and Dai Mubai are both level 42, Xiao Wu is level 39, Tai Long and Ma Hongjun are both level 38, Wang Yuan and Jing Ling are both level 35. Chapter 50. Huo Wushuang looked at Tang San and grinned. Your Shrek team has won a series of consecutive victories, but when you meet us, Blazing Fire, your winning streak will come to an end. You are really stubborn, you have the spirit of blue silver grass, why are you here to join in the fun? Aren't you just looking for trouble? Tang San retorted unwillingly. It's still unclear who will win or lose. What happened to the blue silver grass martial spirit? Maybe you will be the one to end the winning streak. If you don't know your own limits, just wait and see. Humph. Who is afraid of who? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were both rubbing their hands, ready to make a move. In a focus battle that ended earlier, the Kamikaze team and the Thunder team gave everyone a wonderful performance. Next, the most anticipated one is this one. The game was about to begin and the audience became heatedly discussing. The Soul Master who controls the game of the Shrek team is the brain of the team and is very powerful, but his blue silver grass martial soul is perfectly restrained by the fire element. Can he still win this game? Yes. However, they have made some adjustments to their lineup. This is the first time that the fat red-haired guy has appeared on stage. He might have some impressive abilities. That fat guy is so ugly, what kind of strength can he have? I am more optimistic about the Blazing team. Some of the audience supported the Shrek team, and some supported the Blazing team, and more people supported the Blazing team to win. This match is between the Blazing Academy team and the Shrek Academy team. In the previous matches, they both won 10 games in a row, but today there is destined to be only one winner. Who will win? Let us wait and see. Players from both sides, please release your martial spirits and spirit rings. The match will officially begin in 1 minute. Following the referee's announcement, all 14 people on the center stage released their martial spirits and spirit rings. A hot atmosphere suddenly rose from the ring, and even the audience felt the heat. Their martial spirits are different, but their spirit ring configurations are surprisingly consistent. They are composed of 2 4-ring Battle Soul Sect members and 5 3-ring Battle Soul Lords, and all of them have the best soul ring configuration. Seeing this scene, the audience became excited again. I thought that guy was so powerful, but he turned out to be a chicken spirit. The difference is that the chicken has fire attribute. No wonder he was sent to the battlefield. However, that guy is too fat. When paired with his martial spirit, he looks so weird, like an old hen on fire. Seeing Ma Hongjuan's martial spirit, the members of the Blazing Fire team couldn't help but laugh. Huo Wushuang said, so it's a chicken, which is also considered a fire attribute. However, among our fire attribute spirit masters, it's rare to find one as fat as you. What the hell? Look carefully, I am the evil fire phoenix. The 2 fire crane spirit masters from the Blazing Fire team couldn't help but sneer. What kind of phoenix are you? You're just a turkey at best. That's right. If a turkey is worthy of being called a phoenix, then what are we flamingos? Little phoenixes. It's really laughable. Faced with the ridicule from several members of the blazing team, Ma Hongjun was furious. The purple-red light on his body became brighter, and he wanted to join the battle immediately. Ma Hongjun's martial spirit was mutated from a grass chicken. The flame contains a lot of impurities and is an evil fire. Although the evil fire was extremely hot and had considerable attack power, it also had a huge flaw and caused him a lot of trouble. After Tang San and Ma Hongjun met, he tried every means to help him remove impurities in the flame, but the effect was minimal. Perhaps only when Ma Hongjun himself becomes strong enough can he control the power of that evil fire. The game officially begins. Dai Mubai faced Huo Wuxuang, who had the strongest attack power in the opposing team, without hesitation. Tang San faced Huo Wu. Xiao Wu faced off against the Fire Leopard Soul Master, and Ma Hongjun faced off against the Fire Crane Soul Master who mocked him. The rest of the people also faced their opponents. Tang San tentatively waved out a blue-silver grass, and the moment it touched Huo Wu, the blue-silver grass turned into ashes. You really don't know your own limitations. You're just asking for trouble, like a moth to a flame. Just admit defeat sooner, and you'll be able to alleviate the pain. Facing Huo Wu's ridicule, Tang San remained calm. As early as when Tang San first fought with Ma Hongjun, his blue-silver grass was perfectly restrained by the evil fire. I just didn't expect that Huo Wu's flames were so powerful. Although his blue-silver grass contains a deadly poison, all Fire Soul Masters are naturally immune to poison, so it is not realistic to attack them with poison. Tang San put away all his spirit rings and stopped using any spirit skills, concentrating his spirit power into his moves. Mysterious Jade Hand, controlling cranes and capturing dragons, and ghostly shadow steps can all be used to play games with opponents. The external Soul Bones 8 Spider Lance and Clear Sky Hammer are both killer weapons and will not be used easily. As Huo Wu waved her hands, rays of flaming light shot towards Tang San. Tang San took ghostly steps and quickly dodged, while extending his black jade hand to meet Huo Wu. As the third soul ring on her body suddenly flashed, Huo Wu used her third soul skill, Resisting Fire Ring. A blazing red halo came straight towards Tang San. Tang San squatted down, exerted force with his legs and jumped high, avoiding the attack. You are indeed quite capable, but this victory belongs to our Blazing Academy. Huo Wu finished speaking and launched another attack. On the other side, the fists of Huo Wuxuang and Dai Mubai collided violently, and the air was suddenly filled with a burnt smell. How does roasted tiger paw taste? Don't be so proud, take this punch from me. Faced with Huo Wuxuang's ridicule, Dai Mubai was furious. He endured the pain and launched an attack again. Ma Hongjun's evil fire not only has a high temperature, but also has a strong adhesion, which makes it difficult for ordinary soul masters to resist. But when he met the Fire Crane Soul Master who was not afraid of fire and was faster than him, he had no advantage. His turkey martial spirit could only fly at low altitude, and after fighting with the agile attack-type Fire Crane Spirit Master for several rounds, he was exhausted and out of breath. Facing the Fire Leopard Soul Master, Xiao Wu didn't gain any advantage at all. Although she was very fast, the scorching flames on her opponent made it impossible for her to fight in close combat, and the Fire Leopard Soul Master was also very fast. The other three members of the Shrek team were all at a disadvantage when facing the opponent's fire attack. Although Huo Wu is a control-type Soul Master, her attack is not weak at all. The flames emanating from her body prevent Tang San from even having a chance to get close to her. Tang San kept dodging, trying to consume Huo Wu's spirit power, and when she was weak, he would give her a fatal blow. But he still underestimated Huo Wu. Seeing that Tang San did not use his spirit skills, Huo Wu also reduced the use of his spirit skills to save spirit power. Tang San had difficulty dealing with the fire attack alone. Ah! With a scream, Jing Ling was the first to be knocked out of the ring. Jing Ling's elimination put the Shrek team in a 6-on-7 situation, making them even more passive. Damn it! We were beaten the entire time. When have we, the Shrek 7 Devils, ever been humiliated like this? Are we just going to give up like this? No. Smelling the smell of his burnt hair, Tang San felt very unwilling and gnashed his teeth in anger. His whole body was burned red by the flames, like a boiled shrimp. At this moment, Tang San stared at Huo Wu opposite him. He suddenly exerted force with his right calf, and a ball of black energy condensed in his left palm without warning. Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaogang broke out in a cold sweat. Referee, please stop the game. Shrek Academy admits defeat. Chapter 51. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's voice, Xiao Wu immediately stopped what she was doing, quickly retreated to Tang San's side, and blocked his left hand with her body. Brother, what are you doing? This is too dangerous. Tang San finally regained his sanity and retracted the fierce light in his eyes. We lost. Well, the master gave up this game. Brother, there are so many people watching here, don't do anything stupid. Yeah. I was too impulsive. Fortunately, the teacher stopped me in time. How are you? Are you not hurt? Don't worry, I'm fine. Dai Mubai and his companions also gathered around. Except for Ma Hongjun, they all smelled like being burnt by fire. The referee then announced that Blazing Academy won. There was a warm applause from the audience, cheering for the Blazing Academy team. Huo Wushuang led his team towards Tang San and his companions. I've already told you that you will be restrained by our flames. You can save yourself some pain if you just surrender. You brought this upon yourselves. Don't be so proud. Even if we lose this game, so what? There are still promotion matches to come. Just wait. Dai Mubai was very unconvinced. You can lose the game, but you can't lose your momentum. You are still stubborn. All right, we'll wait. After Huo Wushuang finished speaking, he led the team off the stage. Tang San and his group also walked down the stage, and then helped Jing Ling out of the venue. Oscar, Ning Rongrong and others hurried over to greet them. I'm here to treat you. Jing Ling was the most seriously injured, with his skin and flesh burned. The team's healer Jiangzhu quickly released her martial spirit to treat him. Oscar gave Tang San and his companions several large recovery sausages that he had prepared in advance to help them recover their strength. Seeing Yu Xiaogang also coming over, Tang San said with a frustrated look on his face, Teacher, I'm sorry, I should have listened to you. Yu Xiaogang patted Tang San on the shoulder and comforted. Xiao San, a defeat is nothing. The opponent you met happened to be the one who could best restrain your martial spirit. We must learn lessons from failure and sum up experience. The most important thing is to always stay rational when facing difficulties. Well, I was too impulsive just now, and I almost released it. Shoo. Before Tang San could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yu Xiaogang. Xiao San, there are too many people here, so let's not talk about it for now. We'll talk about it after we get back. Ah. The Shrek team prepared to leave. Tang San turned around to look at Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu who were chatting and laughing with Xiao Han, Shui Binger, Feng Xiaotian and others, his eyes full of resentment. Damn it. If I had met Dugu Bo earlier, I could have used the 8 aniseed mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. I could have trained myself into a golden body, and the blue-silver grass could have achieved immunity to both ice and fire. Unfortunately, it was picked by that flower thief. After Tang San saw the spirit rings and strength of Shui Binger and the other girls, he suspected that they had taken the magic grass. But he had no solid evidence. Although Dugu Bo had secretly investigated Lin Jirua before and ruled out the possibility that she was a flower thief. But Tang San always felt that this matter was related to Xiao Han. If Xiao Han encounters a fire-attributed soul master who is immune to fire in the competition, then it is basically a confirmed fact. However, the 3 elemental academies of Tianshui, Kamikaze and Qihua are closely related. When the Qihua team meets the Tianshui team, they may voluntarily admit defeat. Then he wouldn't be able to witness Xiao Han's ability to be immune to fire. Only when they were fighting did Ma Hongjun take action to test Xiao Han. After today, Tianshui, Kamikaze and Qihua still maintain their undefeated records and rank in the top 3. The Thunder and Shrek teams lost 1 game each and are currently ranked 4th and 5th. So far, Shui Binger, who has a 10,000-year spirit ring and combines beauty and strength, has become the most popular spirit master in this qualifying round. In the following 12th round of the game, the Shrek team, led by Tang San, vented all the anger from yesterday's defeat on the Zhanhui team, inflicting heavy damage on the 7 players and directly beating them into idiots. In order to avoid investigation, they also pretended to be injured and gave up 2 games in a row. They were lucky because their opponents in those 2 games happened to be 2 strong teams, Thunder and Kamikaze. The qualifiers continue. Following the Shrek team, the 2 strong teams, Kamikaze and Blazing Fire, also met the Tianshui team one after another, but they gave up the game directly. The Kamikaze team met Qihua again. Due to the relationship between Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wu, Kamikaze lost to Qihua. Later, Blazing Fire lost to Thunder. So far, only the Tianshui College team has maintained an undefeated record. The Thunder only lost 1 game and ranked 2nd. Kamikaze and Qihua both lost 2 games, and Shrek lost 3 games, but they are still ranked in the top 5. The qualifiers are coming to an end, and it doesn't matter to the weak teams that have already been eliminated. But, for the top teams, every game is important. Because it concerns their ranking in the finals. The higher the ranking of a team, the greater the advantage of the bye. The Qianshui team will get the first place without exception, and one of the Kamikaze, Thunder and Blazing team will definitely fall out of the top 3. The Shrek team lost 3 games and has lost the chance to compete for the top 3. On this day, Qianshui College drew its opponent against Thunder College. This is a heavyweight match, scheduled to be the finale. The cold air released by the Qianshui team during the game will affect the performance of the players on nearby stages. Therefore, only these 2 academies were arranged in that round of competition. After the draw, Lin Zhirua came to the team. Your opponent today is Thunder Academy, which is also the strongest opponent we have encountered since the preliminaries. Thunder Academy is competing with Kamikaze and Blazing Academy for the top 3 spots and will definitely go all out. Isn't that great? I can finally play. Xiao Han was somewhat excited as he was about to make his debut in the qualifiers. Lin Zhirua's eyes suddenly became sharp. In the first 3 Soul Master competitions, the Thunder Academy used its lightning attacks to restrain our water element, causing us to suffer greatly. They are our biggest victims. This battle will be our turnaround battle. Shui Binger said with a firm look. President Lin, don't worry, we will definitely defeat Thunder Academy. Lin Zhirua nodded. I believe in you. However, I want to remind you that there are only 4 of you who can actually join the battle, Xiao Han, Binger, Shui Wu and Yu Erlong. Several people looked at each other, all confused. Lin Zhirua explained. The restraint of lightning on our water attribute soul masters is like the restraint of fire elements on plant attribute soul masters. Even if they are only at the soul master level, they can restrain soul masters like Hai Ro at the soul sect level. However, their restraint on ice attribute soul masters is not that strong. In previous encounters, our Qianshui team also had ice attribute soul masters, but there had never been anyone as talented as Xiao Han and Binger. When you go on the field later, Xiao Han, Binger, and Yu Erlong will be the main attackers, and Shui Wu will assist try to end the battle in the shortest possible time. It's 4 against 7, and this is also a great challenge for you. Xiao Han and Shui Binger smiled at each other. Don't worry, Mom, we're fine. Lin Zhirua smiled and nodded, then continued. Ruoshui, you take a rest in this round. Haru, Qingba, Liu Yu, the 3 of you will go on stage. Your main task is to protect Shui Wu and help your teammates when the opponent is about to collapse and knock them out of the ring. Do you understand? Understand. Several of them were full of confidence and were looking forward to the matchup with Thunder Academy. A little science for you, ice is solid water, which cannot be ionized and is generally non-conductive, but its conductivity does exist and depends on many factors. Chapter 52. Thunder Academy only lost to Kamikaze Academy and is currently ranked 2nd. If the Thunder team can win today's game, they will have the same record as the Qianshui team and secure the top 2 places in the qualifiers. If they lose the game, their record will be the same as Kamikaze and Chihua, and they may fall out of the top 3. So, for them, this is a game in which they must give their all. The match between Qianshui team and Thunder team was arranged in a separate round, which was the last game of the day. Soon, the first 3 rounds of competition were over, and it was time for this much-anticipated showdown. The audience seats were already filled with noise. Whether they were fans supporting Qianshui College or audience members who were curious about the outcome of this elemental showdown, they all held their breath, looking forward to the outbreak of this peak battle. The other 26 teams in the qualifiers did not leave the field after the game. They are also looking forward to the matchup between Qianshui team and Thunder team. Look, the Thunder Academy team is here. An audience member shouted excitedly, pointing at the entrance. The players of Thunder Academy were wearing blue uniforms with lightning patterns on their chests flashing brightly. They walked into the venue in neat steps and with great momentum. Captain Yu Tianxin was even more heroic, and his eyes revealed his determination to win. On the other side, the players from Qianshui College entered the competition venue with a more calm attitude. Xiao Han and Shui Binger walked side by side at the front of the team, and they immediately caused a huge sensation as soon as they appeared. Look, the male player from the Qianshui College team has finally appeared. Looking at how calm he is, he must be very capable. Yes. To deal with a strong team like Thunder Academy that has explosive attack power, the players that can be sent out should be quite strong. I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be an amazing show. The cheers from the audience grew louder. In the VIP seats, Qian Renxue looked at Xiao Han and was also looking forward to his performance. Having known Xiao Han for several years, Qian Renxue only knew that his second soul ring had reached the 1000-year level and his current soul power was level 55. She didn't know much about his soul skills and combat power. The first row of VIP seats. Emperor Shuya looked at Ning Fengji aside and asked. Master Ning, the first and second place teams in the Tiando Division qualifiers are competing against each other. Each team has its own advantages. Which team do you think is better? Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Your Majesty, all the Soul Masters of Qianshui Academy are above the Soul Sect level, and they have advantages in Soul Rings and Soul Power, but the lightning attacks of Thunder Academy have a natural restraint on their water element. I can't say who will win. However, I have a hunch that the male player of the Qianshui team who debuted on the stage for the first time may be the key to the victory or defeat of this game. Oh. That male player is making his debut, I wonder how capable he is. I heard that he was born with full soul power, and his martial soul is somewhat peculiar, so he was admitted to Qianshui College as an exception. After hearing this, Emperor Shuai's eyes lit up. He actually has innate full soul power. Yes, Your Majesty. I forgot to tell you that Tang San from the Shrek team and Oscar, the food-type assistant, both have innate full soul power. Really? No wonder Tang San reached the Soul Master level at such a young age. It is also rare for a food-type Soul Master to reach the innate full soul power. That's right, Your Majesty. The Shrek team has the youngest average age among the participating teams this year. If they are given another 2 years, I believe they can achieve even more incredible achievements. Emperor Shuai nodded slightly. It is truly amazing that Shrek Academy has made it into the top 5 with such a young lineup. No wonder Sect Master Ning is so optimistic about their future. Ning Fengji suddenly leaned close to Emperor Shuai's ear and whispered, Your Majesty, to be honest, the Shrek team has not yet exerted its full strength. My daughter Ning Rongrong is in their team. Moreover, their leader is the theoretical master Yu Xiaogang. I see. I didn't expect that Sect Master Ning's daughter would also come to participate. Who is that master? As the saying goes, he who has the master has the world, the master is. Ning Fengji moved closer, as if afraid that others might hear him. After listening to Ning Fengji's explanation, Emperor Shuai was surprised and delighted. So it was him. Sect Master Ning, why didn't you tell me earlier? I must find a chance to meet him. Your Majesty, this is a minor issue. I will arrange it later. Let's just watch the game first. It is good. Before, Emperor Shuai focused all his attention on the Qianshui team, which had 2 War Soul Kings. The Shrek team lost to the Blazing team and did not have a head-on confrontation with the 3 strong teams of Qianshui, Shenfeng and Lei Ting, so it did not attract too much attention from Emperor Shuai. Ning Fengji was too embarrassed to brag about the Shrek 7 devils in his ear. Only by mentioning the innate full soul power did he have the opportunity to let Emperor Shuai know more about the Shrek 7 devils. In this way, Emperor Shuai will definitely pay more attention to the Shrek Academy team. The other side. Tang San and his companions were standing on the viewing platform, waiting for the duel. The Shrek team won another game today, but this had little impact on their ranking. No matter who wins or loses in the match between Thunder and Qianshui today, it will not change Shrek's ranking. Shrek has lost 3 games already. Among the top 4, this is the last strong match. They can't lose more than Shrek, so Shrek has locked in the 5th place in advance. Under everyone's gaze, 2 teams of 14 people slowly walked onto the stage. The Thunder team formed a triangle formation, with Captain Yu Tianxin standing at the front of the team. The Qianshui team formed a 3-1-3 formation, with Xiao Han, Shui Bing'er and Shui Yuer standing at the front of the team, Shui Wu standing in the middle, and Yu Heru, Gu Qingba and Shen Liuyu standing at the back. Today's last match will be between the Qianshui College team, which is currently ranked 1st and has maintained an undefeated record, and the Lei Ting College team, which is currently ranked 2nd and has only lost 1 game. This will be a peak showdown for the top spot. Will Qianshui College continue its winning streak, or will Lei Ting College end Qianshui College's winning streak? Let's wait and see. Please release your martial spirits and spirit rings. The match will officially begin in 2 minutes. Following the host's announcement, thunderous cheers broke out from the audience. In order to feast the eyes of the audience, this is the first time since the Soul Master competition qualifiers that 2 minutes have been reserved for the activation of the martial soul. Brothers, activate the martial spirit. At Yu Tianxin's command, Thunder Academy took the lead in activating its martial spirit. The 17 members released their martial spirits at the same time, and the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and thunder roared. Chapter 53. For a Soul Master who possesses the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit, starting from level 30, a part of his body will become more dragon-like every time he obtains a soul ring. Yu Tianxin's soul power reached level 43, and both of his arms turned into dragon-like forms. His arms became extremely strong, and his hands turned into dragon claws, covered with blue-purple scales. The blue-purple lightning surrounding him continued to condense on his arms, and 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, hovered above his mutated arms. As the captain of the Thunder Team, Yu Qianxin, who possesses the top beast spirit, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, reached his peak in momentum at this moment. Lei Dong, another level 43 soul master in the team, also released his thunder spider spirit. The 8 slender spider legs flashed with dazzling lightning, and the bulging abdomen seemed to be storing powerful electrical energy. There is another person in the Thunder Team who cannot be ignored, Lei Tian. His martial soul is the Thunder Eagle, which not only has lightning attacks, but also the ability to fly. Another member of the Battle Soul sect and 3 Battle Soul Lords were all releasing the power of thunder and lightning. Blue lightning streaks across the ring like snakes, as if launching a silent provocation to the players from Tianshui College. However, Xiao Han and his companions did not panic. To everyone's surprise, they were not in a hurry to release their martial spirits. Xiao Yu, Yu Heru, Gu Qingba and Shen Liu took a few steps back to make more space for the 3 teammates in front of them to display their skills. Seeing this, several members of the Thunder Team were confused. Yu Qianxin knew that the last 3 were all pure water attribute spirit masters, so he said in a cold voice. Although you have won a series of victories, you have never encountered us before. Our lightning has a perfect restraint on your water attribute. It seems that you are afraid. Xiao Han stood between Shui Binger and Shui Yuer and grinned. The 4 of us are enough to deal with your Thunder Team. The conversation between the 2 was transmitted through the loudspeaker throughout the fighting arena, causing an immediate sensation. What's going on? Isn't that kid too arrogant? The one in front of him is the top beast spirit, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. But then again, the attacks of water-attributed soul masters of the same level are indeed like an egg hitting a rock in front of lightning. Faced with the arrogant Xiao Han, the 7 members of the Thunder Team were furious. But the next scene left them dumbfounded. Xiao Han, Shui Binger and Shui Yue released their respective martial spirits at the same time. Xiao Han's body moved slightly, and circles of delicate ice crystal luster surrounded his body. A crystal clear longbow emitting a biting cold air appeared in the palm of his left hand. Almost at the same time, an ice crystal arrow like a spear appeared in the palm of his right hand. The bow was as long as Xiao Han's height. The taut bowstring seemed to reveal a destructive tension, and the arrow seemed to release endless chill. The biting cold suddenly filled the entire arena, as if even the air had frozen. Why is this martial spirit so strange? The ice bow and ice arrow appeared at the same time. The members of the Thunder Team looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Yu Qianxin's face changed slightly. He could feel the threat contained in the bow and arrow. It was a kind of coldness that could penetrate the powerful shield and strike the soul directly. Just when everyone was still confused, an even more explosive scene occurred. Xiao Han's body suddenly lit up with 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black. Seeing this, exclamations and discussions in the fighting arena rose and fell, like a surging tide, instantly drowning out all the previous noise. How is this possible? Another 5-ring soul king? He's still so young. An elderly soul master spoke in a trembling voice, his eyes full of disbelief. Moreover, his 2nd soul ring is 1,000 years old, and his 4th soul ring is 10,000 years old. This talent is simply a demon-level existence. Tianshui Academy actually hides such a terrifying genius. I'm afraid that young man will cause a sensation in the entire Soul Master world. The participating students who were watching the competition were all stunned. Even Dai Mubai and Tang San, who were always arrogant, were stunned at this moment. Yu Xiaogang's pupils suddenly contracted, and he muttered to himself, how is this possible? The 2nd soul ring reached 1,000 years, which exceeds the maximum age of the body's ability to absorb soul rings. A soul master with extremely outstanding talents may be able to do it. But the 4th soul ring reached 10,000 years, which exceeds the theoretical 5,000 years. Both the body and the mental strength are not enough to support it. But how did he do it? Is my theory really wrong? Tang San stared straight at Xiao Han on the stage, his heart aching as if it were being stabbed by a knife. It's him. The flower thief in the eyes of Binghuo Liangyin must be him. He took the 8 anise mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot at the same time to refine the golden body, and then took the fairy grass that can enhance the spiritual power, then he might be able to withstand the energy impact of the 10,000-year soul ring. Otherwise, how could he absorb the 10,000-year soul ring at the 4th ring? But why does he know so much about fairy grass, and also know how to take those 2 extremely poisonous fairy grasses? Could it be that he is from another world like me? Tang San's mind was in a mess. He couldn't figure out how Xiao Han did it. In the VIP seats, Emperor Shui Yi also looked shocked. I originally thought that Shui Binger from the Jianshui College team was already very powerful, but I didn't expect that there is an even more powerful one now. The young Soul Masters in this year's Soul Master competition in the Empire are really delightful. Ning Fengji nodded and didn't say anything more. In front of Xiao Han, what does Tang San's talent count for? The Platinum Bishop Salas standing by had his eyes wide open like lanterns. If a genius like Xiao Han cannot be used by the Spirit Hall, then the only thing that awaits him is ruthless annihilation. 2 minutes passed quickly and the game was about to begin. The members of the Thunder team were all stunned. They had never seen such a young Soul King, and they had never expected that he would possess such a miraculous Soul Ring configuration. Yu Tianxin's expression turned solemn. He knew very well that today's battle would be much more difficult than he had imagined. The game officially begins. Following the referee's announcement, the 14 people on the ring moved quickly. Quick victory. Lei Tian, get up. Yu Tianxin roared, and the Thunder Eagle's Soul Master leaped into the air with him. Lightning attacks are extremely brutal, but they also consume a lot of energy from the Soul Masters themselves, so they have the same idea as the Tianshui team, which is to end the battle as soon as possible. They had seen how powerful the Tianshui team was before, and knew that if they stayed on the ring they would be restricted by the freezing effect, so they chose to attack from the air. The moment Yu Tianxin moved, Xiao Han also moved. The pair of icy wings stretched out, and the moment it took off into the air, the fifth soul ring suddenly glowed. Chapter 54. Yu Tianxin's heart suddenly shuddered. He didn't expect that Xiao Han also had the ability to fly, and he was ready to use his most powerful fifth soul skill right away. Obviously, Xiao Han also wanted to end the battle quickly. Just as Yu Tianxin was preparing to adjust his tactics to deal with this sudden threat, Xiao Han's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. He did not choose to directly confront Lei Tian and Yu Tianxin, the most conspicuous people in the air, but continued to climb higher into the sky with an almost provocative attitude. The audience waited with bated breath. No one knew what Xiao Han was trying to do or how powerful his fifth soul skill was. Xiao Han's figure quickly shrank in the eyes of everyone, but in the next second he swooped down even more rapidly, like a meteor across the sky. A cold force instantly gathered on the crystal-clear ice longbow. Xiao Han pulled the bowstring to its full length. An ice arrow condensed with the coldness of true ice cut through the sky and headed straight for the arena with a piercing whistling sound. As the ice arrows were shot out, the air above the entire arena began to fluctuate violently, as if an invisible force was stirring up the wind and clouds. Immediately afterwards, a huge vortex of ice and snow appeared out of nowhere, spinning and expanding, dropping the surrounding temperature to below freezing. The vortex of ice and snow turned into a violent ice and snow storm, crushing towards the ring mercilessly. This is Xiao Han's fifth soul skill Blizzard Arrow. This 1,000-year-old soul skill can directly change the environment on the field. As long as the opponent does not have ice attribute, he will be suppressed by the cold, affecting his strength. The 5 people on the stage were more than 10 levels behind Xiao Han in terms of soul power. They were suppressed even more severely and could only exert 50 of their strength. And in this ice and snow storm, the soul skills performed by Xiao Han's ice attribute teammates will be more powerful. The faces of the members of the Thunder team changed drastically. They felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if their thunder and lightning power was swallowed up by the ice and snow storm at this moment. Lei Dong had already launched an attack, and the huge lightning spider web was heading towards Shui Binger and the others, but it was torn into pieces by the sudden ice and snow storm. Shui Binger also activated the freezing skill at the same time, instantly freezing all 5 opponents on the ring. Shui Yu launched an extremely cold tornado, blending the icy wind into Xiao Han's ice and snow storm, causing greater suppression on the opponent. Shui Wu used her fifth soul skill, Ice Extreme, and coordinated with the attacks of her teammates. The ring suddenly turned into a frozen world. It all happened so fast and so suddenly that no one on the Thunder team was prepared for it. Lei Tian swooped down, and the violent lightning from his wings crashed into the ice on the ring like a dragon, trying to help his teammates out of trouble. The moment the lightning hit the ice, there was a loud explosion. Yuer, I leave this to you. Shui Binger suddenly soared into the sky, and long ice crystal spikes shot out from her wings, shooting towards the Thunder Eagle. After Xiao Han activated his fifth soul skill, he turned around and rushed directly towards Yu Tianxin in the air. Upon seeing this, Yu Tianxin felt something was wrong and unreservedly used his third soul skill, Thunderous Fury. This is Yu Tianxin's amplifying soul skill. When this soul skill is activated, his lightning ability instantly increases by 100, and his soul power increases by 100. The power of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul is undoubtedly demonstrated. The blue light turned completely blue-purple, like a layer of armor made of lightning covering his body, and the pair of dragon claws also became noticeably larger. Xiao Han has trained himself to be indestructible, and he is not afraid of the violent power of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex at all, so he faces it head-on. The fourth soul rings of the two people flashed at the same time. Xiao Han pulled the bowstring to its full extent, and the ice explosion arrow he shot directly hit Yu Tianqin's fourth soul skill, blue lightning dragon speed. Rumble at the moment the two forces collided, a deafening noise was heard in the air. The ice blue arrow exploded, and countless ice fragments flew everywhere, while the freezing effect on Yu Tianqin was quietly formed. This is a 10,000-year-old soul skill that even the violent blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex cannot stop. Yu Tianqin originally wanted to launch a counterattack again, but suddenly he felt that his body had lost its flexibility and his movements became stiff, obviously restricted by the power of ice. Xiao Han didn't give him any chance to breathe and drew his bow and shot another arrow. This is a 1,000-year soul skill, thousands of arrows fired at the same time. Countless ice blue arrows merged into one, forming a huge beam of light, which hit Yu Tianqin hard. The huge impact force pushed Yu Tianqin towards the center of the venue, until he hit the ground heavily with a dull sound. In another duel, Shui Bing'er used her 10,000-year soul skill, Ice Crystal Sword, cutting one of the wings of the Thunder Eagle, and then knocked him to the ground with the resistance aura. On the ring, while the opponents were unable to display their full strength, Shui Yu and several other girls rushed forward, each using their most powerful attacking skills, and in no time they knocked all of them out. The match, which was originally unpredictable, ended in less than 2 minutes due to the fierce offensive of the Qianshui team. Everyone present was shocked. No one expected that Xiao Han, who made his debut on stage, would have such a powerful attack power. The restriction his icy power exerted on his opponents was even more severe than that of Shui Bing'er's Ice Phoenix. Xiao Han landed on the stage and smiled at Shui Bing'er and the others. Xiao Han, we finally defeated Thunder Academy and avenged our seniors. Yeah. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is nothing more than that. The referee then announced the result of the match. In this game, the Qianshui College team won and continued their winning streak. Let us congratulate Qianshui College. Although the match lasted less than 2 minutes, it was still exciting. Warm cheers rang out again in the fighting arena. Xian Renxue witnessed the whole process in the VIP seat with a satisfied smile on her face. Today, he finally witnessed Xiao Han's strength. On the viewing platform, Liu Erlong frowned, feeling sorry for her nephew Yu Tianqin's failure. Tianqin, you've done a great job, it's not your fault. If you have to blame someone, blame the fact that the opponent you met is too abnormal. Yu Xiaogang was also very worried. Although he was expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, he still cares about the family and hopes that the Thunder Academy led by his nephew Yu Tianqin can go further. After seeing Xiao Han's strength, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but worry about the Shrek 7 Devils. Xiao Han, who has the ability to fly and freeze, is undoubtedly the most invincible among the players in this qualifying round. Can Xiao San and the others overcome this mountain? Not far away, Dugubo stood alone in an inconspicuous corner, staring straight at Xiao Han, who walked out of the competition venue, with a cold murderous aura in his eyes. That kid is too weird. It's time to talk to the little monster. He should know something. Chapter 55. In the preliminaries, Ning Rongrong never played, and Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's soul fusion technique had never been used. Despite this, they still made it into the top 5, which gave them great confidence. The Qianshui Academy team, like the Wuhuan Hall Academy team, has a luxurious lineup consisting of 3 War Soul Kings and 4 War Soul Sect members. Xiao Han alone possesses 2,000-year soul skills and 2 10,000-year soul skills. For Shrek Academy, there is now another huge obstacle on the road to winning the championship. They have not yet played against Qianshui College. Even if they meet, the outcome of that game will not affect their ranking results. As soon as he returned to the academy, Tang San saw Dugubo walking towards him. Little monsters, you're back. Old monster, you're looking for me. Well, let's talk. The two came to an empty corner of the academy. Tang San asked. If I'm not mistaken, you came to me because of Xiao Han. Dugubo nodded, his face gloomy. I heard you say before that if a young spirit master takes the right kind of immortal herbs, their cultivation speed will be improved. When those girls from Qianshui College showed up, I was a little skeptical. Until today when I saw Xiao Han's spirit ring, I became even more skeptical. Do you think it's possible that they took the immortal herbs? Tang San smiled sinisterly, the opportunity to kill someone with a borrowed knife had come. I was just about to tell you about this. Like you, I have my doubts about those girls. Xiao Han's performance today further confirmed my suspicions. His fourth spirit ring has reached the 10,000-year level, which is definitely not something an ordinary spirit master can do. If a young spirit master takes the star anise mysterious ice grass and a fiery apricot, plus herbs that help improve his mental strength, his body will undergo great changes, and it is possible to do this. After listening to Tang San's explanation, Douluo was furious. Now it seems that the boy is the most suspicious. Douluo thought of something and suddenly frowned. However, before my immortal herbs were lost, that kid had already obtained his second soul ring, and it was a 1,000-year soul ring that exceeded the limit of his body's endurance. How did he do it? Could it be that he had already taken drugs that could transform his body at that time? Tang San shook his head. That's what I'm confused about. That guy is indeed a little strange and hard to figure out. We're facing the Qianshui College team. If he is immune to the fat man's evil fire and my spider poison, it means he has taken those two magical herbs. Tang San knew that the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot could help people achieve a body that was immune to both water and fire, and all poisons. Douluo smiled. The preliminaries are almost over, and you will meet them soon. But are you sure you want to play against them? You have already lost 3 games, and the outcome of those games has no impact on your ranking. You might as well focus on the next promotion games. I know. Little monster, I'm telling you the truth. In my opinion, even if you have concealed your strength, you still can't be their opponent, because you haven't used your full strength. Tang San frowned. Of course he knew this. Douluo continued. I've said it before, winning the Soul Master competition is not something you can dream of. Let alone the splendid lineup of the Spirit Hall Academy team, the mountain of Qianshui Academy is too big for you to overcome. There is only one possibility for you to win the championship, that is, the 2 teams meet in the finals ahead of time, and both lose, and you will just be the fisherman who reaps the benefits. I'll spare that kid's life first, and see what the result will be when the 2 teams meet. So, what you mean is that even if you know that Xiao Han has taken your magic herb, you won't do anything to him? That's right. He has already exposed his strength. Even if I don't kill him, someone else will. You mean the Spirit Hall? Douluo nodded. With Bibi Dong's methods, if he refuses to work for Spirit Hall, he will die. Tang San smiled. Facing the double threat from Douluo and Spirit Hall, Xiao Han is afraid that he won't live long. Douluo was very smart, and seemed to have guessed Tang San's thoughts, and said coldly, that kid has taken my herbs, it's almost certain. Maybe he is not the flower thief, but he is a beneficiary after all. He has some connection with the flower thief. I will not let him go easily. Let's keep his life to deal with the Spirit Hall Academy team. It will also be good for you. Old monster, you are still very thoughtful. Oh, there is one more thing. I have thought about it again and again, so I'll tell you. Tang San suddenly had a bad feeling. What's up? Your sister Xiao Wu is not a human, but a 100,000-year-old soul beast that transformed into a human. What? Hearing this news, Tang San was stunned as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. How is this possible? Douluo shook his head and sighed. I know you two have known each other for a long time and have a deep relationship. Although it is difficult for you to accept, this is the fact. Flanders and Master may not be able to sense the soul beast aura on her, but Sect Master Ning and Bone Douluo should know her true identity. You can also ask them for confirmation. Tang San was stunned. Thinking back to the process of Xiao Wu obtaining the spirit ring, it was indeed very suspicious. Perhaps she is not really a human. Little monster, I kindly remind you because I want you to be mentally prepared in advance. I don't know why she took the risk to come to the human world. Maybe it was out of curiosity, but this could cost her her life. The finals will be held at the border between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. At that time, high-level officials from the Spirit Hall will appear, and title Douluo-level Soul Masters will definitely be able to sense the aura of the Soul Beast on her. After listening to Douluo's explanation, Tang San felt both relieved and fortunate. Douluo already knew Xiao Wu's true identity. He could have killed her and taken her 100,000-year soul bone, but Douluo did not do so. It can be seen that this friend is worth making close friends with. Thank you for speaking frankly, senior. Little monster, why are you suddenly so polite to me? It's not like you at all. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Unfortunately, the acacia heartbroken red in the yin-yang eyes of fire and ice has been picked by someone. I wonder if you have any way to help Xiao Wu cover up the aura of the soul beast on her body. There is a way. Taking my special medicine may help her conceal the aura on her body, but the effect of the medicine can only last for about half a month. Tang San looked delighted. Half a month is enough, as long as we are not discovered by the Spirit Hall. Douluo Bo threw a pill to Tang San. There may be a master from the Spirit Hall who has sneaked into Qiando City. Let's give this to her first. Okay, thank you. Chapter 56. Xiao Wu was shocked after hearing this. Brother, you already know everything, so I will tell you the truth. Afterwards, Xiao Wu told Tang San the whole story. Only then did Tang San understand everything. So you wanted to avenge your mother, so you ventured into the human world. But you are really stupid to do this. Isn't this just hitting a rock with an egg? You can't even get close to Bibi Dong, so how can you take revenge? If Senior Douluo hadn't reminded me, if you ran into those masters of the Spirit Hall, you would probably become their prey. Brother, I'm sorry. I was too reckless. Now that you already know, I think it seems meaningless to stay in the human world. I will go back to the Star Do Great Forest now. As Xiao Wu spoke, she couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. Tang San took the opportunity to hold Xiao Wu in his arms. Silly boy, I don't care whether you are a human or a soul beast. I said I would protect you forever, and I will definitely do it. But my identity as a soul beast will implicate you. Don't worry, I already have a solution. Senior Douluo's elixir can temporarily cover up the soul beast aura on you. Really? Then I can stay and attend the finals with you guys? Of course. Xiao Wu was very moved and expressed the thoughts that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time. Brother, every time I see you guys hunting soul beasts, my heart aches. I know this is the process that you human soul masters must go through to obtain soul rings. But it still hurts me. Then I promise you that I will only hunt evil soul beasts from now on. Yeah. Bro, you're so nice. Afterwards, Tang San gave Xiao Wu the elixir he got from Douluo Bo to temporarily cover up the soul beast aura on her body. The pill contained Douluo Bo's green phosphorus snake king poison. Tang San was unable to develop it himself, so he could only ask Douluo Bo to develop a few more in case of emergency. Before we knew it, the preliminaries came to an end. Tomorrow will be the final round of the competition. There is no need to draw lots as everyone already knows who their opponent will be. Shrek Academy's opponent in the final round is Jinshui Academy. After dinner, Yu Xiaogang gathered everyone together. I think you all know that tomorrow's opponent is Jinshui College. Our record has been determined and we will be ranked 5th. Therefore, the victory or defeat of this game is meaningless. I suggest you conserve your strength, give up this game, and prepare well for the next promotion match. Tang San and his teammates looked at each other and nodded. Facing the powerful Jinshui College team, they have no chance of winning if they don't give it their all. This time, they were no longer stubborn. Teacher, then we will listen to you and give up tomorrow's game. Very good. After the competition tomorrow, there will be an award ceremony for the top 5 teams, and you will all attend then. Yes, Master. The next day. The competitions in the Qiando City qualifying zone have all ended, and an award ceremony will be held soon to present qualification certificates for the promotion matches to the top 5 teams in the qualifying round. Jinshui College ranked first with an impressive record of 27 wins. Thunder Academy, Kamikaze Academy, and Blazing Academy all had a record of 25 wins and 2 losses, and the win-loss relationship was rather complicated, so the rankings could only be determined by drawing lots. In the end, Kamikaze Academy ranked 2nd, Thunder Academy ranked 3rd, and Blazing Academy ranked 4th. Shrek Academy had 23 wins and 4 losses, ranking 5th. The award ceremony began, and the captains and vice-captains of the top 5 teams walked onto the podium. The representatives of Jinshui College were Shui Binger and Shui Wu. Emperor Shuiyi, Ning Fengji and Sarath personally awarded the qualification certificates and bonuses to the 5 teams that entered the promotion round. Each team from the top 5 academies received a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins. The winning numbers and other prize money of each team will be collected by the team leaders of each college from the staff specifically responsible for the competition prize money. Jinshui College won 27 games, and including this time's reward, it is almost 30,000 gold soul coins. After the awards were handed out, Emperor Shuiyi gave a speech. He stood on the podium, his eyes swept over everyone and lingered on Xiao Han for a few seconds. What surprised him was that Xiao Han was the strongest young soul master among all the participating students in the Qiando competition area, but he was not the captain of the Jinshui team. Children, congratulations on qualifying for this soul master competition. You are the hope of the Empire's future, and I am proud of you. As captains and vice-captains of your teams, you have performed well in the competition. Therefore, I have decided to confer the title of Viscount to the 10 captains and vice-captains, and the title of Baron to the other male students. If you can win the Soul Master competition, the title of the entire team will be raised by 1 level, and your academy will enjoy financial support from the Empire. After you graduate, you will be allocated fiefdoms. Your Majesty, this is not good, right? There is no precedent of awarding titles in previous competitions. Your Excellency Bishop Platinum, the awarding of titles is an internal matter of the Empire and has nothing to do with the Spirit Hall or this tournament. I just admire these young people. Many elite soul masters appeared in this Jindo Division preliminaries. They are young talents that both the Empire and the Spirit Hall want to recruit. In order to recruit talents, Emperor Shuiyi offered generous rewards. The titles of the two empires were ranked in order of seniority: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. The territory of a Viscount was roughly the size of a small city. Saras was very unhappy about this, but he could only hold it in. After all, this was an internal matter of the Jindo Empire, and the Spirit Hall had no right to interfere. Xiao Han has no interest in noble status, will not be controlled by Emperor Shuiyi, and will not work for him. The next promotion match will still be held in the Jindo Empire. However, the competition venue was changed to the royal enclosure. At that time, the 10 teams from the kingdoms and principalities in the Jindo Empire that pass the preliminaries will compete with the 5 teams that advance from the Jindo City competition area. Emperor Shuiyi also made a promise that the Empire would provide the top 3 students with the most wins in the promotion matches with the soul beasts they needed to obtain the next soul ring. They could choose any soul beast with a cultivation level of less than 30,000 years. For Xiao Han, 30,000 years of cultivation was too low. He could not use it and did not value it. The qualifying round will be held in a month. After the ceremony, Xiao Han and his party left Tiando City. After returning to Qinshui University, they received a warm welcome. Qinshui College has never achieved such an impressive result in the previous 3 Soul Master competitions, and this time they are expected to win the championship. Sarath sent a letter to Wuhuan City, telling Bibi Dong the information about Xiao Han and the members of the Qinshui team. Pope's Palace. Looking at the letter in her hand, Bibi Dong smiled grimly. A 16-year-old battle soul king, whose second ring lasts 1,000 years, and whose fourth ring lasts 10,000 years. This talent is even better than mine back then. With 3 battle soul kings and 5 battle soul sects, the overall strength of the Qinshui team is no worse than Nana and the others. If I can't use these people, they will die. No one can stop the Wuhuan Hall Academy from winning the championship. A month later, Xiao Han and his group arrived at the royal enclosure. A few days ago, Xiao Han's soul power broke through level 56, and his strength was further improved. In order to deal with powerful opponents, Tang San practiced in seclusion for a month, and realized the moves that combined soul skills with the Tang sect's unique skills, and his strength also improved. Chapter 57. The Soul Master Competition qualifying round is a competition of individual strength, showcasing the overall strength of the team in a one-on-one format. In order to protect the privacy and personal safety of Soul Masters, ordinary spectators are not allowed to watch the promotion matches. In the Tiando Empire competition area, 15 participating teams came to the royal enclosure located 50 kilometers southwest of Tiando City. This is a vast area, and is where royal personnel hunt and train. It is patrolled and guarded by 10,000 royal knights, and civilians are not allowed to approach on normal days. The 15 college teams that entered the promotion round were arranged to rest in different places. Everyone from Qinshui College was taken to the military camp, where they were assigned 5 barracks for rest. They were not luxurious, but they were very clean. As the only boy in the team, Xiao Han occupied a barracks by himself. The promotion matches are also round-robin and last for half a month. All participating college teams will stay here until the end of the competition. Xiao Han packed up his things and just walked out of the barracks when he saw a familiar figure walking towards him. It was Prince Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe was followed by several guards. Xiao Han smiled and said, "Brother Xue, why are you here? Your Majesty and I watched the promotion match together, and I came to see you guys by the way. How are you? Are you used to it here?" "Pretty good." "That's good." Lin Jirua also saw Xue Qinghe and bowed to him. "I have met His Highness the Crown Prince." "President Lin, you don't have to be so polite. I'm just stopping by to take a look." Xue Qinghe happened to see Xue Binger and the others, and nodded at them with a smile. It was the first time for the girls to see Xue Qinghe and they were all a little bit incredulous. Today, Xue Qinghe was dressed very casually. He still had an aristocratic temperament, but he did not look like the high and mighty prince of the empire. He gave people a very easygoing feeling. "Brother Xiao Han, let me talk to you alone." "It is good." Xue Qinghe dismissed the guards on his left and right. "Your performance in the preliminaries was incredible. Dugu Bo may have doubted you. But don't worry, I will ensure your safety." "Well, I'm not worried. After the qualifying round, Dean Zhao will accompany us to the finals. With my mother and Dean Zhao around, Dugubo won't dare to act recklessly. After Lin Jiruo took the magical herb, her cultivation speed increased and she has now reached level 84. Dean Zhao has reached level 85. Although Dugubo's poison is very powerful, his combat power is the worst among the title Douluo. 2 extreme soul fighters are enough to deal with him. Xue Qinghe also felt relieved. Dugubo is capable of anything. With Dean Zhao by your side, your safety is more guaranteed. Well, I have to go now. I look forward to your performance in the promotion match. Well, see you on the field. After Xue Qinghe left, several girls came over. Xiao Han, is that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Ah. He doesn't look like a prince. He's quite approachable. Indeed. However, what you see is only the surface. Anyone who can ascend to the position of Crown Prince must be extraordinary. Lin Jiruo came over. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. The promotion match will start tomorrow. Due to the competition system, Xiao Yu is not suitable to play in the promotion match. It depends on the performance of the 7 of you. No problem, we will definitely qualify as the first place. Xiao Han and the girls were very confident. The next day, under the guidance of a dedicated person, participating teams from various colleges came to the competition venue. The promotion round is not like the preliminaries, where multiple arenas are held simultaneously. There is only one competition venue here, which is the Royal Knights Parade Ground. The large parade ground was renovated and an area with a diameter of 100 meters in the middle was marked out as the competition venue. Compared with the arena in the preliminaries, the space here is wider, allowing soul masters to display their strength to a greater extent. A VIP seat was temporarily built on the north side of the parade ground. In addition to Emperor Shuiyi, Ning Fengji, Platinum Bishop Salis, Xue Qinghe, and Prince Xue Xing, there were also a few nobles and some high-ranking officials of the Wuhuan Hall's Tiando City branch who came to watch the battle. The 15 teams participating in the promotion tournament will play 14 round-robin matches each day, with one team receiving a bye. That is, there will be 7 games every day, all on this field. The preliminaries were team battles, with 14 people competing on each stage at the same time, which was quite chaotic. The promotion matches are all one-on-one competitions, and each student will show his or her personal strength in full view of the public, from which the strength of the participating soul masters can be assessed. The rules of the competition are simple. Each team sends 7 players onto the field, and each player fights until he is defeated. The loser is eliminated, and the winner faces the next opponent until all 7 players on one side are eliminated. Jinshui College's opponent today is a Soul Master Academy from the kingdom, and the match between them is ranked 6th out of 7 games. Lin Jiruo gathered everyone together. Your opponent today is not strong, as there is only one member of the Fighting Soul sect in the team. Therefore, the order of appearance I have arranged is Ruoxue, Liu Yu, Qingbo, and Yu Er. I believe that the 4 of you are enough to complete this game. Well, don't worry, Dean Lin. Leave it to us. Several girls are full of confidence. Afterwards, Emperor Shuiyi announced the official start of the promotion match. The first game ended quickly, and Qihua Academy easily won its first victory. In the subsequent matches, Shrek, Kamikaze and Thunder Academy also easily defeated their opponents. Xiao Han and his teammates had been watching the game. They could see that everyone's strength had improved in this month. Next, Qiu Ruoxue was the first to appear on stage representing Tianshui College. Qiu Ruoxue is a strong attacking soul master. She defeated 2 fighting soul masters on the opposite side one after another. However, due to lack of soul power and physical strength, she tied with the third person, and both of them stepped down together. Immediately afterwards, Shen Liuyu came on the scene and defeated 2 more powerful opponents in succession. However, due to excessive consumption of soul power, he was defeated by the 6th person of the opponent. After Gu Qingbo from the Agility Attack Department came on the field, he easily knocked the 6th man sent by the opponent's academy out of the ring, and then faced the strongest captain of the Fighting Soul sect. After a fierce battle, Gu Qingbo won the game. Jinshui College only sent out 3 people, but they completely defeated their opponent. Shuyuer didn't even have a chance to perform. In the preliminaries, everyone's attention was focused on the 3 war soul kings, Xiao Han, Shui Binger and Xue Wu, thus ignoring the performance of other members of Jinshui College. The one-on-one competition allowed everyone to see that these players also have impressive strength. After the competition, the deans of each college came on stage to draw lots to decide tomorrow's opponents. Jinshui team's opponent tomorrow is not strong, it is also an academy from the principality. Xiao Han and Shui Binger still won't be on stage. Shui Yuer, who didn't have a chance to perform today, will be the first to go on stage tomorrow. In tomorrow's game, there is a match that has attracted much attention, which will be between Blazing Academy and Shrek Academy. Chapter 58. After losing to Blazing Academy last time and being ruthlessly verbally humiliated by Huo Wushuang, the entire Shrek team was filled with rage and vowed to get back at the game. Tang San's blue silver grass martial spirit was perfectly restrained by the flames, but he still refused to admit defeat. After returning to the camp, Yu Xiaogang gathered several people together. Your opponent tomorrow is Blazing Academy. We lost to them in the preliminaries. What do you think this time? Dai Mubai was the first to stand up. Master, Blazing Academy is the weakest among the 4 elemental academies. The 2 assistant teachers in their team are both main players and will not play tomorrow, which means they will send 2 substitutes. And judging from the situation of today's game, they may send out one of Huo Wu or Huo Wushuang first. Those 2 are the strongest in the team, so let me go first tomorrow and Xiao San will finish. How do you think? Yu Xiaogang hesitated. Mubai's idea is good. However, Xiao San's blue-silver grass martial soul cannot exert its strength against any fire-type soul master, and will suffer a loss when it goes on the field. Tang San said with firm eyes, Teacher, let me play. It is because the fire element has a strong restraint on my martial spirit that I want to accept this challenge. In the team battle, they have the assistance of the 2 fire spirit masters, and their overall strength has increased greatly, while we have not been enhanced by Rongrong. I believe that in a one-on-one contest, we will be able to defeat them. Seeing Tang San's firm attitude, Yu Xiaogang didn't say much. Okay. Tomorrow Mubai will be the first to appear, followed by Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Tai Long, Wang Yuan and Xiao San. Yu Xiaogang arranged this lineup in the hope that the team could win the game in advance while avoiding Tang San from playing as much as possible, because the fire could restrain Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit too much. The next day soon came. Jinshui College still defeated the opponent easily even though Xiao Han and Shui Binger were not on the court. Thunder and Kamikaze also won. The game between Shrek Academy and Blazing Academy was played in the 5th. Tang San has been waiting for a long time, he wants revenge. Soon it was the turn for the 2 academies to compete against each other. Huo Wushuang, representing Qihua Academy, was the first to enter the venue. The one facing him was Dai Mubai, the first student from Shrek Academy to appear. Little White Cat, last time your teacher took the initiative to admit defeat, so you escaped. This time, you are not so lucky. Humph. If our teacher hadn't called a halt to the game, do you think I would be afraid of you? You have such a stubborn mouth, wait and see how I'll deal with you later. Don't waste time. If you have the guts, fight me and decide the outcome with one move. Do you dare? What's there to be afraid of? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Before the contest between the 2 sides officially began, a strong smell of gunpowder had already filled the field. With the referee's announcement, the game officially started. The 2 released their martial spirits and spirit rings almost at the same time. Dai Mubai's 3rd and 4th soul rings suddenly shone. White Tiger Vajra transformation. With an angry roar, Dai Mubai's muscles suddenly swelled and black horizontal lines appeared on his skin. With the enhancement of the 3rd soul skill, Dai Mubai's resistance to abnormal conditions as well as his attack power, defense power and strength all doubled at the same time, lasting for half an hour. Huo Wushuang on the opposite side also released his amplifying soul skill without showing any weakness. His body suddenly grew in size again, golden red light burst out from his dragon scales, and his whole body was burning with blazing flames. White Tiger Meteor Shower. With the enhancement of the 3rd soul skill, Dai Mubai activated the 4th soul skill, trying to win with it. Countless fist-sized golden light balls attacked Huo Wushuang with his body as the center. Blazing fire destroys the enemy. Facing Dai Mubai's locked attack, Huo Wushuang met it without hesitation. The blazing red light gathered into a huge fireball on his fist, and suddenly slammed into the golden balls of light. Rumble the moment the 2 forces collided, a deafening roar erupted and the entire stadium was shaking. Both of them used all their strength for this attack. Under the huge shock wave, both of them were shocked and retreated repeatedly. Huo Wushuang's frontal attack is extremely powerful. After barely stabilizing his body, Dai Mubai had 1 foot outside the field and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Although Huo Wushuang on the opposite side was not injured, his face was pale and he was obviously unable to deal with the next opponent. Little White Cat, you lose. Dai Mubai grinned. Although he was defeated, he was already very satisfied that he was able to defeat Huo Wushuang, the player with the strongest attack power in the opposing team, one-on-one. Really? Do you still have the energy to deal with the next opponent? Just wait to be kicked out. After Dai Mubai finished speaking, he raised his hand to signal Ma Hongjun to come on stage. Seeing this, Huo Wu immediately said, "Brother, come down, let's change people too." Although Huo Wuxuan was unwilling, he had no choice but to give up. The second person to take the field from Blazing Academy was a soul master whose martial spirit was the fire crane. In the preliminaries, he had fought against Ma Hongjun and had the upper hand. "It's you again, you chicken. That's the evil fire phoenix. What the hell is this evil fire phoenix? You are such a loser, you are so shameless." The tension between the two sides remains strong. The battle soon begins. The two had fought each other last time and had some understanding of each other's soul skills. Ma Hongjuan's evil fire has a hotter temperature, and the fire crane soul master has more agility. After a fierce fight, Ma Hongjun was defeated. The fire crane soul master also consumed a lot of soul power and physical strength, and was defeated by Zhu Zhuqing, who came on the field third. The next person to take the stage from Blazing Academy was the fire leopard soul master, who defeated Zhu Zhuqing. After Xiao Yu came on the field, she defeated the fire leopard soul master. After another fire crane spirit master came on the field, he had a fierce battle with Xiao Wu, and the two ended in a draw. Next, Tai Long defeated a substitute from Qihua Academy, the second substitute came up and defeated Tai Long, and Huang Yuan came on the court and defeated that substitute. Over the past 2 days, more than a dozen promotion matches were held, and the showdown between these two academies was undoubtedly the most exciting one. The two sides fought back and forth, neither giving an inch. At this time, Huo Wu was the only one left in Blazing Academy. She has to defeat Huang Yuan and Tang San successively to win the game. Feng Xiaotian, Shui Binger and others who were watching the battle on the sidelines were a little nervous. Obviously, in order to take revenge on Blazing Academy, Shrek Academy has made more thorough preparations. Xiao Han, do you think Huo Wu can win? I'm not too sure. Huo Wu and Tang San may have held back in the preliminaries. It all depends on their choices this time. Chapter 59. Xiao Han knew that Huo Wu had the unique skill of ring fusion, and Tang San had not yet used his external soul bone and clear sky hammer. If Tang San reveals his true strength and goes all out, it will be difficult for Huo Wu to defeat him. Besides, Huo Wu is now at a disadvantage of 1 against 2. Fortunately, Huang Yuan had consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle, so Huo Wu was able to defeat him easily. Sure enough, as soon as Huo Wu came on the field, she released her third soul skill, Resist Fire Ring, and directly blasted Huang Yuan out of the field. Next it was Tang San's turn to be the last Shrek member to appear. Tang San was about to go on stage when Yu Xiaogang suddenly patted him on the shoulder and reminded him. "Xiao San, don't be as impulsive as last time. I believe you can defeat her with your own skills." "Yes, teacher, I understand." Last time, Tang San was suppressed by Huo Wu everywhere and almost used the clear sky hammer. Fortunately, Yu Xiaogang stopped it in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Tang San walked onto the competition field. The last defeat seemed to have little effect on him. Huo Wu smiled disdainfully. "Tang San, your blue silver grass martial spirit is completely useless in front of my flames. Don't waste time. Take the initiative to admit defeat. It can also alleviate your pain." Tang San retorted unwillingly. "You should be the one who admits defeat. I know your spirit skills very well. It's not easy to defeat me. You really don't know your own limits. I'll make sure you admit defeat with all your heart." Huo Wu had fought with Tang San before and knew that Tang San was extremely agile and had strange footwork. Even if Tang San didn't use the spirit skills of the blue silver grass martial spirit, he still had a way to get entangled with her. In the process of defeating Huang Yuan, she had already used her third soul skill once, so she was not in full soul power state now and did not have the patience to continue wasting time with Tang San. Therefore, when facing the last opponent from Shrek Academy, she had to make quick work of it. The battle begins. Huo Wu rushed towards Tang San without any hesitation. When it was less than 20 meters away from Tang San, it suddenly activated its third soul skill, Resist Fire Ring. The effective range of this soul skill is 60 meters in diameter and 3 meters in height. When the opponent's soul power does not exceed Huo Wu's 10th level, this soul skill can ignore any skills and defenses within the attack range, and all skills will be temporarily expelled. While resisting the impact of the fire ring, Tang San reached the edge of the competition venue in almost an instant. After launching this soul skill, Huo Wu did not pause, and immediately launched another resistance fire ring. As long as Tang San is blasted out of the competition range, we can win the game. Tang San didn't expect Huo Wu's attack to be so swift. In a hurry, he took out a blue silver grass from each of his hands and lashed it on the ground, then flew into the air with the help of the reaction force. The two blue-silver grasses turned into ashes the moment they resisted the arrival of the fire ring. Huowever, at this time Tang San had already flown into the air and avoided the attack of the resistance fire ring. But this is exactly the result Huo Wu hopes to see. Huo Wu knew that Tang San was a tough opponent, so she deliberately forced him into the air so that she could display her special skills. Little punk, it's over. Under everyone's gaze, a strange scene appeared. The moment Tang San took off, the four spirit rings on Huo Wu's body lit up at the same time, and the fire shadow behind her turned into a blazing white in an instant. Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaogang, who was watching the game, was shocked. Is this the melting ring? She actually has this kind of talent. Master, what is the melting ring? It means instantly releasing the soul power that can be released by several soul rings when outputting skills at the same time, concentrating all the soul power on the same soul skill, greatly increasing the power of the soul skill. Doesn't it have extremely strong explosive power? Yeah. I hope Xiao Sen won't be as impulsive as last time. Yu Xiaogang was extremely nervous, fearing that Tang San would use the clear sky hammer again, and was ready to stop the match at any time. Looking at Tang San who was about to fall from the sky, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai and others were very worried. A blazing white light condensed in Huo Wu's palm, and an egg-sized white light ball burst out and headed straight for Tang San in the air. Using the third soul skill twice in a row consumed a lot of energy for Huo Wu. In addition, she had already used the third soul skill once before. After blasting out this white light ball, Huo Wu's soul power was already exhausted. But looking at Tang San in the air, she smiled. She knew that although the white ball of light condensed the remaining soul power in her body, it was enough to defeat Tang San. The moment the white ball of light left Huo Wu's palm, Tang San felt his body become sluggish. The ball of light seemed to have an invisible attraction that made it impossible for him to dodge. Seeing that the ball of light was getting closer, all he could do now was to endure it. Along with the surge of soul power in the body, strands of blue-silver grass stretched out without warning and stabbed towards the white ball of light. But what Tang San didn't expect was that the white ball of light seemed to have an extremely strong cutting force, and the blue-silver grass was broken and shattered the moment it touched it. Tang San realized that he could no longer stop the white ball of light from hitting him. That was an energy attack condensed by Huo Wu using all of her remaining soul power, which had completely locked onto him. What should I do? Should I just use my body to withstand it? Or should I use my trump card now? The dazzling white light made it impossible for Tang San to open his eyes. At that decisive moment, 8 purple-black spider legs suddenly stretched out from behind Tang San like ghosts in the dark night, quickly interweaving into an indestructible spider web, tightly wrapping his body. Boom! The white ball of light ruthlessly hit the barrier formed by the spider legs, causing a deafening roar. The light was so bright that the entire stadium seemed to be lit up. The dazzling white light made everyone present subconsciously close their eyes. Tang San felt a huge impact force falling on him. The force was so strong that it almost shattered him. The 8 spider legs were under tremendous pressure, but they were unable to completely withstand the terrifying power of Huo Wu's fusion ring attack. Under the impact of the explosion, tiny cracks began to appear on the spider's legs, followed by more violent cracking sounds, as if countless sharp blades were cutting Tang San's body, causing him unbearable pain. A scream came from Tang San's mouth. There was a dull thud, and something seemed to have hit the ground heavily. When the light faded and everything returned to calm, everyone was surprised to find that lying on the ground was a monster with spider legs. At this time, blood was oozing from the corners of Tang San's mouth, and there were some scattered spider leg fragments beside him. He suppressed the pain and looked at the pale-faced Huo Wu, his eyes full of unwillingness and a look of unwillingness to admit defeat. Damn it! Why is this happening? In order to deal with Blazing Academy, Tang San was fully prepared and vowed to take revenge. Unexpectedly, the game was over before I could even make a move. After careful calculation, Tang San ultimately failed and was completely defeated. Little San. Elder brother. Several people from Shrek rushed towards Tang San. Chapter 60. At this time, Tang San was landing on the edge of the competition venue, looking very embarrassed. The dust on the field gradually settled, and the scene before us was shocking. Looking at Tang San's miserable condition, the soul masters who were watching the battle were talking about it. Is that an external soul bone? That person actually has an external spirit bone. He hit it really well. No wonder he dared to challenge a fire spirit master with a blue-silver grass spirit. But he still lost, and lost miserably. In the VIP seats, Emperor Shuai looked at Ning Fengji and his expression changed slightly. Master Ning, what is Tang San's external soul bone? Spider legs? Yes. What did the female spirit master use? Your Majesty, that is the fusion ring. It concentrates the energy of several soul rings and uses it on a soul skill, thus bursting out amazing power. This is one of the unique abilities of our 7 treasures glazed tower soul masters. I didn't expect that she also has it. Emperor Shui nodded slightly, expressing his approval of Huo Wu and Tang San. It seems that these 2 young men are not simple. They were reserved in the preliminaries and are only now showing their true strength. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement without saying anything more. He knew that Tang San had an even more powerful trump card, the Clear Sky Hammer. He felt lucky for Tang San, as Huo Wu used the fusion ring when she had little soul power left, otherwise Tang San would have been more seriously injured. The other side. Looking at the situation on the field, Shui Binger was also shocked. Xiao Han, you guessed right, Huo Wu and Tang San really did have reservations. Yeah. It looks like Huo Wu won't be able to continue participating in the competition in the next few days. Isn't it the same for Tang San? He is seriously injured and won't be able to recover in a short time, right? With Ning Fengji here, he will be fine. Maybe he can play tomorrow. Shui Binger was a little confused. Xiao Han explained, Ning Fengji's daughter is in the Shrek Academy team. Take a close look at the girl next to Xiao Wu. Shui Binger's gaze fell on Ning Rongrong and found that Ning Rongrong was looking towards the VIP seats. So that's how it is. That girl does look somewhat similar to Sect Master Ning. Tang San was kicked out and lost the game. Xiao Wu was the first to rush to Tang San, her eyes full of fear and worry. She wanted to touch Tang San with trembling hands, but was afraid of hurting him. Brother, how are you? Xiao Wu's voice was choked with sobs and tears welled up in her eyes. Dai Mubai followed closely behind, his eyes full of disbelief. Oscar, Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun also gathered around. In their memories, Tang San had never been in such a miserable state. Third brother, I will treat you. Jiang Zhu immediately released her martial soul and spirit ring to heal Tang San. But her ability is limited, and she can only temporarily alleviate Tang San's pain. Third brother, eat a recovery sausage. Third brother, I'll help you too. Oscar and Ning Rongrong both tried their best to help Tang San relieve his pain and restore his physical and spiritual strength. With the joint efforts of several people, Tang San's injuries improved a little, and his external soul bone was quietly taken back by him. However, the broken spider leg could not heal in a short time, and there were still many wounds on his body. Thank you. I'm sorry I let you down. Xiao San, don't say that, you have done a good job, Yu Xiaogang quickly interrupted Tang San. Tang San's annoyance and frustration made him heartbroken. They almost won the game, but Huo Wu's ring fusion talent was not within their calculations. This is not the place to talk. Let's take Xiao San back first. Yes, master. Several people supported the injured Tang San and left the competition venue. After all the competitions were over, Ning Fengji came to the barracks where Shrek Academy was located to visit Tang San. At this time, Tang San was lying on the bed resting. Ning Rongrong was a little excited when she saw that the person coming was Ning Fengji. Dad, you're here. Well, I came to see how Xiao San is doing. We have treated him, but he was injured too badly and has not fully recovered yet. Don't worry, that's exactly what I'm here for. Ning Fengji and everyone came to Tang San's barracks. Uncle Ning, Xiao San, don't move, take a rest first. As Ning Fengji spoke, he released the 7 treasures glazed tower. A beam of precious light descended on Tang San, and the wound on Tang San's back recovered at an astonishing speed. Yu Xiaogang, Flanders and Liu Erlong also came in. They heard from Ning Rongrong that Ning Fengji's 7 treasures glazed tower had been cultivated to the 7 treasures Rui realm and had a strong healing effect. If Ning Fengji took action, Tang San's injuries could be completely healed. Sure enough, when the light faded, the wounds on Tang San's body had completely healed, as if nothing had happened. Yu Xiaogang exclaimed. Master Ning is worthy of being the world's #1 assistant. The healing effect of this 7 treasures glazed pagoda is so miraculous. It's really eye-opening. Yeah, that's awesome. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and others echoed. Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Mistress, how are you? Thank you Uncle Ning, I'm fine now. Although Tang San's physical wounds have been healed, the frustration brought by the failure cannot be erased from his heart. Ning Fengji stood up and sighed, I never thought that the girl actually had the talent of ring fusion. However, once the ring fusion technique is used, it will cause a huge consumption of the self. If nothing unexpected happens, the girl will not appear on the field in the next few days. Ma Hongjun was very unconvinced. She took advantage of others' unpreparedness to play dirty tricks, she deserved it. And she was lucky. If the third brother fell into the field, she would not be able to fight anymore, and we would be tied. Yu Xiaogang said, okay, let's stop talking about this. If we lose, we lose. Let's prepare for the next game. Ning Fengji nodded slightly. In fact, you have performed very well. It's just that Xiao San happened to meet a fire spirit master who has the strongest control over his spirit, which prevented him from exerting his full strength. I believe that in the next game, you will have an even more exciting performance. Tang San said with a firm look, Uncle Ning, we won't let you down. The external spirit bone 8 spider lance was originally one of Tang San's trump cards, but it had to be exposed today. In future competitions, he no longer has to hide it and can use it without restraint. Tang San firmly believed that in today's battle with Huo Wu, if he had revealed the 8 spider lance earlier, he would not have lost so miserably, and might even have won the game. The next day, the game continued. Everyone was surprised to find that Tang San, who was severely injured yesterday, appeared on the court today as if nothing had happened. He used the 8 spider lance to strike hard at weak opponents, looking very much like an evil spirit master. Chapter 61. He frequently used the 8 spider lance to severely injure his opponents, causing public outrage. In the Shrek team, Ma Hongjun, who possesses the evil fire, and Tang San, who is sinister and vicious, are regarded by the participating students as people who may become evil soul masters in the future. For several days, Huo Wu did not appear on stage. Blazing Fire Academy lost to Thunder, Kamikaze and Tianshui Academy successively. In the promotion match, those from Kamikaze Academy also have to show their strength. Huo Wu can't play, and Feng Xiaotian doesn't need to go easy on her. Tianshui College's opponents were not strong and they achieved a series of consecutive victories. Also not defeated are Thunder and Kamikaze Academy. After the competition ended that day, Lin Jirua drew lots on behalf of the academy and then returned to the team. Her expression was somewhat solemn, as if she was thinking about something. Shui Binger asked President Lin, what's wrong with you? Did you get into Thunder Academy? Binger, you are really smart. That's right, our opponent tomorrow is Thunder Academy. They are our toughest opponent in the promotion match. Last time in the preliminaries, Tianshui and Lei Ting faced off as the first and second place teams, and Tianshui won over Lei Ting. In that game, the 7 players from Tianshui College cooperated perfectly. They changed the combat environment as soon as they came on the field, turning the ring into a world of ice and snow, putting their opponents in a disadvantageous situation and then defeating them one by one. But the promotion matches are different. The promotion match has a wider venue, which is more advantageous to Thunder Academy. There was no assistance from Xuewu, a Soul King level assistant, and several Water Attribute Soul Masters in the team were perfectly restrained by the Lightning Attribute, and they didn't even have a chance to play. In other words, the only ones who can play a role on the field are Xiao Han, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. The 3 of them had to face all 7 members of Thunder Academy. Xiao Han was not panicked at all, but seemed a little excited. Mom, it's finally my turn. Lin Jirua nodded. This time, Thunder Academy is more difficult to deal with than last time. Xiaohan, Binger and Yuer will need to defeat more opponents. Dean Lin, what kind of lineup should we arrange tomorrow? Lin Jirua thought about it and analyzed. From the situation in the past few days, Thunder Academy has a total of 4 Battle Soul Sect members and 3 Battle Soul Lords going to the battle. The 3 Battle Soul Sect members will go out first, and the strongest Captain Yu Tianxin will basically be the last to go out. However, in order to deal with us, they may change their strategy tomorrow. Because they also know that we only have 3 Ice Attribute Soul Masters who can fight. Yu Tianxin will still go out last, and the 6 Soul Masters who went out first are mainly used to consume us. Xiao Han smiled disapprovingly. Mom, who cares about the order in which they appear? Let me go first tomorrow, and then Yuer and Binger will be the last. What do you think? I agree with Xiao Han's idea. Yeah, I agree too. Lin Jirua nodded slightly. Okay then. Xiao Han will be the first to go on stage tomorrow, followed by Yuer and Binger. In addition, the rest of you should also be prepared. By the end of the game, you may have a chance to play and perform well. Understand? The next day soon came. The match between Tianshui College and Lei Ting College was the 7th game of the day, which was also the finale. Just like last time, it's still a battle for the top spot. The first 6 games ended quickly, and it was finally the turn of Tianshui College and Lei Ting College to compete. The 12 teams that had finished their games, as well as the team that had a bye today, all stayed to watch the showdown between the 2 strong teams. Tang San and his group stared at the competition venue. Ning Rongrong said, in the previous matches of the Tianshui Academy team, the 4 Water Attribute Spirit Masters and the Inu Dolphin Spirit Master played the most. However, today's match is different. Due to the attribute restraint, the 4 water attribute spirit masters may not have the opportunity to play. Therefore, they will rely more on the performance of the 3 ice attribute spirit masters, and they should not hold back anymore. Ma Hongjun grinned and said, 3 against 7, let's see how they win this time. Fatty, don't underestimate them. After all, they have 2 Battle Soul Kings. So what if there are 2 Battle Soul Kings? Last time they caught Thunder Academy off guard. Thunder Academy has already fallen once, so shouldn't they be prepared? Tang San remained silent. Who wins or loses between the 2 academies has nothing to do with him. He just wanted to see Xiao Han's strength clearly and defeat Xiao Han in the next game to prove his own strength. At the VIP table, Emperor Shui looked at Ning Fengji standing beside him and asked. Master Ning, Tianshui and Lei Ting Academy are competing for the top spot again. Who do you think will win this time? Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Your Majesty, the Soul King level auxiliary teacher cannot play. The Tianshui team faces a greater challenge this time. Thunder Academy will definitely learn from the last lesson. It shouldn't be so easy for them to lose this time. So, you are more optimistic about Thunder Academy? From all aspects, Thunder Academy does have the advantage. However, the outcome of the game is hard to predict, and it's not certain who will win or lose. Your Majesty, let's watch the game carefully. The match between Tianshui College and Lei Ting College is about to begin. Both academies changed their previous order of appearance. The first person to come on stage from Thunder Academy was the Soul Master whose martial soul was Thunderblade. To everyone's surprise, the first person to take the stage from Tianshui College was Xiao Han. Seeing this, everyone immediately understood Thunder Academy's intention. They first sent out the weaker players to consume the opponent, and let the stronger players finish off. The first round of competition between Tianshui College and Lei Ting College has officially begun. Following the referee's announcement, the atmosphere on the field instantly became extremely tense. The Thunderblade's Soul Master stretched out his body, and the blade in his hand was instantly wrapped in thick lightning. Along with deafening thunder, a heart-pounding pressure filled the air. On the other side, Xiao Han was calm and composed. As the soul power surged in his body, a thin layer of ice crystals condensed on the Zhenbing bow and arrow. The arrow was covered with a layer of biting frost, which was terrifying. Suddenly, the Thunderblade's Soul Master rushed out, and the blade drew a bright lightning track in the air, heading straight towards Xiao Han. With this attack, he obviously wanted to take the initiative with his thunderous force. Facing this fierce attack, a hint of coldness flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. In his first appearance in a promotion game, he was ready to challenge the entire Thunder team. The icy wings behind Xiao Han suddenly stretched out, and the moment he took off into the air, the Zhenbing bow in his hand had been pulled to the full moon. The first soul skill, Frost Shooting, is activated. Xiao Han released the bowstring, and an ice blue arrow, carrying a biting cold wind and biting chill, shot towards the opponent. His soul power is 20 levels higher than his opponent's, and the slowing effect of his frost shot is increased to 80%. Under such a powerful deceleration effect, the attack power of this soul skill is also increased to 160. The Thunderblade's Soul Master instinctively wanted to dodge, but the frost arrow arrived in an instant, and his movements suddenly became extremely clumsy, and the whole person seemed to be frozen. In a hurry, he concentrated all his soul power and activated his defense. Blue-purple lightning covered his whole body like a lightning net. Boom! The frost arrow hit the lightning net accurately. With a loud thunder, the Thunderblade's Soul Master was blasted out of the competition venue by the impact force of the frost arrow. Chapter 62. Even so, the arrow just shot was enough to pierce the chest of the Thunderblade's Soul Master. However, this is just a competition, not a real battle. Xiao Han controlled the frost arrow with his mind, causing its impact force to spread to the Thunderblade's Soul Master, knocking him out of the ring. Seeing this scene, everyone present felt unbelievable. This battle ended too quickly. Xiao Han defeated a War Soul Master from Thunder Academy with just one move. Next, Thunder Academy sent out another War Soul Master, whose martial soul was the Thunder Umbrella. Xiao Han used the same trick again and defeated the man with frost shots. This time, Xiao Han did not release the ice wings, but only used his first soul skill. Even if the opponent knows that he will use this soul skill, he still cannot resist the powerful slowing effect. Xiao Han won the first 2 matches too easily. Witnessing this process, the Tianshui College team members were very excited. Xiao Han is so powerful. He easily defeated the 2 War Soul Masters on the opposite side. It seems that this game is not as difficult as we thought. Lin Jiruo said, don't be too happy too soon. The 4 members of the Fighting Soul sect haven't appeared yet. Lin Jiruo looked at Xiao Han on the field and seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. She also wanted to see where Xiao Han's limits were. The third player from Thunder Academy came in front of Xiao Han. This man had a strange face, with a crew cut and a string of beads around his neck. He looked like a monk. His martial spirit is the Thunder Pearl. Judging from his aura, his strength should be slightly stronger than the two War Soul Lords before him. However, it still didn't catch Xiao Han's eye. The contest between the two sides officially begins. The Thunder Pearl's Soul Master released his martial soul and soul ring, and took off the string of beads around his neck. The beads suddenly lit up, covered with blue and purple lightning. The Thunder Bead's Soul Master waved his hands, and the beads covered with lightning flew towards Xiao Han like meteors. Facing the pouring blue-purple lightning beads, Xiao Han quickly pulled the bowstring to its full length. The second soul skill, thousands of arrows fired at once, activated. Countless tiny ice arrows condensed in the air, each of which contained biting coldness and extraordinary penetrating power. Those ice arrows turned into a blue torrent and rushed towards the overwhelming thunder beads. Bang! 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 A series of collisions broke out in the air. When the ice arrow met the thunderball, a dazzling light and overflowing energy fluctuations burst out. Although the lightning power of the thunder bead is strong, each ice arrow is like a precise sniper, shooting them down one by one. The Thunder Bead's Soul Master's expression changed slightly when he saw this. He obviously did not expect that Xiao Han's second soul skill would have such powerful control and destructive power. Just as the Thunder Pearl's Soul Master was ready to launch another powerful attack, a lightning-fast blue figure suddenly flashed from the air and blocked him silently like a ghost. A thick layer of frost quickly condensed on Xiao Han's fist. Frost spread across the fist, emitting bursts of coldness. Even the surrounding air seemed to be frozen by this force. Xiao Han suddenly swung out the frost fist containing the power of ultimate ice. This punch, with a whistling cold wind and biting chill, hit the Thunder Pearl's Soul Master's chest hard. The body of the Thunder Pearl's Soul Master seemed to be restrained by an invisible force and stiffened instantly. Immediately afterwards, an irresistible force blew him away like a cannonball, drawing a long parabola, and finally falling heavily to the ground dozens of meters away. Xiao Han did not stop there. His figure flashed, and almost at the same moment when the Thunder Pearl's Soul Master landed, he appeared beside him like a shadow. Another frost fist, with even more biting chill and unstoppable force, landed on the body of the Thunder Pearl's Soul Master, who had not yet fully stood up. This time, the Thunder Pearl's Soul Master couldn't even utter a scream as his body was thrown into the air again by the huge force. Then, the third punch, the fourth punch. After being bombarded with several consecutive punches, the Thunder Pearl's Soul Master completely lost the ability to resist, and his body fell helplessly outside the field like a kite with a broken string. This sudden counterattack shocked everyone present who was not familiar with Xiao Han. Tang San frowned and sighed in his heart. That pair of ice crystal wings gives him the speed of an agile attacking spirit master, giving him an advantage on the field. Moreover, his attack methods are diverse, not just spirit skills. When he doesn't use spirit skills, he can save as much spirit power as possible. It seems that he is more difficult to deal with than I thought. The other side. Shui Binger and the others were delighted. Shui Yuer said, Xiao Han is too good. If he continues to play like this, my sister and I may not have a chance to play. Yeah. Xiao Han finally got the chance to play, shouldn't he enjoy it? Shui Binger said, as long as we can win this game, it doesn't matter if we don't play. The next opponent had not yet come on stage. Xiao Han stood in the center of the field with his eyes closed, concentrating, taking the opportunity to recover his soul power. He had taken several magical herbs, and his soul power recovered much faster than that of ordinary soul masters. In a short period of time, the 3 War Soul Lords of Thunder Academy were all defeated, and it was their War Soul sect's turn to appear. The next person to come on stage is called Lamia. His lightning attack was even more powerful, but Xiao Han used his speed to dodge and still easily blasted him out of the competition venue. With Lamia's elimination, the situation faced by the two teams took a sharp turn for the worse. The Thunder team, which originally seemed to have the upper hand, is now at a disadvantage. At this moment, Xiao Han was still calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. The next person to come on stage is Lei Tian. Lei Tian's martial soul is the Thunder Eagle. Compared to the 4 teammates who were defeated before, he has no disadvantage in speed, and even has an advantage. After the competition officially started, Lei Tian stretched out his body and flapped his wings violently, and the whole person seemed to have turned into a real giant eagle, soaring in the air. Blue and purple lightning burst out from his wingtips, twisting the space like an angry snake, and rushed towards Xiao Han with a deafening roar. Faced with this overwhelming and terrifying lightning attack, Xiao Han's eyes were unusually calm, and he showed no intention of retreating. He did not dodge, but leaned forward slightly. At the moment when the lightning was about to touch his body, he loosened his fingers lightly, and an ice arrow condensed with the coldness of ice cut through the sky and headed towards the dense lightning net. The ice-explosive arrow drew a brilliant ice-blue trajectory in the air. The moment it came into contact with the lightning, it was not immediately annihilated. Instead, it seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism. A brilliant frost light suddenly burst out from the surface of the arrow, followed by a crisp and loud explosion. Chapter 63. The explosion not only dispersed all the surrounding lightning, but also spread the aftermath, forming a short-lived frost area, and the air was filled with a biting chill. Lei Tian's face changed drastically when he saw this. Having learned from the failures of the first three teammates, he had reacted in advance. When Xiao Han's ice explosion arrow shot over, he used his flying ability to retreat quickly. Then he quickly adjusted his state, flapped his wings again, and more thunder and lightning poured down like a rainstorm. This time, he obviously increased the intensity of his attack, intending to suppress Xiao Han in one fell swoop. However, Xiao Han waved his icy wings and roamed on the edge of lightning at an extremely fast speed, narrowly avoiding the violent lightning attacks each time. At the same time, he used his speed advantage to continuously close the distance with Lei Tian. Just when Lei Tian thought that Xiao Han would just keep dodging, Xiao Han suddenly stopped and came to a place only 10 meters away from him. Lei Tian grinned. At such a close distance, even if an ordinary soul master activated his defense, he would not be able to withstand the violent lightning attack. Are you really desperate or are you just too arrogant? Aren't you courting death? Lei Tian released the power of thunder and lightning without hesitation, and the blue-purple lightning rushed towards Xiao Han, who was close at hand like a snake. This time, Xiao Han did not dodge, and a layer of ice crystals quickly condensed around him. Looking at this scene in the air, everyone in the stadium held their breath. Lei Dong widened his eyes in surprise. Captain, what's going on with that kid? Is he trying to use his ice defense to resist Lei Tian's attack? It seems so. I don't know where he got the courage from. Yu Tianxin also found it incredible. You know, that is Lei Tian's fourth soul skill. Even a pure defensive soul master of the same level would find it difficult to withstand a head-on attack. Xiao Han's defense was just the layer of ice on the surface of his body. Yu Tianxin believed that even if Xiao Han had reached the Soul King level, he would not be able to withstand Lei Tian's violent attack. But, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Xiao Han faced the lightning without hesitation, and the distance between him and Lei Tian was further shortened. He knew that Lei Tian had the advantage in speed, and he could only defeat him by getting close. When the lightning touched Xiao Han, there were loud explosions. However, Xiao Han was not injured by the lightning as everyone imagined. The moment he broke through the ice, he pulled the bowstring in his hand to its full length again. It's over. With a low shout from Xiao Han, an icy arrow cut through the sky and headed straight for Lei Tian. Although Lei Tian reacted quickly, his movements were inevitably delayed for a moment due to the close distance and extremely strong chill. It is this insignificant moment that determines victory or defeat. The frost arrow hit the target directly, instantly freezing Lei Tian's entire body into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. The ice sculpture fell from mid-air and hit the edge of the stadium heavily, stirring up a cloud of ice chips. There was silence. No one expected that Xiao Han could withstand the violent lightning attack with his ice defense. How is this possible? Does his ice have such a strong defense? Dai Mubai, who was watching the battle, had an expression of disbelief on his face. Oscar also exclaimed that ice is too outrageous, isn't it? It's as hard as steel. Tang Sen frowned and shook his head. No. What you saw might just be an illusion. The real strength is not his ice defense, but his body. Xiao San, do you mean that he used his physical body to withstand the lightning attack? Yes. After hearing this, Shrek and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. How is this possible? It's entirely possible. I can't explain the reason to you clearly. Tang San was even more certain that Xiao Han had taken the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot to develop a golden body. It is even possible that he took the Qirong Tong Tianju. After more than 2 years of practice and absorption of the medicinal effects, his body reached an indestructible state. Just now, the ice shield provided him with the first line of defense. Therefore, even after the ice defense was broken, he could still use his diamond body to withstand the remaining power of thunder and lightning. In this way, Xiao Han not only has powerful ice attacks, but also has extremely fast flying speed and strong body defense, as well as the ability to limit the opponent's freezing effect. He combines strong attack, agile attack, defense, and control in one, has no obvious weaknesses, and can always stay rational and make the right choices in battle. These are what make him most terrifying. So far in the promotion matches, Thunder Academy has never lost a game and its strength is unquestionable. However, who could have imagined that they would be so unbearable when facing Xiao Han from Tianshui College? Xiao Han defeated 5 people from Thunder Academy on his own. The strength and wisdom he displayed shocked everyone. Everyone at Tianshui College was very excited. The girls were all looking forward to Xiao Han's next performance. They knew that Xiao Han's limits were far beyond this, and this battle might just be the beginning of him showing his true strength. With Lei Tian's defeat, the situation at Thunder Academy became increasingly serious. The next game will be a greater challenge and a battle of honor for them. Soon, the 6th man of Thunder Academy came on the court. This person is the deputy captain of the Thunder team, Lei Dong. His martial soul is the Thunder Spider, a control-type soul master. Like Yu Tianxin, his soul power has also reached level 43. After defeating 5 people from Thunder Academy one after another, Xiao Han consumed a lot of his soul power. However, facing this control-type soul master, he had enough confidence to defeat him quickly. The contest between the two sides is about to begin. You are indeed very strong, but it is impossible for you to defeat our Thunder Academy by yourself. I will not let you succeed. Really? Your spider web is nothing but a fragile piece of white paper to me. Xiao Han's voice echoed in the air, carrying with it an unquestionable domineering aura. Lei Dong's face changed slightly. He knew very well that Xiao Han's strength should not be underestimated, but as the deputy captain, he also had his own pride and strategies. His figure flashed, and the spirit Thunder Spider instantly possessed his body. 8 spider silks flashing with blue and purple electric light extended from behind him, weaving a dense spider web in the air, trying to block Xiao Han's movements. However, Xiao Han was faster than him. Almost at the moment when the spider web took shape, he had already soared into the air, completely ignoring the seemingly indestructible lightning spider web. Xiao Han's figure drew a graceful arc in the air. At the same time, his second soul skill, 10,000 arrows, was suddenly launched. Those cold arrows, like blue ice rain, brought with them a biting chill, and shot densely towards the competition venue. Countless arrows intertwined in the air to form a huge ice net, covering the entire arena, leaving Lei Dong with nowhere to hide. Lei Dong hurriedly released his defensive skills, trying to use the spider web to block the overwhelming attack. But those cold arrows were like sharp blades, easily cutting through his spider web defense and tearing it to pieces. The moment the arrow landed, it stirred up pieces of frost, and the entire stadium seemed to be covered by a layer of ice fog. Oh no, we're being frozen. Lei Dong was enveloped by the biting cold. His vision quickly became blurred and his movements became stiff. Xiao Han's figure flashed in front of Lei Dong like a ghost, and a frost fist directly knocked him out of the field. Chapter 64. With Lei Dong's defeat, the situation at Thunder Academy became even more critical. Seeing Xiao Han's wonderful performance on the field, Emperor Shui smiled. Thunder Academy is one of the 4 elemental academies, and the force behind it is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. As one of the top 3 sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family maintained a neutral attitude between the Tiando and Xinglua empires, and did not explicitly express its support for the Tiando Empire. The 3 elemental academies, Tianshui, Qihua and Shenfeng, are completely internal forces of the Tiando Empire. Therefore, Emperor Shui hopes to see their 3 elements academy have a wonderful performance. Xiao Han defeated 3 Battle Soul Lords and 3 Battle Soul Sect members of Thunder Academy by himself, shocking everyone present. Everyone was shocked at Xiao Han's strength, and at the same time, they were looking forward to his upcoming showdown with Yu Tianxin. Xiao Han stood in the center of the arena with a calm face, his eyes fixed on Yu Tianxin. Yu Tianxin, it's your turn. With only one opponent left, Xiao Han was full of confidence. In the previous 6 battles, he mostly used Millennium Soul skills, which did not consume much soul power. After seeing Xiao Han's strength, Yu Tianxin felt a little panicked and could only pretend to be calm at this time. Although he had been defeated by Xiao Han last time, as the leader of Thunder Academy, he would never give up easily. Under everyone's gaze, Yu Tianxin walked towards the competition venue. Liu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang, who were watching the battle, were both very worried. Yu Xiaogang clenched his fists and silently said in his heart, "Tianxin, come on, let him see how powerful our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is." In fact, Yu Xiaogang knew very well that there was almost no suspense in the duel between Yu Tianxin and Xiao Han was even stronger than he had imagined. Even if Yu Tianxin could get past Xiao Han by chance, she would still have to face Shui Yuer and Shui Binger, and the failure of Thunder Academy was inevitable. This was also a big blow to Yu Tianxin's psychology. Before he even went on stage, he was facing even greater pressure. With the referee's announcement, the contest between the two sides officially began. Yu Tianxin's body was surrounded by lightning. After his arms and hands turned into a dragon, he rushed towards Xiao Han with the force of thunder. There was an unyielding light in his eyes, the dragon's roar was deafening, and a heart-pounding high-voltage electric field filled the air. Facing Yu Tianxin's full-strength attack, Xiao Han seemed unusually calm. He knew that the lightning power of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was enough to smash ordinary soul masters into pieces, and it was not comparable to the 6 people in front. Xiao Han raised his hands, and soul rings appeared around him. Compared with the 1,000-year soul ring, the 2 dazzling black 10,000-year soul rings appeared deeper and more powerful. Yu Tianxin's lightning attack was getting closer and closer. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Han took the lead in launching his 5th soul skill, Blizzard Arrow. The moment the ice arrow cut through the air, it took away the surrounding temperature. A powerful vortex of ice and snow suddenly arose on the field. The ice and snow storm expanded rapidly, completely enveloping Yu Tianxin's martial spirit, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Blue-purple lightning struggled in a violent storm, sometimes flashing and sometimes dimming. The coldness of ice and snow and the violence of thunder and lightning collided violently in this small space, creating a strange and spectacular scene. Everyone held their breath and stared, all marveling at this feast of vision and power. In front of Xiao Han's 10,000-year soul skill, the lightning power of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to have lost its former majesty and was gradually swallowed up, leaving only a trail of unwilling afterglow. Just when everyone thought that the battle would end with Bingshue's victory, Xiao Han did not stop attacking. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and then he launched another 10,000-year soul skill, Ice Explosion Arrow. This skill contains the dual power of freezing and explosion. As Xiao Han's mind moved, a deafening explosion suddenly came from the center of the storm. A dazzling blue light bloomed in the center of the ice storm. Yu Tianxin rolled several times in the air and finally fell powerlessly on the field, spitting blood and his face as pale as paper. His arms were injured by the ice, and large pieces of dragon scales fell off, emitting an icy blue cold air. Yu Tianxin raised his head with difficulty and looked at the figure who was still standing, his eyes full of unwillingness. This time, he lost to Xiao Han again, another complete defeat. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, which once inspired countless people in awe, now seemed so powerless. "I lost. You are really strong." Yu Tianxin used up the last of his strength to say this, and then he collapsed to the ground, and the hope of Thunder Academy was shattered. Xiao Han looked at his teammates from Jinshui College, smiled and nodded at them. The girls collectively gave Xiao Han a thumbs up, marveling at his strength and expressing their appreciation and admiration for him. It was a great feat to defeat Thunder Academy 7-0 alone. In the competition before the promotion match, Ma Hongjun from Shrek Academy and Huo Wushuang from Blazing Fire Academy both relied on the advantages of their fire-type martial spirits to defeat 7 students from the Botanical Academy. But, compared with Xiao Han's 1-on-7 victory, it has no value at all. Liu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang witnessed all this on the viewing platform with mixed feelings. Yu Xiaogang slowly loosened his clenched fists, with disappointment and relief in his eyes. He knew that the gap in strength sometimes could not be made up by willpower. But their pride and faith in the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family have never wavered. In the VIP seats, Emperor Shuai could not hide his joy and said with a smile, "Master Ning, if I remember correctly, looking across the entire Douluo continent, there hasn't been a young man as outstanding as Xiao Han for a long time. Your Majesty is right. Xiao Han is indeed a rare and talented soul master." This time, Ning Fengji was also completely conquered by Xiao Han. The Platinum Bishop Salus at the side still had his eyes half closed, but his heart was already filled with murderous intent. The powerful Xiao Han has become the biggest threat to the Wuhuan Hall Academy team's championship. We must find a way to stop him. After the game, Xiao Han was surrounded by girls as soon as he returned to the team. "Our junior brother is really amazing. He defeated Thunder Academy by himself. Our previous worries were unnecessary. Yes, junior brother, you are really amazing. Our Qianshui Academy lost to Thunder Academy in the previous 3 Soul Master competitions. We got our revenge this time. It was so satisfying. Junior brother deserves the most credit." The girls praised Xiao Han one after another, making him feel a little embarrassed. Lin Jiruo said, "Okay, stop praising Xiao Han. He's so proud of himself. Our revenge against Thunder Academy is the result of everyone's joint efforts. Go back and have a rest first, we still have a game tomorrow." Lin Jiruo knew that a tall tree attracts the wind, and Xiao Han might have been targeted by the people from the Spirit Hall. Chapter 65. On the way back to the barracks, Tang San and his group remained silent. Each of them knew very well that if it was Shrek Academy that faced Qianshui Academy today, they would probably lose the game just like Thunder Academy. Xiao Han is really too difficult to deal with, not to mention he has powerful teammates like Shui Binger. Dai Mubai whispered in Tang San's ear. Xiao San, have you ever thought about what would happen if we met Qianshui College? Tang San's face was gloomy. Of course he had thought about it. In a one-on-one battle, Xiao Ao's flying assistance will be useless. Except for Fatty, none of us have the ability to fly. It's okay when we meet other opponents, but when we meet Xiao Han and Shui Binger, we will appear particularly passive. Yes, that's exactly what I'm worried about. Xiao Han and Shui Binger's skills both have freezing restrictions. If they attack the ground from the air, it will be hard to defend against, which is the most troublesome thing. That's right. Their advantage is even more obvious than those spirit masters in the Divine Wind Academy who have the ability to fly. Tang San and Dai Mubai both realized that if they met Qianshui College in a promotion match, it would be difficult for them to win. Boss Dai, you don't have to worry too much. The finals are all about the cooperation of 7 people. Rongrong and Xiao Ao's support can come in handy. We will not be at a disadvantage when facing them. Yeah, you're right. The two regained their confidence. After returning to the barracks, Yu Xiaogang gathered several people together. The draw results are out. Your opponent tomorrow is the Thunder Academy that lost today. Hearing this result, Tang San and the others were quite excited. Ma Hongjun said, finally we met a team that is somewhat challenging. Let's have a great fight tomorrow. Dai Mubai and Tang San smiled at each other and said confidently, Thunder Academy is unlucky. They are going to lose 2 games in a row. Yu Xiaogang reminded. Don't underestimate the enemy. You all saw the performance of the 7 members of the Thunder team today. In fact, they are not weak, especially the captain Yu Tianxin and the vice-captain Lei Dong. It's just that they encountered a powerful opponent. Yes, master. Next, Yu Xiaogang arranged the order of appearance for tomorrow. The next day, the promotion round continued. Today, Qianshui College's opponent is Kamikaze College. Kamikaze College did not lose any game in the promotion match and was regarded by everyone as a strong team that could compete with Qianshui College. However, to everyone's surprise, Kamikaze Academy simply gave up. They believed that even if they tried their best, they would not be able to defeat Qianshui College, so there was no need to fight. The match between Thunder Academy and Shrek Academy became another heavyweight matchup today and was scheduled to be the finale. What no one expected was that Shrek Academy defeated Thunder Academy very easily, and Tang San didn't even appear on the stage. In this game, Xiao Wu was injured in order to defeat Lei Dong. In order to vent Xiao Wu's anger, Tang San signaled Dai Mubai, who was to play next, to use ruthless force, severely injuring Lei Dong, making it possible for him to be unable to participate in the subsequent finals. This act of revenge made everyone even more disgusted with the members of the Shrek team. After the game, a draw was held. Lin Jiruo returned to the barracks and brought the news to everyone. Your opponent tomorrow is Shrek Academy. They had a good performance in the match against Thunder Academy today, and Tang San, the strongest player in the team, has not yet appeared. What do you think about tomorrow's game? Xiao Han stood up and said, those people from Shrek call themselves monsters. Although they have some strength, most of them have bad intentions, especially that little scoundrel and the hypocritical Yu Xiaogang. You also saw today that Lei Dong was seriously injured by them. In order to prevent everyone from being plotted against by them, let me go on stage first. Shui Yuer smiled and joked. Junior brother, do you want to defeat 7 at once again? I do have this thought, but I'm afraid they will voluntarily admit defeat and give up the game early. Shui Binger said, it can be seen that Shrek Academy is ambitious, and they are intentionally hiding their strength. I think they should have regarded us, Qianshui Academy, as one of the most threatening opponents in the finals. They may not give up the game tomorrow. Xiao Han grinned. It's good not to give up the game. Let's teach them a lesson. Lin Jiruo took over the conversation. Xiao Han, you must not underestimate the enemy. Today, Shrek Academy was able to easily defeat Thunder Academy. In addition to their own strength, Yu Xiaojiang's deployment of troops also played a big role. I have carefully observed that the Battle Soul Lords of the Shrek team are all at the level of Battle Soul Sect, and they have diverse abilities, which makes them more difficult to deal with than Thunder Academy. Mom, don't worry. Besides me, we also have Binger and the other sisters. Victory will definitely belong to us. I believe in you. I just want to remind you not to be careless. Okay, I get it. Afterwards, Lin Jiruo made arrangements for the lineup. Xiao Han was the first to appear, followed by Shui Binger, Yu Heru and others. The other side. Tang San and his companions were still immersed in the joy of defeating Thunder Academy when Yu Xiaojiang suddenly brought bad news. Kids, the draw results are out. Your opponent tomorrow will be Qianshui College. Qianshui College. Hearing these 4 words, the expressions of several people suddenly became solemn. Yu Xiaogang continued. You have also seen the strength of Qianshui College. In the one-on-one promotion match, they are the team with the best performance. Therefore, I suggest you give up tomorrow's game. Tang San stood up. No. Teacher, we can't give up. Qianshui College is our potential opponent in the finals, and we have already given up in the preliminaries. So, we haven't played against them until now. I think we should go out and adapt in advance and summarize the combat experience. Dai Mubai echoed. Master, I agree with Xiao San's point of view. Qianshui College may be one of the biggest obstacles on our way to winning the championship, just like Wuhuan Hall College. Although they have an advantage, this is only a promotion match after all. We cannot bring out the overall strength of the team. Even if we lose the game, we can accept it. Ma Hongjun was also very unconvinced. Yes, Master, we encountered Qianshui College twice, and they surrendered before the game even started. They seemed too cowardly. Master, let us go to battle. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Tai Long and others also wanted to fight. Yu Xiaogang nodded lightly. I understand your thoughts. But I still say that sometimes giving up appropriately is also a good strategy. Teacher, I know that if we surrender twice in a row, they will gain a psychological advantage and look down on us, and pay the price for their arrogance. However, we still want to fight. Seeing that Tang San and the others were so determined, Yu Xiaogang didn't say anything more. Well, you will go out to fight tomorrow. The order of appearance is Tai Long, Jing Ling, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Mu Bai, and Xiao San will be the last to appear. Understand. As they were about to face the biggest challenge since the Soul Master competition, Tang San and his companions were looking forward to it. Chapter 66. The match between Qianshui College and Shrek College is the 7th game today. In the previous match that had ended, Lei Dong, the vice-captain of Thunder Academy, was unable to play, and they eventually lost to the Kamikaze Academy led by Feng Xiaotian. So far, Qianshui College has maintained an undefeated record. Shrek and Kamikaze Academy both lost only 1 game and tied for 2nd and 3rd place. Thunder Academy lost 2 games and Blazing Academy lost 3 games, but they are still ranked in the top 5. Soon it was the turn of the showdown between Qianshui College and Shrek College. This round of confrontation has attracted much attention. The teams whose games had already ended did not leave, but stayed to watch the competition between their 2 academies. Students from other colleges were talking about this. Qianshui College has finally welcomed another challenger. Although the Shrek team has some strength, it still has no chance of winning against the stronger Qianshui team. Yes, I agree with you. The 2 Battle Soul Kings from Qianshui College are too strong, and they also have the ability to fly. This advantage is too important. The girls at the Botanical College were indignant. Isn't that fat guy from Shrek very arrogant? Let the Qianshui team give him a good beating today. It's not just that fat guy. There are many ruthless people in their team. They really deserve a beating. Yeah, I've heard about it too. In the Soul Master competition qualifiers, they repeatedly inflicted heavy damage on their opponents, even turning them into idiots. Yesterday, they even severely injured the vice-captain of the Thunder team. Is this still a competition? At such a young age, they are so violent. No wonder everyone says they may become evil spirit masters in the future. Okay, the game is about to start, let's watch it carefully. Students from both sides are slowly walking towards the competition venue. The first person to appear from Shrek Academy is Tai Long, a level 38 strong attack-type combat soul master. Tai Long is a pure power-type soul master. His attack power is not strong and his speed is not fast, but his powerful strength makes his body defense extremely abnormal and has a strong ability to resist attacks. In the duel with Thunder Academy, Tyrone relied on his meat shield to withstand the opponent's attacks time and time again, exhausting the opponent's soul power and winning. Yu Xiaogang sent him out first to consume the Qianshui team. Before Tai Long came on the court, Yu Xiaogang had already instructed him to delay his opponent as much as possible. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Han also came on stage. Most people didn't expect that the first person to take the stage from Qianshui College would be Xiao Han. Yu Xiaogang frowned, and a bad premonition quietly came to his mind. But now that things have come to this, we can only deal with it calmly. On the playing field, Xiao Han and Tai Long looked at each other. Before their martial spirits and spirit rings were released, Tai Long already felt an invisible pressure. Xiao Han's soul power reached level 57, nearly 20 levels higher than Tai Long. There was a hint of murderous intent in those cold eyes, which made Tyrone shudder. An unprecedented fear surged in Tai Long's heart. The invisible pressure emanating from Xiao Han was as heavy as a mountain, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. I am a member of Shrek and a recognized human shield in the academy. How can I be afraid before the battle? This self-motivation seems to have little effect. Tai Long's eyes met Xiao Han's again, and the fear surged over him like a tide, washing away the confidence he had built up with great difficulty. In Xiao Han's eyes, besides murderous intent, there was also a kind of heart-pounding calmness. Beads of sweat began to form on Tyrone's forehead, and his breathing became rapid. I can't be intimidated like this. Tai Long tried to mobilize all his strength to make himself look more ferocious to cover up his inner fear, but his body seemed to be out of control, his movements were stiff, and even the release of his martial spirit became slow. Tyrone, hold on. In the audience, the teachers and students of Shrek Academy all noticed Tai Long's abnormality, and they showed worried looks on their faces. Yu Xiaogang's brows were even more furrowed. He understood that there was something wrong with Tyrone's mentality, which would undoubtedly be a huge disadvantage for the next game. With the explosive release of both sides' martial spirits and spirit rings, the competition officially began. After being possessed by the powerful gorilla spirit, Tai Long turned into a ferocious monster and his confidence increased greatly. Although he was facing the powerful Xiao Han, there was a bit more determination in Tai Long's eyes. However, this determination soon became pale and powerless. Xiao Han can easily control a simple-minded, slow-moving big guy like Tai Long. Xiao Han did not move, but there was a chill around him. The third and first soul rings shone with dazzling light at the same time. Under the resonance of the two soul rings, Xiao Han's aura suddenly rose, and a heart-pounding chill filled the air. The first soul skill, Frost Shooting, is activated. With the enhancement of the third soul skill, the deceleration, freezing and damage effects of the frost shot have been greatly improved. This time, Xiao Han didn't want to rely on the impact of the frost shot to blast the big guy out of the field, but to use the cold air to consume him. The speed of the cold light was so fast that it almost exceeded the limit of the naked eye's capture, and it was pointing directly at Tyrone. Before Tyrone's newly gathered confidence could be fully transformed into action, he was met with this sudden attack. The frost shot hit his powerful gorilla spirit. In an instant, a layer of crystal-clear frost spread at an astonishing speed and attached to the surface of the powerful gorilla's body. This coldness not only invaded Talon's body, but also invaded his soul, forcing him to concentrate on mobilizing every bit of soul power in his body to resist the coldness that almost froze his soul. Tai Long could clearly feel that as time went by, the soul power that maintained his body temperature and martial soul form was being consumed at an alarming rate. Tyrone was shivering from the cold and curled up on the field. There was an uproar on the viewing stand. Looking at Tyrone's appearance, it seemed as if they were the ones who were freezing. The teachers and students of Shrek Academy looked solemn and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Yu Xiaogang's gaze became even deeper. He knew that being frozen for a long time would be a great test for Tyrone's body and soul. If he couldn't escape in time, he would probably suffer irreversible damage. An unyielding will surged in the frozen Tyrone's heart. He began to frantically mobilize the remaining soul power in his body, trying to find an opportunity to break through the ice. However, all efforts are in vain in the face of absolute strength. Tyrone soon became motionless, his body as stiff as stone. Obviously, Tai Long's soul power was almost exhausted. Yu Xiaogang suddenly felt that the situation was not good and shouted loudly. Mr. Referee, Shrek Academy admits defeat, please change players. Yu Xiaogang was worried that if he continued like this, Tai Long would get frostbite, which would affect his future competitions. So, he took the initiative to admit defeat and stopped the game. Xiao Han restrained his soul power. Tyrone was still trembling and frightened, and was helped out of the competition venue by Huang Yuan. Chapter 67. The second person to come on stage from Shrek Academy is Jingling, a level 35 agility attack type combat soul master, whose martial soul is a skeleton. This guy has a gloomy face and doesn't look like a good person. In previous matches, his methods were also cruel and he had seriously injured his opponents. Before he went on the court, Yu Xiaogang specifically instructed him to use his speed to fight Xiao Han in order to consume Xiao Han's soul power and physical strength. With the referee's announcement, the fight between the two sides officially began. Xiao Han's body shook, releasing his Bing Bao and arrow martial spirit and ice wings. A powerful aura burst out from his body, as if to freeze the entire arena. Jingling on the opposite side also released his skeleton martial soul and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, and prepared for battle. Xiao Han didn't look at him directly, but rushed into the sky like an arrow and arrived above the stadium in an instant. The second soul skill, Thousands of Arrows, is activated. A familiar scene appeared again. Countless icy arrows, carrying a biting chill, poured down like a rainstorm, instantly covering the entire competition venue. Jing Ling's face suddenly changed when he saw this. The ice crystal arrow was so fast and powerful that he had no time to dodge. He could only try his best to mobilize the soul power in his body, trying to shuttle through the rain of arrows at a faster speed, looking for a glimmer of hope. However, Xiao Han's arrows seemed endless, and each one contained terrifying icy power, leaving Jing Ling nowhere to hide. An extremely cold icy fog suddenly filled the arena, enveloping Jing Ling tightly. Restricted by the freezing effect, Jing Ling's speed became slow and cumbersome, and he could no longer dodge attacks as agilely as before. At this moment, Xiao Han's figure flashed and he swooped down like a ghost. His fists and feet were filled with the power of ice, becoming as hard as iron and icy cold. With the waving of his ice wings, Xiao Han's fists and feet bombarded Jing Ling like a storm. With a loud bang, Jing Ling was blasted out of the competition venue by Xiao Han like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground. Jing Ling's limbs were broken, blood was spitting out of his mouth, his face was as pale as paper, he was wailing in pain, and he had completely lost his ability to fight. Seeing this scene, the people from Shrek were very angry. Yu Xiaogang said loudly, "Referee, I protest. Is this a normal game? This is not a competition, this is murder." Flanders also shouted loudly. Xiao Han stood where he was, looking at the group of people from Shrek with a look of contempt on his face. You Shrek Academy still have the nerve to protest. How many people from Tiando Royal Academy's second team, Sanhui Academy, and Lei Ting Academy have been seriously injured by you? Everyone has the right to protest, except you. You are not as skilled as others, and you have no self-awareness. You deserve to be beaten. Xiao Han's words left everyone in Shrek speechless. Lei Dong was seriously injured by Dai Mubai. It happened on the court yesterday and everyone saw it. Students from other colleges started talking about it. Xiao Han is right. What right does Shrek Academy have to protest? They deserve it for what they have done. That's right, someone finally taught them a lesson. The referee then announced, fists and feet have no eyes. Injuries are inevitable during a match. Shrek Academy's protest is invalid. The match continues. Xiao Han nodded to Lin Jirua and Shui Binger, signaling them not to worry. Those people from Shrek were completely furious. The next player to play will be Ma Hongjun. That brat is too arrogant. Let him have a taste of the power of my evil fire. Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together, anger flashing in his eyes. He thought that his evil fire was very powerful and had long wanted to compete with Xiao Han. Tang San patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder and reminded. Fatty, don't be careless. He may not be afraid of any fire, including your evil fire. How is this possible? This is evil fire. You did the right thing by listening to me. Try to transform your flames into physical attacks. Okay, I understand. Ma Hongjun said and went on stage. As soon as he came up, he glared at Xiao Han. How dare you seriously injure my teammates? I will not let you go. Be prepared to endure my phoenix's wrath. Xiao Han smiled disdainfully. You are a mutant chicken, but you still call yourself a phoenix all day long. You are too shameless, aren't you? In front of me, you can only be helpless and furious. Humph. That's the evil fire phoenix. It's a phoenix, not a chicken. Ma Hongjun hates it most when people say his martial soul is a chicken. He was so furious at Xiao Han's retort that before the referee's announcement, he released his turkey martial spirit and 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Almost at the same time, Xiao Han also released his martial soul and soul ring. The spectators in the stands held their breath, looking forward to this battle of ice and fire. Ma Hongjun took the lead in launching the attack. As the first soul ring suddenly flashed, he spewed out a flame from his mouth, and the flame instantly turned into a line of fire, shooting straight towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han was not afraid at all. He did not dodge and directly pulled the bowstring to its full length. The first soul skill, frost shooting, was released instantly. The ice blue arrow hit the line of fire with a sharp whistling sound. The moment the two forces collided, a loud bang broke out. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to launch another attack, Xiao Han's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. Frost shot launched again. An extremely cold air blew towards me. Ma Hongjun reacted quickly and released his second soul skill, increasing the power of the flame by 30. A ball of extremely hot evil fire instantly enveloped the ice blue arrow. Ma Hongjun tried to resist Xiao Han's attack with his amplified firepower. But he overestimated his own evil fire. Even though the power of the flame increased by 30%, he still felt the biting chill. The frost arrow broke through the restraints of the evil fire and shot straight towards it. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ma Hongjun quickly released his third soul skill and immediately soared into the sky. This soul skill allows him to have the ability to fly for a short period of time, and at the same time, the power of his flames instantly increases by 100 and the attack range increases by 50. At this time, Ma Hongjun's fire attack had already been launched, and the blazing flames in the air were rushing towards Xiao Han like an overwhelming force. Do you think that this level of fire can withstand my Jinbing? It's far from it. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he flapped his wings and flew directly to meet Ma Hongjun in the air. What was shocking was that Xiao Han actually ignored the seemingly extremely hot flame and walked straight through it. When the blue figure appeared again, Ma Hongjun broke out in a cold sweat. How is this possible? My phoenix flame has been amplified by 100. As Xiao Han broke through the flames, he released the bowstring in his hand. The first soul skill, Frost Shot, was activated again. The ice blue arrow shot straight at Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun hurriedly flapped his wings to block it, but it was too late at such a close distance. Ah! A scream resounded throughout the arena. Ma Hongjun's body drew a long parabola in the air and finally slammed heavily on the hard ground. The ice blue arrow pierced his wings and his chest blood gushed out, staining his clothes and the surrounding land red. His face turned pale, his eyes were dull, blood was hanging from the corners of his mouth, and he looked extremely weak, as if he was about to die. Chapter 68. Ma Hongjun was more seriously injured than Jingling. If he was not treated in time, his life might be in danger. Shrek's teachers and students rushed over quickly. The crowd watching the game exclaimed in surprise, they were all shocked by this scene. In this battle of ice and fire, Xiao Han once again defeated his opponent and seriously injured Ma Hongjun. Several people from Shrek Academy came to Ma Hongjun and treated him. Looking at Ma Hongjun's miserable condition, they couldn't accept this fact. Ma Hongjun was one of their important fighting forces, but now he has ended up like this, which makes them full of anger and resentment. In the previous match, they protested once and it was ruled invalid. Although Yu Xiaogang was extremely angry, he did not protest again. After all, Ma Hongjun's skills are inferior to others. Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. He looked at Xiao Han, his heart filled with murderous intent. If Xiao Han cannot be eliminated, then Shrek Academy will have a more difficult time in the next competition. Xiao Han stood there, looking at Ma Hongjun coldly, without a trace of sympathy or pity on his face. Is this the evil fire you are so proud of? It's nothing more than that. Hearing Xiao Han's ridicule, Ma Hongjun became even more angry and unwilling. Yu. Ma Hongjun's voice was trembling, but he could no longer utter complete sentences. Xiao Han ignored him, but looked at the other people from Shrek Academy and said disdainfully. You are no match for me. Just admit defeat as soon as possible to avoid being beaten. Give up. Don't even think about it. Several main players of the Shrek team looked at each other, their eyes filled with anger. Now, their goal is no longer to defeat Tianshui College, but to defeat or even seriously injure Xiao Han and avenge Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai said angrily. Stop being so arrogant. I will make you pay back tenfold or even 100-fold for everything you did to us today. Xiao Han smiled disdainfully. Do you have the ability? You are just as stubborn and incompetent as that fat guy who doesn't know his own limits. You. Dai Mubai was so shocked that he was speechless. Yu Xiaogang said, Mubai, stop talking. Zhu Zhuqing is ready to go on stage. Yes, master. Although Xiao Han defeated 3 people from Shrek Academy one after another, his soul power was also consumed. Yu Xiaogang didn't want to give Xiao Han a chance to catch his breath. Zhu Zhuqing was about to go on stage, and Dai Mubai reminded her with some concern, Zhuqing, be careful. Ah. Afterwards, Zhu Zhuqing came on stage and stood directly opposite Xiao Han. Zhu Zhuqing is also an agile attack spirit master with extremely fast speed and decent attack power. She was naturally cold and aloof, and after she came on the field and confronted Xiao Han, the aura around her instantly became as condensed as frost. Her eyes were as sharp as an eagle, locked on Xiao Han without a trace of emotional fluctuation. Xiao Han looked Zhu Zhuqing up and down, with a playful smile on his face. You have a good look and figure, and are no less beautiful than my beautiful senior sisters. It's a pity that you have a bad taste and fell in love with a woman who loves eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. Zhu Zhuqing didn't answer, but just bit her lip a little aggrieved. She knew that Xiao Han was referring to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, who was not far away, looked angrily at Xiao Han on the stage, wondering what he had said to Zhu Zhuqing. Looking at his expression, it seemed like he was teasing Zhu Zhuqing with words. Asshole. What did that guy say to Zhu Qing? The game on the field officially begins. Zhu Zhuqing's figure turned into a black lightning and was close to Xiao Han almost in the blink of an eye. Xiao Han reacted extremely quickly and flew into the air in an instant. Even with his diamond body, he was unwilling to fight with the extremely fast Zhu Zhuqing on the field, as it would consume too much energy. Xiao Han launched his first soul skill, frost shooting, from the air towards the competition field. The arrow was not aimed at Zhu Zhuqing, but shot directly at the ground. The ice blue arrow hit the ground and instantly spread out, filling the entire field with frost. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill and had to use her soul power to resist the invasion of the cold air. Xiao Han looked down at Zhu Zhuqing below in midair. His wings flapped gently, maintaining his suspended posture, with a smile of confidence on his face. He did not rush to continue attacking, but took advantage of this brief interval to close his eyes and concentrate, mobilizing the soul power in his body, trying to recover the previous consumption as quickly as possible. There was a lot of discussion among the students watching the game. Everyone was surprised at Xiao Han's completely different attitude towards Zhu Zhuqing. What's wrong with Xiao Han? It seems like he showed mercy to that girl. Is it because she is a beauty that you are soft-hearted? Don't be ridiculous. This is a competition. Xiao Han won't let his opponent down just because of his appearance. Looking at the situation on the field, Dai Mubai's eyes were as sharp as a knife. Damn it. I'm going to kill him. Oh no, this is indeed his evil plan. Tang San frowned, quickly analyzing the situation on the field, and immediately understood Xiao Han's intention. He is using the cold air to trouble Zhu Qing as a cover, but he is actually taking the opportunity to recover his soul power. Xiao San is right. Yu Xiaogang also felt something was wrong. He knew that once Xiao Han fully recovered, he would be a huge threat to Shrek Academy. But at this time, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't stop Xiao Han at all. It was out of reach, and no matter how sharp her attack was, it would not pose any threat to Xiao Han in the air. After realizing Xiao Han's intention, the people from Shrek became extremely anxious. Dai Mubai asked, Master, what should we do? Are we just going to watch him recover his soul power? Oscar questioned. This is his fourth game. He has consumed a lot of energy. Can he recover in such a short time? He can do it, don't underestimate him. Tang San knew that Xiao Han had taken the magical grass, and his soul power recovered much faster than that of ordinary soul masters. With his strength, even if he only recovered most of it, it would be amazing. Tang San continued. I now suspect that he has another purpose, which is to defeat our entire Shrek team by himself. What? Does he have that ability? We Shrek are not vegetarians. That is. Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu were both very angry. Yu Xiaogang suddenly said loudly, Referee, we at Shrek Academy admit defeat in this match. Please make a substitution. Seeing that he had no other options, Yu Xiaogang once again took the initiative to admit defeat in order to stop Xiao Han from recovering his soul power. Zhu Zhuqing was able to escape unscathed. Xiao Han landed on the field, folded his wings, and prepared to meet the next opponent. At this time, his soul power had recovered to about 90. As soon as Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the team, Dai Mubai couldn't wait to ask, what did that bastard say to you? Nothing. Zhu Zhuqing did not give Dai Mubai a good look, which made Dai Mubai hate Xiao Han even more. The next person to come on stage was Xiao Wu, and Tang San was a little worried. Xiao Wu, you must be careful, do what you can, and don't try to be brave. Brother, don't worry, nothing will happen. Xiao Wu walked towards the competition venue with a calm look on her face. Chapter 69. Xiao Wu stepped lightly into the competition venue. Facing the powerful Xiao Han, she pretended to be calm and did not show the slightest bit of fear. She fantasized that her unique charm and teleportation skills might cause Xiao Han considerable trouble. However, no matter how powerful a skill is, it will only be effective if it hits the target. Therefore, we have to find a way to get Xiao Han into close combat. So, she looked at Xiao Han and deliberately provoked him. You are indeed very strong, but that is mostly based on your flying advantage. What's the point of hiding in the sky all the time? If you have the guts, come down and fight me head-on. Xiao Wu's voice was clear and powerful, penetrating the chill on the field and hitting Xiao Han's eardrums directly. Faced with her provocation, Xiao Han was disdainful. Here comes another stubborn one. Do you really think your charm and teleportation skills can do anything to me? You are too naive. Xiao Han didn't want to waste time talking to Xiao Wu, so he released his martial soul and spirit ring right after he finished speaking. A strong chill and a huge sense of oppression came without warning, making Xiao Wu shudder. Xiao Wu also instantly released her martial soul and spirit ring and entered combat state. The contest between the two sides officially begins. Xiao Wu immediately activated her second soul skill, Charm, trying to take the initiative. Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly became unusually bright, emitting a pink light. The corners of her mouth curved into a subtle arc, revealing an alluring charm. A faint fragrance seemed to permeate the air. Xiao Han felt the mental shock, but was not afraid at all. His soul power is nearly 20 levels higher than Xiao Wu's, and his mental strength is also much higher than hers. This level of charm poses no threat to him. Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes widened, with cold light flashing everywhere. He broke through Xiao Wu's charming light and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Little tricks. Xiao Han snorted. Even if I don't fly into the air, I can still beat you up. You asked for this. After Xiao Han finished speaking, the fifth soul ring on his body suddenly lit up. The fifth soul skill, Blizzard Arrow, was activated instantly. In an instant, the entire stadium was filled with howling winds and flying snowflakes, forming a blizzard that covered the sky and the sun. Xiao Wu was caught in this sudden snowstorm, her vision was obstructed and her movements were restricted. Her heart trembled, knowing that the current situation was extremely dangerous. She tried to mobilize the soul power in her body and activate the teleportation skill to escape from this deadly area. However, in this snowstorm, her speed was limited, like struggling in a quagmire, which was futile. She clenched her teeth, suppressed the fear in her heart and the pain in her body, and concentrated all her strength on her fists, ready to meet Xiao Han's attack. Even if it was like an egg hitting a rock, she would try her best. At this moment, Xiao Han, like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, took advantage of the cover of the blizzard and rushed towards Xiao Wu at lightning speed. His hands and feet were covered with a thick layer of ice, flashing with a cold light. Immediately afterwards, a series of dense and heavy punches and kicks rang out in the blizzard. People outside the venue couldn't see what was happening in the snowstorm. Xiao Wu only felt waves of irresistible force coming one after another. Every collision made her body feel like being hit by a hammer, and her bones made crisp sounds as if they could not bear the weight. She tried her best to resist, but Xiao Han's attack was too swift and powerful, far beyond her imagination. The agility and resilience that she was so proud of seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. Referee, stop the game. We surrender. Seeing that the situation was not good, Tang San shouted out loudly. Boom! With a loud bang, Xiao Wu's body was like a kite with a broken string. She was thrown out of the field by the huge impact force and fell heavily on the edge of the field. Xiao Wu. Tang San rushed towards Xiao Wu like crazy, and the other Shrek members rushed forward. At this time, Xiao Wu's limbs were broken and she was vomiting blood, in the same miserable state as Jingling. Tang San was heartbroken and looked at Xiao Han angrily. How dare you seriously injure Xiao Wu? You deserve death. Don't be so arrogant, you little jerk. I'll deal with you later. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he turned around and ignored those people from Shrek. He nodded to the teachers and teammates of Jinshui College, indicating that they don't need to worry. He then closed his eyes and concentrated, taking advantage of this brief break to recover his soul power in order to deal with Dai Mubai and Tang San. Seeing Xiao Wu's miserable condition on the sidelines, everyone was shocked. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing are both girls, but they were treated differently by Xiao Han. Zhu Zhuqing was unharmed, but Xiao Wu was seriously injured. Discussions arose one after another, and the entire competition venue suddenly became lively. Oh my god, Xiao Han's strength is so terrifying. Xiao Wu is the one whose strength in the Shrek team is second only to Dai Mubai and Tang San, but she was beaten like this by him. This Xiao Han is so cruel. He hit a girl so hard. He doesn't know how to be gentle with her at all. But why did he let the girl go before? Yeah, that's weird. Xiao Han defeated the 5 people from Shrek Academy by himself. Now it's the turn of the 2 Fighting Soul sect members in their team. Does he want to defeat 7 people alone? It's very likely. Don't forget, Thunder Academy has been defeated 7 by him alone. Shrek Academy is no pushover. The 2 strongest players haven't even played yet. The next matches should be even more exciting. At the VIP table, Ning Fengji had a solemn expression on his face. He was shocked by Xiao Han's strength, but at the same time he also felt sympathy for what had happened to Shrek Academy. At this time, Xiao Wu was carefully carried to the sidelines by Tang San and several other Shrek members. Seeing her miserable state with her limbs broken and blood spitting out of her mouth, Tang San felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Xiao Wu, please be patient for a while. I will definitely avenge you. Xiao Wu opened her eyes with difficulty, looked at the anxious eyes of Tang San and other companions, and forced a smile. I'm fine, don't worry. Liu Erlong clenched her fists, her eyes filled with anger, and she wished she could rush onto the field immediately to avenge Xiao Wu. Damn it! That damned little bastard actually hurt Xiao Wu so badly. I'm going to kill him. Erlong, don't get excited, the game isn't over yet. Yes, Mr. Erlong, calm down. With my father here, Xiao Wu and the others will be fine. They just have to endure some physical pain for the time being. Seeing Xiao Wu's miserable condition, Ning Rongrong burst into tears out of heartache. Jiang Zhu quickly released her martial spirit to provide Xiao Wu with preliminary treatment. Yu Xiaogang looked at Xiao Han's back and reminded him, Mu Bai, hurry up and get on the court. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Okay, that's what I meant. Before Dai Mu finished his words, he walked towards the competition venue resolutely. Xiao Han turned around and looked at Dai Mu Bai, who was coming aggressively, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. There is no doubt that this guy is also here to be tortured. Chapter 70. Dai Mu Bai stepped into the arena and looked directly at Xiao Han. As the eldest of the Shrek's 7 devils, he is fully aware of the responsibilities he shoulders. He must not only avenge Jingling, Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu, but also defend the dignity of Shrek. Xiao Han, you severely injured my teammates, I want justice for them. Dai Mu Bai's voice was low and powerful, and he seemed fearless. A disdainful sneer appeared on Xiao Han's lips. The gap in strength between you and me cannot be made up by a few heroic words. Since you want to be abused, I will grant your wish. As soon as the words fell, the two of them released their martial spirits at the same time. Dai Mu Bai's body shook, and his whole body seemed to be wrapped in golden light. A majestic aura surged out of his body, shaking the entire arena. A huge white tiger shadow suddenly appeared behind him, and an invisible pressure spread in all directions. As Xiao Han's soul power surged, an aura completely different from Dai Mu Bai's began to spread. Xiao Han's body was shrouded in a layer of faint blue light, carrying an endless and sharp chill. Then, the crystal-clear ice bow and arrow emitting a faint cold light appeared between his hands. The appearance of the Jinbing bow and arrow caused the temperature of the entire arena to drop sharply. Xiao Han slowly raised the Jinbing bow in his hand, aiming the tip of the arrow at Dai Mu Bai. The cold light flashed, like the gaze of the god of death. Dai Mu Bai, are you ready to be beaten? Xiao Han's voice was low and cold, and every word was like an ice cone, piercing Dai Mu Bai's heart. Dai Mu Bai clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger. He naturally knew that in this limited space on the playing field, Xiao Han's freezing restrictions were unstoppable by him. However, for his own dignity and that of Shrek Academy, he had to face the challenge. Dai Mu Bai suddenly roared angrily and directly released his third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. The muscles on his body expanded rapidly and black horizontal lines appeared on his skin. With the enhancement of this soul skill, the resistance to abnormal conditions, attack power, defense power and strength within the half-hour transformation time will be doubled at the same time. Immediately afterwards, a milky white ball of light spewed out of his mouth and rushed straight towards Xiao Han. That was his second soul skill, White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. This is a long-range attack skill that can avoid close combat with Xiao Han. Facing the menacing white ball of light, Xiao Han's first and third soul rings flashed at the same time. With a flick of his finger, the frost arrow that was ready to be fired shot out directly. The arrow drew a perfect arc in the air. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be frozen, leaving behind streaks of fine frost. The frost arrow collided with the white light ball in the air, causing a deafening roar. Xiao Han's attack did not stop. As he flapped his wings and flew, the second soul ring on his body suddenly flashed. The second soul skill is to fire thousands of arrows at once. Countless ice blue arrows poured down towards Dai Mu Bai like a meteor shower. At this critical moment, Dai Mu Bai quickly activated his first soul skill, White Tiger Body Barrier. A circle of white light enveloped his entire body, trying to use it to resist the attack of those arrows. However, he underestimated the power of Xiao Han's second soul skill. Xiao Han moved his mind, and dozens of arrows instantly changed direction, merged into one, and hit the white light shield hard. Ah! A scream came out of Dai Mu Bai's mouth. The sharp ice arrow not only pierced through the white light shield, but also penetrated Dai Mu Bai's body. However, Dai Mu Bai did not give in. He endured the severe pain in his body and used his fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Countless fist-sized golden light balls were launched towards Xiao Han in the air, with his body as the center. Dai Mu Bai's soul skill was similar to Xiao Han's 10,000 arrows, and it could be used as a range attack skill or as a collective shot effect for a single attack. As those golden light balls flew toward Xiao Han, they suddenly gathered together and turned into a huge ball of light, which seemed to lock onto Xiao Han. Xiao Han looked calm. Along with the sudden flash of the fourth soul ring, the 10,000-year soul skill ice explosion arrow was instantly released. The arrow collided with the golden ball of light, causing a deafening roar. Before the roar stopped, Xiao Han's figure appeared above Dai Mubai's head like a ghost, and the Jinbing Bao and arrow in his hand condensed again. The first soul skill, Frost Shot, was activated again. Dai Mubai was so frightened when he saw this that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was seriously injured, and although he tried his best to resist, he was ultimately powerless under Xiao Han's sudden attack. Another scream came out of Dai Mubai's mouth. The cold arrow pierced directly through his chest. This time, Xiao Han did not kick him out of the competition venue, because there were 2 holes in his body and he was no longer able to fight. The entire stadium fell into silence at this moment, and everyone was shocked by this scene and speechless. Even a powerful sect like Dai Mubai's Fighting Soul sect was still vulnerable in front of Xiao Han. He was the 6th member of the Shrek team to be defeated by Xiao Han. Xiao Han stood in the center of the arena, and the Jinbing Bao and arrow slowly dissipated. Dai Mubai lay on the cold playing field. Blood gushed out from the wound on his chest, staining his clothes and the ground beneath him red. Boss Dai. The teachers and students of Shrek Academy rushed over. Seeing Dai Mubai's miserable condition, everyone felt distressed. When Jiang Zhu was preparing to treat Dai Mubai, Tang San suddenly said, "Wait, take Boss Dai off-site for treatment." Several people instantly understood what Tang San meant. "Third brother, be careful." Tang San knew that Xiao Han had an amazing recovery speed. He didn't want to give Xiao Han any chance to breathe, not even a little. Xiao Han took away and consumed the magic grass from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and cultivated a body of diamond, gaining immunity to fire and poison, which made Tang San jealous beyond recognition. In this arena, he severely injured Jing Ling, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai, making Tang San hate him even more. At this moment, in Tang San's eyes, Xiao Han had become the #1 enemy. He couldn't wait to get rid of Xiao Han, even if he had to use all means. Looking at Tang San's fierce eyes, the girls from Jianshui College were a little worried. After all, Xiao Han defeated 6 members of Shrek Academy by himself, and he had just used several soul skills in succession, which consumed a lot of energy. His opponent, Tang San, as the brain of the Shrek team, not only has a variety of attack methods, but is also in a state of undefeated victory. Xiao Han. Shui Binger shouted out with some worry. Xiao Han turned to look at Shui Binger and the others, smiled slightly, and waved his hand gently, signaling them not to worry. Then, he looked at Tang San and said coldly, "Little punk, it's finally your turn." Chapter 71. Xiao Han, you severely injured my brother and my lover. Today, I, Tang San, will make you pay the price. Tang San's voice was not loud, but every word seemed to contain 1,000 pounds of power. A disdainful smile appeared on Xiao Han's lips again. You Shrek people are all very arrogant. I don't know where you get the courage from. As a result, I pinned you all to the ground. It seems that you are no exception and are here to be tortured. Tang San suddenly sneered as well. Even if you defeat me, so what? You stole the poison Douluo's immortal grass. How long do you think you can live? What magical grass? What nonsense are you talking about? Bajiao Xianbing grass and Liehua Xingjiashu, do you dare to say that you have never taken these 2 magical herbs? Not only you, but your teammates have probably also taken the magical herbs, right? Otherwise, they would not have the strength they have now. Facing Tang San's doubts, Xiao Han smiled disapprovingly. He knew that Tang San was a scheming man, and tried to use this to trick him. I think you are just jealous, and jealousy has changed you beyond all recognition. If you are new, then practice more. Instead of spending your time studying how others become stronger, you should spend more energy on practicing. Show your true strength, don't hide it, and take out the clear sky hammer so that everyone can see it. What did you say? Xiao Han successfully changed the subject, and a few words made Tang San look horrified. Few people in this world know the secret of Tang San's twin martial spirits. Before this, Xiao Han had no interaction with them, so how could he know? You know best what I'm saying, don't hesitate, release your martial spirit and prepare to be beaten. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he took the lead in releasing his Jinbing Bao and arrow martial spirit. Tang San reacted and began to release his martial spirit. The blue-silver grass slowly condensed in his palm, like a spirit snake ready to strike, ready to deal a fatal blow to the opponent at any time. The contest between the 2 sides officially begins. The first spirit ring on Tang San's body suddenly flashed, and he tentatively activated his first spirit skill, Blue-Silver Entanglement. The blue-silver grass instantly came out and tightly wrapped around Xiao Han's feet. But Tang San did not let down his guard because he knew Xiao Han was fully capable of dodging this attack. Without any hesitation, Tang San continued to control the blue-silver grass, which instantly covered Xiao Han's entire body. Seeing this scene, the students who were watching the game were all shocked. We're trapped by Tang San now. Why didn't he dodge? He could have easily dodged it. Maybe it's because he didn't take Tang San's blue-silver grass attack seriously. Just when everyone was puzzled, a strange scene appeared. Suddenly, a layer of ice condensed on Xiao Han's body. Wrapped in ice, the blue-silver grass became as stiff as stone. Bang bang, with a crisp sound, all the blue-silver grass on Xiao Han's body shattered. Tang San's eyes suddenly widened. He had already expected that the blue-silver grass would collapse under the freezing force of ice. However, he felt a strange breath from the ice through the blue-silver grass, which was both cold and a little hot. That looks like fire. His ice is fused with the power of fire. Could it be the legendary cold fire? The flame power of Liu Xingjiashu was integrated into his own soul power, which produced such an effect. It must be like this. Damn it. Why was he the one who got the star anise, mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot instead of me? Tang San's jealousy was at work again. Xiao Han's figure paused in the air, and the Junbing arrow in his hand suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot straight towards Tang San. The arrow was extremely fast and arrived in an instant. Faced with this sudden attack, Tang San used the ghostly steps to narrowly avoid it. But Xiao Han then launched an even more violent attack. The second spirit skill, 10,000 arrows, was unleashed. An overwhelming amount of ice crystal arrows shot towards Tang San at high speed. Faced with the pouring rain of ice crystal arrows, even with his strange body skills, Tang San was unable to dodge. In a hurry, he quickly released the external soul bone 8 spider lance. 8 dark spider legs suddenly spread out behind Tang San, instantly wrapping him up in a complete iron cage-like defense. One after another, the ice crystal arrows collided with the spider legs, making crisp and dense sounds. In an instant, an ice blue mist filled the stadium. Although Tang San had the protection of external soul bones, he still felt the biting cold and had to release his soul power to resist the invasion of cold air. He knew that he couldn't just sit there and wait for death, otherwise he would be like Tyrone, with his soul power exhausted by Xiao Han's icy power. The 8 spider lance suddenly shone brightly, and a strong wave of soul power emanated from it. The 8 spider lances quickly grew longer, like 8 flexible tentacles, and with the help of the reaction force of the ground, Tang San flew into the air like a spring. The moment he took off into the air, the blue-silver grass in his hand was also thrown out. Tang San knew that the attack of the blue-silver grass posed no threat to Xiao Han, but he could use the blue-silver grass to close the distance between him and Xiao Han and attack him with his sharp spider legs. Just as Tang San confidently stretched out his 2 sharp spider legs and attempted to stab Xiao Han with lightning speed, Xiao Han had already seen through his intention. He pulled the bow in his hand to its full length again, and the arrow flashed a cold light on the bowstring. "You are such a stubborn bastard. You asked for this." Xiao Han released the bowstring. This arrow is Xiao Han's 10,000-year soul skill, the ice explosion arrow. The arrow carried a bone-chilling chill, pointing straight at Tang San's heart. Tang San's pupils suddenly shrank as he felt the terrifying power of this arrow. However, it was too late for him to dodge. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the ice explosion arrow accurately hit the 2 spider legs that Tang San stretched out. In an instant, a powerful force burst out from the arrow, blasting Tang San's body to the ground. Tang San rolled several times in the air, and the moment he landed, he supported his body with the 6 spider legs behind him. But he still felt a sharp pain. It turned out that the 2 front spider legs had been broken by the ice explosion. The battle is not over yet. Xiao Han did not relax because of the success of this attack. While Tang San was still unstable, he launched another attack, and a rain of ice blue arrows poured down. Tang San endured the severe pain and stretched out his spider legs to block. After a crisp sound, the biting cold came again, even more violent than last time, as if to freeze all his flesh and blood. "Damn it! Don't think you can defeat me so easily." Tang San's roar was filled with endless anger and murderous intent. Xiao Han said in a cold voice, "I thought you were so strong, but you're just this strong. It's over." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he deliberately swooped down towards Tang San. Feeling threatened, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from Tang San's body. A ball of invisible energy surged wildly in the palm of his left hand, and then a small black hammer appeared. Suddenly, Tang San spun around, the black hammer in his hand surging in the wind. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. What is that black iron hammer? Is it Tang San's other martial spirit? Could it be that Tang San has twin martial spirits? In the VIP seats, Salus, the platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall, who was watching the battle, suddenly stood up. That's the Clear Sky Hammer. Chapter 72. Tang Chen brought the Clear Sky Hammer to the height of the world's #1 weapon spirit, making it resound throughout the Spirit Master world. The young students at the Soul Master Academy had never seen the Clear Sky Hammer, but a Soul Master of Sarath's level could recognize it at a glance. Hearing the 3 words, Haotian Hammer, Emperor Shui was shocked. Your Excellency Bishop Platinum, are you sure that is the Clear Sky Hammer? That's right. That is the Clear Sky Hammer that has disappeared from the Soul Master world for more than 10 years, and it has reappeared today. As Sarath spoke, a cold murderous look flashed in his eyes. The Spirit Hall cardinals behind him were also a little excited. The former Pope Qian Xuanji was seriously injured by Tang Hao and died shortly after returning. The Spirit Hall believes that Qian Xuanji's death is directly related to Tang Hao. Tang Hao's behavior angered the Spirit Hall, and the Spirit Hall is determined to eradicate the Haotian sect. As a result, Tang Hao became a sinner of the Haotian sect and was expelled from the sect. The Haotian sect then retreated into seclusion and disappeared. Over the years, the Spirit Hall has never given up on tracking down the whereabouts of the Haotian sect and Tang Hao, but there has been no result until now. At this moment, Tang San surprisingly had the Clear Sky Hammer in his hand, indicating that he was a member of the Clear Sky sect. More importantly, Tang San is another person with twin martial spirits after Pope Bibi Dong. For Sarath and his team, this was an extremely important discovery. This discovery will surely surprise the Pope who is far away in Wuhuan City. Emperor Shui glanced at Ning Fengji standing beside him, and felt that he seemed to have known Tang San's identity for a long time. Ning Fengji leaned close to Emperor Shui's ear and whispered, Your Majesty, this matter is of great importance. We will discuss this later. Well, let's watch the game first. At this time, Yu Xiaogang, who was watching the battle, saw Tang San use the Clear Sky Hammer and his face changed drastically. He knew that this meant that Tang San's identity had been exposed and he was in an extremely dangerous situation. But, now that things have come to this, there is nothing he can do. The center of the arena. Tang San was gathering strength, and the Clear Sky Hammer in his hand began to swing uncontrollably. As the soul power poured into his body crazily, the light on the surface of the Clear Sky Hammer became more and more dazzling. A majestic aura spread out, and the entire space seemed to tremble. The spectators around were shocked by the sudden momentum. Unexpectedly, Tang San could burst out such powerful force. Ah! Tang San roared, and all the strength in his body seemed to reach its peak at this moment. The Clear Sky Hammer in his hand suddenly accelerated, bringing with it an irresistible force and making a sharp whistling sound. Looking at Tang San who was like a madman in the arena, several girls from Tianshui College were a little worried. How did Tang San become so powerful all of a sudden? Where is Xiao Han? Look, Xiao Han is in the air. The girls looked up and saw Xiao Han spreading his wings and hovering above the stadium. Just now, Xiao Han deliberately swooped towards Tang San, trying to get close to him and force him to use the Clear Sky Hammer. Xiao Han knew that the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique was extremely powerful. Even if Tang San couldn't fully control it now, he couldn't fight it head-on. At this moment, he was suspended above the stadium. No matter how powerful Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer was, it could not pose a threat to him. Tang San, who was in the center of the arena, was driven by the Clear Sky Hammer and spun wildly like a top, unable to stop at all. The 2 spider legs of his external soul bone were broken by Xiao Han, and he was already injured. At this moment, he was performing the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique, and his soul power and physical strength were being consumed at a very fast rate. His body was out of control, seemed to be suffering from tearing pain, and felt like he was about to die. What was even more tragic was that all the efforts he had made were in vain, as Xiao Han was no longer within his attack range. Xiao San, hold back, put away the hammer. Just when Tang San was in despair, a gentle yet powerful voice came into his mind. The voice was very familiar and it immediately soothed his restless heart. Dad, is that you? Tang San seemed to have suddenly become enlightened. He controlled the power and slowly took it back into his body. The other person also stopped, and the huge black hammer in his hand suddenly shrank and then disappeared. At this time, Tang San's face was pale, his body was covered in blood, and he felt weak all over. Xiao Han slowly descended from the air in front of Tang San. Your Shrek Academy lost this game. Tang San endured the pain, a smug smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Why are you hiding from my Clear Sky Hammer? Are you scared? Xiao Han gave Tang San a disdainful look and said sarcastically. Do you think I'm as stubborn as you guys? Only a fool would try to take your clear sky hammer. In a battle, you need not only tactics but also wisdom. Brains are good things, but it's a pity that you don't have them. You're stupid and like to show off. If you don't get beaten, who will? You. Tang San was so angry at Xiao Han's retort that he spat out blood before he could even say a word. Then, the whole person collapsed to the ground like mud. Little San. Yu Xiaogang and others rushed over quickly. Tang San was exhausted, as if he had used up his last bit of strength. His situation looked more serious than that of Dai Mubai and the others. Jiang Zhu released her martial spirit to heal Tang San. Oscar fed Tang San the big recovery sausage he had prepared in advance. Ning Rongrong didn't care about that and directly released the 7 treasures glazed pagoda spirit to provide Tang San with a boost of soul power and help him recover. Everyone was shocked when they saw the scene on the field. The girl's martial spirit is actually the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Is she a direct descendant of the 7 treasures glazed sect? No wonder they haven't made a move yet. The team has the best auxiliary equipment spirit master in the world. Shrek Academy is really well hidden. Sarath glanced at Ning Fengji, thoughtfully. Master Ning, if I'm not mistaken, you should have known that Tang San has twin martial spirits. Moreover, that girl seems to have a close relationship with your 7 treasures glazed sect. Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Your Excellency Bishop Platinum, to be honest, that is my little daughter. As for Tang San's twin martial spirits, I just found out about it just now, just like you all. I see. Sarath knew that Ning Fengji was lying, but there was no need to ask further. Originally, the extremely powerful Xiao Han was the target of Sarath's key surveillance. However, from today on, his attention will be more shifted to Tang San, who possesses twin martial spirits. With the joint assistance of Jiang Zhu, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, Tang San recovered a little bit of his blood energy. He looked at Xiao Han, who had not yet left, his eyes full of reluctance. Xiao Han, if we can meet in the finals, we, the Shrek 7 Devils, will make you pay the price for what you did today. Really? Then let's see if you have the ability. It seems that you didn't listen to what I just said to you. Since you insist on going to Wuhuan City to die, then go ahead. Yu Xiaogang was suddenly startled. What Wuhuan City? Are you talking about the venue for the finals? You'll find out soon enough. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he turned and left. Chapter 73. The location of the Soul Master Competition Finals was originally scheduled to be at the junction of the 2 empires of Tiando and Xingluo, but was later changed to Wuhuan City. Although it has not changed yet, it will happen sooner or later. All the games for today are over. Xiao Han defeated Shrek Academy single-handedly, defeating 7 opponents at once, shocking everyone. Tang San's twin spirits, the second spirit, the clear sky hammer, are also shocking. After returning to the team, Xiao Han received a lot of praise from his senior sisters. Xiao Han, you are amazing. You have defeated 7 opponents at once again. I didn't expect that Tang San actually has twin martial spirits. However, compared to Xiao Han, he is still far behind. Lin Jiruo said, Xiao Han, you performed well today, but wasn't your attack a bit too harsh? Mom, they are cruel and ruthless. They hurt people first. I am just teaching them a lesson. With Ning Fengji here, they will be fine. They will just suffer some physical pain and mental trauma. Having said that, we should be more careful in the future. There's no need for us to make enemies everywhere. Well, I see. Lin Jiruo felt fortunate. Fortunately, it was Xiao Han who went on stage first. If it was those girls, they might have been injured. As soon as Tang San and his companions returned to the barracks, Ning Fengji arrived. Dad, you came just in time. Third brother and the others. Don't worry, that's exactly what I'm here for. Tang San designed a powerful hidden weapon for the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, and asked the power clan led by Titan to forge it, which greatly enhanced the 7 treasures glazed tile sect's combat effectiveness. Ning Fengji also hopes that Tang San will design more hidden weapons for them, so he can't let anything happen to him. Afterwards, Ning Fengji released the 7 treasures glazed tower to treat Tang San and the others. Seeing them gradually recover, Yu Xiaogang felt better. Thank you, Sect Master Ning, for your help again. Master, you are too polite. Xiao San and the others are all Rong's friends. It is my duty to save them. Master Ning, may I have a word with you? Of course, please. Ning Fengji followed Yu Xiaogang to the barracks where he lived. Master, I am not an outsider. Just tell me what you want to say. Master Ning, you've seen that Xiao San's exposure of the clear sky hammer spirit will definitely bring him huge trouble. Moreover, he is currently unable to control the power of two spirits at the same time. After the promotion match, I want to go to the spirit city. Pope Bibi Dong also has twin spirits, and she should know how to solve this problem. During my absence, I hope you can help look after Xiao San and the children. You're going to Wuhuan City. That's right. The location of this Soul Master competition finals may be changed to Wuhuan City. I'm going to look for Bibi Dong first. I hope everything will be in time. Ning Fengji nodded. He knew what Yu Xiaogang was worried about. The people from the Spirit Hall would not let the Haotian sect go. The reappearance of the clear sky hammer made Tang San a thorn in the side of the Spirit Hall. Master, don't worry. Uncle Jian and I will definitely protect Xiao San. With Sect Master Ning's words, I feel relieved. By the way, Emperor Shuai admires your talent and Xiao San very much. I will introduce you to him when I have the chance. Okay, thank you, Sect Master Ning. Yu Xiaogang knew that if they could get the support of the Tiando royal family, their situation would be much safer. The Spirit Hall, the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, the three most powerful forces on the Douluo continent are secretly competing with each other. Among the top three sects, only the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect has a close relationship with the Tiando royal family. For Emperor Shuai, if he could win over Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, he would have the opportunity to win over the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the Haotian sect. After dinner, Yu Xiaogang gathered Tang San and others together. Okay, don't be depressed anymore. In terms of personal ability, Xiao Han is much stronger than you, and he has the advantage of aerial combat. It's not shameful to lose to him. Several people looked at each other, all very dissatisfied. Although their physical wounds have been healed, the scars on their souls cannot be erased, especially for Tang San. Tang San wanted to prove himself, but he was defeated again and again. Today he even exposed the clear sky hammer, putting himself in danger. Teacher, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. Xiao San, this is not your fault. In that situation, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to control myself either. After Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, he patted Tang San on the shoulder to comfort him. The draw results have come out. Your opponent tomorrow is Kamikaze Academy. I have already made the decision for you in advance to give up this game. Master, are you giving up the game already? Master, why is this? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun both didn't understand. Shrek Academy was defeated by Xiao Han today with a score of 1-7. They were eager to defeat a strong team to get back their advantage, but they didn't expect that Yu Xiaogang chose to give up the game in advance. Kids, please forgive me for making the decision for you. The promotion round is coming to an end, and the top 5 teams have been determined. The result of the match with Kamikaze Academy will not have much impact on your ranking. You should have a good rest and prepare for the upcoming finals. Yu Xiaogang knew very well that even if Tang San and his main players took the field, it would be difficult to defeat the Xinfeng Academy in a one-on-one match. Feng Xiaotian, the captain of the Kamikaze Academy, is the strongest attacking soul master besides Xiao Han and Shui Binger, and he also has air superiority. In addition to Feng Xiaotian, there are 3 other members of the Fighting Soul sect in the Xinfeng Academy team. They all have extremely fast speeds and powerful attacks, and are difficult to deal with. However, Yu Xiaogang has confidence in the Shrek 7 Devils. He believes that with the assistance of Oscar and Ning Rongrong in the team battle, they will definitely be able to defeat Kamikaze Academy and Tianshui Academy. Platinum Bishop Salas couldn't wait to tell Bibi Dong about their important discovery today, and a letter conveyed Xiao Han and Tang San's information to Wuhuan City. The next day, the promotion round continued. As expected, Tianshui College's opponent voluntarily gave up the game. Shrek Academy's early withdrawal from the competition surprised Feng Xiaotian and others. Feng Xiaotian found Xiao Han and said proudly, Shrek Academy actually gave up the competition. I was planning to teach them a lesson with my self-created spirit skill. Brother, don't mind me telling you the truth. I think Tang San's Chaos Cloak Hammer technique might just be able to counter your Wind Wolf combo. If you meet him in the finals, don't be careless and be sure to interrupt his charging in advance. What you said seems to make sense. I'll keep it in mind. However, the finals are a single elimination system. It's not certain whether we can meet them. Soon, all the promotion matches were over. Tianshui College ranked first in the Tiando Empire Division with a record of 14 wins and no losses. Kamikaze Academy had 13 wins and 1 loss, ranking second. Thunder, Blazing Fire, and Shrek Academy all had 11 wins and 3 losses, and their win-loss relationships were complicated. According to the order of the draw, they ranked 3rd, 4th, and 5th respectively. 3 days later. The 16 college teams from the Tiando Empire region, led by Crown Prince Xueqinghe, headed to Wuhuan City to participate in the finals. Chapter 74. The day before Xueqinghe led the large army to set off, Yu Xiaogang left quietly, and even Tang San didn't know where he went. The journey to Wuhuan City is long and will take about 20 days. On the other side, Wuhuan City. In the empty and cold papal palace, Bibi Dong sat high up on the Pope's chair with a sullen expression. She had received a letter from Platinum Bishop Sarath, and learned that Tang San possessed twin martial spirits and Xiao Han's extraordinary performance. There were two people standing in the hall. The one who looks extremely feminine and whose gender is difficult to identify is Ju Douluo Yuguan. The other one was dressed in black, and his face was blurry from the front. It was Ghost Douluo Guime. These two people were originally subordinates of the former Pope Qian Xuanji, and are now Bibi Dong's confidants. Bibi Dong said. Important news came from Saras in Tiando City. There are many talented people in this Soul Master competition, and they can even be called geniuses. Among the participating teams, the Qianshui Academy team is the most outstanding. They have 3 Battle Soul Kings above level 50 and 5 Battle Soul Sects above level 40. Their overall strength is not inferior to our Wuhuan Hall Academy team. Moreover, they have maintained a perfect record in the preliminaries and promotion matches of the Tiando division. After hearing this, the two elders looked at each other in surprise. Yuguan said. Your Holiness, how did Tianshui College suddenly become so strong? As I recall, they were only in the top 5 before. I don't know the details. According to the information Sarath learned, there is a male player with full innate soul power in the Tianshui Academy team. His name is Xiao Han. His martial soul is somewhat similar to the light-winged divine bow of the 5 worshippers. His soul ring configuration is yellow, purple, black, and black. He is very powerful. He defeated the entire Thunder Academy by himself. The two elders were even more shocked. They didn't expect that there were male students in Tianshui College. He has full innate soul power, his second soul ring has reached 1,000 years, and he has 2 10,000-year soul rings. Your Majesty, this man is the biggest threat to the Spirit Hall Academy team's championship. The ghost continued. Yes, even Xiao Yu and Yen may not be able to defeat the entire Thunder Academy team on their own. If this person cannot be used by the Spirit Hall, he must not be allowed to stay in the world. Bibi Dong smiled coldly. What the two elders said is correct. So, I want you to do something. No matter what, the spirit bones I prepared for Nana and the other 3 must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Yueguan and Guime smiled at each other and understood what Bibi Dong meant. Bibi Dong prepared 3 soul bones as rewards for the champion of this Soul Master competition. They are, the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, the right arm bone of explosive and burning flames, and the left leg bone of chasing the wind at extreme speed. Among them, the spiritual skull with the best quality and a history of up to 50,000 years was specially prepared for Hulaina, the flame right arm bone was prepared for Yen, and the speed left leg bone was prepared for Xiao Yu. For Soul Masters, every soul bone is extremely precious and can only be found by chance. This time, Bibi Dong offered such a generous reward, which certainly could not fall into the hands of outsiders. Therefore, she will ensure that the Spirit Hall Academy team wins the Soul Master competition, and all obstacles must be removed. However, the more important thing at the moment is to get rid of Tang San, who possesses twin martial spirits. Bibi Dong continued. In addition to Xiao Han, there is another person who deserves more attention, that is Tang San from Shrek Academy. Although his strength is not as good as Xiao Han, he also has innate full soul power. He broke through the 40th level at the age of 14, and he has twin martial souls. The two elders looked at each other and were shocked again. Originally, the only person in the world who possessed twin martial souls was Pope Bibi Dong, but suddenly Tang San appeared. They immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Your Majesty, it looks like we can't keep this Tang San either. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, with an evil look on her face. Of course Tang San can't stay. Because his twin martial spirits are blue silver grass and clear sky hammer. What? After hearing this, Yueguan and Guime were even more shocked. They had both followed the former Pope Qian Xuanji to hunt the 100,000-year-old soul beast blue silver emperor that had transformed into a human form, and knew what these two types of martial souls meant. Ghost said. Your Majesty, Tang San must be the bastard of Tang Hao, and that soul beast I didn't expect that he is still alive and dares to show up in the world. Your Holiness, the evil that is a combination of human soul masters and soul beasts may become a major threat and must be eradicated as soon as possible. Bibi Dong nodded. You two take people to kill Tang San. Don't let him reach Spirit City alive. And that Xiao Han, if he refuses to submit to Spirit Hall, kill him as well. Remember, this is a secret mission. Don't leave any evidence behind. Yes. Your Majesty the Pope. Bibi Dong thought of Yu Xiaogang and reminded him, Tang San is Elder Yu's disciple, please be careful not to hurt him by mistake. Yes. Afterwards, Yueguan and Guimei left the Pope's palace. Looking at the empty hall, a complex smile appeared on Bibi Dong's face. Xiaogang, isn't Tang San your favorite disciple? I'll also let you feel the feeling of losing your loved one, ha ha ha. Before we knew it, it had been more than 10 days since the large army led by Xue Qinghe set out from Qindo City. On this day, under the escort of 500 royal knights, the Soul Master team came to a hill. This is a small path leading to Wuhuan City, which can save dozens of miles of journey. The captain of the royal knights, who was walking in the front, suddenly shouted, everyone is on alert, there is a situation. The carriages of the teams from each college stopped. Xiao Han and his group got off the carriage and felt a cold breath coming from the hills on both sides. Ding Zhao looked around and said cautiously. Everyone, pay attention, don't disperse. Lin Jirua and Ding Zhao stood on the left and right, blocking the participating students from Tianshui College in the middle. Xiao Han and his teammates' outstanding performance in the Soul Master competition gave Ding Zhao hope of winning the championship. In order to protect them, President Zhao personally accompanied them to Wuhuan City. Xiao Han looked around and realized that those people from the Spirit Hall had arrived. He knew that their goal was to kill Tang San. Of course, given Bibi Dong's personality and methods, it is possible that he would be sent to kill him. After all, his outstanding performance in the Soul Master competition has already threatened the Spirit Hall Academy team's plan to win the championship. Lin Jirua said, don't worry, kids. Ding Zhao and I are here to protect you. Lin Jirua and Ding Zhao looked at each other and prepared for battle. Suddenly, countless huge rocks rolled down from the hills on both sides like raindrops. Boulders rolled, dust flew, and the entire hill became chaotic in an instant. Seeing that the situation was not good, the captain of the Royal Knights ordered the team to speed up. As they advanced, the soldiers divided into 2 rows on the left and right, struggling to resist the rolling boulders. Chapter 75. Suddenly, a group of men in black rushed out from the hills on both sides without warning. Their number exceeded 1,000. All participating academies and the Royal Knights fought together against those men in black. Everyone be careful. Get ready for battle. After Lin Jirua finished speaking, she released her martial soul and soul ring. Xiao Han, Shui Binger and others also released their martial spirits and spirit rings and entered combat status. A powerful soul power fluctuation suddenly hit, and then 2 8-ring soul fighters appeared. The Qihua Academy behind Tianshui Academy and the Shenfeng Academy in front of it were both engaged in their own battles, but there were no Soul Douluo level powerhouses among their opponents. It is obvious that these 2 Soul Douluos came here for Tianshuixu. Humph. It seems like you really can't afford to lose. Ding Zhao snorted coldly and immediately understood the purpose of those men in black. Teacher Liu, protect the children. After Ding Zhao finished speaking, he and Lin Jirua went to meet the 2 Soul Douluos from the left and right respectively. Xiao Han, Shui Binger and others also joined in the battle with the men in black, and the scene was in chaos. Among Soul Masters of the same level, extreme Soul Masters can maximize the advantages of their single element. Ding Zhao and Lin Jirua gradually gained the upper hand in the fight with the 2 Soul Douluos. Suddenly, Xiao Han felt an extremely powerful soul power fluctuation coming from above his head. When he looked up, he saw a man wearing white clothes and a black cloth mask. Useless thing. Looks like I have to do it myself. The man's voice was very feminine. Xiao Han guessed that he should be Ju Douluo Yuguan. Really? As soon as the man finished speaking, he released his martial spirit and his whole body was shining with golden light. Then, the 9 spirit rings on his body began to shine. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The person who came was actually a titled Douluo level expert. All the men in black who were fighting near Tianshui College stopped what they were doing and looked up into the sky. It turned out to be him. Not only Ding Zhao and Lin Jirua, but also Ding Hua of Qihua Academy and Ding Feng of Shenfeng Academy recognized Yuguan's identity at this time. On Douluo continent, Yuguan is the only titled Douluo whose martial soul is the Qirong Tong Tianju. Ding Hua and Ding Feng flew into the air at the same time, wanting to support Ding Zhao and Lin Jirua. What? You 2 want to meddle in other people's business? Ding Feng said, everyone knows that we, the 3 elemental academies of wind, water, and fire, are closely connected. How can we stand idly by when our brother academies are in trouble? Humph. You are so brave that you dare to go against us. In this case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yu Guan has a strength close to level 95, and he is surrounded by 2 soul doyuos and many masters. Facing 4 extreme soul doyuos, he has absolute confidence. Your target should be me, right? Just as the 2 sides were about to draw their swords and crossbows, Xiao Han stood up. The 4th soul ring on his body suddenly flashed, and shot an ice explosion arrow towards Yu Guan. Yu Guan waved his hand casually, releasing a golden light. The moment it touched the golden light, the ice arrow shattered into ice chips and disappeared. Your 4th soul skill has reached the 10,000-year level. You dare to attack me actively. You are quite courageous. Yu Guan looked at Xiao Han, admiration flashing in his eyes. But, unfortunately, you are also a dying person. After Yu Guan finished speaking, he swung out a golden petal blade from the palm of his hand. The petal blade flew towards Xiao Han with destructive momentum. Xiao Han, get out of the way. Lin Jiruo came to Xiao Han as quickly as possible. The situation was critical, and she had no time to use her spirit skills. Even if she could use her spirit skills, she might not be able to block Yu Guan's attack. Seeing that the chrysanthemum blade was about to hit Lin Jiruo, Xiao Han suddenly pulled her away. Immediately afterwards, the chrysanthemum blade stabbed straight into Xiao Han's chest. Xiao Han. Junior brother. Shui Binger and the others cried out in worry. Lin Jiruo was also extremely nervous, and her heart seemed to be about to jump out of her chest. Just as everyone was terrified, a strange scene appeared. The chrysanthemum petal blade that was flying at high speed actually stopped in front of Xiao Han. Xiao Han's whole body was shining with golden light, and the golden light instantly submerged the chrysanthemum petal blade. Seeing this, Yu Guan was extremely excited and came in front of Xiao Han in the blink of an eye. It's the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. How come you have the scent of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum in your body? As Yu Guan spoke, a golden chrysanthemum appeared in the palm of his right hand. Boy, does the magic herb you took look like this? Yes, I took the Qirong Tongtianju immortal grass. After hearing this, Yu Guan was stunned for a moment and looked at Xiao Han in disbelief. You actually know the magical herb of Qirong Tongtianju? Xiao Han smiled slightly and then relaxed. I know a thing or two. I heard that you are also a flower lover. I will definitely ask you for advice when I have the chance. Good. 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 We are destined to be together. How about you become my disciple? With my guidance, your future achievements will surely surpass mine. In this way, you won't have to die. Xiao Han was the only male soul master among the group from Jinshui College. Yu Guan recognized him at a glance and came here to kill him. If she accepted him as a disciple, there would be a chance to recruit him into the spirit hall, and Bibi Dong would not attack him. Yu Guan suddenly seemed like a different person and actually wanted to accept Xiao Han as his disciple. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Han smiled and said, I already have quite a few teachers. If you don't mind, can we be friends or brothers? Boy, I'm old enough to be your grandfather. Xiao Han suddenly leaned close to Yu Guan's ear and whispered, we'll talk about this later. Don't you want to kill Tang San? It's a bit difficult. Jian Douluo, Ning Fengji, and Dugu Bo are all here. What? The old poisoner is here too. Yu Guan suddenly felt something was wrong and looked in the direction of Shrek Academy. The ghost has already taken people there. Boy, I'm leaving first, see you in Wuhuan City. After Yu Guan finished speaking, he shouted to the men in black, no one is allowed to touch him from now on. Follow me. Those people followed Yu Guan and headed towards the direction of Shrek Academy. The surroundings suddenly became quiet and everyone relaxed. President Zhao said, thank you both deans for your help. President Zhao, you are too polite. We are of no help. The spirit hall is getting more and more arrogant. Xiao Han performed too well in the spirit master competition and was targeted by them. Even Zhu Douluo was dispatched. Yeah. I was a little worried at first, but looking at Zhu Douluo's expression, it seems that he will not attack Xiao Han again. But, it is better to be careful. Well, thank you both for your concern, we will pay attention to it. Afterwards, the two deans returned to their respective teams. Recalling the scene just now, Lin Jiruo was still frightened. Xiao Han, what you did just now was too dangerous. With your current strength, how can you take on the attack of a titled Douluo? Mom, I can't let you take the knife from me. Don't forget, I have a body of diamond. Xiao Han knew that as long as Yu Guan could sense the presence of the Qirong Tongtianju's aura, he would not take his life, so he took his attack. Dean Zhao, fellow senior sisters, don't worry, we are safe for now. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he looked not far ahead. Before Yu Guan and the group of men in black left, Douluo suddenly appeared. Chapter 76. Douluo did not travel with Tang San and the others, but quietly followed their team. He wanted to secretly protect Tang San and at the same time look for an opportunity to attack Xiao Han. However, he could not act rashly as the two deans of Jinshui College were protecting him, and the Shenfeng and Qihua colleges were following him. Douluo was fighting with ghosts and was gradually losing the upper hand. When Yu Guan was about to attack Tang San, Jian Douluo and Ning Fengji suddenly appeared. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the two elders had no choice but to leave with the group of men in black. After this disaster, the Shrek people are still in shock. Tang San said. Uncle Ning, thank you and Grandpa Jian for your help. Xiao San, we are all of the same blood. Now that you are in trouble, how can we just stand by and watch? No need to say polite words. The Spirit Hall has already taken action against you. I advise you not to go to Spirit City to participate in the finals. If you don't mind, I will send someone to escort you back to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. With Uncle Gu here, he will definitely guarantee your safety. Tang San shook his head. Uncle Ning, I appreciate your kindness, but I will definitely participate in the finals. In the preliminaries and promotion rounds of the Tiando Division, Shrek Academy was beaten successively by Qihua Academy and Tianshui Academy, and it voluntarily withdrew from the competition when it met Shenfeng Academy twice. Tang San and Shrek and the others were all holding their breath, wanting revenge in the finals. Therefore, we will not give up the finals easily. Ning Fengji sighed. Xiao San, since you have made up your mind, go ahead. Uncle Jian and I will do our best to ensure your safety. After Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo left, Douluo said to Tang San. Xiao San, I think you underestimated Bibi Dong's determination. The fact that elders Zhu and Gui personally came to the scene this time is enough to show how much she values you. Once we get to Wuhuan City, if she really wants to attack you, even with me, Sect Master Ning, and Sword Douluo here, I'm afraid it will be difficult to protect you. Tang San smiled disapprovingly. Old monster, I know what you're worried about. But, what if my dad is here too? What? Haotian Douluo is here too? Douluo looked around, looking surprised. Tang San continued. Old monster, do you remember the first time I used the Clear Sky Hammer? If it weren't for my father's secret help, I would never have been able to take back the Clear Sky Hammer. You mean, Haotian Douluo has been watching you in secret? Well, I guess so. Douluo nodded with relief. Very good. No wonder you are so confident. With Haotian Douluo here, they can't touch you. As Douluo spoke, he looked at the Tianshui College team behind him. If I'm not mistaken, Xiao Han is also one of the targets that Spirit Hall wants to kill. However, the strange thing is that Jiaoguan doesn't seem to have taken action against him. Is it possible that they have already surrendered to the Spirit Hall or reached some kind of agreement with the Spirit Hall? Douluo frowned, as if thinking about something. As far as I know, the three elemental academies have no dealings with the Spirit Hall. It is unlikely that they will submit to the Spirit Hall, but it is possible that they have reached some kind of agreement in secret. It would be nice if that were the case. An intriguing smile appeared on Tang San's face. The outstanding performance of the young soul masters from the three elemental academies of Tianshui, Shenfeng and Qihua has attracted the attention of Emperor Shuiyi, especially Xiao Han, the strongest one. If they do not surrender to the Spirit Hall, after the Spirit Master competition is over and they graduate from the academy, they will be promised titles and fiefs by Emperor Shuiyi, and even be given important positions. However, if they really have secret connections with the Spirit Hall, Emperor Shuiyi will no longer use them. In this way, Tang San's chance came. Tang San has plans to form the Tang sect and has already dealt with the Li clan. If he could get support from the Empire, his plan would go more smoothly. On the other side, Tiando City. Holding the Pope's order, Yu Xiaogang came to the Pope's palace unhindered to meet Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was excited to see Yu Xiaogang again, whom she had been thinking about day and night, but she pretended to be calm. Yu Xiaogang spoke first. Bibi Dong, after not seeing you for so many years, you are still as young and beautiful as before, but I am old. How are you? I am the high and mighty Pope, what's wrong with that? Yu Xiaogang, please be careful. I am no longer the silly Bibi Dong. Yes, Pope. I was rude just now. Please forgive me. Seeing Yu Xiaogang being so humble in front of her, Bibi Dong felt secretly happy and snorted coldly, why did you come to see me? Pope, I would like to ask you how you overcame the difficulty of having twin martial spirits back then. Yu Xiaogang, as far as I know, you haven't even broken through level 30 yet. It seems inappropriate to ask such a question to such a loser, right? Bibi Dong's sarcastic words pierced Yu Xiaojiang's heart and her own heart like a sharp blade. Her heart ached, but she also felt a sense of revenge. Yu Xiaojiang felt so ashamed after being humiliated by Bibi Dong, but he still suppressed his inner anger and forced a smile. Pope, to be honest, I have accepted a gifted disciple who also has twin martial spirits. That's why I came to ask you for advice. Really? The person you're talking about should be Tang San, right? So you already know. Bibi Dong suddenly stood up and said seriously. Yu Xiaojiang, do you really not know what the twin martial spirits of blue silver grass and clear sky hammer mean? That child does have some connection with the Haotian sect, but he is not a member of the Haotian sect. Haha, you are still being conservative. Let me explain it for you. It means that he is the bastard offspring of Tang Hao and the 100,000-year-old soul beast Blue Silver Emperor. Can a monster born from the union of a soul master and a soul beast live in the human world? Yu Xiaojiang suddenly felt something was wrong. What do you want to do? Bibi Dong sneered. I have sent people to kill that evil creature. Perhaps he is already dead. Bibi Dong, how dare you attack Tang San? If anything happens to him, I will break up with you and become your and Spirit Hall's enemy. Yu Xiaojiang roared helplessly in front of his former lover to vent his anger. Bibi Dong was also angry. Yu Xiaojiang, we haven't seen each other for many years, and you actually want to break up with me just for a bastard. Are you really that heartless? Bibi Dong, take a good look at yourself. Over the years, Spirit Hall has indeed grown stronger under your leadership, but it has also done many evil things. Sometimes I even doubt whether you are still Bibi Dong. Yu Xiaojiang, I am in this today because of you. You cruelly abandoned me back then, and later disregarded ethics and morality to get together with your cousin. You are really a pair of bastards. I just want to torture you and let you watch your loved ones leave you one by one. First it was Tang San, then Liu Erlong, they all died a miserable death. Crazy. Bibi Dong, you are really crazy. Chapter 77. Yu Xiaojiang was about to leave when a guard suddenly came into the hall in a hurry. Get lost. Didn't I tell you that no one is allowed to enter the hall without my permission? Your Holiness, the two elders have returned and are waiting outside the palace. They said they have something important to report. Let them in. Yu Xiaojiang was not in a hurry to leave, as he wanted to hear what news they brought back. Bibi Dong looked at Yu Xiaojiang, with a hint of pride in her eyes. She also wanted Yu Xiaojiang to hear the bad news about Tang San. Yueguan and Guimei walked into the hall with heavy steps, looking a little panicked. Bibi Dong suddenly felt something was wrong. Two elders, what do you want to report? Please forgive us, Your Holiness. We failed to complete our mission. After hearing this, the stone in Yu Xiaojiang's heart suddenly fell. He looked at Bibi Dong, his eyes blazing with anger. Bibi Dong, the friendship between you and me ends here. If you dare to touch Tang San again in the future, I will definitely use all my strength to retaliate against you and the Spirit Hall. You are such a bastard, you dare to shout in front of me? Just watch carefully, I will definitely kill him. Get out of here now. Yu Xiaojiang glared at Bibi Dong, then left the Pope's palace without looking back. Looking at Yu Xiaojiang's gradually blurred back, Bibi Dong felt heartbroken. Seeing this, the two elders lowered their heads and dared not speak. Bibi Dong calmed down and asked what happened. The ghost replied, Your Holiness, we almost succeeded, but at the critical moment, Dugubo, Jian Daochen Xian and Ning Fengji appeared one after another, so we... Humph. Dugubo actually dared to wade into this muddy water, and Ning Fengji is really getting bolder and bolder. I'll put down the account between Dugubo and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. I will deal with them sooner or later. Bibi Dong suddenly thought of Xiaohan. What about Tianshui Academy? They don't have a titled Douluo level expert to back them up. Yu Guan bravely answered, Your Holiness, Xiaohan and I have some fate. I want to pull him into our Wuhuan Hall. Please give me some more time. Bibi Dong glanced at Yu Guan. If he can join the Spirit Hall, I can spare his life. I'll give you some more time. Thank you, Your Holiness, for your help. All right. The failure of this mission is not entirely your fault. Go down first. Yes. Yueguan and Guimei both felt fortunate. Unexpectedly, after the mission failed, Bibi Dong did not blame them. After the two elders left the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong came to the place where Yu Xiaojiang had stood before and inhaled the surrounding air hard, trying to feel the lingering breath of Yu Xiaojiang. Xiaogang, we haven't seen each other for so many years, why are you still so cruel to me? I really don't want to hurt you. When will you understand me and read my heart? Xue Qinghe led the Soul Master team and got closer and closer to Wuhuan City. When the Soul Master competition began, Xiao Wu's soul power had already reached level 39. On the way to Wuhuan City, she had been practicing hard, hoping to break through level 40 before the finals. On this day, Xiao Wu successfully broke through the bottleneck of level 40. She couldn't wait to tell Tang San the good news. Tang San was very excited. Great, you finally broke through level 40. When you get the spirit ring, our Shrek team will have another fighting spirit master, and our strength will be further improved. Brother, I don't need to hunt soul beasts to obtain the fourth soul ring. I can obtain it through self-condensation. There are too many people in the army. It is not appropriate to obtain the spirit ring directly here. I need to go out. I have been thinking about a question recently. Should I confess my true identity to everyone? Xiao Wu shook her head. Brother, let's not do it for now. We're about to enter the finals, and I'm afraid it will affect everyone's mood. But you can tell Erlong's mother first. Okay then. Tell her when you and teacher Erlong are out. Ah. Afterwards, Xiao Wu and Liu Erlong went out together and reunited with the team in Wuhuan City. With the fourth soul ring, Xiao Wu's soul power increased by 1 level, reaching level 41. The fourth soul skill is the Invincible Golden Body. This soul skill gives her absolute defense below the god level for 3 seconds and doubles her strength. Wuhuan City is not big, only 1/6 the size of Tiando City, but it gathers a large number of soul masters. Xiao Han and his group stayed in a hotel on the west side of Wuhuan City. There are 3 days of rest before the finals officially begin. During these 3 days, Xiao Han, Shui Binger and others adjusted themselves to the best condition. The long-awaited day has finally arrived. Early in the morning, all participating academies arrived at the competition venue under the guidance of specialists from the Spirit Hall. This competition venue is located in the center of Wuhuan City. The huge arena has a diameter of 100 meters. It is built entirely of granite and reinforced with huge soul guides. Each college has a separate rest area built around the competition venue, where students can watch the games of other colleges. There was a VIP judging seat on one side of the competition venue, where representatives from the 2 empires and some elders from the Spirit Hall were watching the game. There is also an auditorium, but there are not many seats and it can only accommodate a few thousand people. Only soul masters can enter the venue to watch the game. Directly in front of the stadium is the Pope's Palace. This place is less than a kilometer away from Pope Hill. The Spirit Hall has posted an announcement that the final 3 will be held in the square in front of the Pope's Palace. At that time, Pope Bibi Dong will appear in person and present rewards to the final champion. There are only 5 rounds in the finals, and there will be a day of rest and adjustment after each round. There are a total of 33 participating teams in addition to the 3 seeded teams that were admitted. The 2 major empires of Tiando and Xinglua have 15 teams each. The first round of matches was held today. 3 seeded teams received a bye, and the remaining 30 teams will compete for 15 qualifying spots. In this round of competition, Jinshui College's opponent may be any team except the 3 seeded teams. The cruel knockout system, where 1 game decides the outcome, will surely make each team fight harder. Soon, Lin Jiruo brought back the draw results. Jinshui College's opponent today is the College of Botany. In the qualifying match, when the Botanical College met the Jinshui College, they voluntarily withdrew from the game. This was their first encounter in this Soul Master competition. The process of the finals is simpler and more direct. After a cardinal briefly introduced the participating teams and matches in the first round, the competition began directly. The main players of the Botanical College are all girls, and their strength is not very strong, so Lin Jiruo did not send Xiao Han to play. Under the leadership of Shui Binger, Jinshui College easily defeated the Botanical College. Jinshui College won first place in the Tiando Division qualifying round. According to the bye rules of the finals, after winning the first round, they had a bye in the second round and directly entered the third round. Chapter 78. Jinshui College had a bye in the second round. In the second round, all 3 seeded teams defeated their respective opponents. The overall strength of the Wuhuan Hall Academy team is quite good. The team has 3 War Soul Kings above level 50, and the other 4 main forces are all War Soul Sect members above level 45. Therefore, their performance has attracted much attention. However, in this round of competition, the Spirit Hall team did not send out Yan, Xiao Yu and Hulaina, and the 3 of them did not even show up on the field. With only 4 main players and 3 substitutes, they easily won the game. Soon, the third round of competition arrived. According to the rules of the competition, the second-ranked teams in the Tiando and Xinglua Empire divisions will have a bye, and the other 8 teams will participate in the knockout rounds. The winners will advance to the 4th round as the top 6. The competition entered the third round, and there were almost no weak teams left. Therefore, no matter who Tianshui College's opponent is today, Xiao Han will play. Not long after, Lin Jiruo came back with the drawing results. Kids, your opponent today is a seeded team, Xingluo Royal Academy. After hearing this, Xiao Han was a little surprised. Why is it Xingluo Royal Academy? Excluding the 2 teams with byes, there are only 7 teams left. It's possible to draw anyone. What? You don't want to face them? No, I was just asking. Xiao Han knew that according to the original plot development, Shrek Academy would encounter Xingluo Royal Academy. Maybe it was because of his appearance that affected the development of things. Lin Jiruo continued. In the 3 previous Soul Master competitions, Xingluo Royal Academy won the championship once. Although they are a royal team, the players are all capable, unlike the noble children of Tiando Royal Academy. As a seeded team, the overall strength of Xingluo Royal Team is the strongest in the Xingluo Empire division. In the last game, they were reserved and did not send out all the main players. As far as I know, there are 6 Soul Masters in their team, and the Captain Davis and the Vice-Captain Zhu Zhuyun are close to the strength of Soul Kings. So, you must take this game seriously and don't be careless. Understand? In this match, Xue Wu will rest, while Xiao Han and the other 6 main players will play. Afterwards, Lin Jiruo also made tactical arrangements. Soon, the referee announced today's matchups and order of appearance. The match between Tianshui College and Xingluo Royal College was ranked first. Shrek Academy and an academy from the Star Luo Empire were ranked second. Blazing Academy and Thunder Academy were ranked third. The Spirit Hall Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy were ranked fourth. The matchup between the 2 seeded teams is exciting to look forward to. Today, the 3 Soul Kings of the Spirit Hall team have appeared on the field, and they should all participate in the battle. The competition has not officially started yet, and all participating colleges are waiting in their respective areas. Each of the winning teams today has the potential to become their own team's opponent in the top 6, so they will watch the upcoming matches carefully, trying to learn as much as possible about their opponent's strengths and weaknesses. After learning that Xingluo Royal Academy's opponent was Tianshui Academy, Dai Mubai was somewhat disappointed and felt unwilling. He was eager to defeat his brother Davis to prove that he was no worse than Davis and regain his position in the Xingluo Royal family. He knew that in front of the powerful Tianshui College, the Xingluo Royal College had little chance of winning. If Xingluo Royal Academy loses, then they will have no chance to meet. Damn it! Why didn't we from Shrek Academy run into them? Boss Dai, what's wrong with you? Another important purpose of my participation in the Soul Master competition is to defeat Xingluo Royal Academy and join forces with Zhu Qing to defeat Davis and Zhu Zhuyun. It seems that there is no chance anymore. Boss Dai, what's going on? Now that things have come to this, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Next, Dai Mubai told Tang San and the others the reason why he and Zhu Zhuqing came to the Tiando Empire. Tang San comforted, I never thought that your 2 families would have such cruel competition rules. Since you can't change this fact, just accept the arrangement of fate. As long as you defeat stronger opponents and win the Soul Master competition, it can also prove your and Zhuqing's strength. Third brother is right. It's just right. We can first see how Tianshui Academy will deal with the martial soul fusion skills of the White Tiger and the Nether Spirit Cat. Well, we also have to prepare for the possibility that our opponent is Tianshui College and see how much trouble the Nether White Tiger can cause them. Dai Mubai nodded slightly, and felt better. Following the referee's announcement, the participating students from Tianshui College and Xingluo Royal College slowly walked into the competition venue. The attention of several members of the Spirit Hall Academy team was instantly attracted to the competition venue. Look, the male player from Tianshui College finally appears. I heard that guy is the strongest student in the Tiando division, and his team is also very strong as a whole. They have never lost in this Soul Master competition. Listening to his teammates' discussions, Yen smiled disdainfully. How strong can they be? That's because they haven't met our Spirit Hall Academy team yet. That's right. The final champion will definitely belong to our Wuhuan Hall Academy. Hulaina stared at the arena and said, Brother, Yen, have you two forgotten the instructions of Ghost Elder so quickly? If we don't win the championship, we will be thrown into the Death Canyon. The Tianshui team is the biggest obstacle for our Wuhuan Hall team to win the championship. With 3 Soul Kings and 5 Soul Masters, their overall strength is not inferior to ours at all. Don't underestimate the enemy. When mentioning Death Canyon, Yen and Xiao Yu both trembled with fear. Nana, aren't you worrying a little bit unnecessary? With your and the captain's spirit fusion skills, we will definitely win. Shut up, just watch the game. Yan said nothing more and turned his attention to the competition. Xiao Han's appearance caused a sensation. The Soul Masters who were watching the battle began to discuss. Isn't Jinshui College a women's college? How did a male student sneak in? Is there something special about him? In the first round, he didn't play, but this time he was able to play against the stronger Xingluo Royal Academy. He must have some strength. In this Soul Master competition, both the Jinshui team and the Xingluo Royal team are very strong, but there can only be one winner, so the outcome of this game is hard to predict. The game is about to start, watch carefully. On the arena with a diameter of 100 meters, players from both teams arranged their respective formations. Chapter 79. On the Xingluo Royal Academy side, Davis and Zhu Zhuyun stood at the front of the team, and the other 5 stood in a row behind them. Before going on stage, Xiao Han told Shui Binger and the others to try their best to stop Davis and Zhu Zhuyun from working together to perform the martial arts fusion technique. If they succeed, he will be the one to deal with it. In the arena, Davis looks very similar to Dai Mubai, but he is a little taller than Dai Mubai. There was arrogance in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Han. A male student actually sneaked into Jinshui College. Did you get in through the back door? Xiao Han smiled disdainfully and retorted. You are in your 20s, using the best training resources of the royal family, but you haven't even reached level 50. Are you a waste? How dare you insult me? Understand that this is Wuhuan City, not your Xingluo Empire. Your identity as the Prince of Xingluo is nothing here. Xiao Han's words left Davis speechless. He glared at Xiao Han, wishing he could tear him to pieces. Zhu Zhuyun touched Davis lightly. Forget it, don't bother with him. I'll teach them a lesson later. Although Zhu Zhuyun's tone was light, her eyes were full of provocation. Xiao Han would not tolerate it just because she was a woman, so he retorted again. It's still unclear who will teach whom a lesson. To tell you the truth, I've beaten Dai Mubai before, but I felt sorry for Zhu Zhuqing and let her go. You two are not much stronger than them, so don't be so arrogant. I'll beat you up again later. You. Zhu Zhuyun's face turned red with anger and she said no more. Before the game between the two sides officially started, a strong smell of gunpowder filled the field. Xiao Han did not deliberately suppress his voice when talking to them. The hearing of Soul Masters is much better than that of ordinary people. Dai Mubai and Tang Sen all heard their conversation. Xiao Han's mocking words to Davis and Zhu Zhuyun were like a cold blade piercing Dai Mubai's heart. Dai Mubai was extremely angry and clenched his fists. Damn it, you're insulting me again. I won't be a human being if I don't take revenge. At this moment, the referee's voice came through the loudspeaker. This match is between the Jinshui College team and the Xingluo Royal College team. The loser will be eliminated directly, and the winner will enter the top 6. You can release your martial spirits. The match will officially begin in 1 minute. Davis and Xiao Han looked at each other, and their eyes suddenly became domineering. Brothers, activate the martial spirit. Following Davis's roar, the 7 members of the Xingluo Royal Academy simultaneously released their martial spirits and spirit rings. As Lin Jiruo said, there were 6 4-ring soul masters and only 1 3-ring soul lord in their team. Davis and Zhu Zhuyun stood at the front. They had the most powerful aura and the strongest fluctuations in soul power. They indeed had strength close to that of a soul king. There is no doubt that this is the strongest opponent that the Jinshui College team has encountered so far in this Soul Master competition. But they were not panicked at all. Xiao Han, Shui Binger and others also released their martial spirits, bringing even more shocking effects. The 5 soul rings burning on Shui Binger's body were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black. What is even more shocking is the spirit ring on Xiao Han. The moment the 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, purple, black and black appeared, there was a cry of surprise from the audience. The male student from the Jinshui College team turned out to be a battle soul king. The 2nd soul ring has reached the 1,000-year level, and the 4th soul ring has reached the 10,000-year level. A war soul king who possesses 2 10,000-year soul rings at the same time, this is too explosive, right? No wonder she was able to enter Jinshui Women's College. She is indeed extraordinary. Seeing the scene on the field, the members of the Spirit Hall Academy team were all stunned. They had a bye in the first round and did not show up on the field. Jinshui College had a bye in the second round. Therefore, this was the first time they saw the Jinshui College team releasing their martial spirits and spirit rings on the stage. Yan, Xiao Yu, and Hulaina learned about the strength of Jinshui College from Guimei. However, after seeing Xiao Han's spirit ring configuration with their own eyes, they still found it unbelievable. Yan grinned. That kid actually has 2 10,000-year spirit rings. But I still firmly believe that the final championship belongs to our Spirit Hall Academy. Hulaiina's gaze became even more fierce. That's right, no matter what, we will definitely win the championship. The other 5 girls in the Qianshui College team all have the best spirit ring configuration of yellow, yellow, purple and purple. The Ice Bow and Ice Phoenix flashed with cold light, emitting a biting chill that made the opponent shudder. Before the game officially started, the overall momentum of the Xingluo Royal Academy team suddenly dropped. Davis and Zhu Zhuyun then realized that the young man in front of them was not bragging, and he really had the ability to beat Dai Mubai. How is this possible? He's not even 20 years old yet and he's already broken through level 50. Even though the facts were right before their eyes, Davis and his colleagues were reluctant to believe it. Game start. With the referee's announcement, this eye-catching game finally began. Binger, make a quick decision. Understand. As the first soul ring suddenly flashed, Shui Binger instantly activated her first soul skill, Freeze. At the same time, Xiao Han spread his icy wings and soared into the sky. A layer of crystal-clear blue ice instantly enveloped all 7 members of the Xingluo Royal Academy team. Xiao Han swooped down from the air, and the 5th soul ring on his body flashed at the same time. Blizzard arrows shot out from the air and headed straight for the arena. Bang! Bang! Relying on their strong souls, Davis and Zhu Zhuyun were the first to break through Shui Binger's ice blockade. Just as they were preparing to launch an attack, a whirlpool of blizzard suddenly appeared overhead, overwhelming the sky. The entire arena was suddenly submerged by the blizzard. The temperature around the arena suddenly dropped, and the soul masters who were watching the fight also felt the chill. Those with lower soul power were shivering from the cold. Xiao Yu and several other teammates also launched an attack. In the ice and snow storm, dense and cold snow blades and water blades cut towards the people of the Xingluo Royal Academy team. Not only did the 7 people have to resist continuous attacks and the invasion of cold air, but their strength was also restricted. Davis didn't expect that Xiao Han had such a powerful 10,000-year soul skill that could directly change the combat environment. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Zhuyun, use your special move. Just as Davis and Zhu Zhuyun were preparing to work together to perform the soul fusion technique, an ice blue halo with Shui Binger as the center suddenly spread out in all directions and directly hit Zhu Zhuyun. Davis reacted quickly, using the power of his legs to leap into the air. But what greeted him was a whistling ice arrow. There's no chance to use the martial soul fusion technique. Boom! The powerful ice blue arrow hit the huge white tiger, and the moment the two collided, a deafening sound was heard. Davis was knocked out by the shock wave generated by the explosion, and fell heavily to the edge of the ring, spitting blood. Chapter 80. Dai Mubai has always dreamed of defeating Davis, but he wanted to do it with his own strength rather than having others do it for him. After all, Davis is his brother with the same blood. The 2 brothers were beaten by the same person, and Dai Mubai felt even more aggrieved. Seeing Davis's miserable condition, Dai Mubai was furious. Damn you, Xiao Han! I must kill you. Davis, Zhu Zhuyun, what are you 2 doing? Why didn't you perform the martial soul fusion technique earlier? Tang San patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder and comforted. Boss Dai, it's useless to be anxious now. They didn't understand Xiao Han's spirit skills and were caught off guard, so they didn't have time to perform their spirit fusion skills. The people nearby were silent. In fact, everyone knew very well that even if Davis and Zhu Zhuyun could successfully perform the martial soul fusion technique, they would not be able to defeat the Qianshui College team. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were both thinking in their hearts, if they met the Qianshui team, would they repeat the mistakes of Davis and Zhu Zhuyun? Under Xiao Han's suppression, would they be able to work together to perform the martial soul fusion technique in such a short time? As Davis was knocked out of the ring, the people of the Star Luo Royal team lost their backbone and suddenly panicked. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Zhuyun was also knocked out of the ring by Shui Binger. The rest of the people were also blasted out one after another by Shui Yu and others. The Xingluo Royal Academy team, which had 6 members from the Fighting Soul sect, only lasted a few minutes on the ring before being completely defeated by the Qianshui Academy. The Soul Masters who were watching the battle were all shocked by the strength of Qianshui College. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and people were amazed at the strength of Qianshui College. It's unbelievable that the Qianshui College team defeated the Xingluo Royal team so easily. You know, the Xingluo Royal team has 6 members from the Fighting Soul sect. Yes, especially Xiao Han, who used 2 10,000-year soul skills at the beginning, catching the Xingluo Royal team off guard and directly determining the outcome of the game. But then again, the Xingluo Royal team is too dependent on Davis and Zhu Zhuyun's martial soul fusion skills. Once they are unable to perform them in time, the strength of the entire team will be greatly reduced. That's right. Although the martial soul fusion technique is powerful, it also requires tacit cooperation and timing among team members. It is not always possible to achieve what you want. It seems that this year's Soul Master competition is really full of hidden talents. The overall strength of the Qianshui Academy team is not inferior to the Wuhuan Hall Academy team with 3 Battle Soul Kings. Speaking of the Spirit Hall Academy team, they have yet to fully demonstrate their strength. I wonder what kind of match it will be when they face off against Qianshui Academy. After witnessing the entire process of the game, everyone on the Spirit Hall Academy team realized that Qianshui Academy should not be underestimated. Yan, who had been very arrogant before, now became serious. This year's Qianshui team is quite powerful, stronger than I thought. That's right, especially Xiao Han. His 2 10,000-year spirit skills are a huge threat. If our 2 teams meet, the first one we have to deal with is him. Hulaina reminded. There is still a Soul King in their team who has not yet played. Although she is a supporter, we still cannot be careless. The Xingluo Royal Academy team lost the game, which meant they were eliminated, and their journey in this Soul Master competition came to an end. The Qianshui College team successfully advanced to the top 6. Amidst cheers, Xiao Han and his companions walked out of the competition venue. They did not leave the stadium, but returned to the Academy's spectator seats. There are 3 games left, and the 3 winning teams may become their opponents in the next round. The next group of matches began. The Shrek Academy team's opponents were not very strong. Although all the Shrek's 7 devils were on the field, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqin did not perform their spirit fusion skills. However, they still defeated their opponents and successfully advanced to the top 6. Next is the showdown between Thunder Academy and Blazing Academy. In the preliminaries, Thunder Academy defeated Blazing Academy. In the qualifying match, Lei Dong, the vice-captain of Thunder Academy, was severely injured by Dai Mubai and has been unable to play until now. But relying on the brutal attacks and the air advantage of Yu Tianxin and the Thunder Eagle Spirit Master, after a fierce battle, they finally defeated Blazing Academy and advanced to the top 6. The next set of matches is attracting much attention. The Wuhuan Hall Academy team will face another seeded team, the Tiando Royal Academy team. All the teams that advanced to the top 6 did not leave, and they all wanted to understand the true strength of the Spirit Hall Academy team by watching this game. On the Qianshui College team's side, everyone was staring at the field intently. Xiao Han knew that Hulaina and Xiao Yu, the brother and sister, could work together to perform the martial arts fusion technique, Demon Charm. Within the control range of this skill, everyone's senses will be reduced by 50, soul power will be suppressed by 50, and all actions will be sluggish by 50. In addition to these 3 negative states, only Xiao Yu and Hulaina can see things within the range of the enchanting red fog, and no one else can peek into the situation inside the red fog. Although this martial soul fusion technique is powerful, it also has great flaws. It has a limited range and cannot threaten soul masters with air superiority. Moreover, its negative status will also be imposed on its own soul masters. This means that when the brother and sister use this soul skill, they cannot cover the entire field with a restricted range. Shui Binger and Xue Wu's soul fusion skill, Snow and Ice, can cover the entire field and has a very strong freezing restriction effect. Therefore, Xiao Han is confident that he can defeat the Spirit Hall Academy. Under the gaze of the crowd, a total of 14 members of the Spirit Hall Academy team and the Tiando Royal Academy team entered the competition venue and slowly walked towards the competition arena. The Spirit Hall team walking in the front were Xiao Yu, Hulaina, and Yan. The 3 of them looked confident and calm, and caused a sensation as soon as they appeared on the stage. These 3 were the best of the Spirit Hall's golden generation. They were personally awarded the Spirit Hall's Purple Record Medal by Pope Bibi Dong, and they are also the youngest Spirit Masters to receive this honor. The Spirit Hall team will definitely win. The champion belongs to Spirit Hall. The Soul Masters from Wuhuan City cheered for them. Tiando Royal Academy was led by Yu Tianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and they felt a strong sense of oppression. The pressure came from both the Spirit Hall team and the audience. Shui Binger stood beside Xiao Han and asked softly. Xiao Han, is the black-haired girl in the Tiando team the Yi Lingling you mentioned before? Yes, that's right, it's her. Chapter 81. As a seeded team, the Tiando Royal Academy team had a bye in the first round, and the opponents in the second round were not strong, so Yi Lingling did not play. This is her first time standing on the stage of the finals. At the referee's announcement, the game begins. Members of both teams released their martial spirits and spirit rings. Xiao Yu, Yan and Hulaina, who were standing at the front of the team, each had 5 soul rings flashing with yellow, yellow, purple, purple and black. The other 5 people all had 4 soul rings flashing yellow, yellow, purple, and purple. Without exception, they all have the best soul ring configuration. Although they had heard about it before, Yu Qianheng and his companions were still frightened when they saw it with their own eyes, and the overall momentum of the team was weakened a bit. Among the Spirit Hall team, Hulaina was the first to take action. A layer of light red light emerged from her body, and the moment that charming gaze touched Yu Qianheng, he hesitated for a moment. Everyone, be careful not to look into her eyes. By the time Yu Qianheng reacted, it was too late. The 5 spirit rings on Hulaina flashed at the same time. As the soul rings fluctuated one after another, the red light on her body became stronger and stronger. Xiao Yu brandished the 2 blood-red moon blades in his hands. At the moment of collision with Hulaina, a red light curtain suddenly spread and exploded, covering half of the arena in the blink of an eye. The 7 members of the Tiando royal team were all enveloped in the red light. Is that a martial soul fusion technique? Seeing that scene, Shui Binger blurted out. Xiao Han nodded. Yes, it's a martial soul fusion technique. The martial soul fusion technique of the brother and sister seems to have restrictions on teammates, so the 5 people dare not get close. Yen originally stood with Xiao Yu and Hulaina. When the brother and sister activated the fusion, he consciously took a few steps back and came to the other 4 teammates. None of the 5 of them seemed to have any intention of taking action. A red light flashed, and Xiao Yu and Hulaina suddenly turned into a person with long flowing hair who looked neither male nor female while spinning. The man's hair turned red and he held 2 huge moon blades in his hands. This is their martial soul fusion skill, Demon Charm. In the rich red light, the figure of the red-haired demon moved. The 7 members of the Tiando royal team could not see their opponents clearly in the red light and were like lambs to be slaughtered. Figures were thrown out one after another, and blood splattered everywhere. Soon, only Yu Qianheng and Dugu Yan were still struggling. The soul masters who were watching the battle were also unable to see clearly what was happening inside the red light from the outside. Suddenly, Dugu Yan was also blasted out, spitting blood. Yen. Seeing the miserable state of his granddaughter, Dugu Bo was burning with rage and wished he could rush up and kill the red-haired monster immediately. The red light curtain faded away without warning, and the red-haired monster turned back into Xiao Yu and Hulaina. Yu Qianheng was still standing on the ring, but his body was covered with wounds and he was shaking constantly. Since you are a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, I will spare your life. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, he gently swung the moon blade in his hand, and Yu Qianheng fell to the ground. After doing all this, Xiao Yu, Hulaina and Yen looked towards the Tianshui College team almost at the same time. Xiao Yu and Yen made a gesture of wiping their necks towards them. Faced with their provocation, Xiao Han unceremoniously raised his middle finger, and then turned his thumb upside down to point to the ground. Seeing Xiao Han's actions, the 2 guys looked at each other, confused. Shui Yuer asked curiously. Xiao Han, what do you mean? It means they are not very good, very weak. Do they understand it? It doesn't matter. It's just to mess with their mentality. Compared to the crushing of the Xingluo Royal College team by the Tianshui College team, the Wuhuan Hall College team performed more domineeringly. Although they were on the field with all their main forces, only 2 of them took action and completely defeated their opponent. Of course, the strength of the Xingluo Royal team is incomparable to that of the Tiando Royal team. Most of the Soul Masters watching the game believed that the Tianshui College team had the strength to compete with the Wuhuan Hall College team for the championship. The top 6 finalists have all been announced. Before the 4th round of matches begins, each team will have 1 day to rest and adjust. The next day, the draw results for the top 6 teams came out. Tianshui College vs Kamikaze College. Shrek Academy vs Thunder Academy. The Spirit Hall Academy faced off against the 2nd-ranked academy in the Star Luo Empire division. Feng Xiaotian found Xiao Han and felt a little depressed. We at the Kamikaze Academy were unlucky to have been drawn against your Tianshui Academy. If we had been drawn against the Lei Ting, Shrek, or Xing Luo Academy, we would have been able to make it to the final 3. Just accept your fate. It's good that you didn't get drawn into the Spirit Hall team. That's it. Who wants to fight with those cruel guys? Feng Xiaotian felt his scalp tingling when he thought of Xiao Yu and Hulaina's soul fusion skills and the miserable conditions of the Tiando Royal team. Feng Xiaotian knew that with the overall strength of their team, it would be impossible to defeat the Spirit Hall team. He has the ability to fly and has powerful self-created soul skills, so he is naturally not afraid of the 3 War Soul Kings. However, he didn't want to see his teammates being abused. Good brother, only 2 people from the Spirit Hall team took action yesterday. Their strength is unfathomable. You will definitely meet them in the final showdown. Be prepared in advance and don't let those 2 guys complete the spirit fusion technique. Xiao Han leaned close to Feng Xiaotian's ear and whispered, Brother Feng, to tell you the truth, Bing'er and Xuewu also have martial soul fusion skills, which are more powerful than those two people's demon charms. Really? Feng Xiaotian looked at Xiao Han with some surprise. I knew you were holding back. Hey, it looks like the self-created spirit skill I've been holding back for so long won't be of any use. Don't be discouraged. That's your painstaking work. It will definitely be useful in the future. By the way, are we still going to play tomorrow's game? Feng Xiaotian chuckled. Of course we have to play, just treat it as a friendly match, you know. Okay, let's just have some fun then. Xiao Han understood what Feng Xiaotian meant. He wanted to take this opportunity to promote the relationship between the players of the two academies. Shrek and his group felt much more relaxed when they learned that their opponent in the next round would be Thunder Academy. They were lucky and didn't encounter any strong opponents along the way. The Fire-type Soul Master has a strong control over Tang San's Blue Silver Grass Martial Soul. Yesterday, Thunder Academy defeated Blazing Academy and eliminated it directly. In the promotion match, Shrek Academy defeated Thunder Academy. In the next round of competition, the level 43 Control-type Soul Master from Thunder Academy was still unable to play. The overall strength was weakened, and he could not pose a threat to Shrek Academy. From this point of view, the final three teams have basically been determined in advance, namely the Spirit Hall Academy, Jianshui Academy and Shrek Academy. The next day, the fourth round of competition began. As the opponent withdrew from the competition, the Spirit Hall team directly advanced to the top three. Shrek Academy defeated Thunder Academy again and advanced successfully. The duel between Jianshui College and Kamikaze College was more like an exhibition match, and ended happily with Jianshui College winning. The fifth round is approaching. The remaining three teams are only one step away from the final championship. Chapter 82. At that time, Bibi Dong will watch the game in person and present awards to the final champion. The night before the competition, Xiao Han was resting in his room when suddenly an uninvited guest came. A white shadow quietly entered through the window, scaring Xiao Han. When I looked carefully, I found that the person coming was Elder Ju Yuguan. It turned out to be Elder Ju. Boy, aren't you afraid of me? Of course I'm not afraid. Killing me is as easy as crushing an ant. If you really wanted to kill me, I would be dead now. Yuguan smiled softly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. What do you think of my last proposal? I know you want me to join the Spirit Hall for my own good, so that I can save my life. However, due to my personal reasons, I cannot join the Spirit Hall before graduation. However, we can be friends first. Yuguan smiled. Okay, let's talk about it after you graduate. By the way, how did you get that magical herb? I got it by accident in Sunset Forest 2 or 3 years ago. Sunset Forest? I didn't expect that a magical herb called Qirong Tongtianju would grow in that soul beast forest. You are destined to meet it. This may be fate's arrangement. Did you know Qirong Tongtianju 2 or 3 years ago? Yes. I have been interested in flowers and plants since I was a child. I learned a lot about rare flowers and plants through the Illustrated Guide to Immortal Herbs. After hearing this, Yuguan was shocked. Have you read the Illustrated Guide to Immortal Herbs? To be honest, I asked Prince Xue Qinghe to borrow it from your Spirit Hall. The one he gave me was not the original, but a copy. Xiao Han deliberately let Yuguan know that he had a special relationship with the fake prince. I see. Yuguan nodded slightly, as if thinking about something. As Bibi Dong's confidant and one of the elders of the Spirit Hall, he also knows that the current Xue Qinghe is Qian Renxue in disguise. He guessed that Xiao Han had already gained Qian Renshue's trust, so Qian Renxue helped Xiao Han get such a precious book as Illustrated Book of Immortal Herbs. Thinking of this, Yuguan felt a little relieved. Even if Xiao Han does not join the Spirit Hall now, as long as he helps Qian Renxue, he will not become the enemy of the Spirit Hall. The final showdown will take place tomorrow. Are you ready? Of course, we are here for the championship. Champion? I'm not trying to discourage you. You haven't seen the true strength of the Spirit Hall team. They are determined to win the championship. I don't want to see you get hurt because of challenging them. Xiao Han smiled disapprovingly. Do you think so badly of us? You are indeed very strong, and your personal strength is even above theirs. But you have also seen that Xiao Yu and Hulaina have powerful martial arts fusion skills that you cannot crack at all. To tell you the truth, the championship reward prepared by the Spirit Hall for this Soul Master competition is 3 valuable soul bones, and those 3 soul bones will not fall into the hands of outsiders easily. Elder Ju, thank you for telling me the truth. However, we still want to fight for it. You are indeed quite proud, I didn't misjudge you. I wish you good luck. However, I still have to remind you to do things within your ability and don't force yourself. Okay, I get it. I'm leaving now. Don't let anyone know that I came to see you. Before Yu Guan finished his words, he turned into a shadow and disappeared out the window. The bright and brilliant sunshine falls on the earth, as if coating every inch of land with a layer of dazzling golden glow. Under the sunlight, the Pope's palace on the top of the mountain appears even more solemn and magnificent. In front of the Pope's palace, a wide avenue paved with bluestone leads directly to the foot of the mountain, with the palace guards standing in neat rows on both sides. They stood tall and straight with resolute faces, dressed in bright silver armor and holding heavy knight swords in their hands, adding a bit of majesty to the Pope's mountain. Today, the final top 3 will compete in the square in front of the Pope's palace. Early in the morning, the 3 teams came to the square in front of the Pope's palace and waited quietly. The teams that had been eliminated were not qualified to watch the game, and the teachers of the 3 colleges and Shueqinghe were not allowed to stand in the square. They could only wait and watch the game outside the square. There were 21 team members standing in the square. The 7 members of the Spirit Hall Academy team all had confident looks on their faces, and seemed determined to win the championship. The Qianshui College team and the Shrek 7 Devils were both relatively low-key. No one looked at each other, just waiting quietly. Xiao Han is the only substitute player on the field. He will replace the main player Qiu Ruoshui. Finally, a group of 12 people came out from the side door of the Pope's palace. The red robes they wear symbolize their status as cardinals. The 12 cardinals walked to the door of the Pope's palace and stood on the left and right, 6 on each side. His Majesty the Pope has arrived. Long live, long live, long live. The loud cheers like a tsunami resounded throughout the Wuhuan city. The door of the Pope's palace slowly opened, and everyone's attention was unconsciously drawn over. I saw a woman wearing a golden long dress, a purple gold crown on her head, holding a scepter in her hand, with a solemn face and noble temperament walking out of the Pope's palace. This woman is none other than Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. There were 4 people following Bibi Dong. Elder Zhu Yueguan, Elder Ghost Guimei, Jian Douluo, and the Honorary Elder of the Spirit Hall Ning Fengji. See Your Majesty the Pope. At this moment, all the people belonging to the Spirit Hall knelt on one knee and saluted their Pope. In the square, the 7 members of the Spirit Hall Academy team also knelt down. However, the 7 members of the Shrek 7 Devils and the Qianshui Academy team did not kneel down. Xiao Han already knew that those people from Shrek would not kneel down. Therefore, before going on the court, he specifically told his teammates not to kneel. Bibi Dong looked at the 14 people standing in the center of the square, her face expressionless. However, those people in the Spirit Hall glared at this group of young spirit masters. A cardinal said angrily, "How dare you? How dare you disrespect His Holiness the Pope?" Bibi Dong raised her hand and signaled the cardinal to shut up. Then, she swept her eyes over the 14 people and found Xiao Han at a glance. Xiao Han stood too conspicuous when standing with the 6 girls. "Are you Xiao Han, who was admitted to Qianshui College as an exception?" "Yes, His Majesty the Pope." Bibi Dong nodded slightly. As an unrivaled powerhouse, she could naturally feel that Xiao Han's strength was definitely not inferior to the 3 geniuses of the Spirit Hall. "Very good, you are indeed different." Then, Bibi Dong set her sights on Tang San. "Are you the master's disciple Tang San?" "Yes, you really have some of the character of your teacher back then." "I dare not compare myself with the teacher." Bibi Dong didn't say anything else. She waved the scepter in her hand, signaling those people from the Spirit Hall to stand up. Those people stood up and waited for her opening speech. Chapter 83. Bibi Dong's eyes swept across the 21 people in the center of the square. "You are all the best in this year's Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Competition. In front of the Pope's palace, I hope to see all of your talents and strengths. The final winner will receive generous rewards from the Spirit Hall." After Bibi Dong finished speaking, she gently waved the scepter in her hand, and 3 points of light appeared in front of her. The light instantly magnified and floated in the air. It's 3 soul bones. It is not difficult to tell from the shapes that the one that flashes light blue is the head soul bone, the fiery red one is the right arm soul bone, and the dark green one is the left leg soul bone. The quality of those 3 soul bones is good, and they all come from soul beasts above the 10,000-year level. Their appearance instantly attracted the attention of the soul masters present. Soul bones are rare and precious, and can only be found by chance. Many soul masters never own a soul bone in their entire lives, including some at the titled Douluo level. The ghost standing behind Bibi Dong suddenly said. These 3 soul bones are the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, the right arm bone of exploding and burning flames, and the left leg bone of chasing the wind at high speed. They are all from 10,000-year-old soul beasts. Among them, the spirit skull is from a soul beast that is as old as 50,000 years old. It was obtained by the previous pope who personally killed a soul beast. It can be said to be a top-grade soul bone. Bibi Dong took over Gue Mei's words. There will only be one winner in the end. These 3 soul bones will belong to the champion team. I hope that all 3 of your academies will go all out to win this honor. Looking at the 3 soul bones, everyone on the field was very excited. The 3 soul kings from the Spirit Hall Academy had red glowing eyes, their fighting spirits were high, and they couldn't wait to start the competition. Bibi Dong continued. This morning, each of your 3 teams will send out 7 players to compete in the individual elimination match. The winning team will take the lead and directly enter the final tomorrow. The 2 losing teams will compete for another spot in the final in the afternoon. The match will begin soon, and you can send out the first player to play. The rules of the semi-final competition were decided by Bibi Dong on the spur of the moment. Except for the Spirit Hall Academy, the other 2 academies were not aware of it. Yu Xiaogang reacted quickly and his face changed drastically. The knockout round is the same as the promotion round, with 3 teams participating together, which is most disadvantageous to Shrek Academy. There are 3 War Soul Kings in the Wuhuan Hall team and the Qianshui team, and the other team members are all at the Soul Master level. Due to the huge gap in overall strength, the Shrek 7 Devils had no chance of winning in a one-on-one elimination match and could only participate in the afternoon showdown as losers. Moreover, when competing with powerful opponents like Xiao Han, Shui Binger, Yan, Xiao Yu, and Hulaina, the risk of Shrek team members getting injured is greatly increased. After the elimination rounds in the morning, there will be a team battle in the afternoon, which is a great test of both physical strength and mental strength. Even if we manage to win, we will have to face the team that is well rested and advanced early tomorrow morning, and we will have no chance at all. Yu Xiaogang thought of a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He voluntarily withdrew from the elimination round and entered the loser group, allowing the Wuhuan Hall Academy and Qianshui Academy to compete against each other. Both academies are very strong, and they will definitely fight to the death for the chance to advance directly. If they both lose, Shrek Academy will reap the benefits no matter who advances. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogang suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Your Holiness, please wait a moment. I have something to say." Everyone's attention was interrupted by Yu Xiaogang's sudden words. Bibi Dong was slightly stunned, looked at Yu Xiaogang, and said calmly, "Master, what do you want to say?" Yu Xiaogang bowed in the direction of Bibi Dong. "Your Holiness, we at Shrek Academy will give up the first half of the elimination match and voluntarily enter the losers bracket finals this afternoon." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar at the scene. The Shrek 7 Devils were all surprised. They had not expected this, but they reacted quickly. Tang San and a few others looked at each other and understood what Yu Xiaogang meant. Behind Bibi Dong, a barely perceptible smile appeared on Ning Fengji's face. Obviously, Yu Xiaogang made a very wise decision. The 3 War Soul Kings of the Spirit Hall team all looked stunned. Before arriving at the Pope's Palace Square, they received instructions from Bibi Dong to find ways to kill Tang San on the stage when facing him in the knockout round. Although the Soul Master competition has clear regulations prohibiting killing, accidents are inevitable. This is the territory of the Spirit Hall, so if someone is killed, then that's it, and no one dares to hold them accountable. Tang San is the son of Tang Hao and has twin martial souls. If he is not restrained, he may become the next Douluo. Bibi Dong would never allow this to happen. No matter what means she used, she must kill Tang San in advance. But she didn't expect that Yu Xiaogang would do such a thing, which disrupted her plans in an instant. From the preliminaries to the promotion rounds, and then to the finals, voluntarily withdrawing from the game is allowed. Bibi Dong was unable to refuse Yu Xiaogang's proposal, so she could only change the plan and let the 3 heroes of the Spirit Hall eliminate Tang San in the next game. "Master, are you sure you want to give up the game and go directly into the loser group?" "I am very sure." "Okay then. Shrek Academy will give up the competition and enter the loser group." As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking, the attention of the people from the Spirit Hall shifted to the 7 people from the Qianshui team. Yan, Xiao Yu, and Hulaina also stared at them closely, with provocation in their eyes. Xiao Han, Shui Binger and others immediately felt a strong hostility, but they did not retreat. "Don't be afraid, sisters. The championship will definitely be ours." Xiao Han's voice was low, but it revealed his unquestionable determination, which instantly perked up the girls. After Shrek's 7 men left the stage, only 14 people were left in the square. Yan from the Spirit Hall team stood up. He was ready for battle and looked very confident. Suddenly, Xiao Han raised his right hand. Your Holiness, I also have something to say. Xiao Han, do you guys want to give up the game too? Bibi Dong's gaze fell on Xiao Han again with a smile on her face. If Xiao Han voluntarily withdraws from the competition on behalf of Tianshui College, Wuhandian College will be able to directly enter tomorrow's final as the winner. Yu Xiaogang and the people from Shrek suddenly became nervous again. They didn't have much chance of winning after competing against the undefeated Tianshui Academy and Wuhandian Academy. Yan looked at Xiao Han and grinned, as if saying, "Are you scared too?" Just when everyone thought that Xiao Han would also propose to withdraw from the competition, he said something that shocked the whole audience. Your Holiness, we will not give up the game. I just have a suggestion. Our Tianshui Academy team is composed of all ice and water attribute spirit masters. That flame right arm bone is obviously not suitable for us. If we can win the final championship, can you replace it with a suitable spirit bone for us? Chapter 84. Xiao Han's words shocked everyone present. Who would have thought that this young man would dare to make such a request to the Pope? Lin Jirua and Ding Zhao were both very frightened. Xue Qinghe glanced at the calm and composed Xiao Han with a hint of admiration in his eyes. This young man was becoming more and more courageous. What Xiao Han said made sense, but most people would never dare to speak like this to the high and mighty Pope Bibi Dong. Everyone looked at Bibi Dong, wondering how she would react. Bibi Dong just smiled slightly and did not blame Xiao Han. Although the young man was cocky, he was not arrogant, and his proposal sounded reasonable. Xiao Han, it seems that you are very confident in winning the championship of this Soul Master competition. However, you must at least enter the final tomorrow to be eligible to make such a request. Your Holiness, do you agree? Bibi Dong nodded slightly. If you can defeat the Spirit Hall Academy team next time, you can directly enter tomorrow's finals, and I will prepare a spare soul bone for you in advance. Thank you, Your Holiness, for your help. Okay, let's start the game. As the first person to fight from the Spirit Hall Academy team, Yan has already arrived at the center of the square. The square is the arena for the final three. It is paved with extremely hard stones and is more solid than an ordinary arena, strong enough to withstand attacks from soul masters below the soul sage level. This round of competition is somewhat different from the promotion round. Although they are both knockout rounds, there is no need to arrange the player's appearance order in advance. It can be determined based on the opponent's appearance. Xiao Han knew that Yan's soul power had reached level 52, and his martial soul was the Fire Lord, with dual attributes of fire and earth. His attack power was powerful and difficult to deal with. So, he was the first to go on stage. In the center of the square, Xiao Han and Yan stood face to face. Yan has fiery red hair, his body is covered with flame patterns, and a hot aura emanates from him. Completely different from Yan, an extremely cold aura emanated from Xiao Han. A battle between ice and fire is about to begin. Everyone is looking forward to this matchup. The game begins, you can release your martial spirits. Following the referee's command, Yan suddenly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be two burning flames dancing in his pupils. All the muscles in his body tensed up, and then, a surge of soul power surged out from his body. Along with a roar, a huge flaming figure took shape behind him. The flaming figure was several feet tall, as if made up of rocks and flames, emitting suffocating heat. Facing such a powerful aura of the fire element, Xiao Han seemed unusually calm. He slowly raised his hands, and a faint blue light began to spread around his body, and a crystal clear bow shadow gradually emerged. Its entire bow is made of extremely cold ice, emitting a faint blue light and exuding a chilling chill. Ice and fire confronted each other, two completely opposite elemental forces formed a sharp contrast in the center of the square, and the air was filled with a tense and exciting atmosphere. Yan suddenly said, "Boy, you have the guts to challenge our Spirit Hall Academy team. However, I will definitely defeat you, and the final champion will definitely belong to our Spirit Hall Academy." Really? The game hasn't even started yet, stop talking nonsense. Just make your move. Looking for death. Yan roared and launched the attack first. As the fifth soul ring on his body suddenly flashed, Yan directly used his 10,000-year soul skill, Flying Sand and Wild Flame. Above the square, a vortex of red flames was like a giant net, pressing down on the sky and the earth. As soon as this 10,000-year-old soul skill was released, the entire square seemed to be enveloped by a fiery force from ancient times. The red vortex of flames, accompanied by violent sandstorms, erupted like a volcano, engulfing everything around it in red. In the center of the flame vortex, the temperature was extremely high and there was a crackling sound. The students who were watching the battle could feel the terrifying power contained in a vortex of fire even though they were hundreds of meters away. That flame was even stronger than Ma Hongjuan's evil fire. They all showed shock on their faces and retreated one after another, fearing that they would be hurt by the remaining power of the vortex of fire. Sand and flames intertwined together to form an unstoppable destructive force, which pressed toward Xiao Han with a whistling sound. Yan knew that Xiao Han had the ability to fly, so he planned to block Xiao Han's way from the beginning and suppress him in this small space. Faced with the overwhelming flying sand and raging flames, Xiao Han did not retreat. The blue light surrounding him became more intense. The Jinbing bow and arrow was ready in his hand, with the arrow pointed at the center of the vortex of fire. Xiao Han's fifth soul ring began to shine. The fifth soul skill, Blizzard Arrow, is activated. A breathtaking chill burst out from the Jinbing bow and arrow, facing the raging torrent of flames. With the release of the Blizzard Arrow, the temperature above the entire square dropped sharply, and the hot atmosphere that was originally filled with Yan's flying sand and raging flames was dissipating at an alarming speed. The chill brought by the blizzard arrows met the violent heat waves of the vortex of fire in the air. The two collided with each other and produced astonishing energy fluctuations. Above the square, frost and flames intertwined to form brilliant colors, including the red of flames and the blue of ice and snow. Ice and fire. The two collided in the air, making a deafening crackling sound, as if even the space was distorted by this force. Although Yan's flames were extremely violent, Xiao Han was immune to the flames and was not afraid at all. Moreover, his power of ice is even stronger with the blessing of the eight-angled mysterious ice grass. After encountering the blizzard arrows, the flame vortex's originally unstoppable offensive began to weaken. The red flames gradually dimmed under the erosion of the pure ice, and the sand and gravel in the flames also lost their original sharpness due to the low temperature. When the blizzard met the vortex of fire, although its power was weakened, it still brought a chill that could not be underestimated, attacking Yan's body. Seeing this, Yan's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that Xiao Han's fifth soul skill was so powerful that it could compete with his fire and earth power. He hurriedly mobilized the soul power in his body, trying to strengthen the power of the flame to resist the invasion of cold air. The third soul skill, Hellfire, is activated. This is Yan's amplifying soul skill, which instantly increases the power of fire by 100. However, just as he had activated this soul skill, an ice blue arrow suddenly exploded less than a meter away from him. Countless tiny ice chips attached to the surface of his body the moment they touched his body, and quickly wrapped him up completely. This is exactly another 10,000-year soul skill that Xiao Han has unleashed, the Ice Explosion Arrow. Chapter 85. Those tiny shards of ice weren't just physically attached, they seemed to be eating away at the heat in his body, making his movements slow and clumsy. What kind of soul skill is this? Yan was extremely shocked. He had never met an opponent who could restrain his fire attributes so well. At this moment, he seemed to be imprisoned in a cage made of ice. Xiao Han didn't give Yan any chance to breathe. His figure flashed and he leaped lightly into the air, and the Jinbing bow in his hand once again condensed a dazzling blue light. End it! Xiao Han put away the ice crystal arrows and used the huge ice bow to directly hit the frozen Yan. Yan tried his best to break free. However, it was too late. The moment the ice shattered, the huge ice bow hit Yan hard, and the huge force directly blasted him out of the competition area in the center of the square. At this moment, the entire square fell into deathly silence. The cardinals of the Spirit Hall, the teachers and players of the academy team were all staring at this scene in amazement. None of them had expected that the young man in front of them could defeat Yan so easily. You know, in the Spirit Hall Academy team, Yan's overall strength is the strongest. Lin Jirua and Dean Zhao smiled at each other, their eyes full of relief and pride. Fortunately, when Xiao Han attacked and blasted Yan out of the ring, he retracted the ice crystal arrow in advance and did not hurt Yan, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Witnessing Yan's failure with her own eyes, Bibi Dong's face remained calm, as if she had expected all this. She looked up at Xiao Han in the center of the square, and their eyes met. Xiao Han did not deliberately avoid Bibi Dong's gaze. The moment the two looked at each other, Xiao Han felt as if he was fixed in place, and his soul seemed to be torn away from his body. This suffocating feeling lasted only 2 seconds and then quickly disappeared. Such a strong mental power, is this the strength of a peerless Douluo? Xiao Han secretly marveled at Bibi Dong's strength. Yan stood up slowly, with a mixture of hot and cold aura coming from his body. He also knew that Xiao Han had shown mercy to him just now. Boy, you are indeed very strong. But I still say that the final champion must belong to our Wuhuan Hall Academy team. After Yan finished speaking, he retreated to his teammates. Hu Liena and Xiao Yu looked at each other. Brother, let me go first and let him experience the power of my charm skills. Well, then be careful. The game continues. Yan's defeat put the Spirit Hall Academy team in an unfavorable situation, but they were not discouraged. Instead, an even more fanatical fighting spirit was ignited in their hearts. Hulaina slowly walked toward Xiao Han in the center of the square. Suddenly, the teacher of the Spirit Hall Academy team stood up. He looked in the direction of Bibi Dong and bowed. Your Holiness, on behalf of the Spirit Hall Academy team, I request to give up the elimination round and voluntarily enter the losers group semifinals. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene and everyone was confused. Who could have thought that the Spirit Hall Academy team, which was most favored to win the championship, would simply give up the competition? The cardinals' faces showed disbelief and anger. Hulaina stood there in a daze, turned around to look at their teacher, and also felt incredible. Bibi Dong smiled and nodded. She was not angry about the teacher's decision, but was satisfied because she had other plans in mind. Okay then. Just concentrate on preparing for the semi-final match against Shrek Academy this afternoon. Nana, come back. Yes. Hulaina looked at Xiao Han unwillingly, then stepped back. Bibi Dong then announced, as the winner of the individual elimination match, the Jinshui Academy team will directly advance to the final tomorrow morning. The Wuhuan Hall Academy team and the Shrek Academy team will compete in a team battle for the other spot in the final. Upon hearing this result, the teachers and students of Jinshui University were excited. They can take advantage of the situation and prepare for the final battle tomorrow. Shui Binger leaned close to Xiao Han's ear and whispered, Xiao Han, you are amazing. After seeing your strength, they actually gave up the game on their own initiative. I guess this is what Bibi Dong meant. They are giving up strategically in order to preserve their strength and defeat Shrek Academy in the afternoon match. Yeah, I guess that too. At Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaogang's face turned pale. He originally thought that the Wuhuan Hall team and the Jinshui team would fight to the death and both sides would suffer losses in order to directly advance to tomorrow's final. Unexpectedly, the arrogant Spirit Hall Academy team would voluntarily withdraw from the competition. Now, Shrek Academy is facing even greater pressure. After everyone left, Bibi Dong called Hulaina, Xiao Yu and Yen into the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong's eyes swept across the three of them. Yen lowered his head and didn't dare to look at her, as if he was blaming himself for his failure. Water and fire restrain each other. Whoever is stronger will be the winner. After all, Xiao Han has two 10,000-year spirit rings, and his total spirit power is higher than yours. Yen, it's normal for you to lose to him, so don't blame yourself. Adjust your mentality and prepare for the afternoon game. Yes, Your Majesty the Pope. Yen felt better. Bibi Dong continued. It was my idea to give up the individual elimination rounds, so you don't have to think too much about it. Nana, I've tested it, and Xiao Han's mental strength is definitely above yours, and your charm skills are not enough to threaten him. Even if you and Xiao Yu can defeat him through round-robin battles, there is still a War Soul King with the top beast Spirit Ice Phoenix behind you. Instead of fighting them to the death, it is better to conserve your strength, defeat Shrek Academy first, and then defeat them with the Spirit Fusion technique tomorrow. The three of them looked at each other, and then they understood what Bibi Dong meant. As the captain of the team, Xiao Yu stood up and said confidently, Your Holiness, please rest assured that we will definitely defeat those two academies and live up to your expectations of us. Jinshui College is regarded by them as the biggest threat on the road to winning the championship. They never took Shrek Academy seriously, thinking that Shrek Academy was lucky and only encountered weak teams. Bibi Dong suddenly became serious. I called you three here not to explain to you why I gave up this game, but to remind you not to underestimate Shrek Academy. Hulaina asked in confusion. Teacher, there is not a single Soul King in their team, and there are only 3 Soul Masters. The others are all Soul Lords. Are they really that strong? Of course. Because their team leader is the theoretical master Yu Xiaogang. I know him better than anyone else. With him around, everything is possible. Yes, we understand. We will definitely keep your teachings in mind. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Bibi Dong's face. There is one more important point, don't forget it. Understand. Bibi Dong gave the 3 of them a secret mission, to eliminate Tang San in the competition. Giving up the individual confrontation with Jinshui College is just to be able to face off against Shrek College and implement this plan. Moreover, Bibi Dong was secretly competing with Yu Xiaogang in her heart, wanting to see Yu Xiaogang and Liu Erlong being frustrated. Chapter 86. The pressure on teachers and students of Shrek Academy has doubled. If the Wuhuan Hall team and the Jinshui team both go all out to fight for a place in the final, no matter which side loses, there will be huge losses. All members of the Shrek team are healthy, so they will be more confident in facing a team that is not in undefeated form in the afternoon match. However, things did not develop as they imagined. Although Yan from the Spirit Hall team lost to Xiao Han, he was not injured. The remaining 6 main players did not play, and all of them were able to play in the semi-finals in the afternoon in their best condition. This is a huge challenge for Shrek Academy. After returning to the hotel, Yu Xiaogang gathered a few people together. The development of the matter was beyond my expectation. I didn't expect that the always proud Bibi Dong would take the initiative to give up the competition. Teacher, are you saying that it was Pope Bibi Dong's idea to abandon the competition? That's right. Without Bibi Dong's permission, the teacher leading the Spirit Hall Academy would never dare to make the decision to abandon the competition in front of those elders. I see. It looks like they want to conserve their strength to deal with us. Yu Xiaogang nodded and sighed. Xiao-san, you're right. In fact, I'm more worried that the person they really want to deal with is you. Teacher, you don't have to worry about me. With Uncle Ning, Douluo and Senior Duga here, they can't do anything to me. What's more, there is my father. After encountering the crisis of being ambushed, Tang San mentioned to Yu Xiaogang that his father Tang Hao might have been watching him secretly. Yu Xiaogang said, okay. Anyway, you have to be careful during the game. Okay, I know. Yu Xiaogang felt relieved and continued. This afternoon's game will be a huge challenge for you. What do you think? Several people looked at each other. As the captain of the team, Dai Mubai was the first to stand up. Master, the Spirit Hall team is too strong. We have to go all out this time. Zhu Qing and I will no longer hold back on our spirit fusion technique. With Rong Rong and Xiao Ao's full support, we will definitely catch them off guard. As the soul of the team, Tang San continued. In the previous games, in addition to the support capabilities of Rong Rong and Xiaoao, we also have 3 killer weapons. Oscar was a little confused. Third brother, where are the 3 trump cards? Isn't it just the martial soul fusion skills of Dai Laoda and Zhu Qing, and the 7-in-1 fusion? The 7-in-1 fusion was an inspiration that Yu Xiaogang stole from the 7-in-1 fusion of Canhui Academy. He used the assistance of Ning Rong Rong and Oscar as the fusion center to fuse the soul powers of the Shrek 7 devils into one. Although it is not a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique, it also has enormous power. Tang San smiled coldly. I have another killer move, which is to use the fragments of my external soul bone, the 8 spider lance, to launch a sneak attack. Third brother, what exactly does this mean? Be more specific. It is to combine my superb concealed weapon skills and use the spider spear fragments containing poison to sneak attack the opponent. What? Isn't this self-harm? Like Xiao Wu, everyone was shocked by Tang San's idea and a little worried about him. Tang San's external soul bone is connected to his body and is a part of him. If the spider spear breaks, it will cause him great pain. They had all seen that happen firsthand. Tang San smiled disapprovingly. Don't worry about me. I've experienced that kind of pain twice, and I've already adapted to it and can bear it. Besides, with Uncle Ning here, the pain will only be short-lived. Having said that, several people were still a little worried. Yu Xiaogang said, Xiao-san, do you have a plan for the afternoon's game? Ah. Tang San nodded slightly, and then said. The strongest killer move of the Spirit Hall team should be Xiao Yu and Hulaina's spirit fusion skill, Demon Charm. But the coverage of that skill is limited, and it will also impose the same restrictions on teammates. When they launch this spirit skill, the 6 of you use Xiao Ao's flying mushroom sausage to rise into the air, and I will contain their spirit fusion skill and consume them. Xiao Wu said hurriedly. Didn't senior brother Qin Ming say that in that red light fog, soul power, vision and senses will be restricted? Brother, it is too dangerous for you to do this. Yes, third brother, this is too dangerous. Tang San smiled confidently. Don't forget, I can not only protect myself with the 8 spider lance, but I also have the purple demon eye, ghost shadow steps, and the ability to locate the location by sound. The amplification of my 8 spider lance should be able to offset the amplification of the brother and sister's martial soul fusion skills. If that doesn't work, I will use the spider spear fragments to sneak attack them. Yan is protected by fire and rock, so my spider spear fragments may not be able to hurt him. Then, he will be handed over to you guys to deal with. Seeing that Tang San had made up his mind, the others didn't say anything more. Don't worry, Zhu Qing and I's martial soul fusion skills are more than enough to deal with Yan. Yes. If we can defeat the Spirit Hall Academy this afternoon, we will have a chance to defeat the Tianshui Academy tomorrow using the 7-in-1 fusion. After hearing Tang San's words, they all gained confidence. They simultaneously stretched out their right hands, overlapped them, and shouted loudly. Shrek will win. Looking at the confident Shrek's 7 devils, Yu Xiaogang was very pleased. Then follow Xiaoson's plan. I believe you can defeat those 2 academies and win the final championship. Time soon came to afternoon. The Spirit Hall's Pope Bibi Dong, the cardinals, Ning Fengji, Jian Douluo, Dalu, as well as teachers and students from the 3 academies, once again came to the square in front of the Pope's palace. Jinshui College advanced to tomorrow's final match in advance and is eligible to watch the semi-finals of the other 2 colleges. Shui Binger stood beside Xiao Han and asked softly. Xiao Han, which of these 2 teams do you think will win? Maybe Shrek. Do you think highly of them? Well, the Spirit Hall Academy might underestimate the enemy. The Shrek team was holding back in the previous match, and Tang San might use some underhanded tricks to catch them off guard. Tang San is indeed a sinister person. In the center of the square, 2 teams stood opposite each other, and both sent out all their main forces. Xiao Yu raised a disdainful smile and deliberately provoked. 3 Soul Masters and 4 Soul Lords, you dare to challenge us with such a lineup? You really overestimate your abilities. My moon blade is eyeless, and I will not show mercy to you. Dai Mubai retorted. Humph. If you were really that powerful, you wouldn't have abandoned your weapons and become a deserter in front of Tianshui College. Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you. The 2 sides were on edge and the atmosphere was extremely tense. This is bound to be a fierce competition. Chapter 87. Following the announcement from the cardinal referee, the 14 people in the center of the square all released their martial spirits and spirit rings. Xiao Yu and Hulaina moved quickly. Acting with them was a soul master whose martial spirit was a golden scepter. The fighting soul sect held the golden scepter high in his hand, and 2 golden rays of light fell on Xiao Yu and Hulaina respectively. The 2 of them spun quickly, and in the blink of an eye they completed the martial soul fusion technique, transforming into a red-haired monster. Red light emanated from the red-haired monster and spread towards the direction of the Shrek team, instantly enveloping all 7 of them. Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaogang, Flanders, and Liu Erlong were all shocked. With the help of the assistant, the martial soul fusion skills of Hulaina and Xiao Yu will not only be faster, but also more powerful. This was beyond their expectations. Enshrouded in red light, Shrek and his companions instantly felt their movements slowed down and their senses restricted. The only one who was not affected too much was Tang San. In order to deal with the restrictions of the red light fog, Tang San released the soul bone attached to his 8th spider lance in advance to increase his power. He knew that it was no longer a secret that he possessed an external soul bone, and the Spirit Hall team must have known about it in advance, so there was no need to hide it deliberately. Tang San reacted quickly, swung out 6 blue-silver grasses to wrap around the waists of his 6 teammates, and threw them into the air. The red-haired demon laughed disdainfully. Do you think you can escape my control like this? The red-haired monster is controlled by Xiao Yu. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, the red light became more intense and suddenly spread into the air, covering all the people in the low sky in just a moment. If you want to escape from our control, you can't escape unless you have the ability to fly. Tang San smiled coldly. You will be disappointed. We happen to have the ability to fly. While Tang San was talking to Xiao Yu, Oscar was frantically making flying mushroom sausages. At this time, he had created 6 flying mushroom sausages. Third brother, it's okay. Tang San exerted force violently, using the blue-silver grass to send his 6 teammates to a higher place. The moment he left the range of the red light, Oscar quickly threw 5 flying mushroom sausages to his 5 teammates in the air, and he also ate one himself. A strange scene appeared. The 6 people in the air all stretched out pale pink wings from behind and flew up. Those wings are condensed from soul power. In previous games, Oscar rarely played and only provided recovery services to his teammates. Therefore, the Spirit Hall was not very familiar with his soul skills and did not expect that he could provide his teammates with the ability to fly. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu gained the ability to fly and suddenly gained air superiority. Although the other 5 members of the Spirit Hall had all reached the soul sect level, their attacks could not pose a threat to Shrek and his companions in the air. However, there is also a soul master with the ability to fly in the Spirit Hall team, and her spirit is the golden-waisted flying swallow. The golden-waisted flying swallow spirit master tried to fly into the sky to fight. But as soon as he flew up, he was besieged by Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu. Although Ma Hongjun is only at the soul master level, the power of the evil fire cannot be underestimated. Coupled with the extremely fast Xiao Wu, the power of the golden-waisted flying swallow soul master alone is not enough. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing attacked Yan at the same time, but they did not use the martial soul fusion technique. They just feinted to distract Yan's attention. Several people in the air were trying to buy time for Tang San. Although Xiao Yu and Hulaina's martial soul fusion technique is powerful, it also consumes a huge amount of their soul power. Tang San wanted to hold them back in the red mist until their remaining soul power was insufficient to support the martial soul fusion technique, and it was automatically released. Once the martial soul fusion technique is released, the two soul kings will no longer be a threat. In that case, Dai Mubai and his companions would be able to deal with Yen with the assistance and amplification of Ning Rongrong. Tang San's plan seemed to be perfect, but Xiao Yu would not let him succeed easily. For Xiao Yu, now was a great opportunity to kill Tang San. Xiao Yu held two huge moon blades and slashed towards Tang San. After a few rounds, he was surprised to find that Tang San's speed did not seem to be restricted much, and he was still able to handle it with ease. Xiao Yu's speed was already very fast, but Tang San's ghostly steps always allowed him to dodge his attacks. Even though the huge moon blade chopped on the spider's legs, leaving scratches, it did not cause any substantial damage to Tang San. Now, Xiao Yu was a little anxious. He came here with a secret mission and would never let Tang San escape this disaster easily. You are faster than I thought, but do you think you can dodge it like this? Let me show you my self-created soul skill, Full Moon. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, the soul power in his body surged even more, and the two huge moon blades in his hands began to spin wildly. Then, his entire body disappeared, as if he had merged with the two moon blades and turned into a huge white disc. The white disc flew towards Tang San at an astonishing speed. Tang San was shocked. He didn't expect that Xiao Yu actually had his own soul skills. With the enhancement of the martial soul fusion technique, Yuanyue is faster and more powerful. Tang San felt an unprecedented pressure and quickly stretched out his 8 spider lances to block it. Bang! Bang! The two front spider legs were cut into pieces the moment they touched the white disc, and an intense pain spread throughout the body. Tang San could feel his blood flowing out of the broken spider leg. But, he didn't have time to think about it, because Xiao Yu was obviously coming for his life. In a hurry, he dodged and used the remaining 8 spider lance to block the attack of the white disc. Boom! 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 3 more spider legs were chopped off. Before, Tang San's spider legs were also broken when he fought against Huo Wu and Xiao Han. At this moment, the pain he felt was several times more intense than before. Damn it! That guy really wants to kill me. No! I can't give in. Tang San dodged and blocked, black light surged in his left hand, and the clear sky hammer was released, surging against the wind. When he released the clear sky hammer, 2 more of the spider's legs were cut off. What? Tang San roared, concentrated all his strength, and smashed the clear sky hammer towards the white disc. Boom! The moment the two collided, a deafening sound broke out. Tang San was blown away by the powerful shock wave, and the moment he landed, he used his only remaining spider leg to hold on to the ground. The red light mist suddenly disappeared. The red-haired demon split into 2 and turned back into Hulaina and Xiao Yu. Both of them looked pale and were panting. Obviously, their remaining soul power is not enough to support the martial soul fusion technique. The auxiliary soul master of the Spirit Hall team raised the scepter in his hand again, and 2 golden rays of light fell on Xiao Yu and Hulaina respectively. Xiao Yu looked at Tang San, who was covered in blood and had a pale face, and grinned. Among the 7 members of the Shrek team, only Tang San was brutally abused. You lost, you little jerk. You lost miserably. Tang San raised his mouth, unwilling to be outdone. Really? You are the losers. Before Tang San finished his words, he mobilized all the remaining soul power in his body and used the Tang Sex Batwing reincarnation technique to throw out a handful of spider spear fragments. As soon as he launched the sneak attack, he vomited blood and collapsed powerlessly. Chapter 88. Although Tang San fell down, he still had a smug smile on his face. He didn't care about the pain in his body because his sneak attack plan had succeeded. Suddenly, Hulaina's body trembled slightly, and then she staggered uncontrollably. She felt her arms go numb and there was a tingling sensation. Nana, what's wrong with you? As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, he felt pain in his arm. Is this poisoned? Before he could react, the teammate holding the scepter behind him fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, 3 other teammates also fell down. Nana, please sit down and regulate your breathing. Xiao Yu and Hulaina quickly sat down, trying to use the remaining soul power to resist the invasion of the poison. The other side. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing never gave up the fight with Yen. This was the Shrek team's battle plan, which was to contain Yen. Seeing his teammates falling one after another inexplicably, Yen became a little panicked. While Yen was distracted, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing activated their soul fusion skill, Netherworld White Tiger, and with the help of Ning Rongrong's amplification, they pounced towards Yen fiercely. Ma Hongjun also took the opportunity to launch an attack from the flank. Oscar and Xiao Wu hurried back to Tang San. "Brother, how are you?" "I am fine." Tang San lay on the ground, half closed his eyes, and squeezed out a few words in pain. The two men helped him up. Oscar took out the big recovery sausage he had just made and gave it to Tang San to eat. Although Xiao Yu and Hulaina tried their best to resist the invasion of the poison, it was of no avail. When they used the martial soul fusion technique, they consumed a lot of soul power. They were not in a completely victorious state and could not stop Tang San's spider poison at all. In just a minute or two, their faces turned from pale to purple-black. Seeing this scene, Yu Guan, Guo Mei, and the cardinals of the Spirit Hall all showed anger on their faces. The teacher leading the team from the Spirit Hall Academy suddenly shouted. "I protest, the Shrek Academy team used poisonous hidden weapons to injure people. This is cheating." Yu Xiaogang stood up and responded, "Tang San used his own soul bone fragments and did not use any external objects. This is completely in line with the rules of the competition." What Yu Xiaogang said makes sense. The Red Cardinal referee glanced at Bibi Dong and didn't say much. Dugu Bo suddenly said, "Your Holiness, I need to remind you that Tang San's spider venom is a mixed toxin. Even I can't cure it. Only he can cure it. If this continues, I'm afraid that there will only be one member of the Golden Generation left." Bibi Dong's twin martial souls are both spiders, so she certainly knows how powerful spider venom is. No matter how unwilling she is now, she has to give up this game. She may not care about other people's lives, but she will definitely ensure Hulaina's safety. In her heart, Hulaina is not only her beloved disciple and heir to the throne of the Pope, but also more like a daughter. She would not just watch Hulaina get into an accident. "Stop the game, Spirit Hall Academy has lost Tang San, quickly detoxify them." Yen stopped fighting with Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun, and looked at Tang San with unwillingness. He never thought that Tang San would use such a sinister method to reverse the situation. Dai Mubai and his companions surrounded Tang San. Seeing his miserable condition, I felt so distressed. "Xiao San, you have suffered. Third brother." Tang San smiled. "Don't be sad, we won the game, this little pain doesn't matter." Ning Fengji behind Bibi Dong whispered, "Pope, Tang San is seriously injured and there is no way to detoxify them. Let me treat him first." Bibi Dong didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Afterwards, Ning Fengji released the 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial spirit, and a colorful light floated out from the pagoda and landed on Tang San. Tang San suddenly felt less painful, and he stood up and slowly walked towards the people from the Spirit Hall team. He picked up a piece of spider spear fragment from the ground, walked to Xiao Yu, and stabbed the fragment into Xiao Yu's shoulder. Xiao Yu's complexion began to change, and the purple-black color gradually faded away. Afterwards, Tang San used the same method to detoxify Hulaina and several others. While detoxifying several people, Tang San took the opportunity to absorb their vitality. Except Xiao Han, no one knew about Tang San's despicable behavior. Looking at the situation on the field, Xiao Han reminded, "Binger, you must be careful when we face Shrek Academy tomorrow. If his spider spear breaks, you can use ice to protect everyone. I will blast him out of the ring immediately." "Well, you're worried that he'll use the same trick, right? Well, I won't let him hurt you, and I won't let him detoxify you." Xiao Han knew that the Shrek team had kept the 7-in-1 fusion until now just to use it against them. It is not difficult to crack the 7-in-1 fusion. Just destroy it in advance and prevent them from performing it. If the 7-in-1 fusion cannot be performed, Tang San will use insidious means. Xiao Han will not let his plan succeed. After Tang San had detoxified several people from the Spirit Hall Academy, he was helped off the competition venue by Dai Mubai and others. Yu Xiaogang, Flanders, and Liu Erlong hurried forward to greet them. "Congratulations, kids. You did it. You made it to the finals and are one step closer to the championship." The Cardinal Judge then announced, "In the semi-finals, Shrek Academy won. Tomorrow morning, they will compete against Jinshui Academy for the final championship." The moment the referee announced that Shrek Academy had won, the square fell into deathly silence. Feelings of disappointment and unwillingness hung like a dark cloud over the hearts of every Spirit Hall member. Their faces were solemn and their eyes revealed a deep sense of frustration, as if they were unwilling to accept the defeat of the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation. But, in the end, I had no choice but to accept the reality. In this atmosphere of loss, the members of the Spirit Hall Academy were also taken away. With the elimination of the Spirit Hall Academy, the championship of this Soul Master competition became an internal struggle within the Tiando Empire. No matter who wins or loses, the championship will belong to the Tiando Empire. Bibi Dong stood on a high place, and although she maintained the majesty of the Pope on the surface, the turmoil in her heart was difficult to calm. The relationship between the Spirit Hall and the two empires gradually became delicate. The defeat of the Golden Generation was undoubtedly a major blow to the prestige of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong looked in the direction of the Shrek team and met Yu Xiaogang's eyes, revealing complex emotions. She was certainly disappointed by Shrek Academy's failure, but seeing her former lover leading the team to defeat the strong, she couldn't help but admire him a little. Xiaogang, you are still as outstanding as you were back then. It would have been great if you hadn't left Spirit Hall and me. Chapter 89. After returning to the hotel, Lin Jiruo gathered the team members together. Tang San used strange methods to poison and injure several members of the Spirit Hall team, which made Lin Jiruo worried. You all saw today's match. The result was beyond our expectations. Shrek Academy defeated the Spirit Hall Academy by defeating the strong with the weak. The key figure who turned the tide of the battle was Tang San. Although Xiaohan defeated him before, you must not be careless this time. Yu Heru said that Tang San is really insidious, just like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, making it hard to guard against him. Tang San is not the only one who is insidious. It is not without reason that they, the Shrek, call themselves monsters. To be honest, I would rather face the Spirit Hall team than them. Having witnessed today's semifinals, the girls were all somewhat afraid of Tang San's sinister tactics. Lin Jiruo continued. This is exactly what I want to remind you. You must be careful of Tang San. Among you, only Xiaohan can resist his poison attack. Therefore, after the game started, Xiaohan had to blast Tang San out of the venue as quickly as possible and not give him the opportunity to launch a poison attack. In addition, the martial soul fusion technique of the White Tiger and the Nether Spirit Cat should not be underestimated. With the lessons learned by the Xingluo Royal Academy team, they will definitely be able to display it more quickly. Binger tried her best to stop them and act according to circumstances, and Xuewu assisted Binger. Qingba, you are faster, so the food-type Soul Master who can provide your teammates with the ability to fly is given to you. Liu Yu, go deal with that 7 treasures glazed tower Soul Master and stop her from providing amplification to her teammates. Yu go deal with that agile attack rabbit. There is also a fire-type Soul Master with air superiority who is given to Hai Ro. Does anyone have any questions? Several people looked at each other, and Xiao Han reminded. Shrek Academy didn't encounter a very strong team in the finals. They were holding back on their strength and only used their spirit fusion skills today. I guess they have other big moves. Are there any other big moves? Yes. Yu Xiaogang has studied the theory of martial spirits for many years, so he should have some inspiration, but he has not yet demonstrated it. If I am not mistaken, the origin of their big move was the 2 auxiliary spirit masters. Shui Binger continued. Xiao Han is right. Today was Ning Rongrong's first time on the field, and she played a significant role. Her 7 treasures glazed tower may have other wonderful uses. Lin Jiruo nodded. No matter what, we must take the initiative into our own hands. No matter what they are going to do, we must stop them in advance and disrupt their plans. After the game officially begins, Binger will activate the freezing skill immediately, and you will find your respective opponents and resolve the battle in the shortest possible time. Clear. The other side. Yu Xiaogang also called the Shrek 7 devils to his room and arranged tactics for them for tomorrow. Kids, we are only one step away from the final championship. Do you all have confidence? Of course there is. Necessary. Shrek will win. The Shrek 7 devils were all very excited. Yu Xiaogang continued. After watching today's match, the people from Tianshui College should be on guard against Xiao San's poison attack and may spend a lot of energy on this issue. In this case, if you use the 7-in-1 fusion, you will definitely catch them off guard. They would never have thought that we still have a special trick to deal with them. Ma Hongjun was very proud, but Tang San was very cautious. He always felt that Xiao Han from Tianshui College was unfathomable and elusive. Although our 7-in-1 fusion is powerful, we only have one chance to use it. Therefore, we must succeed and not fail. The basis for success is that we must act faster than them and take the initiative. Yu Xiaogang took over the conversation. Xiao San is right. This is exactly what I want to remind you. Tianshui College's Captain Shui Binger has a group restriction skill, and it is an instant skill. You must complete the 7-in-1 fusion faster before she launches an attack, so that you can defeat them. The Shrek 7 Devils have all seen Shui Binger's freezing skill and know the power of that soul skill. She does have the power to stop them from performing the 7-in-1 fusion. Tang San said confidently, "You don't have to worry too much. If we are restricted and unable to successfully launch the 7-in-1 fusion, we can still deal with them like we did today against the Spirit Hall team. In the Qianshui team, except for Xiao Han, no one can resist my spider poison. Even if they have seen the power of my hidden weapon techniques, they cannot break it. After I hit those girls, the 6 of you can focus on dealing with Xiao Han alone." This is the second plan Tang San prepared for the team. He had seen all 5 of Xiao Han's soul skills, and didn't believe that Xiao Han's attack would be stronger than Xiao Yu's self-created soul skill, Full Moon. Xiao Wu felt a little sorry for Tang San. "Brother, if that happens, won't you suffer the pain of being torn apart again?" "It's okay. With Uncle Ning here, the pain will be short-lived. Look, I'm fine now." Everyone understood Tang San's good intentions. For the championship, he is not afraid of being abused, everything is worth it. Yu Xiaogang patted Tang San on the shoulder. "Then let's do as Xiao San said. It's getting late, you should all go back and get some rest." After leaving Yu Xiaogang's room, Tang San called Xiao Wu alone. "Xiao Wu, I may not have time to take care of you in tomorrow's battle, so you must protect yourself. Although you have taken Senior Dugu's elixir, excessive bleeding will also expose the spirit beast aura in you." "Well, I see. Bibi Dong is too powerful, and Wuhuan City is her territory. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. We are still young, and there will always be opportunities in the future. I promise you, I will kill her with my own hands and avenge your mother. Brother, don't worry, I won't be impulsive again. If we can defeat Qianshui College tomorrow and get the soul bone as the champion reward, we will leave Wuhuan City as soon as possible and seek revenge on Bibi Dong later." "Yeah. It's great that you think so." Time soon came to the next day. As soon as Xiao Han and the group from Qianshui College arrived at the square in front of the Pope's palace, they saw 3 people coming towards them. They are Xiao Yu, Hulaina and Yen from the Spirit Hall Academy. As one of the top 3 teams in the finals, Wuhundian Academy is qualified to watch the final showdown between Qianshui Academy and Shrek Academy. Yen looked at Xiao Han and said, "Xiao Han, His Holiness the Pope has specially prepared a right-arm soul bone for you as a spare reward. Although I lost to you before, I lost with all my heart. We all refuse to accept losing to the despicable Shrek Academy, and we hope you can beat them up for us and win the championship." Xiao Han smiled. "Thank you for informing us about the soul bones in advance. Unfortunately, you were tricked by the little scoundrels and cannot become our opponents. To be honest, those idiots from Shrek are not qualified to be our opponents. Don't worry, the championship will never fall into the hands of those clowns." Xiao Yu sighed, "We were also looking forward to a good fight with your Qianshui College, but we don't have the chance this time. That guy's spider venom is very strong, so you better take care of yourself." After saying that, the 3 of them left together. Xiao Han and his group continued to walk towards the center of the square. The Shrek 7 Devils were already waiting there. Chapter 90. The final between Qianshui College and Shrek College officially kicked off. The sunlight shining on the square in front of the Pope's palace added a bit of solemnity and dignity to this final showdown. The eyes of the Shrek 7 Devils were all focused on Xiao Han. They were once defeated by Xiao Han alone in the Tiando Division qualifying match, which was their most humiliating battle. In that game, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu and Tang San were all seriously injured. They had been waiting for a chance for revenge. Today, it's finally here. Dai Mubai said to Xiao Han. "Finally I meet you from Qianshui College again. Today I will make you pay for your blood debt with blood." Xiao Han smiled disdainfully and said sarcastically. "Relying on your netherworld white cat spirit fusion technique? You're still far from it. There's nothing to be proud of for using evil spirit masters to defeat the Spirit Hall Academy. With your strength, you are not qualified to be our opponent." Ma Hongjun was very unconvinced. "What did you say? Who is the evil soul master?" "One is a chicken with evil fire, and the other uses hidden weapons to attack. If they are not evil soul masters, what are they?" "You. Fatty, stop talking, adjust your state and prepare for the game." Ma Hongjun was about to say something but was stopped by Tang San. Tang San's face remained calm and he behaved very rationally. He doesn't want his emotions to affect his teammates' performance. The game was about to begin, and everyone looked at the 2 teams in the center of the square, looking forward to their showdown. In this Soul Master competition, Qianshui College has never lost a game and has been winning consecutively until now, almost crushing all opponents. They were facing Shrek Academy and had the advantage in spirit rings and total spirit power. However, Shrek Academy defeated the stronger Spirit Hall Academy yesterday, so it should not be underestimated. Bibi Dong looked at Yu Xiaogang, who looked calm, and thought to herself. Xiaogang, how are you going to deal with this time? Will it be as unexpected as yesterday? At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was a little flustered, but he just pretended to be calm. He knew that it would take time for Tang San and his companions to perform the 7-in-1 fusion, and it would be difficult for them to succeed if Qianshui Academy did not underestimate the enemy. Prepare for the competition. You can release your martial spirits. Following the referee's announcement, the 14 people on the field quickly moved. Among the 7 members of the Qianshui college team, Xiao Yu stood behind Shui Binger, and the other 6 stood in a row in front, all releasing their martial spirits and spirit rings. The Shrek 7 Devils did not form an orthodox lineup as they had done before. Instead, they quickly retreated and formed a circle as soon as the referee made the announcement. Ning Rongrong and Oscar stood at the innermost part of the circle, and the other 5 people quickly moved around them. None of the 7 of them released their martial spirits first, but strong fluctuations of soul power emanated from them, madly converging towards the center of the circle. What is this? Seeing that scene, Bibi Dong, Ning Fengji, Jian Douluo as well as the 2 elders Zhu and Gui and the cardinals of the Spirit Hall were all a little surprised. Even though they were knowledgeable, they couldn't understand what the Shrek 7 Devils were doing. Sisters, prepare to attack. Xiao Han shouted loudly. The 3rd and 4th soul rings on his body flashed at the same time, and as they rose into the air, they shot an ice-explosive arrow towards the center of the circle. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang's face changed drastically and he shouted angrily. Referee, I protest. The Shrek players have not released their martial spirits yet. The protest is invalid. The game time is up. It was their own mistake not to release their martial spirits. Boom! Before the cardinal referee finished his words, the ice arrow exploded. Under the huge explosive force, the formation of the Shrek 7 Devils was not broken up. The combined soul power released from the 7 of them was enough to resist Xiao Han's sudden attack, and they were able to barely stabilize the formation. However, this also consumed a lot of the soul power of the 7 of them. Tang San suddenly panicked. Even if he could perform the 7-in-1 fusion, the power would be greatly weakened due to the loss of total soul power. In this situation, he didn't have time to think too much. Change. Following Tang San's loud shout, the formation of the Shrek 7 Devils suddenly changed. It changed from the original circle to a vertical line. Tang San stood at the front, followed closely by Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Oscar suddenly hugged Ning Rongrong from behind, and when he was about to input soul power into her body, he suddenly felt his body out of control. It turned out that Shui Binger had activated the group restriction skill, Freeze. Not only Oscar, but the other members of Shrek were also frozen. They were all covered in a layer of crystal clear ice. The moment they were frozen, Shen Liuyu and Gu Qingba flashed out from the left and right and rushed directly to the rear of the team. They targeted Ning Rongrong and Oscar respectively. Boom! Boom! As the ice shattered, 2 powerful forces blasted Oscar and Ning Rongrong out of the competition venue respectively. If these 2 assistants are dealt with, the 7-in-1 fusion cannot be completed. The Shrek team lost its ability to fight in the air and could not gain any attribute enhancement. The sudden attack by the Qianshui team put the Shrek team into an extremely unfavorable situation. Ma Hongjun was the first to break free from the icy shackles by relying on his own evil fire. They were so close together that they were almost connected as one. Due to the weakening of the ice power by Ma Hongjun's evil fire, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also broke free from the shackles of ice. Prepare a second battle plan. As Tang San spoke, he quickly released his external soul bone and martial soul. Strands of blue-silver grass suddenly emerged from the ground and stabbed at Shui Binger and the others. Tang San tried to use this to interfere with the Qianshui team's attack and create opportunities for Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's spirit fusion technique. However, the girls were well prepared. They used a violent storm of ice and water blades to attack and easily chopped up the blue-silver grass. The moment they broke through the ice, Xiao Han also launched an attack. Countless ice-blue arrows shot towards Tang San and his companions like a meteor shower. Behind Shui Binger, Xiao Wu had quietly completed the preparations for the martial soul fusion technique. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, covering the entire square, and large flakes of snow fell. The temperature in the square dropped suddenly, and even those who were watching the game on the sidelines felt an unbearable chill. The biting cold kept attacking Tang San and his companions. With Shui Binger's control, large flakes of snow turned into a vortex of snowflake blades, cutting towards Tang San and his companions. This is one of the forms of the fusion skill of Xiao Yu and Shui Binger's martial soul, ice and snow Qiaoling. The snowflake blade vortex was spinning at an astonishing speed. Each snowflake was like a sharp blade, bringing with it a biting cold wind and a chilling murderous intent. It soon completely enveloped Tang San, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Only Ma Hongjun, who was flying at low altitude, escaped the disaster temporarily. They actually have spirit fusion skills. Seeing the scene on the field, Hu Laiina blurted out. Chapter 91. The sudden change on the field made everyone's eyes fixed on the swirling vortex of snowflake blades. Those who were watching the fight all had looks of disbelief on their faces. Bibi Dong frowned, she had not expected that Tianshui College actually had hidden such a powerful martial soul fusion technique. She glanced at Yu Xiaogang. At this time, Yu Xiaojiang's face was pale, his hands were clenched into fists, and he felt mixed emotions. The cold snowflake blade seemed to be cutting himself. He should have expected that Tianshui College also had soul masters who could perform martial soul fusion techniques. But, it's too late now. Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo looked at each other, and there was a flash of shock and regret in each other's eyes. The situation of the Shrek team is extremely unfavorable. They couldn't help but worry about the situation of Tang San and his companions. Ning Rongrong and Oscar were blasted out of the venue early and were not attacked by the sharp snowflake blades, which was considered a relatively good outcome. The two elders, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, exchanged a subtle look. Although they regarded themselves as from the position of Spirit Hall, they also secretly praised the excitement of this game. The strength of Tianshui College undoubtedly exceeded their imagination. Ma Hongjun was flying in the air, feeling extremely horrified. Even with the evil fire protecting his body, he still felt the strong chill, not to mention Tang San and the others. The four people were in the center of the vortex, desperately blocking the snowflake blades attacking from all directions. Tang San has the Ironheart 8 spider lances to protect him, so he can withstand it for the time being. But Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were soon left with scars on their bodies. Despite the critical situation, they did not give up but looked for opportunities to fight back. Xiao Wu, come here quickly. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu quickly moved closer to Tang San. Tang San hurriedly spread out 8 4-meter-long spider legs and wrapped the three of them in himself. Tang San used the dense barbs on his spider legs to stick firmly to the ground, looking like a black big-bellied spider. He tried to use his Ironheart external soul bone to resist the attacks of the Tianshui team and consume their soul power. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun launched his first soul skill towards Shui Binger, who was controlling the drifting ice and snow, and launched a long-range attack. An extremely hot flame roared towards Shui Binger. Seeing this, Xiao Han flew into the air and shot an arrow towards the flames. The blue frost arrow pierced through the flame and extinguished it directly. The sharp ice arrow flew straight towards Ma Hongjun. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun dodged quickly. His soul power was less than level 40. He had consumed some of his soul power in preparation for the 7-in-1 fusion, and had consumed some more in order to break Shui Binger's ice. He just used his first soul skill on Shui Binger. The little bit of soul power that was left was not enough to support him to fly and fight in the air for a long time. After Xiao Han launched an ice shot at him, he did not stop and immediately launched his second soul skill. Countless ice blue arrows shot towards Ma Hongjun like an overwhelming force, leaving him nowhere to escape. Ma Hongjun had to flap his wings to block it. What? With a scream, Ma Hongjun was shot into a sieve and fell heavily on the edge of the field. Tang San, who was embedded in the ground, was subjected to a violent attack from Shui Binger and several other girls. No matter how strong the 8 spider lance was, cracks appeared on it under the crazy attacks of several people. Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaogang, Liu Erlong and Flanders were all distressed. But they all knew that Tang San would not give up easily. When the spider lance is broken, it will be a great opportunity for Tang San to lead the team to a reversal. After dealing with Ma Hongjun, Xiao Han quickly landed in front of the girls. Binger, get ready. Xiao Han pulled the bowstring to its full length, and with the glow of his 4th soul ring, he shot out another ice explosion arrow. Boom! The ice blue arrow hit Tang San, making a deafening sound. The powerful explosion directly knocked Tang San off the ground. Tang San couldn't hold on any longer, and his 4 spider legs exploded. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were all blown away. Zhu Zhuqing was even knocked out of the competition venue. Dai Mubai managed to stabilize his body with his powerful strength. Xiao Wu was able to avoid being knocked out of the arena thanks to her teleportation skill. At the moment when Tang San's 4 spider legs exploded, 16 spider spear fragments flew towards Xiao Han, Shui Binger and other girls without warning. This time, Tang San still used the Tang Sect's hidden weapon technique, Batwing Reincarnation. However, his evil plan did not go as he wished. At the same time Xiao Han launched the attack, Shui Binger had already activated the Ice Ring Armor skill. This is a group defense skill. Except for Xiao Han, the 6 girls were all covered in a layer of crystal clear and hard blue armor. The moment the spider spear fragments hit the Ice Ring Armor, there was a crackling sound, but they did not pierce it. The spider spear fragments also hit Xiao Han, but Xiao Han was not affected at all. While Tang San and his companions were still unstable, Xiao Han launched another attack, and countless ice blue arrows flew towards the 3 of them. Dozens of ice arrows suddenly merged into one, pointing directly at the injured Tang San. "Brother, be careful. Tang San has already broken 4 spider legs. In order to resist the invasion of cold air, he has consumed a lot of spirit power. If he launches defense again, he will probably break more spider legs." Xiao Wu couldn't bear to see Tang San suffer more pain, so she teleported in front of him. As the 4th soul ring on her body glowed, Xiao Wu activated her 4th soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. The golden light instantly enveloped her. The ice arrow hit the golden light but did not dissipate immediately. The freezing effect it formed was still there, restricting Xiao Wu's ability to teleport. Xiao Wu's invincible golden body can only last for 3 seconds. But Xiao Han's attack did not stop. A frost arrow followed and pierced Xiao Wu's chest directly at the moment when her invincible golden body disappeared, causing blood to splatter everywhere. "Ah!" A scream came out of Xiao Wu's mouth. "Little dance." Tang San cried out in pain and despair. Black light surged in his left hand, and the clear sky hammer spirit was released. Looking at the scene on the field, the 2 elders Bibi Dong and Zhu Gui, Ning Fengji, Jian Douluo and Dugu Bo were all shocked. It wasn't because of the clear sky hammer in Tang San's hand, but because of the aura of Xiao Wu. A large amount of blood flowed out, and it was no longer possible to cover up the soul beast aura on Xiao Wu's body. This is a 100,000-year-old soul beast that transformed into a human. Bibi Dong and the 2 elders looked at each other with surprise on their faces. However, they did not plan to take action immediately and wanted to wait until the game was over. This is the territory of the Spirit Hall. Xiao Wu has been seriously injured and cannot run away. Bibi Dong also thought that it would be best if Xiao Han could help her get rid of Tang San in this game. Only Tang San and Dai Mubai are left in Shrek Academy. Tang San might still have fragments of the 8th spider lance in his hand, which poses a constant threat to the girls from Tianshui College. Xiao Han must ensure the safety of his senior sisters. "Binger, take the sisters away from the competition venue. Leave the remaining 2 to me." "Xiao Han, I will stay and help you deal with them." "No, that little jerk is too sinister. I'm afraid he'll hurt you." "Don't worry, dealing with them is a piece of cake." "Well, be careful. Shui Binger has taken the Acacia Heartbreak Red, which may be able to block Tang San's spider poison, but it is not a very certain thing, and Xiao Han will not let her take the risk." Chapter 92. Without having to worry about the safety of his senior sisters, Xiao Han can perform better. Looking at the situation on the field, the 3 heroes of the Spirit Hall couldn't help but sigh. "We made a huge mistake when we fought against Shrek Academy. We shouldn't have used the spirit fusion technique from the beginning. With the overall strength of our team, we are able to knock them out of the ring one by one." Yes, the people from Tianshui College were very smart. They did not underestimate the enemy and disrupted Shrek College's plan from the beginning. However, Xiao Han is really a weirdo. He can actually use his physical body to resist Tang San's extremely poisonous spider venom. I don't know how he did it. He can resist poison, so it was the right decision to let his teammates withdraw from the competition. That little jerk is too insidious and hard to guard against. Now that the little jerk is seriously injured, even if Xiao Han is alone, he can defeat the 2 of them. Xiao Han is really strong. If we meet Tianshui College, it may be difficult for us to win. As the 3 were talking, Xiao Han moved. The moment he flapped his wings and flew, the 5th soul ring on his body began to shine. The Jinbing arrow shot out, and an ice and snow storm came roaring, quickly covering the entire competition venue, wrapping Tang San and Dai Mubai in it. Tang San swung the clear sky hammer like mad. But even though the chaotic cloak hammer technique had enormous power, it could not pose a threat to Xiao Han in the air. Dai Mubai was helpless. The cold air flowed along Tang San's broken spider leg, continuously invading his body, as if to freeze his blood. Tang San felt his body gradually becoming numb, his movements becoming increasingly stiff, and the clear sky hammer in his hand seemed to be suppressed. "Are we really going to lose?" "No. I'm not willing to do it." Tang San wanted to struggle again, but that familiar voice sounded in his ears again. Xiao San, hold back your strength and return to your soul. Hearing that voice, Tang San's rotation speed gradually slowed down. Suddenly, an ice-blue light came straight at him and hit his clear sky hammer hard. That was Xiao Han's first soul skill, frost shooting. The moment the frost arrow collided with the clear sky hammer, the powerful collision force directly blasted the exhausted Tang San out of the competition venue. Xiao Han then shot another arrow, aiming directly at Dai Mubai. Facing the fierce arrow, Dai Mubai used all his remaining soul power to defend himself. In order to resist the invasion of cold air, he has consumed a lot of soul power, and he is also suppressed by the ice and snow storm, so he can't stop Xiao Han's attack at all. The arrow hit Dai Mubai right on target and blasted him out. The blizzard suddenly disappeared. In the center of the square, Xiao Han was the only one left. We won. Junior brother defeated them. We won. We are the champion team. The girls from Jianshui College couldn't help but cheer for the victory. On the other side, Tang San and Dai Mubai were lying powerlessly on the edge of the square. Jiang Zhu is treating the seriously injured Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun. Both of them were shot through by Xiao Han's Shenbing arrow. Without timely treatment, their lives would be in danger. They had already eaten Oscar's recovery mushroom sausage. Ning Rongrong was also providing them with soul power enhancement. You guys, go check on the third brother and treat him. Xiao Wu endured the pain in her body, she was more worried about Tang San. Xiao Wu, don't worry. With my dad here, third brother will be fine. Ning Rongrong finished speaking and looked at Ning Fengji behind Bibi Dong, as if asking him for help. She didn't know why Ning Fengji didn't take action in time this time. Ning Fengji glanced at Jian Douluo beside him, exchanged a glance with him, and then released the 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial spirit. 3 colorful rays of light flowed out from the 7 treasures glazed tower at the same time and landed on Tang San, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. But it didn't land on Xiao Wu. Yu Xiaogang, Flanders, and the Shrek team members were all confused as to why Ning Fengji did not help Xiao Wu. Not only that, Ning Fengji quickly put away the 7 treasures glazed tower and did not intend to rescue Tang San and the others with all his strength. When Ning Rongrong looked at Ning Fengji again, she found that her father seemed helpless. She didn't know what had happened and why it happened. Bibi Dong looked back at Ning Fengji and said with a smile. Master Ning, you did a great job. Pope, my daughter is in the same academy as them. She is not very strong yet and should not know about this. Yeah, I think so too. Ning Fengji didn't say much, just nodded slightly. He knew that a storm was coming. In the territory of Spirit Hall, ensuring the safety of daughter Ning Rongrong is the most important thing. After Ning Fengji's simple treatment, Tang San, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun all felt better. Although they were still seriously injured, they were no longer in danger of death. After Jiangzhu's treatment and Oscar and Ning Rongrong's assistance, Xiao Wu was temporarily out of danger. They all looked towards the direction of the Jianshui College team with unwillingness. At this time, Xiao Han had returned to the team and was sharing joy with the girls. Yu Xiaogang suddenly said, the competition is over. If you lose, you lose. You are all still young. You are the team with the youngest average age among the students participating in this Soul Master competition. You can still participate in the next Soul Master competition. I believe that you will be the champion of the next Soul Master competition. Flanders quickly responded. Xiaogang is right. The little monsters are so good. No one will be your opponent in the Soul Master competition 5 years later. The Shrek 7 devils looked at each other. Yu Xiaogang and Flanders were right. They would definitely shine at the Soul Master competition 5 years later. However, 5 years is such a long time, who knows what will happen during this period. Liu Erlong supported Xiao Wu, her heart filled with anger. Xiao Wu, let's go, let's get out of this disgusting place. It is good. Yu Xiaogang and his companions were about to leave when they were suddenly stopped by Bibi Dong. Elder Yu, the Soul Master competition isn't over yet, are you in such a hurry to leave? Yu Xiaogang looked back at Bibi Dong and said solemnly. Your Holiness, are you referring to the closing ceremony? The remaining championship rewards have nothing to do with us. Several of our team members are injured and need treatment and rest, we should not stay for long. Bibi Dong smiled slightly. The rewards for this Soul Master competition are different from the previous ones. In addition to the champion, the second and third place winners will also receive corresponding rewards. Shrek Academy is the second place and can get a reward of 20,000 gold soul coins. Don't you want it? After hearing this, Shrek and the others looked at Flanders. Flanders loves money like his life. The construction and development of the academy requires money. 20,000 gold soul coins is not a small amount. But now, he couldn't make up his mind. Xiaogang, what do you think? Yu Xiaogang sighed. 20,000 gold soul coins are indeed a lot. They are earned through your hard work, blood and sweat. We can't just give them up. Otherwise, everyone please be patient for a while. The awards ceremony should be over soon. Chapter 93. Xiao Wu was hit by Xiao Han's arrow and bled a lot. Tang San knew that the spirit beast aura on her body had been exposed. He knew very well that although Bibi Dong said she wanted to award the prize to Shrek Academy, she actually had no good intentions. Bibi Dong and the two elders, Ju and Gui, must have also sensed the soul beast aura on Xiao Wu. But, for some reason, they were not in a hurry to take action. Perhaps because this was the territory of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong didn't take them seriously at all. The situation is very dangerous, and we can only take one step at a time now. Tang San also knew that his father Tang Hao was watching him not far away. If a fight really comes to a head, Tang Hao will definitely take action. Under the leadership of Yu Xiaogang, the Shrek 7 devils supported each other and returned to the square. Standing next to them were 7 people from the Spirit Hall Academy. Seeing the miserable state of Tang San, Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu, the members of the Spirit Hall Academy all showed expressions of gloating on their faces. Although Shrek and his companions were filled with anger, they could do nothing. Bibi Dong gently waved the scepter in her hand, 3 points of light instantly bloomed, and 3 soul bones appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The original red flaming right arm bone was replaced by a white one, and judging from its shape, it was also a right arm bone. Looking at the 3 soul bones that were shining with different lights, the students of the Spirit Hall Academy and Shrek Academy all showed envy on their faces. They were all just one step away from the championship. Unfortunately, there is only one champion team, and the richest reward belongs only to the winner. Congratulations to Qianshui College for winning the championship of this year's Advanced Soul Master College Elite competition. These 3 soul bones are your rewards. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, she waved her hand gently, and the 3 soul bones floated in front of the Captain Shui Binger. Thank you, His Majesty the Pope. Shui Binger carefully took the 3 soul bones and handed them to Lin Jirua beside her. Dean Lin, please keep these 3 soul bones for now. Okay. I'll assign them to you after the closing ceremony. Lin Jirua took the 3 soul bones and put them into the soul guide. Bibi Dong glanced at the 21 students on the field and continued. You are all the best of the younger generation as you have made it to the final 3 of this Soul Master competition. The Spirit Hall has prepared additional rewards for you. As the champion team, Qianshui Academy will receive 30,000 gold soul coins, the second place Shrek Academy will receive 20,000 gold soul coins, and the third place Spirit Hall Academy will receive 10,000 gold soul coins. As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking, 3 Spirit Hall guards came over with a brocade tray covered with large, golden soul coins. The deans of the 3 colleges, as representatives, received the gold soul coins of their respective colleges. Bibi Dong smiled and said. This Soul Master competition is now over. You can go back now. After hearing this, Tang San was shocked. He didn't think Bibi Dong would let Xiao Wu go, and he didn't know what Bibi Dong would do next. Don't you want to do it in front of so many people? Without time to think, Tang San pulled Xiao Wu beside him. Xiao Wu, let's go. Ah. During the award ceremony, Xiao Wu was very nervous and didn't even dare to look up at Bibi Dong. She knew that the soul beast aura in her body had been exposed, and she was afraid that she could not leave this square. And many more. Tang San and Xiao Wu had just turned around and were about to leave when they heard Bibi Dong's voice. Everyone here can leave, but the soul beasts can't. After hearing this, everyone was surprised and turned around to look at Bibi Dong in unison, and found that Bibi Dong's eyes were fixed on Tang San and Xiao Wu. Yu Xiaogang was a little angry, and looked directly at Bibi Dong and asked. Bibi Dong, what do you mean? How dare you be disrespectful to His Holiness the Pope? A cardinal stood up and wanted to question Yu Xiaogang. Bibi Dong quickly raised her hand, signaling the cardinal to shut up. She had a smile on her face and her good mood was not affected by Yu Xiaogang. Elder Yu, do you really not know or are you pretending to be confused? Tang San has half the blood of a soul beast, but your team actually has a 100,000-year soul beast that transformed into a human. Yu Xiaogang was completely confused. The other members of Shrek were also shocked. Although they didn't know who Bibi Dong was referring to, they immediately thought of Xiao Wu. Everyone's eyes fell on Tang San and Xiao Wu at the same time. Yu Xiaogang asked again. Bibi Dong, we can resolve the personal grudges between you and me privately. There's no need to impose it on these children, right? Bibi Dong snorted coldly. I almost forgot that your soul power is less than level 30, which is not enough to identify a 100,000-year-old humanoid soul beast. I don't know what method she used to cover up the soul beast aura on her body, but she was still accidentally exposed. Bibi Dong finished speaking, staring straight at Xiao Wu. If I'm not mistaken, you are the one who escaped the net that year, right, little rabbit? Just as Xiao Wu was about to say something, a strong wave of soul power suddenly came. Liu Erlong couldn't bear it anymore and came onto the field at the same time as Flanders. Bibi Dong, even if she is a soul beast, so what? You killed her mother, do you want to kill her too? She is my daughter now. Even if she dies here today, I will protect her. Yu Xiaogang's pupils suddenly contracted. Only then did he realize that he had fallen into Bibi Dong's trap and that she kept them just to deal with Xiao Wu. Moreover, Liu Erlong already knew Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast. Tang San also quickly stood up. So what if it's a soul beast? I said I would protect her, and I will protect her forever. If you want to kill her, kill me first. No, brother, Erlong's mother, I don't want you to die for me. I can't let you get hurt. Several other members of Shrek also stood up and stood in front of Xiao Wu. We, the Shrek 7 Devils, are a whole. We live and die together. Yu Xiaogang nodded to the Shrek 7 Devils, his eyes full of relief. Bibi Dong, even though Xiao Wu is a soul beast that transformed into a human, she has not done anything harmful. As long as she is still a member of our Shrek Academy, I will not allow you to hurt her. After Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, he, Flender, and Liu Erlong released their respective martial spirits at the same time. The three of them formed a triangle formation and prepared for battle. Bibi Dong saw this and sneered, what a golden triangle. They really overestimate their own capabilities. They actually go against the spirit hall for a soul beast. Good, very good. This 100,000-year-old soft-bone charm rabbit is indeed extraordinary. It makes each of you willing to die for it. I have captured this rabbit, and anyone who stands in my way will be killed without mercy. 2 elders, take action. Kill the evil offspring Tang San together. When the 2 elders, Ju and Gui, were preparing to set off, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky. Immediately afterwards, an extremely powerful wave of soul power pressed down towards the square from the sky. Who dares to touch my son, Tang Hao? Chapter 94. With the deafening roar, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and a burly figure suddenly descended from the clouds. The extremely violent fluctuations of soul power enveloped the entire square in a murderous atmosphere. That figure was Tang San's father, Clear Sky Douluo, Tang Hao. Tang Hao's eyes were as deep as the abyss, flashing with anger, his messy hair fluttered in the wind, and his whole body exuded a heart-pounding pressure. Behind him, an enormous black hammer floated in the air. He walked slowly in the air, and every step he took seemed to be of great weight, even the dust in the air trembled. Father! Tang San shouted loudly. After 8 years, Tang San was extremely excited to see Tang Hao again, and hope suddenly ignited in his heart. Tang Hao ignored Tang San and looked coldly at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, you are so bold, how dare you touch my Tang Hao's son? Tang Hao's voice was low and hoarse, but it contained a power that was enough to shock people. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Bibi Dong's heart. Bibi Dong's expression instantly became solemn. She didn't expect Tang Hao to appear suddenly, and she didn't expect the aura he exuded to be so astonishing. Tang Hao, how dare you break into Wuhuan City alone? You've come just in time. I will make sure you never come back. Over the years, Bibi Dong has been practicing hard, and her strength has improved by leaps and bounds, reaching the level of peerless Douluo. She had long wanted to fight a strong man like Tang Hao to prove her own strength. This is a good opportunity. Going but not coming back. Humph. I want to see if you have the ability to keep me, Tang Hao. As he spoke, Tang Hao's soul power boiled, and waves of soul power surged out like raging waves, tearing the surrounding air into pieces. 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red unfolded around Tang Hao in turn. The huge clear sky hammer emitted dazzling light in his hand. Looking at the 100,000-year soul ring that was glowing with red light, everyone present was shocked. Yu Xiaogang secretly sighed in his heart, he is indeed my idol, his aura is so strong. On the Douluo continent, there are only a handful of people who possess a 100,000-year spirit ring. The clear sky hammer already possesses extremely powerful attack power, and with a 100,000-year spirit ring, its might is even more immeasurable. Today, if anyone dares to touch my son, I, Tang Hao, will make him bleed to death. Tang Hao's voice was like thunder, echoing over the square, and every word was filled with unquestionable determination. Elders Ju and Gui paused involuntarily upon seeing this. They had followed the former Pope Qian Xuanji to capture Tang San's mother, Blue's Silver Emperor, but were defeated by Tang Hao. The other spirit masters of the spirit hall were intimidated by Tang Hao's aura, and no one dared to act rashly. Xiao Han suddenly said, "Mom, sisters, let's get out of here and go to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Xiao Han knew that a war was about to break out. Tang Hao was already injured, so if a fight really broke out, he would not be able to escape unscathed. His target was the Pope's palace, and he wanted to take Tang San and Xiao Wu away from there by making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Xiao Han beat Tang San repeatedly, and he was worried that he would be retaliated by Tang Hao. Even with Bibi Dong and the powerful men from the spirit hall present, the residual power of the war would affect him and his not-so-strong senior sisters. Qian Rinxue, who was disguised as the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, was standing at the edge of the square not far away. She was secretly protected by many experts, and it would be safer to be with her. Xiao Han and his companions quickly came to Xue Qinghe. At the same time on the other side, Bibi Dong also released her martial soul and soul ring. As the Death Spider Emperor's martial spirit was released, an eerie and terrifying aura instantly filled the entire place. Surrounding Bibi Dong's body are 9 soul rings in colors of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red. But Bibi Dong's aura was not as strong as Tang Hao's. The simultaneous appearance of 200,000-year spirit rings shocked everyone. Tang Hao's deep and powerful voice sounded again, "I will make you pay double for what the spirit hall owes me. Let's destroy the Pope's palace today." "Tang Hao, you dare?" "Humph. Do you think I would dare to do that?" As the 7th soul ring on his body glowed, Tang Hao revealed his true form, Haotian. The clear sky hammer in his hand swelled in the wind. The handle was 100 meters long, and the huge hammer head was like a small mountain. Then, the 100,000-year-old red soul ring on his body suddenly lit up, and the black hammer in his hand suddenly turned red. Red lines rhythmically moved on the huge clear sky hammer, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. With a roar, it smashed fiercely into the Pope's palace behind Bibi Dong and the others. In an instant, the air in the entire square became distorted. Bibi Dong was shocked when she saw this. "Tang Hao, you can't succeed." Bibi Dong roared angrily, and her figure flashed, turning into a black stream of light, and went directly towards the falling hammer. The 2 elders, Zhu and Gui, and several cardinals from the spirit hall followed closely behind and flew up together to meet the clear sky hammer. They would never allow Tang Hao to destroy the Pope's palace. Boom! Along with the violent roar, the entire Wuhuan city seemed to be shaking. The soul masters below level 70 in the square went blank in their minds and fainted on the ground. Several figures in the air were knocked down at the same time. For this attack, Tang Hao almost used all his strength. Under the powerful shock wave, the blood in his body surged and he spit out a mouthful of evil blood, and the huge clear sky hammer disappeared. Also disappearing along with the clear sky hammer were Tang Hao, as well as the unconscious Tang San and Xiao Wu. Only after Bibi Dong landed did she realize that she had fallen into Tang Hao's plan of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. But, in that case, she would definitely protect the Pope's palace. If the Pope's palace was really destroyed by Tang Hao, she would not have the face to sit on the Pope's seat again. It's just a pity that the 100,000-year soul beast that was almost in our grasp was lost just like that. Xiao Han. Lin Zhirua suddenly shouted loudly. She was extremely anxious when she couldn't see Xiao Han. When Tang Hao smashed down the clear sky hammer just now, it was extremely powerful. Several people from Tianshui College stood together with Qian Rinxue. They were secretly protected by the 2 deans and the 2 titled Douluo, Thorny Porpoise and Snake Spear, and were not affected by the powerful shock wave. But just as the 2 deans launched their defense, Xiao Han disappeared. Only a titled Douluo level warrior could take Xiao Han away from everyone in such a short time. Lin Zhirua, Dean Zhao and the girls were all very nervous. Yu Guan was suddenly startled. "Oh no, that kid wasn't taken away by Tang Hao. Your Holiness, that bastard Tang Hao is too arrogant. This concerns the dignity of Spirit Hall. We cannot let him get away like this." The ghost couldn't help but remind. "Shut up. Don't I know what's going on? Don't chase me, it's useless." Lin Zhirua looked around, but still couldn't see Xiao Han. Suddenly she realized something. Not good. Dugubo is missing too. Maybe he took Xiao Han away with him. "President Zhao, I'll go after them. I'll leave the children to you." After Lin Zhirua finished speaking, she turned into a stream of blue light and disappeared over the square. Even if he could catch up with Dugubo, it would probably be of no use. However, she could not ignore Xiao Han and was ready to fight to the death. Chapter 95. He could have killed Xiao Han immediately. But he thought that Xiao Han had picked a lot of immortal herbs from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and it was impossible for them all to be used up in such a short time. Therefore, Xiao Han was spared for the time being. He wanted to take Xiao Han away from Wuhuan City and force Xiao Han to hand over the remaining immortal herbs. If Xiao Han cannot hand them over, then we will threaten Tianshui College with his life and force them to hand over the 3 soul bones in exchange. In short, he will make Xiao Han pay a heavy price. At this time, Xiao Han was unable to move under Dugubo's pressure. The gap in strength between the two was too great, and Xiao Han had no power to resist at all. This is the first time that Xiao Han has faced such a big crisis since he traveled to this world. He was nervous too, but he knew he had to stay rational. At the critical moment, the snow swan kiss herb that can counteract toxins may be able to save his life. But, there has to be a chance. Dugubo, you are a title Douluo, it's not appropriate for you to treat me like this, right? Besides, I have no grudge against you, why did you arrest me? Humph. You little bastard stole my magic grass, did you think I didn't know? Did Tang Sen tell you? He was just jealous that I was stronger than him, and wanted to use you to get rid of me. Dugubo didn't respond and suddenly became nervous. A powerful pressure suddenly came from the front, forcing him to stop. Floating in the air ahead was a young man wearing a light gray robe and with silver hair. His left eye was covered by his long hair, but a hint of ice blue could be seen through it. His entire left arm was in the shape of ice, also revealing an ice blue color. The 5th worshipper, Guanling Douluo. Dugubo was shocked and blurted out. Xiao Han was pleasantly surprised. When he saw the man's appearance, he guessed that it was the 5th worshipper of the Spirit Hall, Guanling Douluo. Guanling Douluo's martial soul is Guanling Divine Bao, which has dual attributes of light and ice. He is a peak Douluo at level 96. He wouldn't appear here for no reason. Dugubo was a little panicked, pretending to be calm and said, so it's Guanling Douluo. What do you mean by this? Dugubo, let go of that kid, and I'll let you pass. Guanling Douluo didn't take Dugubo seriously at all, and his tone was full of disdain. Not only does he have the appearance of a teenager, but his voice is also almost like that of a teenager. Dugubo knew that the powerful young man in front of him had unfathomable strength. But he won't let Xiao Han go easily. There is a personal grudge between me and this guy, and he is not from your spirit hall. There is no need for you to stop me just for him, right? As Dugubo spoke, the soul power in his body surged more violently, and his body glowed brighter with green light, and it was obvious that he was ready for battle. Guanling Douluo glanced at Dugubo coldly, then looked at Xiao Han beside Dugubo and said with a smile. Boy, are you willing to take me as your master? Of course I am willing. Master, I am here to show my respect. Xiao Han hurriedly saluted Guanling Douluo. Very good, from now on, you will be my disciple. Guanling Douluo nodded slightly and his eyes fell on Dugubo again. Dugubo, it is not easy for you to cultivate to the level of title Douluo. This child has already accepted me as his master. Does it really mean that I must take action against you? Dugubo gnashed his teeth in anger. Just when he was about to succeed, a more powerful title Douluo suddenly appeared. Guanling Douluo's behavior is like that of a child and makes no sense at all. Dugubo still didn't want to give up. Guanling Douluo, I have no intention of being your enemy, why do you have to save him? Is it because you both have icebow spirits? Why should I explain my actions to you? Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being ruthless. Before Guanling Douluo finished speaking, the spirit ring on his body lit up. Upon seeing this, Dugubo immediately released his martial soul, and the green phosphorus snake king's huge snake tail tightly wrapped around Xiao Han. In the blink of an eye, Guanling Douluo's longbow was fully drawn, but strangely, there was no arrow on it. He loosened his left hand slightly, and 3 invisible arrows shot out at the same time. That invisible arrow was soundless and invisible. Soul masters whose mental strength was inferior to his could not feel its existence. The huge green phosphorus snake king suddenly tumbled a few times in the air. Obviously, he was hit by the invisible arrow. While Dugubo was struggling, Xiao Han suddenly broke free from his restraints, spread his wings and flew towards Guanling Douluo. Guanling Douluo also spread his icy wings and launched an attack on Dugubo. Dugubo's character is as vicious as a poisonous snake. If he doesn't move, he won't move. But if he moves, he will go all out. He was no match for Guanling Douluo. The blood in the parts of his body that were hit quickly froze under the powerful freezing effect and became numb. If it had been a one-on-one, he might have escaped. But Xiao Han's presence will affect Guanling Douluo's performance. So, he wanted to struggle a little longer and take the opportunity to kill Xiao Han. Douluo's forehead suddenly lit up, and two petrifying rays shot out from his eyes, pointing at Guanling Douluo and Xiao Han respectively. This is one of his hidden talents, the 10,000-year skull skill, Medusa's gaze. This skill is so powerful that it can even petrify energy. That's it? Light Feather Douluo snorted coldly. His ultimate feather light could just restrain Douluo's soul skill. Countless golden arrows shot out from Guanling Douluo's longbow, and came towards the two petrifying rays of light like a meteor shower, engulfing them in an instant. Douluo was shocked when he saw this. This was his first time fighting against Guanling Douluo, and he didn't expect that this old guy was so powerful. He was already injured, and the freezing effect was becoming more and more restrictive on him. If he didn't escape now, it would be too late. Douluo turned into a green light and fled into the distance. Guanling Douluo shot another arrow without mercy. The ice blue arrow chased after Douluo, who was fleeing in panic like a living thing. That is Guanling Douluo's fifth soul skill, Invisible Arrival, which has the effect of locking on and pursuing. Douluo, I will spare your life today. If you dare to attack my disciple again, I will kill you with my own hands. Guanling Douluo's voice disappeared into the sky along with the green shadow. Having luckily escaped the disaster, Xiao Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. Witnessing the battle between the two titled Douluo at such a close distance was an eye-opener for him. As a martial soul also of the bow and arrow type with ice attribute, Guanling Douluo's strength shocked him. Boy, are you okay? I'm fine, thank you teacher for your help. Guanling Douluo smiled. I heard that you are good at playing ice bows, so I came here specially to take a look. As expected, I was not disappointed. You performed very well in the finals. If you practice well, your future achievements will definitely not be inferior to mine. Teacher, I will try my best. Have you been watching me in the dark just now? Well, I found out that Douluo took you away during the chaos, so I chased after you. Tang Hao almost smashed the Pope's palace just now, aren't you worried? If Bibi Dong can't even protect the Pope's palace, then she doesn't deserve to sit on the Pope's chair. Let's go, we should go back. Those people in your academy must be worried to death if they don't see you. Chapter 96. She originally thought that it was Tang Hao's doing, but she didn't expect that Douluo was also missing. Obviously, Douluo is also a big suspect. For Bibi Dong, this was not an important matter, since Xiao Han was not a member of the Spirit Hall anyway. If a talented soul master like Xiao Han could not be used by the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong would rather he die. Tang Hao has already taken Tang San and Xiao Wu away. The mysterious disappearance of Xiao Han and Douluo diverted the attention of Bibi Dong and others. The atmosphere in the square was no longer as tense as before. Yu Xiaogang, Liu Erlong and Flanders put away their martial spirits and, with the help of Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo, woke up the unconscious Dai Mubai and others. Lin Jiruo looked around but still couldn't find Xiao Han. Well, thank you for your concern, Brother Shui. I will pay attention to it. Before Xiao Han could speak, Lin Jiruo took out the 3 soul bones from the storage device. Tell them to get out and leave Wuhuan City immediately. With Guanling Douluo protecting him, things became different. Then, the 2 figures landed in front of everyone. Great! Xiao Han is back. Xiao Han. Are you okay? Thank you for the compliment. It is exactly me. Lin Jiruo and Ding Zhao smiled at each other, feeling happy. It is indeed Douluo. He was also worried about Xiao Han's safety. Just when several people were looking anxious, 2 blue figures suddenly appeared above the square. Thank you for saving my life. We are honored that you would accept Xiao Han as your apprentice. Xiao Han injured Tang San and offended Tang Hao. If he didn't join the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong would not let him go easily. It is good. Bibi Dong has her own plan, so there is no need to turn against him for the 3 soul bones. Bibi Dong glanced at Yu Xiaogang and Liu Erlong angrily. I agree. Shui Binger asked anxiously. She never thought that Guanling Douluo would actually support Xiao Han, a person she had never met. Xiao Han has made the greatest contribution to our winning the Soul Master competition. Let Xiao Han distribute the rewards. You're welcome. This child is extremely talented and has some affinity with me. I can't teach him anything, but I just don't want him to be harmed by bad guys. Douluo has been injured by me, so he should learn his lesson. Your Holiness, how should we deal with these people? After Bibi Dong finished speaking, she strode towards the Pope's palace. The priests of the Spirit Hall have been practicing in the hall and will not come out unless there is something important. Xiao Han smiled and said Bibi Dong was secretly angry. Brother Xiaohan, you are lucky to have escaped Douluo's clutches. However, you still need to be more careful about him in the future. She wanted to kill Liu Erlong immediately, but now was not the time. Guanling Douluo said this not only for them to hear, but also to warn Bibi Dong, Ning Fengji and others not to set their sights on Xiaohan. Xiaohan, this token is for you. Seeing it is like seeing me. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to Wuhuan City to find me. I have long heard of your name. It is an honor to meet you today. Okay, thank you teacher. Xue Qinghe came to Xiaohan and the others. It's time for us to go back to Qindo City. Let's go together so that we can take care of each other on the way. After Lin Jirua finished speaking, she handed the 3 soul bones to Xiaohan. Several people looked at each other. The 3 soul bones emitted blue, white and green light respectively, instantly illuminating the interior of the carriage. The route from Wuhuan City back to Qianshui City is mostly the same as that back to Qindo City. Xiao Yu suggested. I'm leaving now, take care of yourself. Then let's go find it together. Complete calm was restored in the square. No. Could this be our ice attribute leader, the 5th worshipper of the Spirit Hall, Guanling Douluo? Xiaohan, you take charge of the distribution. Lin Jirua and the girls were all very excited. Xiaohan and his group left Wuhuan City together with the royal knights led by Xue Qinghe. It was Xiaohan and Guanling Douluo. I don't know if he is still in Wuhuan City. If he really falls into Douluo's hands, I'm afraid. Guanling Douluo stood up at this time to support Xiaohan, ensuring his personal safety. Although Qianshui College won the championship reward, it was not easy to take away the 3 soul bones. Xiaohan gave each of them a magical herb, which helped them improve their strength and cultivation speed. Each of them was very grateful to Xiaohan. Dean Zhao looked at Guanling Douluo and was shocked. Lin Jirua bowed to Guanling Douluo again. After Guanling Douluo finished speaking, he turned into a stream of blue light and disappeared over the square. Xiaohan was also a little embarrassed. Yu Guan cannot be Xiaohan's teacher, but they can be friends. I hope he can live well after taking the Qirong Tong Tianju. Looking at the direction where Guanling Douluo left, Yu Guan was secretly happy in his heart. Xiaohan, it's great that you can return safely. These 3 soul bones were originally prepared for the 3 geniuses of the Spirit Hall. They are all of excellent quality. The head soul bone is 50,000 years old, and the right arm bone and left leg bone are both 30,000 years old. Dean Lin, look. Lin Jirua, Xiaohan, Shui Binger and others were riding in a large carriage. The person in front of him was exactly the Guanling Douluo in the rumors. Xiaohan, you call Senior Guanling your teacher. Dean Lin, how is it? Have you seen Xiaohan? Soul bones are indeed precious, but there are only 3 of them, so how to distribute them is also a big problem. She was not sure whether Xiaohan was still in Wuhuan City, so she returned to the square in front of the Pope's palace. The 3 soul bones awarded as a prize for the Soul Master competition champion are still with her. He knew that the wisdom skull was most suitable for Shui Binger who was in the control department, the left leg soul bone was most suitable for Shui Yuer and Gu Qingba who were in the agility department, and the right arm bone that could increase attack power was suitable for everyone. Dean Zhao, Mom, Douluo took me away in the chaos just now. It was the teacher who saved me. Lin Jirua was filled with rage, but suddenly she reacted. Well, I have already accepted Senior Guanling as my master. This is a long story, I will tell you slowly later. The girls were all convinced by Xiaohan. Mom, Dean Zhao, and my fellow sisters, I'm sorry to have made you worried. I'm fine. Dean Zhao, Lin Jirua and the girls from Qianshui College all bowed to Guanling Douluo. Xiaohan performed brilliantly in the finals, which invisibly offended many people and put him in a dangerous situation. Yu Guan looked at the people from Shrek and asked. Tang Hao just left, and here comes another Guanling. Guanling Douluo is loyal to the angel lineage, very willful, and rarely interacts with Bibi Dong. We are safe for now. We still have some time to return to Qianshui City. Why don't you absorb the soul bones on the way? Xiaohan took the offering token from Guanling Douluo. She had never seen Guanling Douluo, but she had heard that Guanling Douluo looked like a young boy with an ice blue left eye and left arm.